Lynn unexpectedly traveled to the pirate world and found himself as a newborn baby. His recently awakened Conqueror's Haki was not enough to fend off the approaching venomous snake. Just at the critical moment, Kaido descended from the sky and inadvertently saved his life. Sensing the fluctuation of the Conqueror's Haki, the Emperor immediately took him in as his adopted son, and from then on, this baby began a legendary life in the Beast Pirates. After surviving for 100 days, he acquired the Sky Dance technique. At 1 year old, he repelled a Navy Vice Admiral with the 8 Gates technique, and by the age of 3, he even used the Demon God Cannon to catch the attention of the 4 Emperors. While the entire New World was trying to learn about this monster who could sweep the battlefield without a devil fruit, Lynn was sitting on the roof of Onigashima, swinging his little feet. What should he choose for his next system reward? The Kamehameha or the Spirit Bomb? Chapter 1. The Baby Start. Conqueror's Haki stuns Kaido. Wah, wah. What sound is that? A baby's cry. No way does that sound coming from me. Lynn desperately tried to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt too heavy to lift. His body felt soft and weak, and his limbs were completely unresponsive. After several attempts, he managed to pry open a tiny G.P. In his blurry vision, he saw a completely unfamiliar environment. Where am I? Am I still in my home country? Lynn was confused. Wasn't he supposed to be up all night gaming in his rented apartment? How did he wake up in such a remote wilderness? Moreover, the sensation in his body felt too strange. He looked down with great effort to raise his hand. A chubby, pink little arm came into view. Short and powerless, this is a baby's hand. Holy crap. Lynn's mind exploded. Had he turned into a baby? Was he reincarnated? Transmigrated? What the hell is going on? Ding. Host Soul Stable. Multiverse Growth System activating. Activation successful. Newbie gift package being distributed. A sudden ethereal mechanical voice echoed in his mind. A system? Lynn was stunned. Is this the standard welfare for transmigrators? But what can a baby do with a system? Before he could ponder further, an indescribable pain suddenly surged from deep within his soul. It felt like someone was pressing a red-hot iron onto his consciousness. Wah! Lynn couldn't help but cry out loud, tears and snot covering his face. The pain came quickly and went just as fast that a few seconds later, the pain vanished, replaced by a strange sensation that it felt like something had been added to his body. An indescribable aura. Ding. Newbie gift package distribution complete. Top-tier Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki. In its top tier, Lynn's crying suddenly stopped. He was familiar with this. It's a setting from One Piece, a king's qualification that exists in 1 out of a million. And he had the top-tier version found in 1 out of 100 million. So, I've transmigrated to the world of One Piece, and I've become a newborn baby. Just as Lynn's mind was racing with thoughts, boom, the ground shook violently. It felt like a magnitude 10 earthquake. Rubble flew, dust billowed. Lynn felt like a ball being bounced away far from the ground upon focusing his gaze. A gigantic shadow, unimaginable in size, obscured the sky. A terrifying sense of oppression descended from above, nearly suffocating Lynn. He struggled to lift his head. There stood an enormous figure not far ahead. Muscles bulging, with 2 horns on his head, a rope tied around his waist, and wielding a massive kanabo. That face was grimacing, fierce, and showed no concealment of annoyance and brutality. Ugh. So incredibly boring that a voice like thunder echoed, shaking Lynn's head. Kaido. Beast Kaido. The world's strongest creature. Lynn's pupils constricted in terror. Encountering an emperor right at the start, and a madman like Kaido who has a penchant for suicide? System, did you really send me here just to get me killed? Kaido seemed to have just jumped from a height of 10,000 meters in a failed suicide attempt, his mood extremely foul. He looked around, his gaze sweeping over Lynn, who lay on the ground like a little worm. Humph! An abandoned baby. Kaido's eyes flickered slightly before quickly returning to calm. Such things were far too common in the pirate world. Then he burped, hefted his kanabo, and turned to leave. From start to finish, he hadn't regarded this weak infant at all. What does it matter to him whether the baby lives or dies? Lynn watched Kaido's towering back, feeling relieved yet incredibly anxious at the same time. A newborn baby with short arms and legs, unable to even crawl. What good was having the top-tier Conqueror's Haki? Can Haki feed him? Can it dress him? Can it help him with his diapers? Isn't this just waiting to die? Ding. System task issued. Desperate survival. Task objective. Survive for 100 days in the current environment. Task reward. One random reward from the multiverse. The system's prompt sounded again. Point 100 days? In his current state, surviving even 3 days was a question. Thinking this, Lynn's gaze immediately fell on that gigantic figure. In no way. He absolutely cannot let Kaido leave. He is his only chance of survival, but how can he make him stay? What could a baby do? Cry. Would Kaido care if he cried? Act cute. Trying to act cute in front of Kaido. That would probably get him killed even faster. Wait. Conqueror's Haki. The system gave me top-tier Conqueror's Haki. Though he didn't know how to use it, it was his only trump card. Here goes. Just then a colorful venomous snake slithered out from some crevice in the rocks. It raised its triangular head high, its crimson tongue flicking out, cold vertical pupils locking onto Lynn's back. This little thing looked tender and juicy, perfect for a snack. The snake suddenly lunged, fangs bared, aiming for the back of Lynn's neck. Lynn had no inkling of what was happening. At the critical moment, bang! A shadow flashed by. The snake was smashed into a pulp, splattering everywhere. Lynn, who heard the loud noise, had no idea what was going on. He couldn't even turn over. But he saw Kaido turning back, that he extended his hand, flicking a small stone this way. Annoying little bug. Kaido mumbled impatiently and continued walking. At this moment, Lynn finally understood what just happened. Kaido had saved him. Since that's the case, he had to repay this favor. He concentrated his aura. His gaze became exceptionally sharp. As if sensing something, Kaido paused, turning his body around. The next second, buzz! An invisible wave of energy erupted violently from the center of Lynn's tiny body. This aura was not the ordinary Conqueror's Haki that merely intimidated. It was more refined, more pure, carrying an unparalleled kingly majesty that originated from the essence of life. The air seemed to solidify under this aura. The surrounding rubble and blades of grass silently turned to dust. Even the distant trees that required multiple people to embrace suddenly showed countless cracks, as if they could shatter at any moment. Kaido had turned around, and for the first time, an expression of disbelief appeared in his copper bell-like eyes. This Conqueror's Haki is so powerful, stronger than any Conqueror's Haki he had ever seen. Even more potential than he had back in the day. How is this possible? A newborn baby awakened Conqueror's Haki? And it's at this monstrous level of Conqueror's Haki. Kaido has lived for so long. What great storms hasn't he seen? But the scene before him completely overturned his understanding. His own Conqueror's Haki could be considered top-notch. Yet the potential erupting from this baby made his heart race. Who is this little brat? Kaido's expression changed. No longer was it one of indifference. Instead, it was filled with deep suspicion, scrutiny, and a hint of excitement that even he himself didn't notice. Interesting. So very interesting. Chapter 2. Members of the Beast Pirates. Salute to young Master Lynn. Kaido stared at the pink little meatball on the ground, and the suspicion in his eyes was gradually replaced by a fervent excitement. Conqueror's Haki. So pure, so oppressive. It actually comes from a newborn baby. This is even more ridiculous than what he experienced back in the day. Gah! Kaido burped again, but his eyes were exceptionally clear. He thought of his useless daughter, Yamato, always clamoring to become Kazuki Oden. What a disgrace. A waste. Then he looked at this little thing before him, born with such astonishing Conqueror's Haki potential. This is the heir I want. Kaido grinned, revealing a smile that could be described as ferocious. Little brat, from today onwards, you are my son. He didn't give Lynn a chance to react. His enormous palm carefully reached out, gently cradling Lynn's soft body. Let's call you Lynn. Kaido casually settled on a name, his voice rumbling like thunder. Lynn, what the hell? Is it really Lynn? Sharing my name? What does this mean? Fate? But I survived, I bet right. This madman Kaido actually adopted me just because of Conqueror's Haki. Lynn's heart was filled with joy, and his survival instinct made him temporarily suppress his worries about the future. He was just a baby now, only able to make meaningless babbling sounds. But to Kaido, these cooing sounds, combined with the tear stains left on Lynn's face, which were actually from pain, were simply a joyful response to his decision. Wawahaha. Good. Interesting. Kaido was even more satisfied, feeling a connection with this little brat. He carefully adjusted his position and placed Lynn on his broad-shouldered oh, that wasn't stable. Kaido thought for a moment and simply placed Lynn on top of his head. The throne of dragon. Now that's impressive. Lynn was placed on Kaido's hard, horned scalp, feeling the vibrations and warmth from below, completely dazed. This treatment is a bit too high, isn't it? Hold on tight, kid. Kaido roared. Boom. His massive body instantly transformed into a majestic azure dragon, soaring into the sky. The howling wind ripped through the clouds. Lynn felt as if the world was spinning, with the sound of the rushing wind in his ears. He was fixed in place on top of Kaido's dragon head by an invisible force, so he didn't have to worry about falling off. From high above, the island below quickly shrank in size. The dragon form of Kaido was flying rapidly towards one direction. Destination: Wano Country, Onigashima. On Onigashima, within the massive Skull Fortress. In the banquet hall, the high-ranking officers of the Beast Pirates were loudly drinking and making noise. Captain Jack, another drink. Lord Queen, you've gained weight again. Shut up. I'm just getting stronger. The three disasters, Flame Disaster Jin, Plague Disaster Queen, and Famine Disaster Jack, occupied their respective corners. Flying Six members Fuzz, Black Maria, Sasaki, Ultai, and Page One were also shouting in their own territories. The atmosphere was lively and chaotic. At that moment, boom, with a loud crash, a huge hole was smashed into the ceiling of the hall. Debris fell down. A massive dragon head poked in. It was Kaido, who had just returned. Kaido, the governor is back. The noisy hall fell silent instantly as everyone stood up, looking at Kaido with awe. Kaido transformed back into his human form, crashing down to the ground, shaking it 3 times. In his hands, he was carefully cradling a baby. Huh? What is that? A baby? Jin, Queen, Jack, and the Flying Six were all stunned. Kaido went out and came back with a child. Where did it come from? Wawahaha. Everyone, take a good look. Kaido held Lynn high, his rough laughter echoing in the hall. From today onwards, this little brat is my son. I named him Lynn. He will be the man to inherit the will of the Beast Pirates. What? Son? Heir? All the officers were dumbfounded, looking at each other. What about Miss Yamato? What is the governor doing, going crazy again? Queen's fat face was filled with confusion as he couldn't help but ask, Kaido, what's going on? This little guy. Shut up. Queen. Kaido shot him a glare. This little brat is not an ordinary person. He looked at Lynn in his arms, his eyes filled with pride. Lynn, show them what you've got. Show them? What to show? Lynn blinked his eyes. Oh, is it Conqueror's Haki? All right. Although I still can't control it well, I should be able to release it. He concentrated and tried to draw upon that power deep within his soul again. Buzz! An even more concentrated and terrifying invisible pressure than before instantly enveloped the entire hall. The air stagnated. Wine glasses, tables, and chairs began to tremble violently. Crack! Crack! Some not-so-sturdy objects showed cracks on their surfaces. In the hall, except for Kaido and Jin, who could barely stand, everyone else, including Queen and Jack, felt a soul-deep tremor. The Flying Six turned pale, and some even couldn't help but have their legs go weak, nearly kneeling down. What is this? Queen's eyes were nearly popping out, his fat trembling wildly. Conqueror's Haki, Jack exclaimed in shock, his face full of horror. Jin, whose face was obscured by a mask, also showed extreme shock. This Conqueror's Haki, so strong, stronger than when Governor Kaido unleashed his full power, it seemed even more oppressive. How is this possible? This is just a baby born not long ago, releasing Conqueror's Haki that can shake these battle-hardened pirates. A monster, absolutely a monster-level talent. Kaido felt this Haki and laughed heartily. Yuahaha, did you see that? This is Lynn, a born king. The hall fell silent. Everyone's gaze was focused on the tiny baby, filled with awe and disbelief. After a brief silence, salute to young Master Lynn. Young Master Lynn, led by the 3 disasters, all the officers, including the rebellious Flying Six, knelt on one knee or deeply bowed, expressing their submission and respect. They had no doubt, a baby with such terrifying Conqueror's Haki potential, as long as he grows up smoothly, will definitely become a super figure ruling these seas, even surpassing Governor Kaido. Lynn looked at this group of fierce pirates bowing down to him, and he felt a strange sensation in his heart. This respect brought by power. In the world of pirates, strength is indeed paramount. Ding! Host has initially integrated into the environment. Task survival and desperation progress updated. 1/100 days point. The system's notification sound rang out at the right moment. 99 days left. Lynn looked at Kaido, who was laughing heartily while holding him, and then glanced at the beast pirates cadres kneeling below. Although the start was perilous, it seemed. Not bad. At least, he was safe for now. Chapter 3. Flying without eating a devil fruit. What's going on? Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed on Onigashima, in Kaido's exclusive palace, in a room transformed into a children's playground. A beautifully crafted baby was lying on the ground, his short legs kicking rapidly, moving almost as fast as an adult's jog. He was Lynn.Lynn just 3 months. Lynn's body was growing at an astonishing speed. He could run and jump, and even managed to write some simple words on a wooden board with a charcoal pencil, albeit awkwardly. The only problem was that his vocal cords had not fully developed yet, so he could only make ee sounds and could not speak normally. Nevertheless, the members of the Beast Pirates were already stunned by the growth speed of this young Master Lynn. Running and writing in just 3 months? Is this really a human baby? Clearly, it was a monster baby. Black Maria, who was responsible for Lynn's daily care, looked at the energetic Lynn crawling all over the place and rubbed her temples in frustration. This little ancestor is too much to handle. At that moment, ding, task survival and desperation completed. Task evaluation, perfect, safely spent 100 days under the protection of Kaido. Task reward, sky dance technique from the Dragon Ball world. The system's voice echoed in his mind that a mysterious technique of luck and body control instantly surged into Lynn's consciousness. Sky dance technique. Lynn's eyes widened in shock. Wow, this is a divine skill. Able to fly freely in the sky. This is simply amazing. Lynn felt a surge of joy in his heart. With this, even if he can't win in a fight, he can run away, greatly enhancing his survival ability. However, before he could enjoy the excitement for long. Ding! New tasks released. Task 1, grow strong. Goal, survive until 1 year old. Task 2, stand out. Goal, defeat 100 Navy members, rank irrelevant, with your own hands. Lynn's smile instantly froze on his face. Survive until 1 year old? That seems doable. But defeat 100 Navy members with my own hands. Are you kidding me, system? I'm only 3 months old, less than half a meter tall, weighing less than 10 pounds. You want me to take down 100 Navy members? This isn't how you send someone to their death. Lynn felt a wave of discomfort. Oh no, he doesn't have that function yet. It's all over his body. The difficulty of this system task is way too high. Forget it. Let's try the newly acquired sky dance technique first. Lynn focused his mind and attempted to mobilize the chi within his body according to the technique in his mind. In the next second, whoosh, his tiny body wobbled and slowly floated up as if weightless. Half a meter off the ground. 1 meter. 2 meters. Yay! Lynn excitedly waved his little arms and legs. He succeeded. He really flew up. The feeling of breaking free from the shackles of gravity was so wonderful. Black Maria, who had been dozing off nearby, suddenly opened her 6 eyes in disbelief, staring at Lynn floating in midair. Young Master Lynn, how did you fly up? Black Maria was so scared that her face turned pale, and she stood up abruptly. Her sharp scream instantly attracted the attention of others nearby. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures quickly rushed in. It was the other members of the Flying Six. Ultai, Page 1, Sasaki, and Fuzz. Maria, what's wrong? Ultai asked in confusion. Look, young Master Lynn. Black Maria pointed at Lynn floating in the air, her voice trembling. What? He can fly. What the hell? What's going on? The Flying Six all looked up in unison at the little figure swaying in the air, their eyes nearly popping out. Young Master Lynn, it's dangerous. Come down. Page 1 shouted urgently. Yay! Lynn not only ignored them, but found it even more amusing, controlling his body to fly quickly around the room. His speed increased. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like a little ghost, he nimbly darted around the spacious room. Catch him. Fuzz's expression changed, and he made the first move, reaching out to grab Lynn. However, Lynn dodged easily with a quick movement. This way. Ulti lunged forward as well, but also missed. Damn it. He's too fast. Sasaki drew his sword but didn't dare to swing it, only able to stare wide-eyed. Several strong members of the New World, the Flying Six, were now in a frenzy, surrounding a 3-month-old baby, yet they couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Lynn was having the time of his life, performing various difficult maneuvers in the air to avoid their attempts to catch him. This sky dance technique was simply a master skill for evading. Everyone stand back. A clear voice rang out. Wearing a mask, Yamato, with a perfectly curved figure, rushed in. Seeing Lynn flying in the air, she was momentarily stunned, then excitedly said, "Oh, my little brother can fly? Let me catch you." With that, Yamato joined the chase. But the result was still the same. Lynn was too fast, and his movements too agile. As the scene descended into chaos. "Enough! What's all this noise?" A deep and authoritative voice echoed. King, Queen, and Jack entered. Upon seeing the scene in the room, the three of them narrowed their eyes. Young Master Lynn is flying? Jack rubbed his eyes, doubting what he saw. Queen's chubby body shook. Mwahaha. Is this a new ability? King's brow furrowed tightly. Without saying a word, he suddenly flapped the black wings on his back. Whoosh! He instantly appeared behind Lynn. His large hand moved as fast as lightning, precisely grabbing the collar of Lynn's clothes, bringing him down. Lynn, suspended in the air, was suddenly restrained by this unexpected force. His little face puffed up, looking a bit unhappy. He was just getting into the fun. Let go of my brother. Yamato rushed at King upon seeing this. Miss Yamato, please calm down. King sidestepped, his tone flat. At that moment, boom, a terrifying aura descended. Kaido's towering figure appeared at the door, his face dark and terrifying, his fierce gaze sweeping across the entire room. Who fed Lynn a devil fruit? His thunderous roar shook the entire room, making it hum. The Flying Six and Yamato trembled in fear, not daring to breathe. Kaido placed immense importance on Lynn's potential and had long ordered that, without his permission, no one could feed Lynn any devil fruit. He wanted to find a most suitable and powerful fruit for Lynn. Now, seeing Lynn flying, Kaido's first reaction was that someone had disobeyed his orders. It wasn't me. Queen quickly waved his hands, sweat pouring down his chubby face. Governor, it wasn't us. Jack quickly denied. The Flying Six shook their heads like rattles. Black Maria hurriedly explained, Kaido, we don't know what's going on. Young Master Lynn suddenly flew up by himself. Kaido's gaze turned to King. King shook his head slightly. When I arrived, he was already flying, da-da? Kaido's brows furrowed deeper as he looked at Lynn, who was being held by Jean and was unhappily kicking his little short legs. He softened his tone, trying to appear less frightening. Lynn, tell me, did you eat some weird fruit? Lynn blinked, understanding Kaido's meaning that he shook his little head vigorously. No, I didn't eat. Kaido was taken aback. Didn't eat? He asked again for confirmation. Really didn't eat? Lynn nodded firmly. Now, not only Kaido, but everyone present was stunned. Jean, Quinn, Jack, Yamato, the Flying Six. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. Didn't eat a devil fruit, and can fly? What the hell is going on? Chapter 4. The Navy clashes with the beasts? Lynn, a great opportunity to grind tasks. The people of Ghost Island are completely baffled by the fact that Lynn can fly without eating a devil fruit. Various absurd speculations are flying around. Some say that young Master Lynn is probably a rare race, born with wings that are just invisible. Others claim that it's a talent he was born with, like Conqueror's Haki, which defies logic. Quinn, that fat guy, even had the audacity to secretly try to collect some of Lynn's hair and blood for research, only to be caught red-handed by Kaido, who nearly broke his legs, making him behave. In the end, it was Kaido who firmly stated, "My son is just that awesome." Not convinced. Hold it in. This domineering attitude directly extinguished everyone as curiosity. Anyway, everyone had a clear understanding in their hearts. This young Master Lynn, from his hair to his toenails, is a complete freak. Time flowed by just like that. A year later, on Ghost Island, in a huge outdoor training ground, a tiny figure dressed in a mini version of the Beast Pirate's uniform was steadily floating in mid-air. His little pink face was tightly tense, looking serious as he murmured softly, breathe down, then go. Whoosh. The tiny figure instantly transformed into a blurred black line. tearing through the air and leaving a long afterimage above the training ground. The speed was dazzling. This little one was Lynn, now 1 year and 3 months old. After more than a year of growth and hard practice, coupled with completing the system's first survival anniversary task, he received the reward, massive stamina limit. As a result, his aerial techniques became incredibly smooth. He could speed up whenever he wanted and stop at will. His body had also grown quite a bit. Although he was still tiny compared to adults, he could run, jump, and roll around with the agility of a monkey. The only small flaw was that he still spoke a bit haltingly, as if his tongue couldn't keep up. "Why, young Master Lynn, see, could you please fly a bit slower?" Below the training ground, a few beast pirate subordinates responsible for watching over him were craning their necks, their faces filled with this little ancestor flying out of sight. The ability users running on the ground were left in the dust. Lynn elegantly performed a somersault in the air, landing lightly with a hint of pride on his little face. Just then, Pat, but, a series of hurried, off-pitch footsteps approached. A messenger from the beast pirates, with an unmistakable look of panic, rolled and scrambled towards the nearby Yinzai, who was resting with his eyes closed. Yinzai boss, there's a huge problem." Yinzai slowly opened his eyes, his crimson gaze sweeping over, the invisible pressure making the messenger's voice tremble. "What is the panic?" Yinzai's voice was low, with a metallic quality. The messenger gulped and nearly shouted, "We lost control of Island G58 and suddenly it was surrounded by the Navy's main fleet. The team is led by 3 rear admirals from the Navy headquarters, Ghost Spider, Doberman, and the Mole. The brothers on the island can barely hold on. Lord Sasaki is also on the island. The situation is very dire." Yinzai's face, obscured by his mask, revealed no expression. But the sudden contraction of his pupils and the chilling murderous aura that erupted from him showed his inner turmoil. 3 rear admirals? It must be because we stole a batch of naval transport ships last time. They've come for revenge. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately ordered, "Notify everyone. Gather personnel and prepare the largest warship. Set sail immediately for reinforcement." Yes, the messenger complied and turned to run. But as Yinzai watched the messenger disappear, his expression grew serious. The G58 island was not close to Ghost Island. Even if he immediately gathered people and set off at full speed, it would take a considerable amount of time for a round trip. Sasaki, his strength is decent among the flying 6, but to withstand 3 rear admirals simultaneously. Yinzai knew in his heart that this was almost an impossible task. "I hope that guy can hold on for a while longer, until reinforcements arrive." Not far away, Lynn, who had heard every word of this conversation, rolled his big black eyes around. The Navy? 3 rear admirals? That green-hatted Sasaki? No, that unlucky guy with the spiral sword is also there? He instinctively licked his little lips, and his mind began to race with calculations. System Task 2. Make a name for yourself. Objective. Personally defeat 100 Navy soldiers. Rank does not matter. Isn't this a perfect opportunity? With 3 rear admirals leading the charge, how many Navy grunts must there be? It's practically a tailor-made monster-grinding dungeon for me. I must go. If not now, then when? Taking advantage of Yinzai and the other officers being busy mobilizing troops, with everyone's attention drawn to the Navy's surprise attack, Lynn's small figure, like a nimble cat, quietly slipped to the edge of the training ground. He looked around, confirming that no one was paying attention to him. With a thought whoosh, his tiny body soared into the air again, almost brushing against the ground, making no sound, like an inconspicuous shadow, rapidly darting towards the outskirts of Ghost Island. Meanwhile, on Island G58, the deafening sound of cannon fire seemed to tear the sky apart. Shouts, screams, and the clash of weapons mixed together. Dozens of massive Navy warships, like steel behemoths, surrounded the entire island, leaving no room for escape. The dark cannon muzzles continuously spewed flames, with dense cannonballs raining down on the island's defenses like hail, creating clouds of dust and debris. Countless soldiers in white Navy uniforms surged down from landing craft like ants, holding guns, wielding swords, and howling as they charged towards the beast pirates' stronghold on the island. The beach quickly became stained dark red, with with broken weapons and dismembered limbs scattered everywhere, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder and blood. In the central area of the island, in front of a fortress that was shaking from cannon fire. Damn it, are these Navy guys on drugs? Like rabid dogs. Sasaki swung his uniquely shaped spiral-long knife, the spiral ball, with the blade spinning and creating a sharp whistling sound, cleaving a Navy ensign attempting to sneak attack him in half. He had already sustained several injuries, blood staining his green kimono, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for breath. Surrounding him were three figures, each exuding an aura as heavy as a mountain, trapping him firmly in the center. These three, without exception, wore the white justice capes symbolic of rear admirals of the Navy headquarters, their gazes cold and their attacks ruthless, working in perfect harmony. They were none other than Rear Admirals Mole, Ghost Spider, and Doberman. Chapter 5: The Shock of the Navy. Such a strong Conqueror's Haki, released by a little kid? Sasaki of the Beast Pirates Flying 6? Tall and thin, with a handlebar mustache, always holding a cigar, the Ghost Spider grinned cruelly, his 8 spider-like appendages writhing behind him. Your luck has run out. Enough nonsense. Sasaki spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes fierce. Do you 3 scraps of trash think you can take me down? Dream on, he roared, gripping his spiral blade tightly, charging once again at the nearest Doberman. Arrogant fool. Doberman's eyes sharpened, drawing his long knife without hesitation to meet him head-on. Clang, 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 clang. The harsh sound of metal clashing rang out in rapid succession. Sparks flew. Sasaki was fighting 3 opponents and was having an exceptionally hard time. The Weasel's swordsmanship was exquisite and tricky. The Ghost Spider's 8-sword style was bizarre and hard to defend against, and Doberman's slashes were powerful and heavy. The 3 well-coordinated Marine headquarters vice admirals put immense pressure on him. His armed color Haki was rapidly depleting, and his movements inevitably began to slow down. A moment of carelessness, and Doberman seized the opening in his left shoulder, delivering a swift finger gun that pierced through. Blood gushed out instantly. Ugh! The intense pain made Sasaki grunt, his body uncontrollably staggering, exposing an even larger opening. It's over. The Ghost Spider seized this fleeting opportunity, suddenly stepping forward, executing the Marine's 6 style throw, his figure instantly blurring, appearing at Sasaki's side. A kick enveloped an armed color Haki, sharp as a blade, whistling through the air, fiercely aimed at Sasaki's unprotected neck. If this kick landed, even if Sasaki didn't die, he'd be seriously injured. Sasaki's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints. He wanted to dodge. He wanted to block. But his body, due to the excruciating pain and excessive depletion of Haki, simply couldn't keep up with his brain's reactions. It's over. In that life and death moment, buzz, an indescribable, terrifying, extreme invisible pressure, like a flood bursting its banks, like a volcano erupting, suddenly swept down from the sky, instantly enveloping the entire G-58 island. The entire battlefield seemed to have been pressed on pause. The air solidified. The sound of the wind vanished. The sounds of gunfire and shouts abruptly stopped. Those weaker Navy soldiers and members of the Beast Pirates, under this overwhelming, domineering pressure, couldn't even scream, collapsing like harvested wheat, rolling their eyes, foaming at the mouth, and falling stiffly to the ground. Even the 3 Marine vice admirals who were surrounding Sasaki and about to deliver a fatal blow suddenly froze. The Ghost Spider's deadly kick came to a halt in midair. Their movements, under this overwhelming and tyrannical aura, experienced a momentary freeze of a few tenths of a second. Their minds went blank. Their thoughts were subjected to an unprecedented shock. Their souls trembled. This is... The Ghost Spider's sinister smile completely stiffened. The cigar in his mouth fell to the ground, and he was oblivious, his eyes filled only with boundless horror. Conqueror's Haki! Doberman exclaimed in shock, his hand gripping the knife, trembling uncontrollably. Such strong Conqueror's Haki. At this level. Has Kaido come? The Weasel's face turned pale, for the first time showing a look of terror, suddenly looking up at the sky. To be able to release such terrifying, pure, and oppressive Conqueror's Haki, In their understanding, there were very few in the entire New World. At this moment, the only one who could be responsible for such a thing. Besides Kaido, was there anyone else? Sasaki was also completely stunned. The sense of relief after surviving hadn't even surged in his heart when he was shaken by this familiar, yet overwhelmingly powerful Conqueror's Haki. This is not Kaido's Conqueror's Haki. This is... Sasaki seemed to realize something. His face changed dramatically. He hurriedly looked up at the sky. Sure enough, in the azure sky, there was no imposing and terrifying azure dragon blocking the sun. Only a small black that was rapidly descending from the clouds. Getting closer, clearer, it was a little kid wearing a noticeably ill-fitting miniature Beast Pirate's uniform. Looking at that small frame, that rosy face, definitely not over 2 years old. The 3 Marine Vice Admirals. All the Marine officers and Beast Pirates cadres still conscious on the battlefield were now, like they had been petrified by a spell, eyes wide open, mouths agape, jaws almost dislocating and falling to the ground. The only thought racing through their minds, the terrifying Conqueror's Haki that had almost frozen their souls, making it difficult to even move, was released by this still weaning little kid. What kind of international joke is this? This is a Conqueror's Haki that a kid over a year old can possess. Young Master Lynn, the severely injured Sasaki, after a brief moment of confusion, was the first to react, exclaiming in shock. Although he knew this little brat was exceptionally talented, with an absurdly strong Conqueror's Haki, feeling it firsthand, especially being saved by this Haki at such a life-and-death moment, was still too overwhelming. Young Master. Hearing Sasaki's address, the 3 Marine Vice Admirals were jolted back to reality, as if struck by electricity. The Ghost Spider, Doberman, and Weasel exchanged glances, seeing shock and horror in each other's eyes. Kaido's son, a monster with such terrifying potential for Conqueror's Haki, is actually Kaido's offspring. Chapter 6 Surprise. Obtain 8 gates, no side effect version. The Navy has been closely monitoring Kaido, but they've never heard of Kaido having a son. What's going on? Also, why can this kid fly besides having such outrageous Conqueror's Haki? Could it be that Kaido has already given him a devil fruit? But none of that matters right now. At such a young age, he is already so powerful. If this kid grows up, what will happen? A second Kaido? Or even surpassing Kaido? Absolutely not. We must take him down now, while he is still just an infant. So he's Kaido's spawn. The expression in Ghost Spider's eyes instantly turned fierce. It truly was a case of finding something without effort. Capture him. Doberman wasted no time, directly turning his blade towards Lynn in midair. Everyone follow orders. The flying squirrel reacted quickly, shouting at the surrounding Navy officers who were still awake. Priority target. That little brat in the sky. No matter if he is an infant, no matter if he is a monster, as long as he is Kaido's person. As long as he is a future huge threat, he must be treated the same. Swish, 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 bang, bang, bang. The remaining Navy officers, those still haunted by the terrifying Conqueror's Haki, followed the command of the Vice Admiral without question. They immediately raised their guns and swords, aiming at the small figure. Bastards! How dare you? Sasaki's eyes widened in rage, dragging his injured body as he tried to rush forward to protect Lynn. But as soon as he moved, Doberman's cold blade struck again, binding him tightly. Your opponent is me, Doberman said coldly. Young Master Lynn, run. Sasaki, suppressed by Doberman, could only anxiously shout towards Lynn. Don't mind me. Run. Run? Lynn floated in midair, his small brow furrowed. Just then, Ding, detected host using Conqueror's Haki, instantly defeating a large number of Navy soldiers. Mission exceeded expectations. Mission evaluation, amazing. Mission reward issued. Naruto World 8 gates. No side effects optimized version. Ding. New mission released. Mission 1, grow strong. Objective, survive until the age of 3. Mission 2, overlevel challenge. Objective, before the age of 3, defeat a Navy Vice Admiral or equivalent strength. Mission 3, ultimate breakthrough. Objective, open and use the 8th gate of the 8 gates, Death Gate. In his mind, the system's notifications echoed continuously. A stream of information containing the secrets of human limits and explosive techniques surged into Lynn's consciousness. 8 gates, and it's the version without side effects. Lynn's eyes instantly lit up. Wow, this is incredible. It's like a cheat code tailored for my little body right now. However, seeing the new missions behind, Lynn's small face fell again. Surviving until 3 years old is fine. Defeating a vice admiral before 3 years old is barely acceptable. But I also have to open the death gate. Even without lethal side effects, I can't handle it with this little body. Complaining aside, the current situation is grim. Whoosh, 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 bang, bang, bang. Below, countless bullets and small shells were already raining down on him. The flying squirrel and ghost spider were not idle either. Although they said priority target, they didn't rush in personally. Instead, they commanded their subordinates to suppress fire while moving around, seemingly looking for the best opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Little brat, although I don't know what kind of monster you are, attacking a child is not our intention. Ghost Spider said coldly, holding a cigar that he somehow pulled out, but unfortunately, you are Kaido's son. I advise you to surrender. The flying squirrel echoed, his eyes sharp as an eagle. Stop talking nonsense, Lynn replied in a babyish voice, his small body nimbly weaving through the hail of bullets. He performed the sky dance technique to the extreme. Like a ghost, he left behind traces in the air. Bullets and cannonballs couldn't even graze his clothing. His speed was too fast, his form too small. Damn, why is this little brat so slippery? A Navy rear admiral shouted in frustration, the gun in his hand almost smoking. Don't panic, he's just dodging. At such a young age, he can't use Conqueror's Haki continuously. Ghost Spider's eyes were sharp, seeing through Lynn's predicament, and continued to attack. Wear him down, just as Ghost Spider said. Lynn realized that the earlier burst of Conqueror's Haki had almost drained the tiny bit of energy or mental power from his small body. In a short time, not to mention releasing Conqueror's Haki again, even maintaining the high-intensity sky dance technique was starting to feel strenuous. I can't keep this up, just relying on dodging. I'll eventually be worn out. Moreover, those two vice admirals clearly hadn't truly made their move yet. They were just watching, looking for a chance to strike. I must counterattack. But how to counterattack? Relying on these little arms and legs to fight? That would just be a scratch. I can't use Conqueror's Haki again. Wait, the 8 gates. The 8 gates without side effects. A determined light flashed in Lynn's dark eyes. I'm going for it. He no longer just dodged, but suddenly shot up higher, hovering at a greater height, out of the shooting range of most firearms. He closed his eyes, concentrated, and began to channel the faint yet real energy within his body according to the mysterious method in his mind. Not Haki, not just pure stamina, but a more primal, life itself belonging to the power. What is he doing? The flying squirrel furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of unease. No matter what tricks he is playing, prepare to attack. Ghost Spider also sensed something was off, slowly raising his 8 spider-like blade arms. Just then, Lynn suddenly opened his eyes wide. His originally clear, baby eyes now glowed with a faint, burning green light. A violent and scorching aura, completely different from Conqueror's Haki, began to emanate from his small body. First gate, open. Chapter 7. Opening 7 doors, shocking everyone. First door, open. Go. Lynn's babyish voice sounded particularly abrupt on the silent battlefield. However, as soon as he finished speaking, boom, an indescribable colossal force erupted from his small body, as if a slumbering dragon had awakened. His originally dark and bright baby eyes suddenly shone with an eerie green light. The veins on his skin bulged like little snakes, and an overwhelming sense of power, far beyond what one would expect at his age, surged wildly. The ghost spider and the flying squirrel, who had been closely watching Lynn, suddenly narrowed their pupils. What is this? The flying squirrel whispered in a low voice, the calmness on his face cracking for the first time. He could clearly feel the energy fluctuations within that baby rising uncontrollably in a way that defied logic. This is not Conqueror's Haki, nor is it a devil fruit ability. This is a pure, primal, explosive power that they had never seen before. Playing tricks. The ghost spider's eyes sharpened, and he swung his 8 spider-like arms fiercely. Don't be fooled by him. Go. Capture him alive. Before he could finish his words, Lynn, suspended in mid-air, tightened his small face and let out another childish low shout. Second door, rest, open, buzz. An even more turbulent power surged forth from him like a flood breaking through a dam. The faint green glow around him suddenly intensified. Fine beads of sweat seeped from his forehead, but were instantly evaporated by the high temperature radiating from his body. His small body seemed to transform into a human-shaped energy source. This little brat. His momentum is still increasing? Sasaki, who was entangled with Dorman, stole a glance at the sky amidst the battle, his expression astonished. The aura emanating from the young master at this moment was even more condensed and dangerous than when he had released Conqueror's Haki earlier. Third door, life. Open. Lynn's voice trembled with a hint of pain, but more so with an unwavering determination. Boom! It was as if an invisible shackle had been completely broken. The energy within him erupted like a volcano, reaching a new height. The green glow was almost tangible, forming a thin energy coat around him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The sinister smile on the ghost spider's face froze completely, replaced by shock. He could feel that the oppressive aura emanating from the baby was making even him, a rear admiral, feel a sense of palpitation. How could a little over 1-year-old child unleash such terrifying power? Can his body handle it? The flying squirrel's expression also turned extremely grave as he stared intently at Lynn. He had seen this kind of secret technique that forcibly stimulated power before, but without exception, it would impose tremendous strain and damage on a body. Is this baby burning his own life away? Fourth door, injury. Open. Lynn clenched his tiny teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging. Hiss, hiss, hiss. An even denser green energy spouted from every pore of his body like steam. His small body was now enveloped in a thick layer of green steam, making it hard to see his outline. Gulp. Dorman swallowed hard, and his movements in confrontation with Sasaki became slightly stiff. What the hell is this thing? A Navy soldier uncontrollably screamed. Fifth door, poison. Open. Lynn's voice now carried a noticeable hoarseness and roar. Amidst the rumbling, the green steam around him suddenly expanded, its color deepening. His current aura was already comparable to that of a major. Cold sweat broke out on the ghost spider. He had an extremely ominous premonition. If this little monster continued, something big would surely happen. He roared, swinging his 8 blade-like arms to rush up and stop him. However, sixth door, scene, open, sizzle. The green steam enveloping his body exploded violently. In its place was an even more furious and fiery torrent of energy. His once glowing green eyes had completely transformed into pure white, as if flames were burning within. The overwhelming aura radiated throughout the field. Damn it, this little brat. He hasn't stopped yet. The flying squirrel's face had turned extremely ugly. This power had far surpassed their understanding of what a baby should be capable of. Moreover, just from the aura, he was already on par with their rear admiral. Sasaki was also stunned, his mouth agape, nearly dropping the spiral knife he held. Just over 1 year old, and he could possess such momentum? He knew young Master Lin was a monster, but never expected he could be a monster to this extent. Just when everyone thought this was the limit, Lin's small body suddenly trembled violently. He raised his head and let out a roar filled with wildness and power, unlike anything a baby should produce. Seventh door, shock. Open. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying aura far surpassing any previous door erupted explosively from Lin's small body. The energy radiating from his surface was no longer green, but rather blue steam resembling burning azure flames. Blue sweat poured from his body like raindrops, only to be instantly evaporated by the terrifying high temperature. The air around his small body crackled as it was scorched by the high heat. At this moment, Lin, less than half a meter tall, hovered in midair, his eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation, pure white as if it could penetrate all illusions. To everyone, he looked like a small azure demon god. Blue steam. The ghost spider's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. This is impossible. This absolutely cannot be. The flying squirrel sensed the smell of death from that blue steam. The pressure emanating from this little brat was already on par with Peach Rabbit and T-Pig. Doberman's expression grew serious, cold sweat pouring down. This meant that the little brat in front of him had already acquired strength comparable to that of a candidate admiral. Chapter 8. One strike to defeat Doberman, shocking the entire audience. No, I can't use the 8th gate. Lynn wanted to open the door, but he couldn't manage it. The 7th gate was already his limit. Even without side effects, he was only 1 year and 3 months old. Despite his extraordinary physique, he couldn't withstand such tremendous consumption. However, it was enough. Lynn's gaze locked onto the figure below that posed the greatest threat to him. Doberman, the muscular man who had almost killed Sasaki just moments ago. Good. Let's test the power of the 7th gate on you. With a short, powerful roar, he shot down. The next moment, boom! His small body, like an arrow released from a bow, lunged down from the sky. The speed was extreme, so fast that the naked eye could barely catch it. In midair, only a blurred blue shadow remained, along with the sharp explosion of air being violently compressed. Not good. He has coming. Ghost Spider roared, crossing his 8 blade-like arms in an attempt to block. The flying squirrel reacted quickly as well, stepping hard to try to intercept Doberman. But it was too late. Lynn's speed had surpassed their reaction limits. Swish! His small figure appeared before Doberman, as if he had teleported. Doberman's pupils contracted. He had no time to think. His body instinctively tensed all its muscles, and he covered his surface with armament Haki. Iron block, he shouted in anger, trying to withstand the blow with his strongest defense. However, Lynn's small fist, enveloped in blue steam and carrying an unstoppable force, slammed hard into Doberman's chest. Bang! A deafening sound echoed. It was as if a giant hammer had struck solid steel. Doberman's proud iron block was as fragile as paper before that tiny fist. Crack, crack! The sound of shattering bones was distinctly audible. Doberman's body bent backward violently. His facial muscles twisted, and his eyes filled with unbelievable pain and horror. He spat out a mist of blood mixed with internal organs, his body flying backward as if struck head-on by a train. Boom! Doberman's massive frame smashed through the fortress's solid outer wall, carving a long trench before disappearing into the ruins. The entire process was swift and extreme. From Lynn's dive to sending Doberman flying, it took less than a second. The battlefield fell into a deathly silence once again. All those who were still conscious, including Ghost Spider and Flying Squirrel, stood frozen, like clay sculptures. They stared at the baby suspended in midair, surrounded by swirling blue steam, and then at the direction where Doberman had vanished. Their minds went blank. Doberman, a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters, renowned for his physical combat and slashing skills, a ruthless character known as the Fighting Dog. He was actually knocked away by a 1-year-old baby with a single punch, and they didn't know if he was alive or dead. And this was after using iron block for defense. What kind of monster is this? Sasaki was also completely dumbfounded, his mouth agape, as if he could fit a watermelon inside. He knew Master Lynn was strong, had Conqueror's Haki, and could fly. But to open a door he didn't even know about, and knock a rear admiral flying? If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have thought he was dreaming. A single punch sent Doberman flying. The battlefield was silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All eyes, whether from the Navy or the remaining beast pirates, were glued to that small figure in midair. Blue steam swirled around, and his pure white eyes held no emotion. Lynn resembled a deity descending from the heavens. Just then, a cold system prompt rang in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has defeated a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters with a direct hit. Task, overlevel challenge. Completed. Task evaluation. Perfect. Task reward. Significant increase in Conqueror's Haki limit. An invisible warmth spread throughout his body, as if a dry riverbed had been nourished by rain. The mental energy that had been somewhat depleted from forcibly activating Conqueror's Haki seemed to have received a slight replenishment. However, this was far from enough. Lynn's small face remained tense. He could clearly feel the violent energy within him, triggered by the 8 gates, rapidly depleting. Opening the 7th gate, the gate of shock, was far too taxing for his currently tiny body. Even an optimized version without side effects He couldn't withstand this level of consumption. Forcing out that punch just now had already been a tremendous strain. His chest heaved violently, gasping for air. Each breath released hot white steam. The blue steam swirling around him visibly began to thin, and its color gradually darkened. The terrifying presence that seemed capable of freezing one's soul began to wane. He seemed to be reaching his limit. A sharp-eyed Navy officer trembled as he pointed at Lynn in midair. This remark was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake. Really? Look, the blue steam around him has decreased. His momentum is weakening. Damn it. You scare me to death. I thought I was really going to meet my end today. The relief of escaping death brought some Navy soldiers to the brink of tears. Ghost Spider and Flying Squirrel exchanged a glance, seeing a hint of post-disaster relief in each other's eyes, and reignited fighting spirit. That little brat was indeed exhausting his strength. Ghost Spider's gaze turned cold. That blow earlier was probably his last burst. Exactly. The light in Flying Squirrel's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, although Doberman was knocked away, that little brat is definitely not feeling well either. He is at his weakest now. Capture him. As long as we can capture him, even if the mission to attack G-58 fails, it won't matter, using him to control Kaido. This sea will become more stable. The fear in their eyes faded, replaced by a burning sense of justice. All who could still move. Listen to me. Ghost Spider roared, his 8 spider-like blade arms pointing at Lynn at all costs. Capture that little brat alive. Taking him down is equivalent to securing at least 10 years of peace for this sea. Yes, the remaining Navy officers obeyed the orders. They roared, guns raised, brandishing swords, and once again surrounded Lynn. Although they were still shaken, they also understood Lynn's importance. For justice, for peace, they would fight to the death. Bastards, you despicable Navy. Sasaki's eyes were red with rage as he dragged his injured body, waving his spiral blade, wanting to charge forward. Protect Master Lynn. But the members of the beast pirates around him were few and all injured, unable to stop the ravenous Navy. Seeing the encirclement of the Navy about to form, Lynn, suspended in midair, had a flash of crazy determination in his pure, white eyes. Trying to take advantage of my weakness to kill me? Not so easy. I'm going all out against you. Roar. Lynn let out a roar that was anything but baby-like, filled with primal ferocity. His small body trembled violently. The remaining energy within him, like the last fuel, was ignited without hesitation. The 8th gate, the gate of death. Chapter 9. The Navy is scared away by the 8 doors. He used all his strength to roar out word by word. Boom! A power far more terrifying than when he opened the 7th door exploded from within him. The originally thin blue steam was instantly replaced by a deeper, more ominous blood-red steam. The blood-red steam rolled violently around his small body like boiling magma. Roaring, the air crackled as it was burned, and fine black cracks began to appear in the space. At this moment, time stood still. Everyone's movements froze. Those Navy soldiers who had just charged forward with great momentum were like they had been hit by a paralysis spell, each one maintaining a forward posture. Their faces filled with extreme fear and disbelief. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. What kind of power is this? This aura made them feel that if they got even slightly closer, they would be completely evaporated, leaving not even a speck of dust. The malice on the faces of the ghost spider and squirrel was completely replaced by boundless horror. They opened their mouths, making strange clucking sounds in their throats, but couldn't produce a single complete syllable. Their hearts felt like they were about to leap out of their chests. Blood-red steam. What joke. This little monster. He could still open the door. The admiral. This kind of momentum only fell from the admiral. Thud. A Navy soldier couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure and collapsed to his knees, his pants damp with warmth. Even from a distance, Sasaki was shaken back repeatedly by this sudden, terrifying aura, his face losing all color. This kind of momentum could almost rival Kaido. Sasaki couldn't believe it. The height he could never reach in his lifetime was actually achieved by a baby just over a year old. Just as the entire battlefield fell into silence due to Lynn's desperate action, and all the Navy were scared out of their wits. Step, step, step. A series of hurried footsteps came from the outskirts of the island. A Navy signalman responsible for lookout came rolling and crawling, his face filled with the panic of losing his parents, rushing to the ghost spider and squirrel. Major General. N. Not good. The signalman's voice was sharp and high-pitched due to extreme fear. What are you panicking about? The ghost spider forced down the fear in his heart and shouted sternly. But he didn't even realize that his voice was trembling. It's the beast pirates. Reinforcements from the beast pirates. The signalman almost shouted in tears. Gene. It's Flame Calamity Gene. He is leading the team. A multitude of warships. They're almost at the port. What? The ghost spider and squirrel were struck as if by lightning, their bodies shaking violently. Flame Calamity Gene, the top of Kaido's 3 main commanders. That terrifying monster with a bounty exceeding 1 billion berries. He came so quickly. The two suddenly looked up at the small figure wrapped in blood-red steam in midair. Then they glanced at the Navy around them, who were almost scared out of their wits. A chill surged from the soles of their feet straight to the top of their heads. This is bad. A little monster that hasn't even been weaned, yet has caused them such a significant loss. Now another big one is coming. If the two combine, they will not only fail to complete their mission today, but they may even become prisoners of the beast pirates, leading to the Navy being at their mercy. Retreat. All personnel retreat. The ghost spider and squirrel almost shouted in unison. Hurry, get on the ship. Leave this damned island. The Navy dared not delay for a moment and hurriedly fled toward their warships by the sea. Run. Escape this nightmarish island. Escape that little monster more terrifying than a demon. In the blink of an eye, the Navy that had intended to besiege Lynn had fled completely. On the beach, only a scene of devastation and injured soldiers remained. Watching the Navy fleet flee in disarray, in midair, the blood-red steam enveloping Lynn quickly receded like a tide. His eyes, burning with blood flames, also returned to the clarity of a baby. The 8 doors still hadn't been fully opened. Thud! His small body could no longer hold on, like a kite with a broken string, falling straight down from midair. Young Master Lynn. Sasaki's face changed drastically. Disregarding his own injuries, he rushed over, barely catching him in his arms just as Lynn was about to hit the ground. In his arms, Lynn's small body was frighteningly hot, his breathing weak, having already fallen into a coma due to exhaustion. It would probably be hard for him to wake up for 10 days to half a month. This is the price of forcefully opening the 8 doors. Sasaki looked at the unconscious Lynn in his arms, then looked at the Navy fleet that had turned into black dots in the distance, revealing an extremely complex expression. Not long after, Sasaki, a large black shadow flew rapidly from the sky. It quickly landed, transforming into a tall and sturdy figure, covered in black leather, with flames burning on its back. It was Gene, the top commander of the Beast Pirates. Young Master Lynn, how'd he end up here? Gene was surprised. Looking up again, he saw the Navy fleet fleeing in panic, almost disappearing on the horizon, and couldn't help but frown. Sasaki, what happened? His cold voice rang out, carrying an undeniable authority. Young Master Lynn, how did he end up like this? And the Navy just ran away? The elites of the Beast Pirates also arrived at this moment, all looking equally incredulous. They had received Sasaki's urgent plea for help, saying they were being besieged by a major general from the Navy, and the situation was critical. How come when they arrived, the Navy was fleeing like they had seen a ghost? Gene, boss. Sasaki, holding the unconscious Lynn, staggered over, his face mixed with exhaustion, fear, and an indescribable fervor. It was young Master Lynn. It was young Master Lynn who scared the Navy away. As soon as these words came out, the entire place fell silent. Gene and all the members of the Beast Pirates he brought were all petrified on the spot. Each of them had their eyes wide open, their jaws almost hitting the ground. Chapter 10. The Shock of the Naval Generals. What? What did you say? Gene doubted whether he had misheard. Young Master Lynn? He drove away those 3 vice admirals from the Navy headquarters and so many Navy soldiers. What a joke. Those are 3 vice admirals. They are not just any random people. It's absolutely true. Boss Gene, Sasaki, excited and blushing, started to recount everything that just happened from young Master Lynn's godlike entrance. The terrifying Conqueror's Haki that cleared the area, to the unbelievable 8 gates of Duanjia, and finally, that blood-red steam that frightened all the Navy soldiers. Every word, every sentence, hit Jean and the others like a heavy hammer. Listening to Sasaki's disjointed yet thrilling description, everyone was utterly stunned. Their minds buzzed and their eyes nearly popped out. A little kid, not even 2 years old, fainting thousands of Navy soldiers with Conqueror's Haki, using the 8 gates of Duanjia, knocking a vice admiral out with one punch, and finally, unleashing blood-red steam that could crack space itself? Is this a myth? Jean stared intensely at Sasaki, who was holding the weakly breathing, pale-faced Lynn, still showing a delicate appearance. His tall figure trembled slightly for the first time, not out of fear, but from a deep, immense shock from his soul. That power, that stance, a name long sealed in his mind, flashed uncontrollably. A name that only existed in legends. Joy Boy. Could it be? Jin's eyes became incredibly complex, filled with horror, disbelief, and even a hint of madness that he didn't even notice himself. Anticipation. Navy headquarters, Marineford. The atmosphere was tense. Fleet Admiral Sengoku was discussing a matter that could shake the entire world with Navy hero Garp, Chief of Staff Tsuru, and the 3 admirals Akainu, Kizuru, and Akiji. Marshal D. Teach dared to commit such a grave offense aboard Whitebeard's ship. Sengoku rubbed his temples, his expression serious. Whitebeard Newgate would definitely not let this go. During this time, strict orders were issued. All Navy personnel must not provoke the Whitebeard pirates. Garp, picking his nose, nonchalantly said, "That old guy must be so angry his beard is standing up." Tsuru shot him a glare. "Garp, what time is it? Stop making jokes. The repercussions of this matter are incalculable." Kizuru appeared lazy, with his signature lewd smile. "Oh dear, Blackbeard is truly terrifying, such a troublesome guy." Akainu's face was as dark as water, silent, but his murderous intent felt almost tangible. Akiji leaned back on the sofa, eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought. Just then, a figure appeared at the office door. A bloody and disheveled rear admiral stood at the entrance. "Squirrel?" Everyone looked over, surprised. "Admiral Sengoku." The rear admiral's voice was hoarse, his face showing undeniable shame and a bit of panic. Seeing his miserable state, Sengoku's brows furrowed. "Squirrel? What happened to you? What about G-58 Island? Did you capture it? What about the Ghost Spider and Doberman?" The squirrel's head drooped even lower. "Reporting, Admiral. G-58. Mission failed. We lost." "What?" Sengoku suddenly stood up, the temperature in the office dropping sharply. Garp stopped picking his nose, and Tsuru's expression turned serious. The 3 admirals all turned their gazes toward the squirrel. "Lost." Sengoku was furious. "Just a Sasaki, and you 3 vice admirals with over 1,000 elite soldiers. Actually lost. We're a Doberman and Ghost Spider." The squirrel's body trembled even more. Vice Admiral Doberman. He was severely injured by the enemy and lost consciousness on the spot. His life is uncertain. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider and we were forced to retreat. Boom. Everyone in the office felt as if their brains exploded. Doberman severely injured and unconscious. 3 vice admirals actually forced to retreat. How is that possible? Who was the enemy? Sengoku forced himself to calm down and asked in a deep voice, "Did Kaido personally intervene? Or did the Beast Pirates' main force come out? Besides that situation, I can't think of any other power that could lead to such a result for 3 vice admirals." The squirrel swallowed hard, raised his head, his eyes filled with extreme fear and absurdity. Neither, Admiral, the one who acted, was Kaido's son. He might not even be 2 years old. A child. Silence. A deathly silence where a pin drop could be heard. Sengoku's anger instantly froze on his face. Garp's mouth was agape, his eyes nearly popping out. Tsuru gasped. Kizuru's eternally lewd smile also froze on his face. Akainu and Akiji both widened their eyes simultaneously, displaying expressions of disbelief. "Hey, a child. Defeated 3 Navy vice admirals, 1 dead and 2 fled. One international joke." Chapter 11. Navy bounty on Lynn, 1 billion berries. Squirrel. Sengoku's temples throbbed as he almost squeezed the words out through clenched teeth. "Explain clearly. What on earth is going on?" "Marshal, it's like this. The squirrel began to recount the whole story. But when he mentioned a small black dot flying down from the sky, wait a minute. Akainu immediately interrupted. You mean that little guy can fly? Yes, Admiral Sakazuki. He can fly. Without any warning, like a ghost in the sky. Carp stopped picking his nose. His mouth agape. Fly? Is that little brat a devil fruit user? Crane's brows furrowed into a shape. Everyone else could only think of this possibility. If he can fly, then there's a 99 chance he's a devil fruit user. Then the squirrel mentioned the top-tier Conqueror's Haki. Upon learning that this Conqueror's Haki had stunned 3 vice admirals, rendering them unable to act for a short period, the room fell silent, with all faces showing grave expressions. Brows furrowed tightly. So young, yet with such powerful Conqueror's Haki. One can only imagine how incredible this kid's future potential must be. Even if he can fly and has top-tier Conqueror's Haki, what about Doberman? He is known for his defense. The squirrel's face grew more anxious. That little brat. He also has a strange technique. He kept shouting open the door, rest the door, all the way to 7th door. With each shout, his momentum surged dramatically. From green steam to blue steam. Vice Admiral Doberman was punched away when he was enveloped in blue steam. The squirrel recalled that scene, unable to suppress the cold sweat trickling down. A punch that sent him flying, a block of iron. Could not stop at all. In the office, one could hear a pin drop. Even Kizaru's eternally lazy expression grew much more serious as he muttered, "Oh dear. Open the door. Blue steam? This is truly unheard of." Akainu's eyes were cold and fierce as he said, "Isn't that a devil fruit?" The squirrel shook his head vigorously. "Absolutely not. That kind of power. Pure, violent. It's not any known devil fruit ability at all. Moreover, in the end, he wanted to open the 8th door. Blood-red steam erupted from him. We could sense that this little brat's strength could threaten our lives, so we had to retreat. Blood-red steam, threatening Vice Admiral's lives." Sengoku felt a wave of dizziness, nearly choking. He slammed the table. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? How could that bastard Kaido give birth to such a freak? Carp rarely didn't laugh, his expression grave. Opening the door, boosting strength. That sounds like an extreme application of martial arts. But for a child just 1 or 2 years old to demonstrate it, that's absurd. Crane pondered. This kind of ability has never appeared in any intelligence reports. Not even the origin of this little brat has been mentioned. Sengoku took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He looked at the highest fighting force of the Navy present. Everyone, this little brat's threat has exceeded our imagination. A child under 2 years old can heavily injure a vice admiral in the headquarters and force our army to retreat. If he is allowed to grow up. The atmosphere in the office was so heavy it felt suffocating. We must crush him in the cradle. Akainu spoke with killing intent, the power of the magma fruit making the air around him scorching hot. This monster must not be allowed to live. Kizaru pushed up his glasses. Well, that's easy to say, but Kaido's side is not to be trifled with either. Akiji, rarely opening his eyes, added lazily, "A little brat who can fly and unleash such power is indeed a big problem." Sengoku's gaze sharpened as he scanned everyone. No more waiting. Immediately, issue a bounty to the whole world. He gritted his teeth, speaking each word clearly. Kaido's son Lynn, bounty amount. Sengoku clenched his fist, his knuckles turning white. 1 billion berries. No matter life or death. 1 billion. Everyone present exchanged surprised glances. Even Carp, hearing that number, couldn't help but grin. Ha ha, a little brat. 1 billion berries. This is truly unprecedented. Crane nodded. Given the potential and threat he has displayed, this price is justified. We must make the whole world aware of this infant's danger. Kizaru smirked. 1 billion. This will surely stir up all the bounty hunters in the world. Akainu scoffed. The bounty is just the first step. We must find him quickly and eliminate him completely. Good. Sengoku made the decision. It's settled. Execute immediately. Meanwhile, in the new world, Onigashima, boom, with a loud bang, Kaido's massive body, filled with destructive fury, descended from the sky, crashing in the center of Onigashima. Gene! Kaido's roar shook the entire island. Where's my son? Where's Lynn? He had just rushed back from a distant sea after hearing an urgent call from a snail. only to hear that young Master Lynn had fainted. That violent aura made all the members of the Beast Pirates silent with fear. Fire Disaster Jean quickly approached with a group of executives. Mr. Kaido, please calm down. Jin's face rarely showed a hint of complexity. Young Master Lynn. Yes, fine. He just fainted from exhaustion. Exhaustion? Kaido's bell-like eyes widened in anger, almost bursting with rage. Who did this? Which bastard dared to lay hands on my son? I'll tear him to pieces. Jean took a deep breath and said solemnly, Mr. Kaido, the situation is a bit complicated. You'd better listen to Sasaki's report in person. Soon, the injured Sasaki was brought in. As Kaido listened to Sasaki's disjointed yet filled with horror and excitement description of the incident, the fury on his fierce dragon face gradually faded. What replaced it was disbelief, shock, and confusion. Conqueror's Haki knocked out thousands of Marines. Flew up, opened the door, green steam, blue steam, punched away a Marine vice admiral, and finally, blood-red steam, scared away all the Marines. Kaido counted on his fingers, his expression changing unpredictably. He turned to Jean. Jean, is Sasaki that kid dumbfounded? Is he talking nonsense? Jin's expression was also extremely strange. Mr. Kaido, what Sasaki said is probably all true. When we arrived, the Marines were indeed fleeing in disarray. Moreover, based on the level of destruction at the scene and the miserable state in which that useless Doberman was found, Kaido fell silent. He slowly lowered his enormous dragon head, looking at his fist, which was larger than a sandbag. Then he thought of Lynn's little figure, less than half a meter tall. A strange sound escaped from his throat. Immediately after, Oh, Chapter 12, The World is Shaken. The demon child Lynn.Lynn. Big Mom is going crazy with jealousy. The deafening sound of wild laughter suddenly erupted from Kaido's mouth. The entire Onigashima trembled violently under his terrifying laughter. Rocks tumbled, and the beasts howled in despair. My son. That's my son. Kaido laughed maniacally, tears of joy streaming down his face. Not even 2 years old, and he used a Navy vice admiral as a punching bag. He can even open doors. Blood-red steam. Woo! Good. So good. This is the bloodline of Kaido, surpassing me. Come and try it, kid. Woo! Kaido's laughter was filled with unparalleled pride and joy. Seeing this, others also cast unprecedented fiery glances at the still sleeping Lynn.Lynn. The World Economic News Agency's reports flooded everywhere. Their sharp cries scattered the latest newspapers to every corner of the sea, whether in bustling island towns, aboard pirate ships roaming the Grand Line, or in heavily guarded Navy branches. Countless people simultaneously saw the front-page headline of that newspaper. The bold black title was gruesome and eye-catching. Shocking the world. Beast Kaido's young son emerges. Navy G-58 branch faces devastating blow. Demon child Lynn.Lynn. Navy headquarters issues a staggering bounty of 1 billion berries. In the photo was a blurry baby figure shrouded in blood-red steam. Although the face was unclear, the ominous and terrifying aura that could be felt through the paper sent chills down the spine of everyone who saw it. 1 billion, a number that made one's scalp tingle just to hear. Moreover, the target of the bounty was actually, hey, baby, I can't be seeing things, right? 1 billion? For a child? A pirate rubbed his eyes vigorously, causing his wine glass to clatter to the deck. Que doué son? That monster actually has a son now. Demon child. This nickname is so fitting. This is no baby. This is clearly a little devil. Has the Navy gone mad? Offering 1 billion for a baby? You don't understand. Look at the devastation at the G-58 branch. 1 vice admiral was beaten half to death, and 2 fled in embarrassment. Is this something an ordinary baby could do? In an instant, the entire sea erupted in chaos. Countless discussions, gasps, and sounds of shock echoed from every corner of the world. The name Demon Child Lynn.Lynn swept across the globe like a hurricane. The Beast Pirates were already infamous, and now a more terrifying potential demon child had emerged. This sea is bound to undergo a drastic change. New World, Cake Island. In the castle of Tado Land, Queen Charlotte Lynn.Lynn. Ma. That bastard Kaido. He has really struck gold. Big Mom's enormous body sat on a specially designed throne, her face pale as she finished reading the newspaper in her hand. Her voice filled with unabashed jealousy and rage. The air was thick with the sweet scent of cake, but at this moment, it was mixed with a suffocating low pressure. She crumpled the newspaper into a ball and threw it to the ground. A kid under 2 years old. 1 billion berries. 1 billion. Big Mom spat everywhere with rage. Where are my sons and daughters? Paraspero. Katakuri. Smoothie. You bunch of useless trash. She roared angrily, her gaze sweeping over her silent children below. Look at Kaido's son. Now look at you. Each of you pretends to be elite, but what are the results? You can't even compare to a little brat. Why can't I give birth to such a promising heir? Paraspero licked his candy cane, trying to force a smile. Mom. That guy Kaido just got lucky. Lucky. Big Mom slammed her hand on the armrest, shaking the entire castle. Damn it. Is this kind of monster something you could just get lucky enough to find? If any of you had even half of that kid's ability, I would be in such a passive position now. Katakuri remained silent, his crimson scarf hiding his expression, but his tightly clenched fist showed his inner turmoil. Smoothie dared not speak, fearing she would anger their furious mother. Other members of the Charlotte family didn't even dare to breathe. The more Big Mom thought about it, the angrier she became, grabbing a homie cake made from souls nearby and shoving it into her mouth. Jealousy is killing me. That bastard Kaido. Why does he get to take all the good things? Ma. No, I have to find a way to create something even more powerful. Greed and unwillingness sparkled in her eyes. The emergence of this demon child made her feel unprecedented pressure and deep jealousy. New World, the latter half of the Grand Line. The Moby Dick. Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, sat in a massive captain's chair, holding a huge wine bowl that matched his size. Recently, he had been feeling troubled because of the traitor Teach. The atmosphere on the ship was somewhat oppressive. Old man. The immortal Marco walked over with a newspaper, his expression somewhat strange. Oh, any new news? Gororora. Whitebeard took a big gulp of wine, his deep voice carrying a unique laugh. Marco handed over the newspaper. It's about Beast Kaido. He has another son, and the Navy has placed a bounty on him. Whitebeard took the newspaper, his gigantic fingers pinching the thin paper, his gaze falling on the front page headline. When he saw the words Demon Child Lynn.Lynn and 1 billion berries, his drinking motion paused slightly. The air fell silent for a few seconds. Gororora. Suddenly, Whitebeard let out a deep laugh. A little brat worth 1 billion berries. That guy Kaido really knows how to bring fun to this sea. He casually tossed the newspaper aside, raised his wine bowl, and took another big gulp. On the surface, he seemed unconcerned. But Marco keenly sensed that when their father saw that news, a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. There was surprise, seriousness, and a hint of barely perceptible displeasure. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates also gathered in 2s and 3s to look at the newspaper. 1 billion? Are you kidding? That's more than the combined bounties of several of our captains. Kaido's son. Sounds like a monster. If that kid grows up, what will happen? Amidst the discussions, Whitebeard raised his wine bowl again. He gazed at the rolling sea, his eyes deep. Other people's sons. He muttered softly, his voice low enough for only himself to hear. Blackbeard Teach's betrayal felt like a knife stuck in his heart. Now, another Kaido's demon child has emerged. This contrast made him, who regarded all his crew as sons, feel mixed emotions. Chapter 13. New additions to 2 tasks, breaking through the 8 gates. In the New World. In a certain sea area, aboard the flagship of the red-haired pirates, the Red Force. A banquet was being held on the ship, and Shanks was, as always, raising his bottle and drinking merrily with the crew. Captain, look at this. Jesus Burgess waved a newspaper, running over excitedly. Oh, what has got you so worked up? Jesus. Shanks smiled, taking the newspaper. As his gaze fell on the image of the demon child Lynn.Lynn and the bounty of 1 billion, his smile gradually faded, replaced by a hint of surprise. Wow, 1 billion berries for a baby? He stroked his chin, his eyes turning playful. Kaido, that guy, has quite the hidden card up his sleeve. This little brat sounds scarier than Kaido, said Jack with a chicken leg in his mouth, speaking indistinctly. Ben Beckman. smoking a cigar, calmly analyzed a baby that the Navy headquarters takes so seriously, directly offering a bounty of 1 billion. Is definitely not simple. His appearance could very well disrupt the current balance of a new world. Shanks nodded, a look of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Yeah, this sea is becoming increasingly turbulent. He set the newspaper down and took another swig from his bottle. A baby poses such a threat. This era is really about to go wild. He looked at Ben Beckman. It seems we need to speed up our actions. The matter of that child has only strengthened my thoughts. Shanks' gaze sharpened. Ben, how is the letter to Whitebeard coming along? We need to meet him as soon as possible. The appearance of this demon child is just the beginning. Following this, there will likely be even more astonishing changes on the sea. Ben Beckman nodded, his expression serious. Understood, Captain. I'll arrange for Roxas to deliver it tomorrow. 1 billion. 1 billion berries, whoa. My son Kaido, even the first bounty amount crushes the whole world. Kaido's loud voice exploded in his ear. The bounty? 1 billion? Lynn.Lynn opened his eyes and immediately saw the enormous Kaido beside him, waving a bounty poster. It featured his own picture and the glaringly bright series of numbers. A genuine 1 billion berries. Whoa, he is awake. The kid is awake. Kaido noticed Lynn.Lynn was awake, his massive dragon face almost touching Lynn.Lynn. With his copper bell-like eyes filled with unabashed excitement and pride, the hot breath nearly blowing into Lynn.Lynn's face. Lynn.Lynn, the young master is awake. Around him, Jin, Quinn, Jack, and other members of the Beast Pirates, including Black Maria, all surrounded him, their faces filled with uncontrollable fervor and awe. The way they looked at Lynn.Lynn was no longer as someone who needed protection, but as a true maritime overlord destined to stir up storms in the future. How do you feel, kid? Kaido grinned, his palm as large as a fan, cautiously trying to touch Lynn.Lynn, but his movements seemed a bit clumsy, afraid of accidentally hurting this precious, adopted son. Lynn.Lynn blinked his big black and white eyes, moving his small body slightly. He remembered the previous attempt to forcefully break through the 8th gate, and then blacking out completely. Ding! The host has awakened, and bodily functions are basically restored. New tasks added. 1. Open and perform the 8 gates of the Heavenly Dragon's 8th gate, Death Gate. Task reward. 1 random ability from the Myriad Worlds. 2. Intercept the letter from Roxas. Task reward. Huge increase in stamina limits. 3. Defeat a person with a strength level of at least 7 warlords or higher before the age of 3. Current age. 1 year and 3 months. Task reward. 1 random ability from the Myriad Worlds. The cold system prompt sounded in his mind at the right time. Lynn.Lynn looked at the tasks that appeared, his small brows slightly furrowing. Intercept the letter from Roxas? ISNT that the letter sent by the red-haired pirates to Whitebeard? To execute this task meant he would likely have direct or indirect contact with both Whitebeard and Shanks, the 2 emperors of the sea. This was no joke. And then there was the task of defeating a 7 warlord-level individual before the age of 3. He was only a little over a year old, and while he could unleash astonishing power with the 8 gates, weren't all the 7 warlords experienced veterans who had been through countless battles. However, the strength gap between 7 warlords varied greatly. He could indeed pick some soft targets, but wouldn't that mean offending the world government behind the 7 warlords? He had already angered the Navy with the last task, earning a bounty of 1 billion berries on his head. If it weren't for the backing of the beast Kaido, he probably wouldn't have even survived to wake up. Yet now, the next 2 tasks had him continuing to offend 2 emperors and the world government. Was the system trying to hasten his demise, wanting him to meet the Grim Reaper sooner? Kid, that guy Sasaki was bragging about how you use some opening the gate technique, and then blood-red steam emerged at the end? Kaido's loud voice interrupted Lynn.Lynn's thoughts. He stared at Lynn.Lynn with burning eyes, filled with anticipation. Show me again. I want to see what kind of power that is. Kaido, sir. Master Lynn.Lynn has just woken up, and his body may not have fully recovered yet. Quinn interjected with a smirk, a fawning smile on his plump face, but his eyes were also filled with suppressed curiosity and desire. That's right, Governor Kaido. With that level of power burst, Master Lynn.Lynn probably exhausted quite a bit. It's better to let him rest more. Jin also spoke up for once, his tone carrying a hint of concern. but his fiery eyes were also locked tightly on Lynn, clearly eager to witness it for himself. They had all heard from Sasaki about the almost mythical descriptions, the Conqueror's Haki clearing the field, punching vice admirals, and the blood-red steam. But hearsay was ultimately not as shocking as witnessing it firsthand, especially the eighth gate that Sasaki described. Just hearing about it made their blood boil and their hearts race. Lynn looked at Kaido, who was full of anticipation, and then scanned the eager eyes of the other members of the Beast Pirates around him. He actually wanted to try again, although he had failed to forcefully break through the eighth gate before, exhausting his body severely. The system's prompt for the third old task was to exceed limits and open and perform the 8 gates of the Heavenly Dragoness 8th Gate, Death Gate, with the reward being a chance to draw a new ability from the myriad worlds. He was very tempted by this reward. If he could obtain a new ability this time, no matter what it would be a significant boost to his strength. Thinking of this, Lynn nodded solemnly. He straightened his small body from the cushion made of the softest giant beast fur that Kaido had specially prepared for him. Yeah, I'll give it a try. Oh. Kaido's eyes instantly lit up at this sight, his huge hand excitedly rubbing together, producing a series of cracking bone sounds. Is it coming? You all better keep your eyes wide open and see clearly. This is my son Kaido. The cadres of the Beast Pirates, including the 3 disasters, all held their breath, their eyes fixed on the small figure in the center, afraid of missing any detail. Chapter 14. Gaining New Abilities. Amaterasu. Lynn's small body sank slightly, and a solemn and serious expression appeared on his youthful face that was not at all befitting his age. Open the first gate. Open. A childish voice rang out, yet it carried an undeniable determination. First gate. Open, releasing the brain's restrictions on the body's chakra flow. Boom! A powerful gust of air suddenly spread out from him, centered around his body. Green steam began to rise from his skin like a thin mist, and a faint green glow shimmered in his dark eyes. Rest gate. Open. The second gate, the rest gate, forcibly accelerated the body's recovery speed. His breath surged upwards again. The green steam grew denser. Life gate. Open. Injury gate. Open. Du gate open. View gate. Open. Lynn opened 6 gates in one breath. The steam rising from him transformed from pure green to a light blue with a hint of heat. Waves of power so strong they were heart-stopping rippled through the nerves of everyone present. The slightly weaker members of the Flying Six, Black Maria and Page 1, couldn't help but take a few steps back, their faces revealing an undeniable shock. Is this the true power of Master Lynn? Ultai's big eyes were filled with astonishment. So terrifying. With each gate opened, his power multiplies. Phosphor's expression was grave. He could feel that the momentum Lynn exuded was no less than his own. Kaido grinned widely, his enormous dragon eyes wide like copper bells, excitedly roaring, "Whoa, keep going, kid. Show me where your limit is." Lynn took a deep breath, clearly feeling the violent power within him, like a primordial beast, surging and roaring, yearning to be unleashed. 7th gate. Shot gate. Open. Boom. The blue steam around him suddenly surged, almost transforming into a tangible energy cloak, forming a visible blue whirlwind around his body. The terrifying momentum made the entire massive palace of Onigashima begin to tremble slightly, as if the air itself had solidified. Both Quinn and Jack, the 2 big shots, felt an overwhelming pressure like a mountain pressing down on them, their eyes filled with disbelief and shock. The flames behind Jean suddenly shot up higher as he stared intently at Lynn, an inexplicable glimmer flashing in his sharp hawk-like eyes. Not enough. Kaido stomped forward, his massive body exuding an unparalleled sense of oppression. He roared, "That brat Sasaki told me you have something stronger. What about that blood-red steam that scared off the Marines? What about the 8th gate? Show it to me." Lynn's youthful face flushed slightly from the surging power within him, veins bulging on his forehead. He could clearly feel that final threshold, the terrifying barrier that had once caused him to fail, was right before him. This time he would break through it. He would completely master this power. 8th Gota. Lynn's voice became a bit hoarse, each word squeezed out as if from between clenched teeth. Yet it was exceptionally firm, filled with a resolution of success or death. Death Gate. Open. In an instant. Buzz. A force far surpassing any previous experience, filled with destructive and ominous terror, erupted from Lynn's small body like an ancient demon that had slept for millions of years. Blood-red steam, like magma erupting from the depths of a volcano, mixed with the boiling blood within him, shot skyward. It was no longer just steam, but a pure energy torrent condensed to the extreme, radiating a blood-colored light that made souls tremble. The massive palace of Onigashima shook violently under this world-destroying aura, the sturdy beast-bone structure creaking under the immense burden, as if it would completely collapse at any moment. The space around Lynn emitted eerie, cracking sounds, with fine, pitch-black cracks appearing like a spider's web, flickering in and out of visibility. Woo-woo! Kaido saw the blood-red steam, burning like hellfire, and the terrifying might that could almost tear apart space, and he fell into a frenzied excitement. He suddenly stood up, his massive body trembling slightly from extreme exhilaration. Is this the 8th gate? Ha ha ha! Good. So good. This is my son. Jin's pupils suddenly contracted to the extreme as he felt the pure and brutal power capable of destroying everything. And the name that existed only in legends flashed uncontrollably through his mind. His eyes became incredibly fervent and devout, as if witnessing the embodiment of a certain belief. Quinn's mouth dropped open, oblivious to the cigar that fell from his hand, his face jiggling like waves. My God, is this still human? Jack's pupils dilated further, unable to utter a word for a long time. The other members of the Flying Six were also nearly suffocated by this terrifying and despairing momentum, their faces pale as paper, filled with profound awe and deep-rooted fear as they looked at Lynn. This small figure now exuded an oppressive feeling second only to Governor Kaido. The blood-red steam swirled around him, like a demon descending to the world. Gradually, the blood-red steam began to retract, slowly returning to Lynn's body. Lynn's small face was somewhat pale, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, gasping for breath, his chest rising and falling violently. But his eyes were exceptionally bright, sparkling with the joy of success. I did it. I really opened the 8th gate. And this time, I didn't pass out like last time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Extreme breakthrough developed the 8th gate. Task evaluation, extraordinary. Task reward, universal ability Amaterasu. Amaterasu, originating from the world of Naruto, the Manjiki Sharingan techniques of Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha. It can release an eternal black flame from the focus of the gaze, which will continue to burn until the target is completely reduced to ashes. This ability has been optimized for the host and can be activated without the Manjiki Sharingan, continuously lasting and will consume Conqueror's Haki. Lynn's eyes suddenly lit up, and his fatigued face revealed uncontrollable ecstasy. Amaterasu, it's actually this bug-level super ability. What a tremendous stroke of luck. Chapter 15. The Demon Child kicks Kaido away. Not satisfied? Then let's call upon Amaterasu. Ooh, my son. Kaido grinned wide, his massive dragon claw lunging towards Lynn in a rough motion. But his eyes held a hint of caution that only he understood. Come on, kid, open that so-called death gate one more time. Let me see. Just how much can you hurt me? The mad laughter echoed through the palace. Jin, Quinn, Jack, and the others were sweating. The governor was about to fight a little brat. Lynn-Un's small body tensed up. He could feel the violent power from the 8 gates within him. Although it had subsided, it had not completely disappeared, especially the lingering effect from briefly opening the 8th gate, like a ferocious beast lying in wait. He looked at Kaido's excitement-twisted giant face, his small eyes darting around. Should he give it a try? To see just how much power this body could unleash in an extreme state? Here we go. Lynn-In replied in a babyish voice, his tiny fist clenched tightly. He did not reopen the 8 gates because he knew that the brief state of the 8th gate had almost drained all his strength and spirit. What he could do now was to concentrate the terrifying power that remained from the 8th gate into one point, like pouring all his strength into a kick. As Kaido's massive palm approached, his small body suddenly bounced backward. In midair, his less-than-half-meter frame shot towards Kaido's enormous dragon face like an arrow. The speed was extreme, fast enough that even Jin, a top-tier powerhouse, could only see a blurry afterimage. Kaido's huge pupils suddenly constricted. This speed, this explosive power. He didn't even have time to react before that tiny figure was right in front of him. Then Lennon's small right leg, like a steel whip with a terrifying, heart-stopping whoosh, struck hard against Kaido's chin covered in tough dragon scales. Bang! A deafening sound shook the heavens and the earth, like a comet hitting the earth. The force was beyond what a normal kick could possess. It transcended physical limits, a terrifying impact that defied common sense. Kaido's giant dragon face was hurled upward. The hard dragon scales under that tiny foot actually made cracking sounds. Ugh! Kaido let out a muffled groan, his massive body suddenly flying backward. His colossal form crashed through the palace wall, carving out a huge breach. His body, like a landslide, smashed through countless structures, and finally, with a thunderous crash, landed on the cliffs outside Onigashima. Dust and debris flew everywhere. The entire Onigashima shook violently once again due to Kaido's severe injury. Inside the palace, silence. Absolute silence. All the Beast Pirates officers, including Jin, Quinn, and Jack, were stunned as if struck by lightning. Their eyes were wider than copper bells, and their mouths could fit a watermelon. Their minds went blank. Governor Kaido was kicked away by Master Lynn-Lynn. The flames behind Jin suddenly extinguished, and the fiery gaze in his eyes was now filled with boundless astonishment. He knew Master Lynn-Lynn was strong, knew he could open the 8 gates, knew he could send a vice admiral flying with one punch. But, kicking Governor Kaido away, this was no longer a matter of strength. This was a matter of common sense. In midair, Lynn-Lynn's small body wobbled slightly. He could feel that the residual power from the 8th gate had completely exhausted. His body was overwhelmed by a strong sense of weakness and fatigue. But he did not faint. He was just gasping for air, his small face pale from overexertion. He looked down at his little feet. Then he looked in the direction where Kaido had been kicked away. The power was greater than he had imagined. But he also knew, as the strongest creature, this kick of his was just like when Luffy unleashed Gear 4th on Kaido, causing a lot of noise, but no real damage. However, aside from the thick-skinned, defensively insane Kaido, others might not withstand this kick. The key point was that this was just the fleeting aftereffect of the 8th gate. It was not the full power of the Death Gate. If he truly unleashed his full power, even Kaido would have to spit blood. Ooh, 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 ooh. In the distance, Kaido's rough and excited voice came. His massive body stood up from the debris of the cliffs, shaking his giant head. He noticed a visible crack on his chin, where dragon scales covered a clear fracture. Although it was shallow, it was indeed a crack. Ha! Good. So good. Kaido let out a deafening roar of laughter. His most proud hard body had actually been breached. Just this alone was enough to show Lynn-Lynn's future potential was astonishing. In his laughter, there was no anger, no humiliation, only extreme excitement and fervor. This is more like it. This is more like it. Kid, come on, give me another kick. Kaido's massive body suddenly pushed off the ground, charging towards the palace like a cannonball again. The battle intent in his eyes burned fiercely, completely forgetting that he was facing a baby not even 2 years old. He just wanted to feel the kind of impact that exceeded the limits once more. Lynn-Lynn looked at the giant figure of Kaido, charging at him again. His small brow slightly furrowed. He could feel that his body's energy was completely depleted. Let alone another kick. Even maintaining himself in midair was becoming a struggle. Continuing to fight would be pure hand-to-hand combat. With his small frame now, fighting Kaido in close quarters, that would simply be seeking death. His tiny body slowly descended, landing on the ground. His legs felt a bit weak. Kaido's massive form stopped in front of Lynn-Lynn, his copper bell-like eyes filled with anticipation. Why did you stop? Kid, keep going. Come on, let's have another round. His giant palm reached out again, carrying a powerful airflow. Lynn-Lynn's small body took a step back, dodging Kaido's hand. He looked up at Kaido's giant face filled with battle intent and shook his head. I can't do it anymore. His voice was soft, laced with obvious fatigue. Can't do it anymore. Upon hearing this, Kaido's huge dragon face fell. What? So, soon you can't do it anymore? His massive body appeared somewhat dejected, like a big child who hadn't played enough. The surrounding officers finally dared to breathe loudly. Finally, it's over. If it continued, Onigashima would be torn apart by these two monsters. Kaido looked at Lynn.Lynn's pale little face, sensing the weak aura around him. Although disappointed, he knew he couldn't push it. TCH. What a buzzkill. His massive body sat down, causing a dull thud on the ground. That blood-red steam could only last a moment. Too short. Lynn.Lynn looked at Kaido's dissatisfied expression, and a thought crossed his mind. He remembered the Amaterasu ability rewarded by the system. It was a mental attack. Although his body was exhausted, his mental power, honed through Conqueror's Haki and the 8 gates, especially after the previous enhancement of Conqueror's Haki's limits, had not completely depleted. Moreover, Amaterasu's consumption is of the Conqueror's Haki. Doesn't this perfectly separate it from the physical stamina consumption of the 8 gates? This is a whole new attack method. Moreover, the characteristic of Amaterasu, the unquenchable black flames, might have a miraculous effect on a physical monster like Kaido. With this thought, Lynn looked up at Kaido. A mischievous smile, incongruent with his age, appeared on his small face. Ikik, I have a new move, he said in a babyish voice. Kaido's enormous ears twitched, and his giant dragon eyes suddenly turned to Lynn. A new move. The look of frustration on his massive dragon face instantly vanished, replaced by even greater excitement. What new move? Hurry up and show me. The executives of the Beast Pirates, who had just recovered from their shock, widened their eyes again upon hearing Lynn's words. A new move. This little monster, not even 2 years old, actually has a new ability. Chapter 16. Kaido is surprised. I, a fire player, can't extinguish this flame. New move. On Kaido's enormous dragon face, the look of frustration instantly disappeared, replaced by even more intense excitement. What new move? Show me, old man. His large hand, resembling a fan, reached out again, causing a gust of wind that made Lynn's small body sway slightly. The cadres of the Beast Pirates around them, who had just caught their breath from the shocking scene of their governor being kicked away, widened their eyes once more at Lynn's childish yet resounding words, stretching their necks long. New move. This little monster, still wearing open crotch pants and possibly unsteady on his feet, actually has a new ability. That blood-red steam just now, that earth-shattering kick, wasn't that his trump card? How many heart-stopping tricks does this little guy have hidden in his pockets? The expressions of the 3 disasters, Jin, Queen, and Jack, were all different. Jin's flames reignited behind him, his eyes sharp as an eagle, locking tightly onto Lynn, not missing any subtle expression. Queen had a smug expression as if he knew this little brat was extraordinary. Jack scratched his head in a thick-headed manner, filled with anticipation and a hint of fear. Lynn looked at Kaido's enormous face, filled with the urge to perform, and the corners of his small mouth slightly curled up. He didn't move immediately. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes. Kaido's huge movements paused, a hint of confusion flashing in his bell-like dragon eyes. Little brat, what are you up to? Others exchanged glances. Is this the preparation for a new move? It's too quiet, isn't it? Just as everyone's attention was focused on Lynn. And the palace was so quiet that they could almost hear each other's heartbeat. Lynn suddenly opened his eyes wide. In an instant, his originally dark and clear, baby-like eyes completely transformed. No longer purely black. The whites of his eyes remained, but within those pitch-black pupils, 3 arc-shaped tomo suddenly emerged, connecting at their ends to form a bizarre and complex blood-red pattern resembling a dart. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Those blood-red pupils carried an indescribable allure and ominousness, as if they could pierce through the human heart and devour souls. A cold, sinister aura spread silently from Lynn's center. What is this? Queen's smile instantly froze, the cigar in his mouth dropping to the ground with a thud, his plump body uncontrollably taking a small step back, his eyes filled with horror. Such eerie eyes. Jack also felt the heart-pounding aura, goosebumps rising on his robust arms. The flames behind Jin suddenly paused, his sharp, eagle-like eyes fixated on Lynn's blood-red pupils, his heart racing uncontrollably. This power is different from the pressure of Conqueror's Haki. It is also unlike the fury of the Eight Gates. This is a deeper, colder, more sinister thing. Even Kaido, on his massive dragon face, showed a hint of stagnation in his excited expression. His huge dragon eyes were fixed on Lynn's blood-red eyes, feeling for the first time a power from this little brat that made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. It wasn't just simple strength, but a suppression that originated from a higher level and was more bizarre. Yororo, little brat, your eyes are quite interesting. Kaido grinned, trying to use his signature wild laughter to mask the slight disturbance in his heart, but his voice unconsciously lowered a few tones. He could clearly feel that within those blood-red eyes lay something that could threaten him. Lynn did not answer. His small face remained tense, and his blood-red kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly locked onto a particular point on Kaido's massive body. His gaze focused on the thick dragon scales of Kaido's right arm. Then, his small mouth gently uttered two words. Although his voice was still childish, it carried an undeniable coldness and determination. Heaven, shine. The moment the words fell, swish, without any warning, without any energy fluctuations. At the point on Kaido's right arm covered with hard blue dragon scales that Lynn had locked onto, a small cluster of pitch-black flames suddenly ignited. The flames, black and deep, seemed capable of swallowing all light. They burned silently, exuding a heart-pounding aura of destruction. What? It's on fire? Igniting from a distance. The governor's right arm is on fire. The palace instantly erupted in chaos. All the cadres of the beast pirates, including the three disasters, had their eyes wide open. What did they just see? That little monster just stared at Governor Kaido with those eerie red eyes. Then Governor Kaido suddenly caught fire? What kind of sorcery is this? Is it a magic trick? Yororo? Kaido also looked down at the cluster of black flames that had suddenly appeared on his arm, revealing a confused expression on his massive dragon face. Where did this fire come from? He felt a slight burning sensation, but for his monster-level defense, this bit of pain was almost like a mosquito bite. Little brat, is this your new move? Kaido raised his huge dragon head, looking at Lynn with a tone of obvious disappointment. This little power? It's like a tickle, too. Before he could finish his sentence, he instinctively opened his mouth wide, preparing to blow out that cluster of black flames that seemed insignificant to him. Whoosh! A strong airflow erupted from Kaido's mouth, like a hurricane sweeping through. However, a bizarre scene occurred. That cluster of pitch-black flames, under Kaido's violent gust, only swayed slightly, and the flames didn't even diminish in size. They still stubbornly clung to his dragon scales, burning slowly and steadily. Kaido's blowing action suddenly halted, and for the first time, obvious surprise appeared in his enormous dragon eyes. Can't blow it out. What kind of ghost fire is this? What the hell is going on? Kaido, somewhat disbelieving, raised his enormous claw, covered in armament Haki, intending to directly extinguish that annoying black fire. But just as his fan-like large hand was raised halfway, it suddenly stopped. Something's not right. This fire has a problem. He could feel that burning sensation, although still slight, was continuously deepening. Moreover, the area burned by the black flames seemed to be expanding extremely slowly. Sizzle, sizzle. Faint sounds like grease being ignited came from his arm. The hint of disappointment and contempt on Kaido's face completely disappeared, replaced by seriousness and a hint of irritation that even he himself didn't notice. The strongest creature, unexpectedly troubled by a small cluster of black flames. I'm also playing with fire, Kaido growled. The power within him began to surge, attempting to forcibly dispel that black flame with the fire brought by his azure dragon form. However, it was useless. Completely useless. That pitch-black fire clung to his dragon scales like a maggot, firmly adhering to it, and no conventional means could shake it even a little. It burned so quietly, stubbornly, endlessly. The burning sensation becomes increasingly clear, although this little damage is still negligible compared to his immense vitality. The feeling of being uncontrollable and unquenchable makes Kaido feel tricky for the first time. What kind of flame is this? Quinn looked at the strange black flame on Governor Kaido's arm, then glanced at Kaido's increasingly ugly expression, with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Even Governor Kaido can't handle this fire. Jack was left dumbfounded. Jean furrowed his brows tightly, staring intently at the black flame, then looked at Lynn, who was floating in midair, with a slightly pale face but exceptionally calm eyes. Just how many unbelievable abilities does this young Master Lynn still hide? Chapter 17. The Bewilderment of the Beasts. Is this all learned? Damn it. Kaido was finally somewhat enraged. Buzz, an invisible, yet overwhelmingly domineering aura suddenly erupted from Kaido's body. Conqueror's Haki. Like a tangible shockwave, it wildly spread outwards. The air inside the palace seemed to solidify. Those members of the Beast Pirates with slightly weaker strength couldn't even stand firm under this terrifying Conqueror's Haki, their faces turning pale, cold sweat pouring down. Kaido concentrated his Conqueror's Haki, like an invisible blade, striking fiercely at the cluster of stubborn black flames. Hiss, hiss. Under the forcibly stripped Conqueror's Haki that was almost solidified, the pitch-black flames finally began to show signs of instability. The black flames jumped violently, their color seeming to dim a bit. Seeing this was effective, Kaido's Conqueror's Haki poured out like a flood, without any reservation. Finally, the cluster of black flames that had burned for a long time and left Kaido helpless trembled violently under the extreme impact of the Conqueror's Haki, then reluctantly extinguished. Only a small charred mark, emitting a pungent smell, was left on Kaido's hard azure dragon scales. Although the wound was extremely small, almost negligible, that charred mark was like a silent mockery, imprinted on the skin of the strongest creature. Kaido gasped for breath, a thin layer of sweat beading on his forehead. He looked down at the charred mark on his arm, then raised his head to look at the small figure in midair. For the first time, a true surprise and astonishment appeared on the huge dragon face. That black flame, just now, although it was not very harmful, its unquenchable nature, and the fact that he had to use such a level of Conqueror's Haki to barely extinguish it. What the hell? This kid's new move is a bit too bizarre, right? Inside the palace, there was dead silence. All members of the Beast Pirates, including Ash, Queen, and Jack, were petrified on the spot. What did they just see? Governor Kaido was actually forced to use such powerful Conqueror's Haki to extinguish that small cluster of black flames. And it seemed that it had consumed quite a bit of energy from the governor. This was even more unbelievable than when young Master Lynn kicked the governor away just now. What the hell kind of flame was that? Kid, Kaido suddenly extended his enormous dragon claw, pulling Lynn down from midair with a rough motion, but with an unprecedented seriousness and concern. What is that in your eyes? And that black fire, what ability is it? You didn't eat a devil fruit, did you? Being able to fly is not considered an ability. That's fine. Opening the 8 gates is not an ability. Indeed, there is nothing so strange among abilities. But that black fire completely fits the characteristics of a devil fruit ability. Yeah, Lynn shook his head. Kaido immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but he still didn't fully relax. Then where did that ghost fire come from? The 3 disasters, Flying 6, and other people also looked curious. Lynn blinked his big dark eyes, his little head spinning rapidly. Soon he struggled to stick out half of his body from Kaido's palm, his little hand gesturing on Kaido's rough dragon scales. Everyone understood. The young master was going to write. The dragon scales were too hard, and Lynn's nails were almost worn down, but he managed to leave a few shallow, almost invisible scratches. But that was enough. Kaido and the other strong ones with excellent eyesight could still barely recognize those 2 crooked, ghostly symbols. Understanding, the moment they saw these 2 words, the entire palace of Onigashima fell into dead silence again. All the officers of the Beast Pirates, including the 3 disasters, exchanged glances. Understanding, flying, was learned? What about the 8 gates, the green steam, blue steam, and blood red steam? Were all learned. That strange blood red, just now, and the black flames that made even Governor Kaido's scalp tingle, were also learned. What kind of heaven-defying comprehension is this? This can't even be described as genius. Uro, the The deafening laughter erupted from Kaido, louder and more frenzied than ever before, shaking the entire Onigashima with his terrifying laughter. The beams of the palace trembled as if they would collapse at any moment. Understanding. Ha ha. What a great understanding. Kaido laughed wildly, his enormous dragon face filled with unparalleled pride and madness. No wonder he's the son I've chosen. At such a young age, to be able to comprehend such outrageous techniques. Yuru, my son, is the chosen one. He is destined to surpass everything. Kaido's laughter was filled with dominance, joy, and infinite expectations for the future. He suddenly lifted Lynn to his eyes, the fiery light flickering in his giant dragon eyes. Kid, from today on, all the best resources of Onigashima will be prioritized for you. I want you to grow up as fast as possible. I want the whole world to see. My son Kaido will be a great existence. However, what responded to him was a series of even breaths. Lynn, in his excited roar, had tilted his little head and fallen into a deep sleep. Having opened the 8 gates continuously and forcibly activated Amaterasu, his mental and physical strength had already been exhausted to the limit. It was a miracle that he could hold on until now. Kaido looked at the sleeping Lynn, his huge dragon face momentarily stiffening with excitement. Then, he carefully placed Lynn gently on the bee-skin bed that Ash had already prepared, made of the softest cloud fox fur. His gentle movements formed a stark contrast to his massive and rugged body. Send the order down. Kaido turned around, his voice still loud, but with a hint of undeniable seriousness. From today on, Lynn's safety is elevated to the highest level. Anyone who dares to have any ill intentions towards him. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in Kaido's eyes, and a terrifying killing intent spread out. No merci. Yes, Governor Kaido. Ash, Queen, Jack, and all the officers of the Beast Pirates knelt on one knee, their voices filled with fervor and awe. They looked at the sleeping baby on the beast skin bed, and their gazes completely changed. He was no longer just a young master. He was the future of the Beast Pirates. Chapter 18, The Terror of Wano. Blackbeard, hey, flying baby? Meanwhile, in the New World, Wano Country, flower capital, at the Shogun's residence. The atmosphere was one of revelry, with wine and meat in abundance. The Wano Shogun, Kurizumi Orochi, was drunkenly embracing several flamboyant geishas, his ugly face filled with pride and indulgence. Oh ho 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 ho, Kamurasaki, pour another drink for this general. Kurizumi Orochi let out a sharp and unpleasant laugh, leering at the famous courtesan Kamurasaki beside him. Below him, his retainers and samurai, including Kayashiro, were also drinking and having fun, flattering him incessantly. The entire banquet hall was filled with an air of decadence and decay, starkly contrasting the miserable lives of the common people in other parts of Wano. Just then, patter, 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 a hurried sound of footsteps echoed. A ninja responsible for intelligence rushed in, panic-stricken, and knelt directly before Kurizumi Orochi, not daring to lift his head. Gee, General. And no, it's bad. Urgent intelligence. Kurizumi Orochi, in high spirits from drinking, was quite displeased by the sudden interruption, and with bleary eyes, he scolded, "What the hell? What's got you so flustered? Can't you see this general is entertaining esteemed guests? If you don't have a good reason, watch your life." The ninja trembled in fear and quickly bowed his head, saying, "Please calm down, General. It's the world government that has issued a new bounty." A bounty? Kurizumi Orochi scoffed, indifferent. Wano is closed off from the world. What does that have to do with us? Kayashiro, holding a cup of wine beside him, wore a faint smile, seemingly unconcerned about the matter. The ninja swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he said, "But this time, the bounty amount is 1 billion berries." 1 billion? So what? Kurizumi Orochi retorted angrily. "If you dare ruin my mood over such trivial matters, I'll have you killed right now." Gee, General, this demon child Lynn.Lynn, who has a bounty of 1 billion. The ninja's voice shook like a leaf. According to our spies infiltrated in Onigashima, he is Governor Kaido's newly adopted son. Kurizumi Orochi spat out his drink, shocked as he jumped from his seat. The drunkenness, pride, and contempt on his face vanished without a trace. In its place was sheer terror and bone-deep horror. "Why you? What did you say?" Kurizumi Orochi's voice turned shrill. "Kaido. Kaido's son. Demon child. 1 billion. Are you kidding me? And most critically, why did this demon child have to appear on Onigashima, becoming Kaido's son?" The beast pirates, already a monstrous presence that suffocated him, now had an infinitely terrifying existence added to it. Kayashiro, who had always worn a playful smile, also showed a stiff expression for the first time. His hand holding the wine cup turned slightly pale. Kaido's son, the demon child with a bounty of 1 billion. These two pieces of information combined meant that the hope for Wano's restoration had become even more elusive. A few days later, in a new world, in a certain sea area, a strangely shaped, rudimentary boat made of large wooden bindings was cutting through the waves. At the bow, a man of extraordinary stature, wearing a bizarre wrestling mask, was tearing into a giant piece of meat with bones. He was the fighting champion, Shisasa Bushasu. Beside him, an even taller man, ruggedly handsome with missing teeth and a belt holding 3 flintlock pistols, was chugging from a bottle of liquor. This was Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. Ha ha ha. Finally, completely rid of those guys-wanted notices, Blackbeard Teach wiped his greasy mouth, letting out his signature unpleasant laugh, his eyes gleaming with the satisfaction of a scheme coming to fruition. For the sake of the dark fruit, he had endured for years on Whitebeard's ship. Now, he had struck successfully, killing Thatch, stealing the fruit, and then defecting. However, he didn't immediately escape Whitebeard's territory. Instead, he lay low. He understood the terror of Whitebeard and knew well the pursuit capabilities of the Whitebeard pirates. Only when the storm had passed and their vigilance was lowered would be the best time to escape. Now, they had finally succeeded. "Wee-ha-ha! The captain is brilliant!" Bashasa bellowed, his mouth smeared with grease. "Once we find more partners, we'll conquer this sea." Blackbeard Teach's eyes sparkled with ambition. "Ha ha ha! Of course. This era is about to welcome a new protagonist. The era of Blackbeard." Suddenly, Captain, look up. It seems there's something in the sky. Bashasu suddenly pointed at the distant sea surface, shouting indistinctly. Blackbeard squinted and looked over. In the distance, a small black that was rapidly drifting towards them. As the distance closed, the outline of the black dot gradually became clearer. It seemed to be a person riding on an extremely small wooden raft. Ha ha! In a situation like this, someone actually dares to drift alone in this sea? Blackbeard licked his lips, a glint of greed in his eyes. "Though poor, a fat sheep delivered to our door cannot be missed." "Wee-ha! Understood, Captain." Bashasu threw away the bone in his hand, cracking his knuckles. However, just as Blackbeard's pirate ship was preparing to approach the small raft, the person on the raft seemed to have noticed them and actively paddled over. Soon, the distance between them closed enough to see each other clearly. It was a man dressed in green, with red hair, a long sword at his waist, and a somewhat arrogant expression. It was Roxd Zebek. "Hey, did you come out from Whitebeard's territory? Tell me, which way is Whitebeard's territory?" Fasin Hogdi. Zebek's initial question, Blackbeard didn't rush to act. Instead, he asked, "What do you want to do in Whitebeard's territory?" "I'm an envoy of the red-haired pirates. I need to deliver a very important letter to Whitebeard. Just tell me the way quickly." Hogdi Xibek repli d'impatience. Hogdi Xibek. Red-haired pirates. The greed on Blackbeard Teach's face froze instantly, his pupils narrowing slightly. He exchanged glances with Bashasu, both seeing a hint of wariness in each other's eyes. Shanks. He is a man who rose to prominence in the same era as him and has now firmly secured the position of an emperor. Although Blackbeard believed he had gained significant strength after acquiring the dark fruit, the reputation of the red-haired pirates was not to be underestimated. Especially that man, Shanks. Ha ha ha. So you're an envoy of the red-haired pirates. Blackbeard's expression changed several times before he finally forced out a smile. Robbing the envoy of the red-haired pirates? Unless he had a screw loose. Now is not the time to clash with such a level of power. He immediately pointed the way to Roxd Zebek. "Thank you." The two ships passed by each other without further ado. "Just then, Captain, look in the sky. There seems to be something up there." Basha suddenly raised his head, pointing at the sky, and exclaimed. His voice was filled with disbelief. Blackbeard Teach looked up sharply. Rocks D. Zebek also instinctively followed the direction in which Bosch's was pointing. In the azure sky, a tiny black was falling towards them at an incredible speed. No, not falling. It was flying. The black dot was rapidly approaching. Its outline was becoming clearer. It seemed to be a figure, a person flying. Blackbeard Teach's pupils suddenly contracted. He thought of a possibility, and his expression turned somewhat grim. Was it the Navy's 6 styles moonwalk? Or some special devil fruit ability? Who could it be? Could it be pursuers? Bosch's also nervously clenched his fists, his muscles tensed. The figure flying towards them was faster than imaginable. In the blink of an eye, it was already within reach. When they saw the true form of that figure, Blackbeard Teach's expression instantly changed from vigilance to utter shock and absurdity. That was actually a baby wearing a split-crotch pant, looking at most 1 or 2 years old, exquisitely beautiful. A baby flying in the sky. What was going on? However, even more shocked than Blackbeard was Rox D. Zebek, who had just brushed past them, when he clearly saw the face of the baby falling from the sky. His whole being felt as if struck by lightning, and the color drained from his face in an instant. Without any hesitation, he decisively drew the knife from his waist. His expression was filled with suspicion. Demon child, Lynn, what are you doing here? Chapter 19, Is This the Speed a Baby Can Have? The terrifying Conqueror's Haki explosion. Demon child Lynn. Roxta's voice was sharp and piercing, filled with disbelief, his hand already pressed against the hilt of his sword. Muscles tensed as if facing a great enemy. His nervous demeanor was a stark contrast to his earlier carefree attitude. Blackbeard Teach's expression of shock deepened. Demon child? Lynn? He turned to look at Roxta, then glanced at the little figure hovering in midair, a delicate child in split-crotch pants. This little brat is the terrifying existence Roxta spoke of? What a joke. Basis's eyes widened, and he asked in a deep voice, Hey, red-haired kid, are you mistaken? This little one is the so-called demon child you mentioned? To him, it looked like a baby that just learned to crawl. And aside from the flying bit being somewhat unusual, it didn't seem to pose any threat at all. Cold sweat had already broken out on Roxta's forehead. He stared hard at Lynn, his voice trembling slightly. No mistake. It's him, the son of Kaido, the monster demon child Lynn with a bounty of 1 billion berries. The blurry photo from the newspaper is definitely him. 1 billion berries? Basis's huge hand shook, and the meat bone in his hand fell to the deck with a thud, splattering grease everywhere. His rugged face instantly filled with horror. A baby with a bounty of 1 billion. Is this made of gold or studded with diamonds? Ha ha! Blackbeard Teach was first taken aback, then burst into his signature unpleasant laughter. But this laughter was not filled with pride as usual. Rather, it carried a hint of disbelief and a touch of seriousness. A million-berry kid? And the son of Kaido? His deep-set eyes narrowed, carefully examining the little figure of Lynn in midair, as if trying to see through this small silhouette completely. G-58 Island. 3 vice admirals of the headquarters were severely injured, supposedly caused by this little brat. Roxta swallowed hard, nodding. Absolutely true. This news is spread across the seas. The Navy has lost all face over this. Hiss. Basis inhaled sharply, feeling his back break out in goosebumps. Knocking out a Navy vice admiral with 1 punch? This is something a baby in split-crotch pants can do. His gaze towards Lynn completely changed. From initial contempt to a deep sense of wariness, and even a hint of fear. Blackbeard Teach's laughter also stopped. His eyes flickered as he pondered something. Kaido's son, a 1 billion bounty, such potential, such strength. If he could recruit him. No, too dangerous. This kind of monster is not something he can control right now. Moreover, he is Kaido's child. He rubbed his chin, which was missing a few teeth, and his expression grew serious. At that moment, the little Lynn in midair looked towards Roxta. More precisely, he was looking at the letter tucked inside Roxta's arms. In a babyish voice, yet with an undeniable tone, he spoke. Letter, give. The voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears on the silent sea. Roxta was taken aback. Letter? What letter? But he immediately reacted, instinctively covering the letter in his arms. which was an important letter Captain Shanks had entrusted him to deliver to Whitebeard. Little brat, what do you want? He glared warily at Lynn, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. Although this baby had an astonishing track record, he was still a member of the red-haired pirates. How would he be intimidated by a baby? Moreover, this letter was of great importance. Lynn's little brows furrowed slightly, seeming a bit impatient. He stretched out his chubby little hand and pointed at the letter in Roxta's arms. Letter, he repeated, emphasizing his tone. Ha ha ha, interesting. This little brat actually wants your letter. Blackbeard watched the spectacle with great enthusiasm, grinning widely. He was very curious about what Shanks had written to Whitebeard in that letter. Roxta's face turned ashen. Little brat, I don't care what demon child you are or what your intentions are. You will not get this letter. I advise you to leave obediently. Or don't blame me for being rude. He drew his long sword, pointing the tip at Lynn, taking a battle stance. So what if there's a 1 billion bounty? He didn't believe he couldn't handle a baby. If this got out, where'd he put his face? Where would he put the red-haired pirate's face? Lynn looked at the sword tip pointing at him. A glint of coldness flashed in his dark eyes. Say it again. Each word was pronounced clearly, but there was a chilling aura that made one's heart race. The surrounding air seemed to drop a few degrees due to his words. Basis felt his heart skip a beat. This little brat has such a terrifying aura. Roxta was also unsettled by Lynn's gaze, but he gritted his teeth and shouted fiercely. I said, this letter, you will not get it. Ugh, no more talking. Before Roxta could finish his sentence, Lynn had completely lost his patience. His figure instantly vanished from mid-air. What? Roxta's pupils constricted. So fast, he didn't even see how Lynn moved. A wave of extreme danger surged from the depths of his heart. Without thinking, relying on his combat instincts, he suddenly swept his long sword horizontally in front of him. But the sword struck nothing but air. He focused his gaze, and that little figure had somehow appeared right in front of him. Lynn's little hand was lightning fast, reaching for the letter in his arms. Bastard! Roxta was both shocked and furious. The speed and strength of this little brat exceeded his imagination. He hurriedly sidestepped to evade, simultaneously twisting his wrist to turn the blade towards Lynn's neck. He could no longer hold back. This sword was both fast and ruthless. Lynn's small body was incredibly agile. In the instant the sword edge approached, he leaned back, as if boneless, evading the deadly strike at an unbelievable angle. At the same time, his hand still reached for the letter without pause. Damn it! Roxta was exasperated, his attacks becoming increasingly fierce. The blade flickered, each strike aiming for a lethal blow. He didn't believe this little brat could keep dodging. However, Lynn was like a slippery loach. Amidst Roxta's storm-like attacks, his small figure twisted and turned, always managing to narrowly evade the strikes each time. That nimble movement caused Blackbeard and Basis to blink in disbelief. This hardly resembled a baby. This was clearly a master with extensive combat experience. Ugh, damn it. After a series of dodges, Lynn was too lazy to hide his strength any longer. His small body suddenly tensed. No longer dodging. An indescribable, terrifying aura, like an awakened ancient beast, erupted explosively from his tiny body. Buzz! An invisible shock wave surged from Lynn's center, sweeping crazily in all directions. The Conqueror's Haki, and it was the most refined, the most tyrannical top-tier Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 20. The Malicious Blackbeard, the Sun God Ignites. The first to bear the brunt was Roxty, who didn't even have time to react. He felt an overwhelming and unresistible terrifying pressure descending upon him. It was as if an invisible giant hand had tightly grasped his heart. His mind went blank in an instant. His eyes rolled back. Thud! The sword in Rox's DS hand fell to the deck, and he toppled backward, foaming at the mouth. Completely unconscious. Instant kill. Just the impact of the Conqueror's Haki rendered the bounty of 94 million berries Roxy completely incapacitated in an instant. Wow! Bosch's let out a strange cry, his massive body stumbling back 7 or 8 steps before he barely steadied himself. He felt his soul trembling. The pressure of the Conqueror's Haki was too terrifying. It was more frightening than any Conqueror's Haki he had ever encountered. He had no doubt that if he had been even a little closer just now, his fate would not have been much better than Rox's DS. Blackbeard Teach's face, which had been wearing a calculating smile, was now completely frozen. The frivolity and calculation in his eyes vanished without a trace, replaced by unprecedented gravity and horror. What kind of terrifying Conqueror's Haki is this? He could clearly feel that within that Conqueror's Haki, there was a will to rule over the world, a dominance that crushed everything. Even his former captain, Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, and even the rumored pirate King Roger's Conqueror's Haki probably could not compare to this. A child not even 2 years old actually possesses such terrifying and unparalleled Conqueror's Haki. This could no longer be described as a monster. This is a prodigy, the true demeanor of a sea emperor. Lynn's small figure floated down, stepping on the unconscious Rox DS chest. He reached out his chubby little hand to take the important letter from Rox DS arms. The mission was within reach. Suddenly, little brat, that thing is not for you to touch. A harsh and unpleasant laugh rang out. Blackbeard Teach's massive figure moved. His hand, covered in eerie darkness, spread its fingers like a pitch-black eagle's claw, with a terrifying force that seemed to absorb everything, suddenly reaching for Lynn's back. This claw was swift and vicious. Filled with cunning calculation, he realized that this little brat was absurdly strong, but that letter, the one Shank sent to Whitebeard, definitely held a tremendous secret. Snatch it. Lynn didn't even frown. Just as that dark claw was about to touch his tender body, his figure shifted sideways like a ghost, moving several inches. Fast, to the extreme. Blackbeard's claw, carrying a malicious wind, missed. Blackbeard's pupils shrank. This little brat's reaction speed was simply inhuman. Waha, Captain, I'll help you. Beside him, Sheesa's Bashes roared, his palm like a huge fan, carrying immense power, sweeping toward Lynn like he was swatting a fly. If that slap hit, an ordinary person would be turned into mush. The air was even blasted away with a bang. Lynn's small body was like a weightless feather. At the moment Bash's giant palm approached, he lightly tapped his toes on the deck. His whole body shot up several feet, effortlessly dodging this fierce blow. Bash's massive palm smashed down on the deck with a bang, sending wood chips flying. He was instead shocked to the point that his arm went numb. Interesting. Blackbeard Teach's eyes glinted with ferocity. His hand, shrouded in dark mist, lunged forward. Dark water. A terrifying sucking force emanated from the darkness, as if it wanted to drag everything around into an endless abyss. Little brat, let us see where you run this time. Blackbeard sneered, confident that his dark fruit ability could counter all devil fruit users. As long as he caught someone in his darkness, any ability would become ineffective. This little brat could fly and had astonishing Conqueror's Haki. He must also possess some powerful devil fruit ability. Lynn remained calm. The dark power was indeed strange, carrying a property of devouring and depriving. But he was not a devil fruit user. This dark fruit was useless against him. Wow, what? Blackbeard Teach's sinister smile instantly froze. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. My dark water actually has no effect on him? How? How is that possible? The dark fruit, which he prided himself on as being able to counter all devil fruit powers, was ineffective against this little brat. Could it be? Could it be that you're not a devil fruit user? Blackbeard let out an incredulous scream. A little brat who wasn't a devil fruit user could fly. A little brat who wasn't a devil fruit user could use a marine vice admiral as a punching bag. This is not scientific. Bash's jaw dropped, nearly hitting the ground. Captain, this little brat, what kind of monster is he? He felt like his brain couldn't keep up. Lynn looked down at Blackbeard, whose face was twisted in shock, and his small face showed no expression. He was already too lazy to waste time with these two guys. He slowly raised his head, and his dark, clear eyes changed once again. 3 blood-red tomo appeared, slowly rotating, connecting into a strange shuriken pattern. The kaleidoscope Sharingan. A cold, sinister aura spread out once more. Both Blackbeard Teach and Bash's felt a chill rush from the soles of their feet straight to the top of their heads. Those eyes were too eerie, too ominous. Little brat, what do you want to do? Blackbeard's voice trembled. He felt a lethal threat emanating from those eyes. Lynn did not answer. His small mouth gently uttered 2 words. The voice still sounded childish, but it carried a chilling judgment. Heaven, illuminate! Sizzle! Without any warning, on Blackbeard Teach's plump chest, a small cluster of pitch-black flames suddenly ignited. Aya! A scream so piercing it didn't even sound human erupted from Blackbeard's mouth. His massive body trembled violently, the flesh on his face twisted in extreme pain. Fire! Fire! So hot! It hurts! The black flames clung to his skin like maggots, burning furiously. An indescribable burning sensation felt like countless red-hot irons searing deep into his soul. This pain surpassed any injury he had ever endured before. Chapter 21. Open the 7 gates. Strike Blackbeard hard. Captain. Basis was horrified and wanted to rush forward to help, but the strange aura emanating from the black flames forced him to retreat repeatedly. What kind of flame is this? Why is it like this? Blackbeard Teach roared in terror, frantically slapping the black flames on his chest, trying to extinguish them. But it was useless. The black flames, as if they had a life of their own, burned even more fiercely. Darkness, absorb it for me. He suddenly activated the power of the dark fruit, his palm turning into a mass of darkness, reaching for the black flames on his chest. He wanted to use his own darkness to devour this strange flame. However, the moment his darkness touched the black flames, sizzle, a light sound, his darkness was actually ignited by the black flames. No, Blackbeard let out a desperate scream. His darkness not only failed to devour the black flames, but instead fueled them, causing them to burn even more violently. The burning sensation surged exponentially. Why? Why is this happening? Why can't my darkness devour this flame? Blackbeard was completely panicked. He felt his life force being crazily consumed by the black flames. If this continued, he would be burned to death. No, I absolutely cannot die here. Suddenly, in a state of extreme despair, Blackbeard's eyes turned crimson and veins bulged on his forehead. Unconsciously, he used all his strength to unleash his Conqueror's Haki. Buzz! A powerful will surged, radiating explosively from him. The pitch-black flames thrashed violently under the force of this Conqueror's Haki, and the flames visibly dimmed. What? This flame can only be dispelled with Conqueror's Haki. As Blackbeard was shocked, a glimmer of hope to survive surged in his heart, and he crazily urged his Conqueror's Haki. Sizzle, sizzle. Finally, after Blackbeard had nearly exhausted all his Conqueror's Haki, the cluster of black flames that had burned on him for a long time, bringing him endless pain and fear, suddenly trembled violently and then extinguished unwillingly. It left behind a large charred area on his chest, emitting the horrid smell of burnt flesh. Huff, huff, huff. Blackbeard Teach collapsed on the deck, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat, his face filled with the relief of surviving and deep-seated terror. In that moment, he truly thought he was going to die. That little brat's flames are so damn sinister, so damn terrifying. The look in his eyes towards Lynn was completely filled with fear. This is not a potential stock. This is a downright monster, a freak more outrageous than Kaido. Basis also watched in horror, not daring to breathe. He just wanted to get as far away from that little monster as possible. Just as Blackbeard let out a sigh of relief, thinking he had finally saved his life. Suddenly, a childish yet ominous voice softly rang in his ears. Open the door. Blackbeard Teach's body froze suddenly. He struggled to lift his head and looked at the little figure hovering in midair. Lynn's small body sank slightly, his youthful face bearing a solemnity that was not at all fitting for his age. Green steam began to rise from his surface. Blackbeard Teach's pupils suddenly contracted to the extreme. He remembered the most chilling part of the legend about this demon child Lynn. That blood-red steam, that world-destroying power. No, Blackbeard almost instinctively screamed, his voice filled with unprecedented fear. He wanted to escape. His only thought now was to flee from this little monster. The farther, the better. But just as he screamed, Lynn's movements were even faster. In fact, just a moment ago, while using Amaterasu to burn Blackbeard, taking advantage of the chaos and screams, Lynn had successfully retrieved the letter. Almost the instant he got the letter, ding, the host has successfully intercepted Rock's letter. Mission reward. Huge increase in stamina limit has been issued. A surge of immense warmth instantly flooded through Lynn's entire body. His stamina bar skyrocketed as if it had been injected with hormones. The unprecedented feeling of fullness almost made Lynn moan in comfort. Almost simultaneously, the system task resurfaced in his mind. 2. Defeat a character of warlord level or above in a head-on battle. Mission reward. A random ability from the myriad worlds. A character of warlord level or above. Lynn's pitch-black eyes slightly shifted, landing on the Blackbeard teach below, who had just recovered from the pain of Amaterasu and was looking at him in terror. This guy's just a ready-made target, right? Although Blackbeard has not yet become one of the 4 emperors, nor has he even obtained the warlord title. He is definitely at warlord level strength since he could defeat Ace. If I take him out, the mission will be complete. With that thought in mind, Lynn no longer hesitated. Open the rest gate. The childish voice rang out again, but it struck like a death knell in the hearts of Blackbeard and Basis. The green steam became even denser. Lynn's aura surged upwards once more. Open the life gate. Open the injury gate. Open the dread gate. Open the view gate. Lynn took a deep breath and opened 6 gates in a row like flowing water. The steam rising from him changed from pure green to a pale blue with a hint of heat. Waves of power that were terrifyingly overwhelming rippled through the nerves of everyone present. No, no, no. Quickly stop him. Blackbeard Teach let out a hysterical roar. He could clearly feel that every time that little monster shouted an open word, the momentum he exuded grew exponentially. If he continued like this, he would definitely die. Little brat, go die. Basis also reacted. Although he was filled with extreme fear, the instinct to survive made him unleash all his strength. He leaped up, his thick arms bulging with muscle, veins rising like snakes, and with a powerful elbow strike that contained all his strength, he struck towards Lynn with a piercing sound. He couldn't believe that such a small body could withstand this blow. However, facing their desperate struggle, Lynn's face still showed no expression. His pitch-black eyes were as calm as an ancient well. Open the shock gate. Boom! The pale blue steam suddenly surged. It almost transformed into a tangible energy cloak, forming a visible blue whirlwind around his body. The terrifying aura caused the sea around Blackbeard's ship to churn violently, and the sky seemed to darken by several degrees. Just as Basis's powerful elbow strike was about to hit Lynn, Lynn didn't even turn his head. Bang! Basis felt as if he had struck an indescribable steel wall. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. Ah! Basis let out a piercing scream as his once proud, muscular arm twisted and deformed bizarrely like a twisted dough. The mere residual wave of protective steam had incapacitated the champion fighter's arm. How could this be? Blackbeard Teach's eyes were wide open, bigger than copper bells, and the expression on his face could no longer be described as just shock. Chapter 22. A foot splits the ocean. New reward, Susanoo. It was pure, deep-seated fear and despair from the depths of the soul. So powerful. This little brat is unreasonably strong. So incomprehensibly strong. This is not the kind of power a human should possess. Lynn's eyes, shimmering with blue fluorescence, coldly stared at Blackbeard, who looked like a lost dog. His small body slowly raised its right foot. Blue steam gathered around his right leg like a living creature, crazily converging. Compress. Extreme compression. That less than half a meter long calf now seemed to contain terrifying power capable of destroying everything. The tiny foot, carrying earth-shattering power, headed straight for Blackbeard. No fancy technique names. Just pure, ultimate power unleashed. This kick seemed to shatter even space itself. Boom! A terrifying sound echoed through the skies, as if it were going to overturn the entire world. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach's massive body couldn't even let out a scream. It was firmly stomped on his chest by that little foot. A rain of blood erupted wildly from Blackbeard's mouth. His enormous body, hit head-on like a city-crushing cannon, plummeted toward the sea below at a speed several times faster than a fired cannonball, along with his already damaged pirate ship beneath him, and the half-conscious, terrified Basis on board. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire sea surface centered on the point where Blackbeard fell, suddenly collapsed into a bottomless, terrifying pit. Following that, a more violent explosion. Towering waves, like an awakened ancient sea god, roared skyward. The sea within a radius of hundreds of meters violently shook from this earth-shattering blow. The clouds in the sky were instantly torn apart by the horrific shockwave. And the most shocking sight occurred. The originally surging sea was actually split apart by Lynn's kick, a wound that could not heal for a long time. This was just the seventh gate. In midair, Lynn's small body floated, the blue steam around him slowly dissipating. His small face was somewhat pale, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for breath. Although his stamina had greatly increased, the consumption of the seventh gate's kick was still considerable for him. However, what was much better than before was that, in his current state, he wouldn't fall into a faint and weak state. Instead, he was confident that he could deliver another kick without any problem. Below, the spot where Blackbeard's pirate ship had been was now just a bottomless, terrifying whirlpool, still madly sucking in seawater. The sea fissure that had been violently split was slowly healing, but that earth-shattering scene was deeply imprinted in this sea area. A cold system prompt sounded in Lynn's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the 7 Warlords level character Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. A mission évaluation, overwhelming destruction. Detected that the host has completed the mission. Defeat a character of 7 Warlords level or above. Mission rewards being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the multiverse ability, Susanoo. Basic form. Susanoo. Basic form. Originating from the world of Naruto. The ultimate power awakened by the Uchiha clan's Mangeki Sharingan. It can summon a chakra entity with extreme defense. This ability has been optimized for the host, consuming stamina and Conqueror's Haki. Susanoo. Lynn's exhausted eyes instantly widened. His somewhat listless spirit was instantly washed away by a wave of ecstasy. Wow, that's the ultimate skill of the Uchiha clan. A complete form of both offense and defense. After the 8 gates of death and Amaterasu, the system actually rewarded him with such a heavenly skill. It was simply exhilarating. However, this basic form indicates that the reward is not the complete form. There is still room for upgrades. Moreover, the system specifically mentioned that it has extreme defense, which means this Susanoo probably only has a few ribs. Nevertheless, this was still enough to make Lynn feel extremely excited. With this divine skill, at least in terms of his most vulnerable defense, he now had ample assurance. At this moment, the system's prompt tone rang out continuously again. New task has been released. Task 1. Unmovable as a mountain. Task description. Withstand a full force attack from a character of 7 Warlords level or above without fighting back for 1 minute. Task reward. Huge increase in Conqueror's Haki limit. Task 2. Big Eater Challenge. Task description. Break the world rules. Successfully eat 2 different devil fruits and survive. Task reward. Huge increase in stamina limit. Task 3. Double kill. Task description. Before the age of 4, currently 1 year and 3 months. Consecutively defeat 2 characters of 7 Warlords level or above. Task reward. 1 random multiverse ability. A series of new tasks made Lynn's little head buzz. He carefully read the description of each task, his little brows tightly knitted. The first task, withstanding a 7 Warlords level attack for 1 minute. Not difficult. With Susanoo, the chances were very high, but the premise was to find someone not so powerful. Otherwise, if he faced someone like Mihawk, even with Susanoo, it would be tough to last a minute. The third task, taking down 2 characters above the 7 Warlords level. This also wasn't too difficult. Before the age of 4, it indicated he had nearly 3 years to become stronger, and according to the current timeline, the Marineford War was coming soon. Perhaps he could take the opportunity to pick off 2 7 Warlords as well. But what made Lynn feel ridiculous and terrified was the second task, eating 2 devil fruits. This joke was a bit too big. Who in this world doesn't know that if a person eats 2 devil fruits, their body will explode due to being unable to withstand the curses of 2 devils, dying without a doubt. This is an ironclad rule of this world. The system actually wanted him to break this rule. Wasn't this just sending him to his death? But The reward was a huge increase in stamina limit. Stamina. This was exactly what he needed most right now. Whether it was flying the 8 gates of death or the newly acquired Susanoo, they all consumed a tremendous amount of stamina. Especially the 8 gates of death and Susanoo. They were like 2 bottomless pits, without enough stamina to support them. These divine skills would be nothing more than decorations. Huge risks, but equally huge rewards. The system shouldn't issue a mission that was certain death. This meant that this task had a possibility of completion. Lynn finally glanced at the gradually calming sea surface. Then, while calculating, he leisurely flew away. Not long after he left, on a nearby deserted island shore, Basis, still bleeding, struggled to drag the unconscious Mixedbeard and Roxas onto the beach. He looked at the small figure in the sky, gradually becoming a black dot, with an indescribable terror in his eyes. Chapter 23. Blackbeard's Fear. The red-haired crew's collective shock. Soon, Blackbeard was the first to wake up. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with bits of internal organs. The charred scar on his chest from Amaterasu was horrifying. Not to mention the area where Lynn's final kick had landed, leaving his entire chest caved in, with countless broken ribs. He coughed violently, each breath sending a piercing pain through him. But must be said, his constitution was indeed tough. A normal person would have died long ago. "Captain, are you okay?" Basis's voice trembled, his face filled with terror. His other uninjured hand still bore the numbness from being intimidated by Lynn's Conqueror's Haki. Blackbeard struggled to open his eyes, and the calculating and ambitious glint that usually resided in them was now replaced by the shock of having survived and a deep fear. That little brat is a monster, a real monster. He wanted to laugh, to mask his inner fear with his signature pirate laugh, but found he couldn't even move the corners of his mouth. Pain. His whole body was in pain. But more intense than the physical pain was the shuddering of his very soul. That baby in split crotch pants. Amaterasu, 8 gates, that earth-shattering kick. Each image replayed in his mind like the most terrifying nightmare. My dark water, it actually didn't work on him. Blackbeard mumbled, disbelief filling his eyes. The dark fruit, which he took pride in for restraining all abilities, seemed like a joke in front of that little brat. What on earth is he? Basis also looked terrified, glancing at his useless arm, still shaken. "Captain, what do we do now?" Blackbeard fell silent. What to do? Did he still want to compete for supremacy in the New World? Did he still want to become the Pirate King? After witnessing Lynn's unreasonable and terrifying power, all his ambitions were temporarily suppressed by a thought called survival. The New World is too dangerous, Blackbeard said with difficulty. Kaido is terrifying to this extent. We need to return to the paradise. We must find more allies, stronger power. Until we have absolute certainty, we cannot provoke that little monster again. He was afraid, truly afraid. That little brat's gaze was too cold, so cold that he felt no vitality at all. At that moment, Roxy Zebek also gradually woke up. As he opened his eyes, he saw Blackbeard's ghastly face and Basis's useless arm. You guys. He suddenly remembered everything that had happened before he lost consciousness. That small figure, those strange eyes, that terrifying Conqueror's Haki. The letter. My letter, he shouted, instinctively reaching for his chest. Empty. It's over. Roxy Zebek's face turned ashen. The important letter entrusted to him by Captain Shanks had been stolen, and it was stolen by a baby. What made him even more desperate was that even a powerhouse like Blackbeard had been left half dead. I must report to the captain immediately. Roxy Zebek struggled to get up, not even bothering to greet Blackbeard and the others, stumbling towards the depths of the island. He had to find a way to get to the ship or send a distress signal. Blackbeard watched Roxy Zebek's retreating figure without stopping him. He was barely able to protect himself. How could he care about others? Kaido, Lynn. He gritted his teeth, deeply engraving these 2 names in his heart. This debt he would settle sooner or later, but not now. The next day, aboard the red-haired pirate ship, the Red Force. What? Hobdi Xibek. You were defeated by a baby. Lucky Roo, chewing on a chicken leg, looked incredulous, nearly spitting out the bones in his mouth. And the letter was stolen. Jesus Burgess's eyes widened, and he whistled. Hey, Roxy Zebek. Have you been slacking off in your training lately? You can't even handle a little brat? Roxy. Zebek looked frustrated and humiliated, bruised and bandaged. Not just any little brat. He quickly defended. It's that demon child Lynn. Kaido est son. The monster with a bounty of 1 billion. Demon child Lynn? Kaido est son? The atmosphere on the ship instantly turned serious. Shanks, sitting at the ship's railing, had his previously smiling face turned solemn, his hand holding the wine cup paused in midair. Ben Beckman, with a cigar in his mouth, slightly furrowed his brow. Kaido's son. What does he want with your letter? I don't know. Roxy, Zebek said with a mournful face. As soon as that little brat appeared, he demanded the letter in my arms by name. When I refused, he just attacked. His Conqueror's Haki was terrifying. I couldn't even react before. He trembled involuntarily at the memory of that despairing pressure. Conqueror's Haki? Shanks's eyes flickered. The Conqueror's Haki strong enough to leave Roxy. Zebek, without any power to resist, was not of ordinary strength. Not only that, Hobdi. Zebek seemed to recall something even more terrifying, his face turning even paler. There were also 2 other strong people present. They saved my life. But when I woke up, they were in worse shape than I was, both spitting blood, looking like they had at least lost half their lives. Wait a minute, Roxy Zebek. Ben Beckman furrowed his brow. What happened to those 2? Roxy. Zebek detailed the whole story. Shanks listened with his eyes slightly changing. You mean, one of them had a mouth full of Blackbeard? And was missing teeth? Yes, Captain. Blackbeard. Shanks's expression darkened, his fingers gently brushing over the scar by his eye. He wouldn't be mistaken. But even he was defeated by the demon child Lynn. The faces of the red-haired crew also changed. No one understood Blackbeard's strength better than they did. The one who could leave scars on Shanks, who could kill the squad, Captain Sachi, and who could escape Whitebeard's bounty hunting. Such a powerful figure was actually defeated. That Lynn, is he really just a 1 or 2-year-old baby? Jesus Burgess felt like his worldview had been shaken. Absolutely true. In split-crotch pants. Roxy, Zebek said firmly, fearing they wouldn't believe him. Ben Beckman took a deep breath from his cigar, slowly exhaling smoke, his face grave. Kaido's son, demon child Lynn. It seems we have all underestimated the danger of this little brat, being able to nearly kill Blackbeard. This strength is no longer something that can be summarized by potential. The ship fell into silence. Everyone was stunned by this news. A 1 or 2-year-old baby possessing such terrifying strength completely overturned their understanding. Shanks was silent for a moment, downing his drink in one gulp. It seems the new world is about to stir again. He slowly spoke, his voice low. Roxy, Zebek, you can go rest now. Yes, Captain. Roxy. Zebek felt as if he had been pardoned and quickly withdrew. Captain, about that letter. Ben Beckman looked at Shanks. Shanks shook his head. The letter was stolen. And for now, there's no way to pursue it. That Lynn, since he is Kaido's son and acts so domineering, is probably not someone who can be reasoned with. The priority is to see Whitebeard first. Blackbeard's matter must be communicated to him as soon as possible. Ace, we need to recall him quickly. Otherwise, things will escalate. Chapter 24. The collective shock of the beast pirates. Lynn's strength has already reached the 2nd tier of the sea. On Ghost Island within the palace, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt like one could wring water from it. Dambrat, where the hell did you run off to? Kaido's booming roar shook the entire palace, causing dust to fall from the beams. His massive dragon claw slammed onto the ground, instantly cracking the hard rock floor with spiderweb-like fissures. Jack, Queen, and the other calamities of the beast pirates, along with numerous officers, were all rendered silent, not daring to breathe a word. It was young Master Lynn, the little ancestor they both revered and feared, who had once again slipped away without a sound. If anything went wrong, they had no doubt that Governor Kaido would raze the entire Ghost Island to the ground. Find him. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you have to, but bring him back to me, Kaido shouted, the terrifying pressure making the surrounding air feel thick. At that moment, a childish voice, laced with confusion, unexpectedly rang out at the palace entrance. Everyone froze in their tracks. Kaido's massive body jolted, and his enormous dragon head turned at an unbelievable speed. There stood Lynn's small figure at the palace entrance, a bewildered expression on his delicate little face. Seemingly not understanding why everyone looked so tense. He was still wearing his signature open crotch pants, with a bit of dust on his small feet. Lynn, young Master Lynn. The flames behind Jack flickered violently, his tone filled with incredulous joy. Queen's hefty body shook violently, almost swallowing his cigar. My goodness, little ancestor, you're finally back. Jack let out a huge sigh of relief, a silly grin spreading across his honest face. Kaido's furious dragon face, upon seeing Lynn, had all its rage doused like cold water, instantly vanishing without a trace. What replaced it was a deep sense of dread and a hint of unnoticeable relief. He took several large strides to Lynn's side, casting a massive shadow over the little figure. Brat, where did you run off to? Kaido's voice was still thunderous, but those who knew him could detect a hint of urgency in his tone, less brutality. The surrounding officers gathered around, looking at Lynn with complex expressions. There was relief, fear, and even a bit of resentment. Could you at least say something next time you go out? Lynn blinked his big, dark eyes, extended his chubby little hand, pointed outside, then pointed to himself. He then squatted down and awkwardly wrote a few words in the dusty ground. Just wandering around. Just wandering around? Everyone's lips twitched. Your casual wandering almost made Kaido tear Ghost Island apart. Kaido's massive dragon eyes fixed on the words, nostrils flaring with heavy white breath. Wandering? Do you know that I... He cut himself off midway, realizing it was pointless to reason with a child this small. Lynn seemed to sense Kaido's dissatisfaction, turned his little head, and continued writing on the ground. Met some red-haired people. Red-haired people. Jack's pupils constricted sharply. Kaido's gaze sharpened. People from Shanks? Lynn nodded. Then he wrote again. Also met Blackbeard. Blackbeard. Marshal D. Teach. The mention of this name instantly tightened the atmosphere in the palace. Queen exclaimed, the one who betrayed the Whitebeard crew, said to possess unfathomable strength. Jack's eyes widened. That guy's a tough character. Young Master Lynn, you weren't hurt, were you? Kaido's enormous dragon claw instinctively clenched tightly, staring at Lynn, fearing he might see any sign of injury on the little brat's face. Lynn shook his head, indicating he was fine. Then, he flipped over his little hand and pulled out a crumpled letter from who knows where, handing it to Kaido. Fought. Letter. These simple 3 words were like thunder on a clear day, exploding in the hearts of all the Beast Pirates officers. Fought. Who'd you fight? The red-hair people? Or Blackbeard? Stole a letter? You said you fought them? And stole a letter? Queen's voice even altered. Looking at Lynn's small frame, and then recalling Blackbeard's notorious reputation, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Jack's eyes were sharp as knives, locking onto Lynn, young Master Lynn. You defeated both the red-haired people and Blackbeard? Yes. Lynn nodded generously. The moment these words were spoken, everyone gasped in shock. The red-haired people were one thing. The key was Blackbeard Teach. He was someone who could kill a division commander right under Whitebeard's nose, steal a devil fruit, and had yet to be captured by Whitebeard. His strength, if not on par with the Calamities, was likely not far off. This little monster, not even 2 years old, actually managed to defeat Blackbeard? Does this not imply that young Master Lynn's current strength is already comparable to that of the Calamities? Just thinking of this possibility, all the officers of the Beast Pirates looked at Lynn with eyes full of utmost reverence and fervor. So terrifying. This rate of growth. Kaido snatched the letter from Lynn's hands and quickly unfolded it. The handwriting was ornate and powerful, carrying a faint hint of dominance. Such a style clearly indicated that this letter was most likely from the red-haired. When Kaido saw the content of the letter, his enormous dragon eyes erupted with a terrifying brilliance. Whoa, 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 whoa. The deafening roar of laughter erupted from Kaido's mouth, shaking the entire Ghost Island with his terrifying laughter. The beams of the palace trembled violently, as if they would collapse at any moment. The scar from the red-haired was actually left by Blackbeard all those years ago. Even the 2nd Division Commander Ace, that bastard who infiltrated my Ghost Island last time, might not even be Blackbeard's match, so they want to persuade Whitebeard to call him back? In that case, Kaido suddenly looked at Lynn, his huge dragon eyes filled with admiration and pride. At such a young age, to directly defeat a character like Blackbeard, it proves that, at this moment, Lynn has already reached the second tier of the entire sea. If he continues to develop for another 2 years, his strength will surely. Well done, little brat. You truly are my son. He scooped Lynn up and placed him on his broad shoulder, laughing heartily. As everyone was shocked and amazed, their faces were filled with excitement and fervor. They all understood that young Master Lynn would be, besides Governor Kaido, the other greatest pillar of the Beast Pirates, his importance even surpassing that of the Calamities. Chapter 25. Doflamingo's artificial devil fruits are going to increase in price. Has Lynn's Conqueror's Haki strength increased again? A few days later, on Onigashima, Beast Palace, Kaido was drunk again, running out alone to seek amusement through self-destruction. The vast palace was temporarily overseen by the 3 calamities. At this moment, a black flame ignited on Jin's body. He was drenched in cold sweat, trying to use the innate flames of his Lunaria race to counter the protagonist's Amaterasu blackfire. The cadres of the Beast Pirates watched this scene from a distance, not daring to breathe. Yikes! Seeing the destructive power of Amaterasu gradually increasing, Lynn actively retracted it. Jin looked down and saw charred marks on his shoulder. All the Beast Pirates cadres felt their hearts racing. If they faced this relentless fire, they wouldn't be able to extinguish it without cutting off flesh. Young Master Lynn's ability is terrifying. At this moment, Brother Jin, Brother Queen, Jack's voice boomed like thunder, shaking people's eardrums. That damn Doflamingo, that bastard Doflamingo, he's actually going to raise the price. Huh. Jin and all the cadres present immediately changed their expressions. Raising the price. That pink-haired flamingo Doflamingo. Has he eaten a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? How dare he play such tricks with our Beast Pirates? Is he tired of living? The cadre's anger surged. Jin's brows furrowed slightly. Smile is going to increase in price. By how much? That's right. Jack roared. Saliva flying, that bastard said that starting from the next batch, the smile supplied to us would all increase by 20. 20. Queen immediately exploded with anger. Is Doflamingo tired of living? Smile also has my technology in it. How dare he raise it by 20? I'm going to take people to Dressrosa right now. Tear that broken place apart and feed him to the Sea Kings. Queen cursed loudly, looking more excited than Jack, practically itching to kill him immediately. Jack's eyes were also bloodshot, turning to rush out. Damn it. I'm going to recruit people right now. Calm down, Queen Jack. Jin's voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable authority. That guy Doflamingo has recently climbed up the ranks of the world government, becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea, so his wings have indeed hardened a bit. But tearing the face off directly won't benefit us. The supply of smile fruits cannot be cut off for now. Compared to Queen and Jack, Jin was clearly much calmer. Jack, you go to Dressrosa in person and talk to him. Raising the price is fine, but try to keep the increase within 10. That's the bottom line. 10. Jack was still burning with anger, but he also knew that Jin's decision was unchangeable and could only grit his teeth and say, I understand, Brother Jin. I must concoct something for that pink-haired bastard. At this moment, a small figure flew in front of Jack and blocked his path. Young Master Lynn, what's wrong? Everyone's gaze gathered. It was Lynn. He looked around, picked up a bone from a roasted meat that someone had casually thrown away, dusted it off on the ground, and then began to scribble on the smooth stone floor. Soon, 3 words that looked like a ghostly script appeared before everyone. I also go. These simple 3 words made both Jin and Queen furrow their brows simultaneously. No. Jin almost instinctively refused without hesitation, his tone firm and non-negotiable. Young Master Lynn, a place like Dressrosa is full of dangers, and that guy Doflamingo is not a good bird. He's very cunning and treacherous. It's too dangerous. You're still young. You can't go to such a place. Queen nodded repeatedly, earnestly advising. That's right. Young Lynn, listen to Uncle Queen. That place is dangerous and full of bad people. It's not fun at all, not suitable for a good child like you. Stay obediently on Onigashima. Uncle Queen will make you delicious takoyaki and cotton candy. Lynn's small brows instantly furrowed tightly. Clearly, he was very, very dissatisfied with this answer. This trip was not a whim. He had thought it through carefully. Artificial devil fruits. They can also be considered devil fruits, right? The system task includes one that requires eating 2 different devil fruits. Isn't this just perfect? Moreover, that Doflamingo is still one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Isn't this a coincidence? Defeating 2 characters with the power of a warlord or above. Not fighting back directly, enduring a full power attack from a character with warlord-level strength or above for 1 minute. There are 3 tasks in total, with 2.5 of them being solvable through Doflamingo. He absolutely has to go. His dark eyes spun, as if pondering some strategy. Soon, he had an idea. Suddenly, buzz! An even more condensed, domineering, and suffocating invisible aura than any previous explosions in the palace erupted violently from Lynn's small body. Conqueror's Haki. This time, the Conqueror's Haki was no longer just a chaotic and disordered pressure. It carried a highly concentrated, sovereign will, like a tangible shockwave. It spread wildly in all directions. The air in the palace seemed to be sucked out in that instant, and then filled with heavy mercury. Those members of the Beast Pirates with slightly weaker strength felt as if their hearts were tightly gripped by an invisible hand, making breathing extremely difficult. Each one turned pale, cold sweat cascading down like a waterfall from their foreheads. Some even weakly knelt on the ground, trembling like chaff. The incredibly hard stone floor cracked with dense, spiderweb-like fissures, radiating outwards from Lynn's center. Even the disaster-level figures like Queen and Jack were left frozen, unable to move for a moment. Even Jean, who is usually calm, couldn't help but show an expression of disbelief. This. Everyone could clearly feel that the Conqueror's Haki released by young Master Lynn this time was stronger than any time before. This meant that in just a few days, young Master Lynn's Conqueror's Haki strength and range had increased by a whole level. Chapter 26. Drought Jack is nothing to mention, but the demon boy Lynn should not be underestimated. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Jin's temple. He looked at Lynn's pair of pitch-black, emotionless eyes and felt a sense of helplessness for the first time. This little brat is simply beyond rational judgment. That Conqueror's Haki is even more outrageous than Kaido's was in his youth. If this stalemate continues, the entire palace might be toppled by this little brat's Conqueror's Haki. All right. Jin took a deep breath, his voice carrying a barely noticeable hoarseness. Jack, take young Master Lynn with you. But, he suddenly emphasized, his gaze sharp as a knife, staring intently at Jack. The safety of young Master Lynn is the highest priority. If he loses a single hair, you will bring me his head. Yes, Brother Jean, I guarantee it with my life. Jack straightened his back abruptly, loudly assuring, his face filled with excitement and a hint of nervousness. Being able to go on a mission with young Master Lynn is an immense honor. But at the same time, this responsibility is too damn heavy. Quinn, standing aside, had his chubby cheeks twitch a few times, wanting to say something, but upon seeing Lynn's expression that seemed to indicate he would continue using his Conqueror's Haki if he didn't comply, he ultimately swallowed his words. He sighed, pulled out a large bag of assorted candies from his pocket, and stuffed it into Lynn's arms. Little Lynn, eat some candy if you get hungry on the way. Don't deny yourself. If those bad guys dare to bully you, come back and tell Uncle Quinn, and I'll turn them all into meat sauce for you. Lynn looked at the candies in his arms, then at Quinn. A rare, while one might call it a satisfied expression, appeared on his small face. He nodded, then, with his little short legs, walked over to Jack, extending his chubby little hand to grab Jack's calloused hand. Jack trembled all over, feeling a warm current flow from his palm. He looked down at Lynn's tiny figure, a surge of bravado filling his heart. With young Master Lynn around, a mere Don Quixote Doflamingo is nothing. The next day, New World, Dressrosa, Royal Palace. In the luxurious banquet hall, drinks were clinking and seductive music filled the air. The warlord of the sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo, was sitting high on the main seat. He wore his signature pink feather coat, a trademark eerie smile on his face, and delicately swirled the crimson wine in his goblet with his long fingers. Below him sat a man radiating golden light, exuding a powerful aura. It was the Golden Emperor, Gil Tesoro. In addition, the banquet hall was filled with a dozen or so underground world bosses from around the globe, each exuding a fierce presence. Their eyes filled with greed and ambition. Tesoro, and everyone else, this collaboration will definitely make both of us rich. Doflamingo raised his goblet, his voice carrying a hint of seductive charm. The smile artificial devil fruit, is a revolutionary product. With it, we can form an invincible army. Tesoro's lips curled into a confident smile, the golden rings on his fingers sparkling under the light. Doflamingo, your vision has always been good. I'm in on this deal. My golden city will also need a lot of capable people to maintain order. Other underground bosses nodded in agreement. Their eyes filled with awe and anticipation as they looked at Doflamingo. Doflamingo's smile grew even wider. Recently, he had established connections with the world government and collaborated with the Big Mom Pirates on a growth experiment. Now, he had formed a smile trade alliance with the Golden Emperor Tesoro and these underground world giants. It could be said that his power had expanded to an unprecedented level. This was also the confidence that allowed him to raise prices against the beast Kaido. Kaido is strong, but Doflamingo is not weak either. At that moment, young master, not good. A family officer rushed in with a panicked expression, rolling and kneeling before Doflamingo. The atmosphere in the banquet hall instantly froze. Doflamingo's smile slightly faded, and he raised an eyebrow. What is so urgent? Don't you see I'm entertaining distinguished guests? The officer trembled in fear, his voice quavering. It's members of the Beast Pirates. Drought Jack. He has brought people to the dock. Drought Jack? Doflamingo sneered, taking a sip from his goblet. That brute who only knows how to use brute force? He really dares to rampage in my Dressrosa? He stood up, adjusted his feather coat, and revealed a playful smile. Just in time, let us show everyone the hospitality of the Don Quixote family. Let us go meet this ignorant drought. Tesoro and the other underground bosses wore expressions of interest and excitement, all standing up to follow. A grand procession headed toward the palace entrance. Just as they reached the palace gates. Violetta, a family officer with the ability of the stare fruit, suddenly exclaimed, her face turning pale, her eyes, capable of seeing through everything, fixed intensely on the direction of the dock, her pupils sharply constricting in extreme shock. Violetta, what is wrong? Doflamingo stopped, his displeasure evident in his voice. Young master, Drought Jack is accompanied by. Violetta's voice trembled, pointing towards the dock, as if she had seen something extremely terrifying. And there's a child. A child? Sugar tilted her head, licking the frosting off her fingers, unconcerned. What's so scary about a child? Is he fiercer than Jack? Pika let out a shrill, unpleasant voice. Maybe it's a snack that Jack brought. Diamante also grinned. A little brat. What waves can he make? Doflamingo's subordinates all displayed scornful expressions, clearly not taking a child seriously. However, Doflamingo's brows furrowed. A child who could make Violetta lose her composure is definitely not an ordinary one. Look closely, who is it? His voice turned grave. Violetta struggled to swallow, her voice infused with deep-rooted fear. That child, wearing open crotch pants, chiseled and delicate, but according to the latest bounty notice from the Navy, he is definitely Kaido, a bounty of 1 billion berries. The monster demon Lynn, who single-handedly defeated 3 Marine vice admirals. The sound of cold breaths being drawn and echoed throughout the hall. The Don Quixote family members, who had just moments ago been relaxed and laughing, suddenly froze. Every one of their pupils constricted to the extreme. Pika's giant stone statue body trembled slightly. Sugar dropped the candy in her hand with a thud. Diamante's smile twisted into a grimace. Demon Lynn, that name has recently become a taboo existence in the New World. A child under 2 years old, with a bounty of 1 billion, defeating 3 Marine vice admirals. Injuring 1. Such a record sounds like a fairy tale. But now, this monster has appeared in Dressrosa, and he came with Drought Jack. Even Doflamingo, who had always looked down on others, had his face, which usually bore a sinister smile, completely freeze at this moment. The hand holding the goblet turned slightly pale from the force of his grip. Kaido's son, the demon child Lynn. The combined significance of these 2 titles far exceeds that of a Drought Jack. Even the Golden Emperor Tesoro, beside him, lost his composure, replaced by a heavy seriousness. He narrowed his eyes and looked towards the direction of the dock, with a wary light flickering in his golden pupils. These 2 individuals are likely not here with good intentions. Chapter 27. The Intimidation of the Demon Child Lynn in Reverse Bargaining. Dressrosa dock. The air was thick with an oppressive smell of gunpowder. Doflamingo, accompanied by his family cadres and the underground world big shots like the Golden Emperor Tezzalo, finally arrived at the dock. What met the eye was the imposing figure of Jack the Drought, like a small mountain, along with the menacing mammoth pirate ship behind him. And, at Jack's feet, the little figure in open crotch pants, delicately carved like jade. The demon child Lynn.Lynn. Doflamingo's eyes, hidden behind the lenses of his sunglasses, were locked onto that baby. His smile remained, but the strange and eccentric energy about him had diminished considerably. Jack, you fool. You really dare to come to my Dressrosa to cause trouble? Doflamingo's voice carried his unique tone, trying to take control of the situation. Cause trouble? Jack's copper bell-like eyes instantly filled with bloodshot fury, roaring like an enraged beast. Doflamingo, you pink-feathered flamingo. Smile prices have increased by 20. What the hell gave you the guts? If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll tear this damn island apart. With each word Jack spoke, the ground beneath him cracked, an overwhelming aura pressing down on Doflamingo and his party. The members of the beast pirates behind him also showed fierce expressions, weapons drawn, ready to fight at a moment's notice. Tezzalo frowned slightly, discreetly stepping back half a step, and the big shots of the underground world looked even darker. Doflamingo's smile did not change, but his eyes grew colder. He extended his long fingers, gently pushing up his sunglasses. Jack, your loud voice doesn't scare me. As for the price increase, he elongated his tone, his gaze sweeping over Jack and finally settling on Lynn.Lynn, who had been silent and curiously observing the surroundings. For the sake of Kaido and this young master, Doflamingo deliberately emphasized the words young master. The price can remain unchanged. Upon hearing this, Jack's anger eased slightly. You're smart. But what Doflamingo said next made the anger that Jack had just suppressed shoot back up. However, there have been too many recent orders, and the factory can't keep up with production. The next batch of Smile will probably be delayed in delivery. As for how long the delay will be, that's uncertain. It could be 3 months, half a year, or even a year. Doflamingo spread his hands, feigning helplessness. But his smile was filled with provocation. What did you say? Jack's eyes bulged, veins popping on his forehead, like a twisted worm. Bastard, do you dare to play with me? Not raising the price, but not delivering on time? What's the difference from raising the price? I'll kill you right now. Jack roared, wielding his massive ivory curved sword, a terrifying killing intent surging like a tide. The members of the beast pirates behind him also roared, ready for a fierce battle to break out. Doflamingo's family cadres immediately took battle stances. Pika's massive stone statue body blocking in front of Doflamingo, and Diamante and others had unfriendly expressions. The atmosphere was tense. Just then, a clear, baby-like voice suddenly rang out. The voice wasn't too loud, but was like a bucket of ice water, instantly dousing Jack's raging fury. Lynn.Lynn's small figure wobbled up from behind Jack, floating in midair, meeting Doflamingo's gaze at eye level. The ivory curved sword that Jack had raised halted in midair. The anger and killing intent on his face retreated like a tide, replaced by an expression that was almost submissive. Young Master Lynn.Lynn. Jack spoke in a deep voice, his obedient demeanor contrasting sharply with his earlier ferocity. This scene made everyone on Doflamingo's side widen their eyes in shock. What is going on? Jack the Drought, the one who was lawless, who would destroy nations at a word, and even dared to confront marine admirals, was actually stopped by a baby-s single sentence. And looking at it, he seemed to be doing so willingly. Doflamingo's smile showed slight stiffness for the first time. His pupils behind the sunglasses constricted sharply. This little brat. Really isn't simple. Tezzalo also wore a face of uncertainty, scrutinizing Lynn.Lynn, trying to discern something from that small body. The big shots of the underground world held their breath, each straining to see this bizarre scene. Lynn.Lynn's dark eyes calmly regarded Doflamingo, his small mouth slightly pouting. Fighting is bad, he said in a soft, childlike voice, yet it carried an undeniable authority. We are civilized people. Do not act impulsively. One of the cadres behind Doflamingo couldn't help but chuckle. But the next second, he was fiercely glared at by Pika, immediately covering his mouth, his face turning pale. Doflamingo's smile returned to a playful expression. Hee. Well said. Very well said. He exaggeratedly clapped his hands. No wonder you're Kaido's son. At such a young age, you have such insight. We are indeed civilized people. Fighting and killing only breeds resentment. He looked at Lynn, a hint of mockery in his eyes. So, young master, how do you think this matter should be resolved? He wanted to see what this little brat could come up with. Jack nervously watched Lynn, afraid that young Master Lynn would suffer. Lynn's small brow furrowed slightly, seemingly in thought. After a moment, he extended his chubby little finger, pointing at Doflamingo. Lower the price. The baby-like voice rang out again. Doflamingo's smile froze. Lower the price? Hee. Young master, you're not joking, are you? The cadres behind him all wore ridiculous expressions. Not raising the price was already good enough. Now you want to lower it? Does this little brat have a problem with his head? Lynn shook his head, his expression serious. He extended two chubby little fingers. 20%. What? This time, even Doflamingo couldn't help but raise his voice. Lower the price by 20. Are you here to negotiate or to rob? You little brat. Don't push your luck. Diamante couldn't help but shout in anger. Shut up. Jack roared suddenly, his fierce gaze sweeping over Diamante, making him shrink back. Lynn ignored the surrounding noise. His dark eyes remained calm as he continued to gaze at Doflamingo. Also, deliver ahead of schedule. Not a single piece. Can be less. He spoke slowly, his voice still youthful, but the tone was one that made everyone present feel a chill in their hearts. Doflamingo's smile had completely vanished. What replaced it was a dark cloud. He stared hard at Lynn, his gaze flickering unpredictably. This little brat is serious. He actually dares to make such a demand. Lower the price by 20, and wants timely and full delivery. This is simply cutting into his flesh. Young master, your request is really asking too much, isn't it? Doflamingo's voice became a bit hoarse. Lynn's small face showed no expression. He just quietly looked at Doflamingo, his dark eyes deep like an unfathomable cold pool. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone's gaze focused on the two figures, one large and one small. The oppressive atmosphere made it hard to breathe. Just when Doflamingo thought this was the final condition of the little brat, Lynn spoke again. This time, his voice carried a chilling coldness that sent shivers down one's spine. Otherwise, he slightly tilted his small head, and on his exquisitely carved little face, there appeared a smile that was oddly mismatched with his age, carrying a hint of wickedness. Dressrosa no longer has a reason to exist. Boom! As soon as the words fell, an overwhelming Conqueror's Haki erupted explosively from Lynn. Chapter 28, Doflamingo's Terror. This flame. Why can't it be extinguished? That Conqueror's Haki is no longer the simple pressure it was before. It has transformed into a substantial impact. Like a tsunami or a landslide, it crushes outward in all directions. The hard rocky ground of the dock cracks inch by inch around Lynn. Crack, crack, crack. Spiderweb-like fissures spread wildly. The eerie smile on Doflamingo's face froze completely the moment Lynn's Conqueror's Haki erupted. His pupils behind the sunglasses suddenly shrank to the size of pinpoints. This little brat. He didn't even have time to think more, instinctively pushing his own Conqueror's Haki to the limit. Buzz! A similarly powerful will erupted from Doflamingo, trying to contend with Lynn's overwhelming presence. However, it was useless. Doflamingo's Conqueror's Haki, the moment it came into contact with Lynn's sovereign will, was like a paper tiger meeting a real beast. It crumbled. Thud! Doflamingo felt an irresistible force crash violently against his mental will. The ground beneath him suddenly collapsed, and he staggered backward 3 steps before barely stabilizing himself. His iconic pink feather coat fluttered without wind, rustling loudly. For the first time, his face showed a look of horror. How is this possible? My Conqueror's Haki has been completely suppressed. He couldn't believe it. He had dominated the New World for many years. As a warlord, the king of middlemen in the underworld, and his Conqueror's Haki had never been so easily crushed before. Moreover, the opponent was just a baby in open crotch pants. Young master, Pika, Diamante, Toribol, and other family executives' faces changed dramatically, all wanting to step forward. Step back. Doflamingo growled, stopping them. He knew that in a confrontation of this level of Conqueror's Haki, ordinary people would only be sending themselves to their doom. Just then, oomph, interesting. A cold snort sounded. Next to him, the Golden Emperor Guild Tesoro shone brightly. He too unleashed his own Conqueror's Haki. Boom! The two powerful wills collided. Like a sturdy dam, trying to withstand Lynn's Conqueror's Haki impact. That was like a cataclysmic flood. Hey. Tesoro, thank you. Doflamingo managed to force a smile, but the cold sweat beading on his forehead betrayed his current struggle. Tesoro said nothing, his face grave to the extreme. He could clearly feel that even with his and Doflamingo's combined strength, they were barely holding back the frontal assault of that Conqueror's Haki. That was too pure, too tyrannical, too aggressive. It seemed intent on completely tearing their wills apart, crushing them to dust. The two could only manage not to be overwhelmed. But counterattacking was completely impossible. Moreover, they could sense that the opponent seemed to be handling it with ease. What kind of monster is this? The underground world bosses brought by Tesoro all turned pale as paper, their bodies trembling like chaff. Many of them were relatively strong, but in the face of Lynn's world-destroying will, their strength was nothing. They could only watch helplessly as Doflamingo and Tesoro struggled. Jack the Drought and the members of the Beast Pirates were watching, blood boiling with excitement. Young Master Lynn is mighty. Kill them. Young Master Lynn. Jack was even more excited, his face flushed, the massive ivory in his hand buzzing. So strong. This is young Master Lynn. This is the future heir of the beasts. Little brat, don't get too cocky. Suddenly, a furious roar exploded. One of the highest executives of the Don Quixote family, the commander of the fighting group army, Diamante, could no longer endure this humiliation and oppression. Watching Doflamingo and Tesoro being suppressed together, his pride and loyalty to the family drove him to madness. Die, you little bastard! Diamante roared, suddenly drawing his long sword from his waist, his body darting out like a cheetah, piercing thousand. The long sword in his hand transformed into a myriad of sword shadows, shooting toward Lynn, who was suspended in midair like a violent storm. Each sword shadow carried a sharp piercing sound, capable of easily penetrating steel. Diamante, stop it! Doflamingo's expression changed drastically, wanting to stop him, but it was already too late. He cursed inwardly at the fool. How could he take the initiative to attack at a time like this? Jack's eyes narrowed, ready to intercept. However, Lynn merely cast a casual glance at the incoming sword shadows. His deep, clear black eyes showed no fluctuation. Just as the countless sword shadows were about to pierce his tender body, Lynn's pupils suddenly changed. A kaleidoscope filled with eerie blood color appeared. Heaven, shine, sizzle. Without any warning, just as Diamante swung his long sword, his face twisted in rage, a small cluster of jet-black flames suddenly ignited on his right arm. Diamante's movements suddenly froze. He felt a scorching heat on his right arm, and looking down, his pupils shrank in shock. What is this? He didn't have time to react. Ah! The next second, a scream that sounded inhuman erupted from Diamante's mouth. The long sword in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. His entire body rolled on the ground like a puppet with its bones pulled out, clutching his arm engulfed in black flames, rolling in agony. Fire! Fire! So hot, so painful. The black flames clung to his skin like a maggot, burning fiercely. An indescribable burning pain felt like countless red-hot irons searing deep into his soul. This pain was more terrifying than any injury he had ever endured in his life. Diamante, quickly, put out the fire. Pika, Toribol, Sugar, and others' faces changed drastically, rushing forward. Torbal's sticky body covered over, trying to extinguish the flames with his slime. Pika controlled the surrounding rocks, trying to wrap and isolate the black flames. But it was useless. Torbal's slime ignited the moment it touched the black flames. Ouch! So hot! He yelped, retreating in embarrassment. Pika's rocks were sizzling from the black flames, producing thick black smoke, unable to extinguish them at all. Water! Quickly bring water! A family executive shouted in panic, bringing a bucket of water from the ship and dousing it on Diamante. But the black flames did not extinguish in water. Instead, they burned even fiercer. What? What kind of flame is this? Why can't it be put out? Everyone panicked. They had never seen such a bizarre flame. Sea prisms. Quickly use sea prism powder. Doflamingo suddenly thought of something, shouting sharply. Sea prisms can restrain all devil fruit powers. This strange flame must be some kind of devil fruit ability. Soon, an executive brought a bag of sea prism powder and desperately sprinkled it on Diamante's burning arm. Everyone held their breath, waiting for a miracle to happen. In the next scene, everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The pitch-black flames, upon coming into contact with the sea prism stone powder, only flickered slightly and then continued to burn, still so stubborn, still so domineering. It was as if the sea prism stone was no different from ordinary sand to it. No, it's useless. The sea prism stone actually has no effect on this flame. How? How is this possible? Doflamingo's pupils contracted to the extreme. The expression on his face could no longer be described as shock. It was pure, deep-rooted fear and disbelief from the depths of his soul. What on earth is this flame? It can't even be restrained by the sea prism stone. Could it not be a devil fruit ability? Then what is it? He looked at the expressionless baby doll in midair, and a chill shot up from his soles to the top of his head. This little brat. How many more terrifying tricks is he hiding? Chapter 29, damn it. What the hell is that blue bone? Hurry, think of a way. Put out this damn fire. Doflamingo watched Diamante rolling on the ground in agony, his screams growing weaker, veins bulging on his forehead as he shouted frantically at the cadres beside him. However, against that strange black flame, nothing worked. Neither water, slime, nor rock. Even the sea kingstone powder was useless. Diamante's arm was visibly being burned to charcoal, emitting a nauseating smell of burnt flesh. If this continued, Diamante would definitely burn to death. Doflamingo suddenly turned his head, his scarlet gaze fixed on the small figure in midair. You brat, stop this fire right now. His voice was hoarse, filled with uncontrollable anger and a hint of fear he himself was unwilling to admit. Lynn floated in midair, his delicate little face calm, his dark eyes showing no ripples. He extended his chubby little hand, pointing at Doflamingo, then at the distant smile factory. His childish voice clearly reached everyone's ears. Conditions. Agree. Doflamingo trembled with rage, his eyes behind his sunglasses nearly spitting fire. You dare to negotiate with me? I'll take you down first. Before he finished speaking, Doflamingo's fingers suddenly spread wide, and countless nearly invisible threads shot out from his fingertips. Super Strike Whip. The thin threads coalesced in midair into an incredibly thick white giant whip, screaming as it tore through the air and struck violently towards Lynn. This strike was enough to split mountains and crack stones. Master Lynn, watch out! Jack roared, swinging his massive ivory curved blade to intercept the attack. He absolutely could not let Master Lynn be harmed. Doflamingo dared to attack Master Lynn. You're seeking death. Jack was furious. All the members of the Beast Pirates also let out roars of anger. A brutal battle was about to unfold again. Suddenly, a light, airy voice rang out. Lynn's small figure slowly turned, his dark eyes calmly looking at Jack. Then, he scanned the other members of the Beast Pirates behind Jack, who were also prepared to attack. None are allowed to attack. The childish voice carried an undeniable authority. Jack widened his eyes, filled with confusion and urgency. Master Lynn. This. Lynn's small chest slightly puffed up. One. Fight. All of them. Huh. At this declaration, Jack was stunned. The members of the Beast Pirates were stunned. Master Lynn wants to take on the Don Quixote family, the Golden Emperor, and a bunch of underground world bosses all by himself. Doflamingo's cadres were first taken aback, then burst into derisive laughter. What nonsense is this little brat saying? Does he think a bounty of $1 billion makes him special? Don't forget, Drought also has $1 billion, and we aren't afraid of him. One against all of us? Who do you think you are? Kaido? Even Doflamingo's furious expression twisted into an extremely cruel smile. Hee. Interesting. So interesting. Since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. He looked at Jack, his eyes filled with provocation. Jack, did you hear that? This is what your young master said himself. If you dare to interfere, that means you don't take him seriously. Hee hee. Jack's face turned ashen, his fists crackling with tension. Though he didn't understand why Master Lin was doing this, he absolutely obeyed Master Lin's orders. Yes, Master Lin. Jack gritted his teeth, sheathing his ivory curved blade, slowly retreating with the members of the Beast Pirates. Tezuro's golden pupils flickered with interest as he watched Lin, this little brat. What exactly is he up to? Seeing this, Doflamingo's smile became even more sinister. You little brat, you're seeking death yourself. Thread shot. Swish, 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 swish. Countless bullet-like, thin threads shot out from his fingertips, overwhelming Lin. Each thread contained terrifying, penetrating power. However, Lin remained suspended in midair, his small body motionless, seemingly having no intention of dodging. Master Lin, Jack and the others watched with eyes wide, their hearts in their throats. Bang, 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 bang. The dense sound of impacts rang out like rain on banana leaves. Those threads, capable of piercing steel, struck solidly against Lin's tender body. Hee hee hee. Doflamingo seemed to go mad, unleashing a torrent of attacks with both hands. Thread cutting, shadow riding thread. Various extremely sharp techniques of the thread fruit rained down on Lin like they were free. The entire dock was engulfed in dust and debris from the violent onslaught. Lin's small figure was instantly swallowed by the terrifying attack and the clouds of dust. Jack's eyes turned red, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. If it weren't for Master Lin's order, he would have rushed up to tear Doflamingo to shreds. The members of the Beast Pirates also clenched their fists, their faces filled with worry and anger. Oomph. No match. Pika let out a shrill laugh. Thought it was some kind of monster. Turns out it's just a fool who talks big. Though Diamante was still enduring the burn of Amaterasu, he revealed a satisfied smile at this scene. Doflamingo slowly stopped his attacks, breathing heavily, his face showing a sickly flush. He looked at the area shrouded in dust, a cruel arc forming at the corner of his mouth. Hee, it's over. Kaido is son? Just this much. Tezuro and the big bosses of the underground world also breathed a sigh of relief. That previous display of Conqueror's Haki truly frightened them. But now it seems this little brat is still too green. The dust slowly dispersed. Everyone's eyes were fixed on that direction. Gradually, a small silhouette emerged from the dust. Doflamingo's smile suddenly froze. The expressions of the family cadres behind him, filled with mockery and pride, also solidified in an instant. Jack and the members of the Beast Pirates widened their eyes, holding their breath. As the dust completely cleared, Lin's small figure remained suspended in midair, not a hair out of place. On his body was a layer of light blue, skeletal energy. The energy was not complete, merely a few thick ribs and part of the spine, yet it exuded a horrifying aura that made one's heart race. That blue skeletal energy was like the strongest armor, perfectly protecting Lin's small body within. Doflamingo's frenzied attacks earlier hadn't even scratched the surface of this skeletal layer. What? What is this? Doflamingo's eyes widened like saucers, his face filled with shock. His signature hee-hee laughter was completely stuck in his throat. Pika, sugar, treble. All the cadres of the Don Quixote family looked as if they had seen a ghost, their expressions reaching a peak of incredulity. How? How is this possible? He actually has no injuries at all? So, what is that blue bone? This little brat. How come every trick is more bizarre than the last? Tezuro's golden pupils suddenly constricted, and the calm on his face completely vanished, replaced by deep shock and disbelief. Jack was first taken aback, then erupted into earth-shattering laughter. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Young Master Lin is amazing. I knew it. Young Master Lin is the strongest. The members of the Beast Pirates also erupted in cheers like a mountain roaring and the sea surging. Chapter 30. The Conqueror's Haki extinguishes the black fire. Doflamingo goes berserk, completes the task, and receives rewards. 1 minute left to complete the task of standing firm. Remaining time, 15 seconds. Detected that the host actively interrupted the defensive posture. Timer reset. Time remaining for the task of standing firm for 1 minute, 60 seconds. Lin almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Just 15 seconds away. He helplessly shook his head, his small face full of frustration. This subtle action, however, fell into Doflamingo's eyes as the most blatant provocation. You're mocking me? Doflamingo's forehead bulged with veins, and his eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, seemed ready to spit fire. He, the great night demon, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the king of the underground world, Joker. How could he be looked down upon by a brat still in diapers? Unforgivable. Hey. Very good. Very well. Doflamingo laughed in anger, and his aura suddenly changed. Boom! An invisible yet terrifying pressure erupted from his body like a flood breaking through a dam, instantly sweeping across the entire dock. The Conqueror's Haki. And it was the Conqueror's Haki unleashed without reservation, with full force. At the same time, the earth, buildings, and everything visible to the naked eye, all transformed into lines at this moment. This is the awakening of a devil fruit. In an instant, chaos ensued. Doflamingo had no intention of holding back. Suddenly, the Golden Emperor Guild Tesoro beside him noticed, his golden pupils narrowing sharply. He keenly observed that just as Doflamingo's Conqueror's Haki erupted, the black flames burning on Diamante's body, like maggots in the flesh, dimmed and flickered for a moment. The black fire seemed to be under some intense suppression. Doflamingo, use your Conqueror's Haki, Tesoro quickly reminded him, not having time to think. The black fire. Conqueror's Haki seems to affect it. What? Doflamingo, on the verge of rage, felt his body tremble violently, then immediately reacted. He whipped his head around, his gaze locking onto the rolling and wailing Diamante not far away. Sure enough, the strange black flames on his brother's body seemed to be less vigorous than before. The edges of the flames even showed signs of dissipating. The weakness of this black fire is actually against the Conqueror's Haki? A flash of disbelief crossed Doflamingo's mind. The Conqueror's Haki is a manifestation of kingly qualities, capable of intimidating the weak-willed and even causing physical damage in confrontations among top-tier powerhouses. But to extinguish flames? Especially this bizarre black flame that even Sea Prism Stone cannot do anything about? This is simply unheard of. But at this moment, he couldn't care less. Saving him is the priority. He forcibly suppressed the murderous intent that was about to consume his rationality and unleashed his Conqueror's Haki to the limit, like a floodgate opening, wildly sweeping toward Diamante. Hiss! Hiss! A bizarre scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The once stubborn black flames, which even seawater could not extinguish and ignored Sea Prism Stone powder, actually began to shake violently under the impact of Doflamingo's overwhelming Conqueror's Haki. The black flames visibly shrank and dimmed, ultimately extinguished in just a few seconds. The black flames that could have burned Diamante alive completely vanished, leaving behind only a charred and hideous skin and the nauseating stench of burnt flesh in the air. I'm saved. Diamante collapsed onto the ground, drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just been pulled from the water. He gasped for breath, his eyes unfocused, his face filled with relief and deep fear of having survived. Just now, he truly thought he was going to die. The pain of his soul being burned was something he never wanted to experience again in his life. Pika, Sugar, Treble, and other executives of the Don Quixote family all breathed a long sigh of relief, their eyes filled with concern as they looked at Diamante. At the same time, when they glanced at the small figure in the air, their expressions turned increasingly wary and fearful. This little brat, this baby in diaper pants, what kind of monster is he? He can even unleash such unheard of, unseen black flames. If it weren't for Doflamingo's Conqueror's Haki being able to counter it, I'm afraid today the Don Quixote family would have lost at least one top executive on the spot. Furthermore, this also indicates that anyone without Conqueror's Haki, once touched by that black fire, can only watch helplessly as they are burned to death. Doflamingo looked at Diamante, who had just saved his life, and his rage not only did not subside, but instead burned even more fiercely, as if drenched in boiling oil. He slowly turned his head, his eyes hidden behind sunglasses filled with terrifying bloodshot veins, locking onto Lynn. His voice was hoarse and cruel, like something squeezed out from the depths of hell. You little brat, daring to touch my family. You have successfully enraged me. I will make you pay the most painful price for everything you just did." As soon as his words fell, Doflamingo's hands suddenly spread wide. Awakening, spider wall, rumbling. The ground of the entire dock violently shook at that moment, as if the earth dragon was turning over. Countless thick white threads, like venomous snakes with life, surged madly from the ground, from broken walls, from the surrounding ruins. These threads were incredibly tough, shimmering with a dangerous luster, weaving and intertwining rapidly in the air, swiftly climbing upwards. In the blink of an eye, these threads formed towering white walls dozens of meters high, completely sealing off the space within hundreds of meters around Lynn, creating an airtight, white cage. Then, Doflamingo clenched his hands inward with a savage gaze, a cruel grin spreading across his face. 16 holy bullets, divine execution. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Those white threads spawned from the awakened ability, tougher and deadlier, instantly transformed into 16 terrifying bundles as thick as a child's arm under Doflamingo's control. These bundles, like 16 indestructible white spears, shot toward Lynn, who was in the center of the cage, with a sharp whistle that tore through the air. Each bundle was wrapped in fearsome armament Haki, shimmering with a metallic dark light that sent chills down the spine. This was a terrifying attack capable of piercing through steel walls and shattering giant rocks. It was one of Doflamingo's ultimate killing moves. Young Master Lynn, members of the Beast Pirates, seeing this, were all wide-eyed, their hearts sinking, and they were about to rush in without regard for everything to help. Everyone stay put. Jack the Drought's furious roar echoed like thunder, abruptly halting everyone in their tracks. His massive frame blocked the others. Yet, he gritted his teeth, his gaze firm, and said solemnly, "No one is allowed to move without young Master Lynn's orders. This is an order." Hearing this, the members of the Beast Pirates, although anxious and fidgeting, could only forcibly suppress their impulses, their eyes bloodshot as they focused intently on the battlefield. They believed in young Master Lynn, but the opponent is the awakened ultimate move of the Night Demon, Don Quixote Doflamingo. The destructive power is enough to make one's scalp tingle just by looking at it. Facing this terrifying attack that feels like the end of the world, Lynn remains suspended in midair. His delicate little face is calm and unperturbed, showing no signs of fear. The pale blue energy body, resembling a skeleton, emits a faint glow, carrying a hint of the sacred and the ominous, firmly protecting his small body within it. No matter how wildly the 16 divine bullets, capable of piercing everything, stab and attack, no matter how they erupt with deafening friction and explosion sounds, they cannot break through that seemingly thin blue skeleton in the slightest. They can only stir up clusters of fine energy ripples on the surface of that skeleton, then dissipate weakly. Doflamingo, appearing frenzied, continuously manipulates more awakened threads with hands that seem to cramp, surging from all directions, transforming into various forms of attack, madly bombarding Lynn. See Origin White Wave. Countless white threads surge like a raging tide, aiming to completely engulf Lynn. Exceeding the whip lines, threads refined to the extreme transform into an indestructible giant whip, carrying the power to tear apart all things, striking fiercely. Shadow Rider, line, shield, white line. Threads weave into a gigantic shield, then explode violently, turning into countless fine threads shooting forth. The entire space enveloped by the spider wall has completely transformed into a sea of white lines. Violent, destructive, suffocating. The executives of the Don Quixote family, as well as the Golden Emperor Tesalo and the bosses of the underworld, watch in horror. This level of attack would have torn any one of them to shreds. However, no matter how frenzied and dense Doflamingo's attacks are, Lynn and the blue skeleton on his body stand like an ancient rock in a storm, unyielding. Time flows by second. Lynn's expression has not changed in the slightest from beginning to end. His dark eyes are as calm as the deep universe, as if the mad attacks capable of making any top-tier powerhouse's scalp tingle are nothing more than a gentle breeze brushing against him, a light rain touching his clothes. Finally, just as Doflamingo's next round of even more frenzied divine execution is about to descend. Ding! The task of standing firm for 1 minute has been completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Massive Conqueror's Haki reward. The corner of Lynn's mouth slightly curved up for a moment, almost imperceptibly. It's done. Chapter 31, Panic. The blue bones can heal infinitely. Lynn opens the 7th gate again. Boom! 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 At the same time, Doflamingo's attacks continued, showing no signs of stopping. Each strike was powerful enough to cause a small mountain to collapse. Each blow contained as endless wrath as a heavenly yiksha. He couldn't believe it. Could this little brat's defense really be infinite? Crack! Just as Doflamingo's next round of divine strikes landed fiercely on the chest of the blue skeleton, a faint, yet crystal clear cracking sound suddenly echoed. Doflamingo's movements abruptly halted, his eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, fixed intently on the spot where the sound originated. There, on the chest of the light blue skeleton, a barely noticeable crack quietly appeared. It worked. Doflamingo's heart raced uncontrollably. He saw hope. He went wild, his hands moving with unprecedented speed as more awakening threads surged forth like a flood finding its outlet, crashing ferociously toward that crack. Crack! 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 The crack rapidly expanded at a visible speed, spreading like a spider web. It quickly covered the entire surface of the blue skeleton. Young Master Lynn, in the distance, Jack and the members of the Beast Pirates felt their hearts leap to their throats. Their faces were filled with deep worry and fear. Ha ha ha! Great! The young master's attack is working. That little brat's turtle shell is about to break. Young master, avenge Lord Diamante! The cadres of the Don Quixote family erupted in thunderous cheers after a brief moment of shock. Their previous fear and unease vanished, replaced by excitement and delight. The Golden Emperor Tezzalo and those big shots from the underworld also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This little monster was finally not truly invincible. Under everyone's gaze, boom! A dull explosion rang out. The light blue skeleton covering Lynn's body, after enduring Doflamingo's final and most furious round of attacks, finally couldn't bear the burden and shattered with a loud bang. It transformed into countless ethereal blue light particles, dissipating into the air. Oh! The Don Quixote family erupted with thunderous cheers. Doflamingo gasped for breath, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat soaking his golden hair. He looked at the small figure exposed before him, revealing an extremely cruel and sinister smile. Ha 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 ha! Little brat, it's over. This is the fate of provoking Don Quixote. Doflamingo, Jack, and the members of the Beast Pirates turned pale instantly. Young Master Lynn, Jack's eyes were bloodshot, his massive body trembling uncontrollably. However, in the next second, everyone's cheers abruptly stopped. All smiles froze on their faces. All pupils constricted to the extreme. They saw, within the dissipating, ethereal blue light particles, around Lynn's small body, dressed in open crotch pants. 1, 2, countless more concentrated, dazzling, and heart-pounding ethereal blue energy light particles, as if drawn by some mysterious call, surged wildly toward him. In the blink of an eye, a light blue skeleton identical to the previous one, even more terrifying in aura, perfectly enveloped and protected Lynn's small body once again, intact, even more solid than before. The entire dock fell into a dead silence. A pin drop could be heard. The smiles on the faces of the Don Quixote family cadres looked as if they were petrified, stiff, and ridiculous. Their mouths gaped open, eyes wide as if witnessing the most incredible and terrifying thing in the world. Doflamingo's sinister smile also froze completely on his face. The color drained from his face at a visible rate, turning pale. No, it's impossible, he murmured, his voice hoarse and dry, filled with unbelievable terror. What is this devil fruit ability? The Golden Emperor Tezzalo took an uncontrollable step back, his golden pupils filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, Jack and the members of the Beast Pirates, after a brief daze, erupted into cheers more frenzied and louder than any before. Oh hot though. Young Master Lynn is amazing. I knew it. Young Master Lynn is the strongest. Invincible. Young Master Lynn is invincible. Lynn floated within the new blue skeleton. His small face still wearing that calm, serene expression. He stretched out his small hand, wrapped in blue energy, and gently patted the non-existent dust on his body. Then, his dark eyes turned to the completely unhinged Doflamingo. In a childish voice, he spoke again. Conditions. Promise. Doflamingo's body trembled violently. He looked at Lynn's calm, unperturbed eyes, and a chill shot from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. This little brat's defense felt like an endless abyss. All his attacks, all his methods, seemed like a joke in front of this little brat. Retreat. A strong urge to retreat surged in Doflamingo's heart like a tide. If he continued to fight, he would definitely die. But to just concede? To admit defeat before so many underworld big shots? To a little brat in open crotch pants? Where would his face be as a heavenly yiksha? Where was the dignity of the Don Quixote family? Little brat. Doflamingo's voice was hoarse like a broken gong. You must not. Push your luck. The Don Quixote family is not something you can easily provoke. Even if you're Kaido's son, if I don't hold back today. He was still trying to save face with words. However, Lynn seemed to have lost patience to listen to his nonsense. His small brows furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. Then, with a soft sound, eek, a faint, almost inaudible murmur. The next moment, boom! A destructive aura 10 times more terrifying than any previous outburst surged violently from Lynn's small body, shooting into the sky. The seventh gate, shock gate, opened. Lynn's childish voice echoed in everyone's ears like the whisper of the Grim Reaper. Like a volcanic eruption, an extremely terrifying energy was completely released from Lynn's body. Another layer of blue steam covered his entire body within the blue Susanoo. At this moment, the entire Dressrosa trembled violently. The dock's ground was violently torn apart, horrific cracks spreading wildly. The sky darkened at that moment, as if doomsday had arrived. This, Doflamingo's trademark sunglasses could no longer withstand this terrifying pressure. Cracking with a snap, the lenses shattering piece by piece, revealing his eyes filled with fear of the unknown. This is the aura only an admiral possesses. The Golden Emperor Tezelo could no longer maintain his golden composure. The shock in his originally golden pupils intensified. Those cadres of the Don Quixote family, those bosses of the underground world, were even more unbearable. One after another, they trembled uncontrollably in fear of this imposing aura. At this moment, Lynn hovered in the air like a small demon god. At this moment, everyone finally remembered. Lynn, the demon child. The posture before them was the true origin of the term demon child. Chapter 32. The Golden Emperor and Doflamingo join forces. Double awakening ultimate move. Wait. Doflamingo's voice trembled for the first time. Lynn, I've agreed to all your terms. The price of smile, reduced by 20%. Delivery time, right now, immediately. I'll personally hurry it up. I guarantee not a single one will be missing. He spoke at lightning speed, fearing that if he hesitated even a moment, this little demon in front of him would strike directly. Having witnessed the terrifying power of the little monster Lynn, Doflamingo no longer had his previous arrogance. Especially when he thought about the fact that this terrifying little guy had Kaido of the Beast backing him up. He initially believed that with his current advantages, he had the qualifications to stand tall in front of Kaido. But Lynn's appearance forced him to admit that in front of the beasts, he could never stand straight. Even the executives of the Don Quixote family, who had previously wanted to shout, were now silent as mice. Normally, they would definitely advise against it. Reducing the price by 20% means no profit. Isn't that just working for free? But they all knew that now was not the time to advise. In the face of such exaggerated strength, preserving their lives was the most important thing, not making money. Too late. Lynn hovered in midair, surrounded by flowing blue steam, his dark eyes calmly watching Doflamingo. Clearly, he had given an opportunity before, and since Doflamingo did not cherish it, he would not grant a second chance. However, do not fight back. Withstand a full-force attack from a warlord level or above character for 1 minute. This system task had been completed. The other two tasks were: defeat 2 characters with warlord level strength or above. Consume 2 different devil fruits. 1 warlord-level character. Doflamingo counted as 1. Still missing 1. Lynn's little head turned slightly, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Jack and the members of the Beast Pirates stood tall, proud to be there. Young Master Lynn is amazing. Meanwhile, the bosses of the underground world looked pale and hurriedly lowered their heads. The last thing they regretted now was why they had come to join this commotion. Lynn's gaze finally landed on the golden glimmering figure of the Golden Emperor, Guild Tesoro, who had previously attempted to ally with Doflamingo against his Conqueror's Haki. Yeah, Lynn extended his chubby little finger, pointing at Tesoro. Then, he swept his gaze over the trembling bosses of the underground world. You, his childish voice carried an undeniable determination. Won't be spared. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted in uproar. The slight relaxation in Doflamingo's nerves tightened instantly. What did this little monster want to do? Jack was also taken aback, not understanding young Master Lynn's intentions. Tesoro's previously serious expression darkened upon hearing this, and then a look of extreme disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. He. Tesoro let out a series of low, mocking laughs, filled with scorn and a hint of anger. Little brat, you really are incredibly arrogant. He took a step forward, and the ground beneath him was instantly coated in a dazzling layer of gold. I thought you were only targeting Doflamingo, but it seems you want to take down me. The Golden Emperor and everyone present. Tesoro extended his hand, adorned with golden rings, pointing at Lynn, his golden pupils flashing with a dangerous light. I admit you're strong, but so what if you're strong? Do you know who you're talking to? Do you know what kind of person I am? Boom! A vast golden aura erupted from Tesoro, his clothing transforming instantly into pure gold, rapidly expanding to cover his entire body. In the blink of an eye, Tesoro transformed into a towering golden giant. The giant was adorned with intricate, luxurious patterns, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Devil Fruit Awakening. Golden God Tesoro. The golden giant let out a roar that echoed like a bell, shaking the entire dock. Little brat, take back what you just said, and I'll pretend I didn't hear it, then get out of here. This is my courtesy to Kaido. Don't wear out my last bit of patience. The underground world bosses, seeing Tesoro reveal his awakened form, felt their original fear dissipate considerably, replaced by a glimmer of hope and fierceness. Jack, the Calamity, changed his expression and raised his massive ivory, ready to step forward. Young Master Lynn, leave this supernatural guy to me. He couldn't trust young Master Lynn to face so many enemies alone, especially this Golden Emperor. Couldn't he look like a good person? Yeah, Lynn spoke, no need. He shook his little head without looking back, his dark eyes still calm. You, watch. Jack was stunned, looking at Lynn's small but incredibly determined figure, and ultimately gritted his teeth, slowly lowering the ivory he had raised. Yes, young Master Lynn. He chose to trust young Master Lynn. Suddenly now, the enormous golden pupils of Golden Emperor Tesoro flashed with fierce light, taking advantage of Lynn and Jack's conversation, which was the moment their vigilance was at its lowest. He keenly seized what he considered to be an opening. Doflamingo, attack together. Tesoro roared, his massive golden body bending like a bow, exploding forward like a cannonball. Golden divine punishment. Thousands of spear rains. He spread his arms wide, and countless sharp spears made of pure gold shot out from him like a torrential downpour, overwhelming the scene and sealing all of Lynn's escape routes. Each golden spear carried terrifying, penetrating power and immense weight. Little brat, I've already agreed to your conditions, but you still want to let it go. Since that's the case, don't blame me. This is what you brought upon yourself. Doflamingo gritted his teeth. He also acted without hesitation. Awakened, divine line web, 1,000 arrows, piercing heart. He pressed his hands together, and countless awakened white threads surged from all directions, instantly weaving into a massive spider web that covered the sky. Following that, on the spider web, countless sharp white threads condensed into the form of arrows, densely packed and accompanied by sharp whistling sounds, shooting toward Lynn from another direction. In conjunction with Tesoro's golden spear rain, double awakening ultimate move, the two powerful figures at warlord level joined forces in this moment. attacking without reservation. Their combined might was several times more terrifying than Doflamingo's previous solo attack. The entire dock space seemed to be completely filled with this torrent of destruction in gold and white. The air was torn apart, emitting a piercing wail. The ground was scraped 3 feet deep by the terrifying energy aftermath. Chapter 33. Crushing Everything, One Punch for Each Warlord. Young Master Lynn. Drought Jack's eyes were about to burst with rage as his massive ivory tusks struck the ground, creating a thunderous sound that cracked the earth beneath him. The members of the Beast Pirates behind him clenched their fists tightly. Their hearts felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, nearly stopping. It was terrifying. The Night Demon Don Quixote Doflamingo, the Golden Emperor Guild Tesoro. These 2 notorious pirates in the New World were unleashing a fully combined strike. And its power was so immense. Could young Master Lynn really handle it? Facing this earth-shattering grand assault, Lynn, suspended in midair and enveloped in blue steam, remained calm and unperturbed. His dark eyes didn't even glance at the surging golden-white torrent. He simply raised his small hand, covered in blue steam, with fingers spread apart, then made a special gesture aimed forward. A faint whisper, almost drowned out by the roar of the violent attack, escaped his lips. Then, his small chest subtly heaved as an indescribable, utterly terrifying energy rapidly gathered in his palm. Daytime. Lynn's childish voice carried a hint of murderous intent for the first time. Tiger. Boom! A massive white tiger, formed purely from high-pressure air, roared out from Lynn's tiny palm. The white tiger was lifelike, with every hair distinctly visible, exuding a terrifying pressure that could annihilate everything. The moment it appeared, the light of Dressrosa dimmed slightly. The air was instantly sucked away. The extreme pressure made everyone's hearts skip a beat. Awoo! The white tiger let out a long howl, its sound waves creating visible shock waves that lifted the ground. Then, with unmatched might, it fiercely charged towards the golden and white destructive torrent. There was no flashiness, just the purest, most primal, and violent clash. Rumble! The golden spears, composed of pure gold, shattered upon contact with the white tiger as if they were made of paper, crumbling inch by inch. Not even a trace of resistance could be formed. Those golden spears capable of tearing through steel and shattering rock. Those white threads capable of piercing anything and cutting through all. The moment they touched the intangible yet invincible force of Lynn's punch. Like ice and snow under the blazing sun, instantly melting, disintegrating, collapsing, unable to withstand a single hit. No, it's impossible. Guild Tesoro's enormous golden pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpoints. His massive body, made of pure gold, trembled violently. He could clearly feel an irresistible, terrifying force rebounding back through the gold he had released. Crack! Crack! His indestructible golden god form began to show fine cracks on its surface. Poof! Tesoro spat out a large mouthful of golden liquid. It wasn't blood, but a condensation of his golden fruit power. His enormous golden body was struck by an invisible giant hammer, uncontrollably flying backward. Meanwhile, Doflamingo's fate was not much better. The countless awakened threads he struggled to control were as fragile as spider silk before the daytime tiger, easily torn apart and crushed. The terrifying impact surged through the threads, striking heavily upon his main body. Bang! He crashed heavily into the distant ruins, kicking up a cloud of dust. The entire dock fell into a dead silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Everyone was frozen in place, as if under a spell, unable to move. The excitement and sinister expressions on the faces of the Don Quixote family cadres had not fully faded, leaving them with a comically absurd look. Sugar's candy fell with a plop, rolling far away. Pika's massive stone body trembled slightly. Treble's gooey body shook as if it were sifting through grain. The underground world bosses were all wide-eyed, their eyes bulging out like copper bells, as if they might fall out of their sockets. What did they see? An illusion. It had to be an illusion. The Night Demon Don Quixote Doflamingo, the Golden Emperor Guild Tesoro. 2 warlord-level powerhouses unleashed their full combined awakening move, and yet it was easily shattered by that little brat in one move. Moreover, it was done with a crushing, overwhelming posture. This. One Underworld boss's voice trembled, unable to speak a complete sentence. The Navy Admiral. This little brat definitely has the strength of a Navy Admiral. Another well-informed leader spoke with deep-seated fear. Drought Jack's mountain-like body also shook violently. His bell-like eyes were filled with shock. The members of the Beast Pirates behind him collectively gasped. Young Master Lynn is just too abnormal, right? That was a full-force strike from two warlord-level characters. Even Kaido in his youth would probably not handle such an attack so easily, right? The key point is that young Master Lynn is only a little over 1 year old. However, Lynn did not stop there. As Doflamingo struggled to stabilize himself, in the next instant, Lynn had already appeared in front of him, so fast that Doflamingo's observation Haki couldn't catch it in time. Doflamingo's pupils contracted sharply. He wanted to speak, to gather power to resist. But Lynn's small fist, wrapped in blue steam, was already there. Divine Line, Guardian. Doflamingo summoned countless awakened threads, which surged from all directions, coalescing into an incredibly thick white giant shield in front of him. But, crack, a crisp sound. Lynn's small fist easily pierced through the white giant shield, like poking through a layer of window paper. Then, that small fist firmly imprinted itself against Doflamingo's chest. Poof! Doflamingo's body was like being hit by a speeding train, suddenly curling up like a shrimp. The bones in his chest emitted a crisp cracking sound. His entire body flew backward again, crashing into a distant building like a cannonball. Unconscious. Young Master. The cadres of the Don Quixote family let out a shrill cry. Rushing over in a panic, Lynn's small figure flickered again, targeting the Golden Emperor Tesoro. Tesoro's golden god form was already broken, and when he saw Lynn appearing before him, as if teleporting, the confident smile that always adorned his face was replaced by sheer terror for the first time. Wait. He wanted to negotiate, but Lynn gave him no chance at all. Still just a simple punch. Golden City. Absolute defense. The ground beneath Tesoro's feet instantly transformed into gold, with countless gold pieces surging up as if alive, forming layer upon layer of incredibly thick golden barriers in front of him. At the same time, the gold on his body quickly covered him, attempting to form a final defense. Bang! A dull collision sound. Those indestructible golden barriers crumbled before Lynn's fist as if they were tofu. Layer by layer, they shattered. Layer by layer, they disintegrated. Lynn's fist drove straight in, finally imprinting on Tesolo's abdomen. Ugh! Tesolo let out a muffled groan of extreme pain. He could feel an indescribable, terrifying force rampaging within him, destroying everything. The golden defense on his body was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks. And then it shattered with a loud bang. His entire being was sent flying like a baseball, spinning through the air, crashing into building after building, and finally coming to a stop in the audience area of the arena. But he was completely unconscious. One punch, another punch. The two formidable Shichibukai-level powerhouses, who had dominated the New World, couldn't even withstand a single move from Lynn. The entire dock fell into a deathly silence once again. Everyone's minds went blank due to the shocking scene before them. They looked at the small figure suspended in midair, dressed in open-crotch pants, perfectly sculpted, and all that remained in their eyes was endless awe and fear. This was no longer a monster. This was a demon god. A true demon god had descended upon the world. Chapter 34 New Skill, Magic Piercing Light Cannon. Extorting 10 billion from the Golden Emperor. Although Lynn's physical strength has significantly improved compared to before, and he is deliberately maintaining the 7th gate after one round of attacks, his stamina is still severely depleted. Fortunately, now he is just panting and sweating, unlike before when he was weak and lethargic to the point of needing to sleep for several days. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully defeated 2 characters with warlord-level power. Don Quixote Doflamingo, Guild Tesoro. Task completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Skill Magic Piercing Light Cannon. Magic Piercing Light Cannon condenses body energy to the fingertips and instantly releases a spiral energy shockwave capable of piercing through everything. This skill consumes stamina and Conqueror's Haki. With enormous power, please use it cautiously. Lynn's dark eyes brightened. Magic-piercing light cannon? Isn't that Piccolo's ultimate move in Dragon Ball? Even Scions can't withstand this attack. In the pirate world, the effect would be even more explosive. Moreover, the system description also states, pierces through everything. These 4 words mean it can kill indiscriminately. And it consumes stamina plus Conqueror's Haki, unlike the 8 gates of Duinjia, where opening a single gate nearly drains him. Good stuff. A satisfied expression appeared on Lynn's small face. In future fights, he could summon a Susanoo to shield himself while he charges the magic-piercing light cannon from behind, firing one shot at a time. How delightful! Just as Lynn was happily contemplating the use of his new skill, a series of desperate cries for mercy pulled him back. No, don't kill our young master. Please, Lord Calamity. Young Master Lynn. A wave of shrill cries for mercy reached Lynn's ears, where he saw Jack the Drought, wielding his massive ivory curved blade, menacingly approaching the half-dead Doflamingo, who had been blasted into the ruins. Pika, Sugar, Gladius, and other executives of the Don Quixote family were all crying and begging for mercy. Torpole, with his sticky body, lay on the ground, sobbing, "Bwahaha! Lord Demonchild, Lord Calamity, spare our young master. We are willing to exchange all our artificial devil fruits for the young master's life. Not a single one left. All for you." Jack heard this and spat dismissively. Who the hell cares about your junk? I'm going to chop this pink-haired flamingo today to vent for young Master Lynn. As he spoke, the ivory curved blade was about to fall. "Yeah." Lynn's voice suddenly rang out. Jack's raised blade came to a halt, and he turned back in confusion. "Young Master Lynn?" Lynn waved a small hand. "Okay, artificial devil fruits can be considered devil fruits, right? Just in time to complete the task of eating 2 different devil fruits. If it's offered, don't turn it down." Although Jack was unwilling to let Doflamingo go just like that, since young Master Lynn had spoken, he could only glare fiercely at Doflamingo and put away his blade. "Thank you, Lord Demonchild." The Don Quixote executives were ecstatic and hurried to send people to the factory to bring out all the artificial fruits. In the ruins, Doflamingo and Golden Emperor Tesoro slowly regained consciousness. As soon as they opened their eyes, they saw a small figure hovering in midair, exquisitely carved, and both of them jolted, nearly fainting again. That small figure appeared more terrifying to them than ancient behemoths. "Young Master, are you okay?" Torpole crawled over to Doflamingo's side. Doflamingo coughed up a mouthful of blood, his voice hoarse, not dead. He struggled to lift his head and look at Lynn, his eyes filled with fear and a hint of humiliation. At this moment, Torpole whispered about the deal to exchange artificial devil fruits for Doflamingo's life. After hearing this, Doflamingo felt darkness before his eyes, his heart aching to the point of breathlessness. Those smiles were his important source of funding and a bargaining chip for expanding his influence. Now, not only was there no price increase, but he was also going to give them all away for free. What loss? But what could he do? Could he dare to say no? Unless he wanted to experience that feeling of being punched to death again. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Lynn ignored Doflamingo's expression as if he had just lost his father. He turned his small head towards Golden Emperor Tesoro. "Money." His voice was soft and unquestionable. Tesoro shuddered all over, forcing out a smile that was uglier than crying. "And no problem. Whatever you ask for, Lord Demonchild." Fortunately, he had plenty of money. Spending a bit for his life was no issue. Lynn extended a chubby little finger. Tesoro's eyelids twitched as he tentatively asked, 100 million berry?" Lynn shook his head. Tesoro's heart sank. Could it be 1 billion? That number made him feel a pang, but it was still acceptable. 1 billion berry. I'll have it prepared immediately. Lynn shook his head again, his little mouth pouting slightly as he uttered 3 words. 100 billion. Puffed. Tesoro nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. 100 billion. Are you robbing me? No, isn't this robbery now? Hiss. A chorus of gasps surrounded them. 100 billion berry. This little demon is going to squeeze the Golden Emperor dry. Jack and the members of the Beast Pirates behind him nearly had their eyes bulging out. 100 billion. Young Master Lynn is really asking for a lion's share. However, well done. Upon hearing this figure, Doflamingo's heartache eased considerably, and his psychological balance increased. The artificial devil fruits he had were only worth about 10 to 20 billion at most. The Golden Emperor asking for 100 billion means he is the one suffering the greater loss. Chapter 35, Eating 2 Artificial Fruits in a Row. Everyone is shocked. Tozolo looked at Lynn's chubby little finger that was extended, and upon hearing the number 100 billion, he felt completely stunned. He felt as if his heart had been gripped tightly by an invisible hand and then thrown into an ice cellar for 3 days and nights, only to be taken out and smashed to pieces with a hammer. 100 billion. That was 1/20th of the total assets of the Golden Emperor. Did he just ask for that? He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but as soon as he met Lynn's calm, yet authoritative gaze, all his words got stuck in his throat, and he couldn't utter a single word. He had no doubt that if he dared to say no or show any hesitation, that little demon would definitely make him experience what true golden lamentation was. And no problem. Tozolo forced out these 3 words through gritted teeth. Each word felt like it was cutting into his flesh. I will call right now and have the money sent over. It will take some time, and I hope you can be patient. Lynn nodded. Jack and the members of the Beast Pirates behind him were so excited that they were howling. 100 billion berries. And so many artificial devil fruits. This trip to Dressrosa was simply a huge profit. Young Master Lynn, you're amazing. Soon bang. 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 Heavy boxes were thrown to the ground with a loud noise. The boxes opened, revealing various oddly shaped, differently colored fruits emanating a strange aura. These were the artificial Zoan-type devil fruits, Smile, created by Doflamingo and Caesar Clown. The quantity was enough to form a small mountain. The air was filled with a sweet yet rotten peculiar smell. The members of the Beast Pirates were stunned seeing so many Smile fruits. They were breathing rapidly, their faces showing greed and excitement. Although these Smile fruits had only a 10% success rate, and those who failed would lose their ability to express sadness and anger, becoming mere joyful beings who could only laugh. Once successful, they would gain powerful zone abilities. For the power-seeking Beast Pirates, this was undoubtedly a tremendous temptation. Oro, 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 oro. So many Smile fruits. We're going to get rich. When we go back, the strength of our Beast Pirates will increase significantly. Thank you, young Master Lynn. Everyone bowed to Lynn, their faces filled with gratitude and admiration. Jack was also grinning widely, unable to close his mouth. He could already imagine how happy Kaido would be to see so many Smile fruits. Young Master Lynn, you've done a great service this time. However, just as everyone was immersed in joy and excitement, Lynn's little figure swayed and floated down from midair. He waddled over to the mountain of Smile fruits. His big, dark eyes curiously examined the oddly shaped fruits. Then, in the astonished gazes of everyone, Lynn reached out his chubby little hand and picked up a Smile fruit that looked like a banana but was covered in strange spiral patterns. He tilted his little head, seemingly studying it. The next second, crack, Lynn opened his small mouth and took a small bite out of the Smile fruit. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The entire dock fell into a dead silence. A pin drop could be heard. The smiles on the faces of the Beast Pirates members instantly froze. Jack's wild grin also solidified, his eyes wide open like copper bells, his mouth agape enough to fit a fist. Doflamingo and his subordinates were equally bewildered and shocked. The Golden Emperor Tozolo and the Underground World Big Shots were also watching with twitching eyelids. What? What is going on? Lynn, young Master Lynn? Jack's voice trembled, filled with a hint of unbelievable terror. What are you doing? That thing can't be eaten casually. One of the Beast Pirates members, his voice cracking, was nearly going crazy. This is a Smile fruit. There is only a 10% success rate. If he fails, he'll become a useless person who can only laugh. What if young Master Lynn? What if his luck runs out? They couldn't bear to think. If Kaido finds out, he would definitely flay them alive. Young Master Lynn, spit it out. Spit it out. That thing is toxic. It will be a huge problem if you eat it. The Beast Pirates members were in complete turmoil. They were all anxious, wishing they could rush up and pry the fruit out of Lynn's mouth. But they didn't dare. They had witnessed young Master Lynn's temper. Everyone around saw this scene, their eyelids twitching without a shred of schadenfreude, only filled with tension and worry. What if this little ancestor ate it and was displeased? Would he vent his anger on them? However, Lynn paid no attention to the noise around him. He chewed a few times, then with a gulp, swallowed the fruit flesh. His little face showed a, seemingly dissatisfied expression. It seemed to say, the taste isn't that great. Ding. Detected that the host has consumed the artificial devil fruit smile, snake form. The system's prompt sounded in Lynn's mind. Just one more. So, under the horrified and wide-eyed gazes of everyone, Lynn reached out his little hand and picked up another smile fruit that looked like an apple, but was a strange purple-black color. Crack. He took another bite. No. Jack let out a desperate roar. He wanted to rush over to stop it, but his legs felt as heavy as lead, unable to move. It's over. It's all over. Young Master Lynn actually ate 2 devil fruits. This is suicide. Common sense. This is common sense on the sea. A person absolutely cannot eat 2 devil fruits. Otherwise, their body would explode from bearing the powers of 2 different devil fruits, leaving no intact corpse. Crazy. This little brat is crazy. Diamante screamed in horror. Is he seeking death? Sugar dropped the lollipop from her hand in shock. Doflamingo's expression of schadenfreude turned into pure shock and disbelief. The Golden Emperor was also dumbfounded. This little brat, does he not even know this bit of common sense? Or is it that he really feels invincible? Everyone's hearts were in their throats. They stared intently at Lynn, waiting for that bloody and terrifying scene to unfold. Lynn chewed a few more times, then with a gulp, swallowed again. Ding. Detected that the host has consumed the artificial devil fruit smile, bat form. Mission to eat 2 different devil fruits has been completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Massive increase in stamina limit. A surge of stamina flooded in. The fatigue from just opening the 7 gates was significantly alleviated. Given his current state, he could easily open another round of 7 gates and take on 2. No, 3 warlord-level characters without any problem. It's not an exaggeration to say that opening the 8 gates was also within reach. At that moment, a crisp and loud burp, accompanied by a hint of milk fragrance, suddenly came from Lynn's small mouth. The entire dock fell into an eerie silence once again. Everyone was petrified. Their expressions were as if they had witnessed Joel D. Roger resurrecting and then publicly breaking into a dance, filled with absurdity and disbelief. Where was the explosion? The tearing of the body? The cries of pain? How? Could just be a burp? Jack and the members of the Beast Pirates behind him all had their mouths wide open, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Don Quixote Doflamingo's eyes behind his sunglasses were bulging 3 times larger than usual. The Golden Emperor Tesalo and the other big shots from the underground world felt as though their worldview had been shattered at that moment. Chapter 36. 3 hellishly difficult new tasks. The Navy is stunned. Ding. All previous phase tasks have been completed. A brand new series of tasks is now released. Task 1. Observe a historic meeting between the 4 Emperors Whitebeard Edward, Newgate, and Red-Haired Shanks up close. Task Reward. Huge increase in stamina limit. Susanoo, intermediate form, can be upgraded to complete Susanoo and unlock exclusive divine artifacts. Task 2. Engage in direct combat with a character of admiral level or above for over 1 minute. Note: no passive evasion allowed. Effective offense and defense required. Task Reward. Huge amount of Conqueror's Haki. Permanent reduction of 50 stamina consumption for the 8 gates of opening. Task 3. Defeat 4 characters of the Warlord level or above. Note: targets that have already been defeated do not count towards the total. Task Reward. Randomly draw a brand new ability from all worlds. A series of system prompts echoed in Lynn's mind. Lynn blinked his big, dark eyes, and on his small face, there was a rare expression of speechlessness. Goodness, this system really thinks highly of him. The rewards are indeed mouth-watering. The intermediate form of Susanoo means a significant boost in both defense and attack. The 50 reduction in stamina consumption for the 8 gates is simply a divine skill. In the future, opening the 7th or even the 8th gate will double his endurance. And a new ability, Draw from All Worlds. Who knows what incredible things he might get. But the difficulty of these tasks is just too outrageous, right? Observing the meeting between Whitebeard and Redhaired, 2 top powerhouses of this era meeting. Asking a little kid like him to join in is no joke at all. fighting with an admiral for a minute? His strength has indeed increased a lot. He can match up with an admiral in a contest of strength. But who knows how fierce a true admiral can be? He not only has to fight, but also has to last a full minute. The difficulty is unimaginable. Lastly, defeating 4 warlords. He has already offended quite a few characters above the warlord level, and now he has to provoke Mihawk, the tyrant Kuma, the Empress Hancock, and other big names. This system is determined to make him offend every strong person in the new world. Lynn's small brows furrowed deeply for the first time. Trouble. Too much trouble. Fortunately, there are no restrictions on these tasks. He can choose to do them or not, and there are no penalties for not doing them. Since that's the case, he can take it slow and tackle them one by one. Young Master Lynn, the artificial fruits are all packed. Jack the Drought cautiously approached, speaking in a low voice, afraid of disturbing young Master Lynn's thoughts. He now holds Lynn in such high esteem, worshipping him like a rushing river. Young Master Lynn is a god. Lynn came back to his senses, glanced at the eagerly awaiting Jack, and then swept his gaze over the silent and breathless members of the Don Quixote family and the underground world bosses. Let's go back. Lynn waved his small hand. His childish voice carried an undeniable command. Jack immediately straightened up, excitedly shouting, "Orolo! Everyone, form up! Return to Onigashima!" The members of the Beast's pirates erupted into thunderous cheers, each one eagerly preparing to set sail. Doflamingo watched as the wealth that should have belonged to him left, his heart bleeding. Yet he dared not show a hint of it on his face, forced to smile as he sent off this group of calamities. Suddenly, Lynn floated over to the Golden Emperor Tezzalo. Tezzalo shivered all over. A magical boy? Now seeing Lynn's delicate little face, he felt a chill run down his spine. Lynn stretched out his chubby little finger and poked him. Money. On time. Otherwise. Lynn tilted his little head, a hint of danger flashing in his dark eyes. I'll come and take it myself. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Tezzalo's forehead as he nodded vigorously. Definitely. Definitely. Magical boy, don't worry. 100 billion berries. Not a single cent less. Guaranteed to be delivered on time to Onigashima. What a joke. Let this little demon come to his door, personally? Did he want to keep his golden city? Lynn nodded in satisfaction. Then his small figure swayed and appeared steadily at the bow of the Beast's pirate ship. Set sail. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters, Marineford, the atmosphere was tense. Marine Admiral Sengoku was frowning as he looked at a piece of intelligence in his hand. Red-haired Shanks actually requested to meet Whitebeard. Sengoku put down the intelligence, his voice deep, noting that the meeting of these two monsters was not a good thing. Kizaru adjusted his sunglasses and spoke leisurely. The Emperors of the Sea never meet. They are breaking the rules. Akainu's brow furrowed. What does that red-haired guy want? Akiji yawned lazily and said, well, that red-haired guy probably doesn't want to go to war with Whitebeard, right? Yes, not that thoughtless. Any movement from the 4 emperors is enough to shake the entire world. If red-haired and Whitebeard, 2 figures at the pinnacle of piracy, were to clash, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just then, the phone bug on the desk rang abruptly. Sengoku answered the phone bug, speaking in a serious tone. This is Marine headquarters. I am Sengoku. On the other end of the line, a voice filled with extreme terror and trembling came through, stuttering and gasping for breath. And Marshal. Big trouble. Dressrosa. Dressrosa. Sengoku frowned. What happened in Dressrosa? Take your time. Is Doflamingo up to something again? The voice on the other end was tinged with a sob. And no, it's not. It's Doflamingo. He has been defeated. What? Sengoku suddenly stood up from his seat, his tone filled with astonishment. The 3 admirals in the office also furrowed their brows in unison. Doflamingo? One of the warlords of the sea, the heavenly demon, the king of the underground world, Joker. That cunning, cruel, and powerful pirate. He was actually defeated? In Dressrosa, on his own turf? Who did it? Sengoku asked sharply, his voice carrying a barely perceptible weight. The voice on the other end was filled with the fear of having survived a disaster and deep reverence. The magical boy Lynn. The one with the bounty of 1 billion berries. The magical boy Lynn. In an instant, the entire room fell silent. Even the seasoned admirals were visibly moved, their eyes showing a hint of disbelief and shock. Chapter 37. The Shock of the Navy High Command and a billion bounty less. The demon child Lynn.Lynn. This name left an unprecedented deep impression on them. They never expected that not long after, this little brat would pull off another earth-shattering, sensational act. However, it wasn't over yet. The Golden Emperor Gilder Tetsolo was also taken down. This time, not only Sengoku, but even the three admirals nearby, Karku, and others, changed their expressions. Kizaru's long-standing lewd smile froze at the corners of his mouth, and for the first time, the eyes behind his sunglasses lost their playful glint. Oh dear, this is truly frightening. Akainu's brows furrowed into a shape, and the magma on his body seemed to stir restlessly. That little brat Kaido actually has such power? Akiji also rarely straightened his body, replaced by a serious demeanor. In one breath, he took down 2 warlords of the sea? What kind of joke is this? Sengoku took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and roared into the Lynn.Lynn mushy. Tell me everything you know. Word for word. What exactly happened in Dressrosa? I want to know the whole story. The voice on the other end of the Lynn.Lynn mushy trembled even more violently, beginning to spill out the nightmare-like account in fits and starts. Marshal, the cause of the incident was that Doflamingo wanted to raise the price of the smile fruits for the beast pirates by 20%. Then today, Jack the Drought came over with his men. He was so aggressive that he nearly tore the dock apart. Sengoku rubbed his temples. He was already tired of hearing about the dog-eat-dog situation among these pirates. Get to the point. Where's Lynn.Lynn? Lynn.Lynn is right next to Jack. That little brat. He stood up and said that if Doflamingo didn't lower the price, then there would be no need for Dressrosa to exist. And then, an indescribably terrifying Conqueror's Haki exploded from that little baby. Doflamingo's Conqueror's Haki was instantly crushed. The Golden Emperor Tetsolo came to help, and the 2 Conqueror's Haki, overlapping, barely managed to hold it off. I was knocked unconscious at that moment. When I woke up, the battle was already over. Doflamingo and the Golden Emperor Tetsolo were both heavily injured, and the executives of the Don Quixote family were begging Lynn.Lynn for mercy. Fortunately, I had a recording Lynn.Lynn mushy with me, so I knew exactly what happened. The temperature in the office suddenly dropped a few degrees. Conqueror's Haki directly crushed Doflamingo, and it took Tetsolo's help just to barely hold it off. L'un est Conqueror Haki is actually this strong. What happened next? Sengoku pressed, his heart racing uncontrollably. Later, that Diamante from the Don Quixote family, unwilling to accept it, charged at Lynn.Lynn. As a result, that little brat's eyes changed, and black flames erupted on Diamante's arm. They couldn't be extinguished no matter what. Water wouldn't put them out. Stones couldn't cover them. Even sea prism stone powder was useless. Flames that are ineffective against sea prism stone. Tsuru's expression changed slightly. This has surpassed the scope of devil fruit abilities. Unless that demon child Lynn and isn't using a devil fruit power at all. In the end, it was Doflamingo who used his Conqueror's Haki to suppress the black flames. That fire can only be extinguished by Conqueror's Haki? Carp's tone grew serious. This kind of method, even I have never heard of. Doesn't this mean that if someone without Conqueror's Haki gets near that black fire, they will be burned to death? Kizaru pushed up his sunglasses, his tone strange. This demon child Lynn.Lynn is truly frightening. Yes, that black fire is really too sinister. If you don't have Conqueror's Haki, touching it means certain death. And then? Akiji asked. Then Doflamingo went into a rage. He awakened his devil fruit. The entire dock turned into threads. He attacked Lynn.Lynn. That little brat. Blue, bone-like things emerged to protect him. Doflamingo's attack couldn't break through at all. Blue bones couldn't break through. How many more methods does this little brat have that we don't even know about? The Navy high-ranking officials were unable to remain calm, growing more and more alarmed as they listened. Yes, later, that blue bone was cracked and shattered. Everyone thought it was over, but the next second, another identical blue bone appeared, completely intact, even stronger. The office fell into a terrifying silence. The admirals exchanged glances. In the end, they all shook their heads. Clearly, none of them had heard of such a bizarre ability in the world. Then, that little brat started to counterattack. Blue steam burst from his body. He shouted something like Seventh Gate, Shock Gate. Then his momentum increased by more than 10 times, enough to rival an admiral. Doflamingo immediately cowered. He instantly agreed to lower the price. The price of the smile fruits was directly reduced by 20%. Sengoku's forehead broke out in cold sweat. Seventh Gota. Isn't that the technique the demon child Lynn.Lynn used to severely injure Doflamingo before? But before it was the 8th gate. Now the 7th gate can achieve such an effect. Doesn't this mean that demon child has gotten stronger during this time? Is that all? A kind impressed. No. The voice of the Den Mushi sounded even more desperate, that little brat. He set his sights on the Golden Emperor Tetsolo and all the underground world bosses present, not letting a single one escape. What a little rascal. This kid really suits my taste. It's a pity. Why does he have to be Kaido's son? Carp lamented. The others were extremely serious. Tetsolo was furious at that moment. He also awakened his devil fruit. He and Doflamingo teamed up to besiege that little brat. But the result, that little brat just reached out a hand, and then a gigantic white tiger charged out from his hand. "Day, tiger," he shouted like that. The white tiger directly shattered the combined attack of the Golden Emperor and Doflamingo, completely destroyed. The Golden Emperor's giant golden form was cracked on the spot. Doflamingo was also blown away. The Navy high-ranking officials couldn't help but show astonished expressions. One move broke the combined awakened attack of 2 warlords of the sea, but it wasn't over. That little brat appeared in front of Doflamingo as if teleporting. One punch. Just one punch. Doflamingo's awakened defense was like paper, directly knocked away, and his life or death was unknown. Then he went to find the Golden Emperor. Also one punch. The Golden Emperor's golden barrier shattered layer by layer. He was also knocked away, directly knocked out cold. Hiss. One punch for a warlord-level figure. Just how strong is the true power of this demon child Lynn.Lynn? So in the end, Doflamingo and Tetsolo admitted defeat, right? Sengoku asked in a deep voice. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. In the end, Doflamingo was forced to hand over all the smile fruits, and the Golden Emperor Tetsolo was extorted by that little brat for 100 billion berries. 100 billion. Akiji murmured, his mouth twitching. The dead silence in the office lasted for a long time. Sengoku slowly sat back in his chair, feeling a chill all over. He looked at the bounty notice on the table regarding the demon child Lynn.Lynn. That delicate, innocent little face now seemed more terrifying to him than any ruthless pirate. 1 billion. Too little. Given the current situation, the bounty should start at least at 2 billion. Chapter 38. A bounty of 3 billion. The name of the demon child Lynn.Lynn shakes the entire sea again. Sengoku took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the 3 admirals. In the end, he made a difficult decision. Send my orders. Increase the bounty on the demon child Lynn.Lynn to... He paused, seemingly weighing a number that could match this monster. Raise it to 3 billion berries. The sunbae in Carp's mouth was directly spat out. 3 billion. Kizaru's sunglasses slid down to the tip of his nose, revealing his astonished eyes. Oh, Marshal, are you serious? From 1 billion to 3 billion berries in one go. This is truly unprecedented. Akainu's eyebrows jumped sharply. 3 billion. A number that surpassed most pirates and was close to the top executives of the 4 emperors, even, in certain conditions, the 4 emperors themselves. Akiji also opened his eyes, filled with shock. 3 billion. Mr. Sengoku, is that number 2? Not too high. Sengoku interrupted decisively. The danger level of this little brat has far exceeded our imagination. His existence is itself trampling on the world's rules. If we allow him to continue growing, I can hardly imagine what the future seas will look like. 3 billion is meant to tell the whole world how much the Navy values this demon child. It's to make those who have illusions about him weigh their own worth. Sengoku's voice echoed in the office, carrying an undeniable resolve. The news spread like wings, quickly reaching the entire world. The World Economic News, run by Morgans, reported this earth-shattering news with unprecedented coverage and intensity. Extra. The youngest and fastest rising monster in history has been born. Demon child Lynn.Lynn. Bounty, 3 billion berries. When this number appeared on the front page of the newspaper, the entire world went crazy. 3. 3 billion. Am I seeing things? What kind of joke is this? A little kid over a year old has a bounty of 3 billion. That is higher than many legendary pirates, right? Is the Navy crazy? Or did this kid named Lynn.Lynn really do something earth-shattering? In taverns, on the streets, on ships, countless people held newspapers, discussing fervently, their faces full of disbelief and shock. Shortly thereafter, the subsequent content of the newspaper detailed the glorious achievements of the demon child Lynn.Lynn in Dressrosa. When people saw that this little baby, just over a year old, had crushed the notorious warlords Don Quixote da Flamingo and Gil Tesoro in a joint effort, it was clear that all voices of doubt vanished in an instant. What replaced them was a bone-deep fear and unparalleled shock. Is this still human? Kaido's son is actually an ancient beast disguised as a baby? Terrifying. This world is about to change. New world, Cake Island. Mom, something big has happened. Perospero rushed into Big Mom's chamber. Mama. What is it, Perospero? Is the cake telecommunications ready? Big Mom was lying on a giant candy bed, enjoying the service of the homies, drooling. Perospero handed over the newspaper, his voice trembling. You look for yourself. Big Mom took the newspaper, initially uninterested, but when her gaze fell upon the words Demon Child Lynn.Lynn, Bounty 3 billion, her enormous pupils suddenly constricted. Then, when she saw Lynn.Lynn's various feats in Dressrosa, boom! Big Mom suddenly sat up from the bed, a terrifying aura exploding instantly, shaking the entire Cake Island. Lynn.Lynn, Demon Child, it's him again. A little kid over a year old can defeat 2 warlords? 3 billion. It's actually 3 billion. That bastard Kaido. Why? Why does he have such an amazing son? She let out an ear-splitting roar, her voice filled with endless jealousy and boundless rage. Katakuri, Smoothie, and other stars stood by, trembling and not daring to breathe. The more Big Mom thought about it, the angrier and more jealous she became, saliva uncontrollably flowing from the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with greed and possessiveness. Mama. How can such a good son be given to that drunk Kaido? She slammed the edge of the bed and ordered Perospero and the others, listen up, immediately send someone. At all costs, bring that kid named Lynn into me. I want him to be my son. Mama. With him, my dream of becoming Pirate King is just around the corner. New world, a certain sea area on the Moby Dick. The demon child Lynn.Lynn. The bounty increased from 1 billion to 3 billion. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, holding a huge naginata, looked at the newspaper in his hand, his expression rarely surprised. Even though he had seen countless grand scenes, this sudden rise of 2 billion in bounty still moved him. Of course, what truly unsettled him was that this little guy was Kaido's son. That bastard Kaido really struck gold. Jozu said in a deep voice, his massive fist cracking. A little kid over a year old took down Doflamingo and Tesoro. 3 billion. This little brat's threat level is already comparable to the 4 emperors. Bista, Sachi, and other captains exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment and resentment. The Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates had always been at odds. If Lynn.Lynn were from another pirate crew, they might not have reacted much. But he was from the Beast pirates, and he was Kaido's adopted son. Kaido. That bastard fool actually has such a son. Whitebeard downed the drink in his bowl, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. But he had to admit that even he was a bit jealous of him. The captains were all taken aback. To make old man say the word jealous shows how much impact that demon child Lynn.Lynn had on them. In another sea area, on the red-haired pirate's red force. Captain, Whitebeard replied. He agrees to meet. Yasop excitedly ran over. Oh, that old man finally gave us face. Shanks grinned, in a good mood. Just then, a carrier pigeon landed on the deck. Lucky Roo, munching on a chicken leg, casually picked up the newspaper. The next second, the chicken leg in Lucky Roo's mouth was directly spat out, his eyes wide. Captain, you guys look at this. Shanks, confused, took the newspaper. When he saw Lynn.Lynn's bounty of 3 billion and the achievements below, his smile instantly froze. His single arm trembled slightly. Ben Beckman, holding a cigarette, leaned over to take a look, his expression becoming extremely serious. Other cadres took the newspaper and looked at it, their eyes wide in disbelief. Is this a joke? The demon, child Lynn, and Roxy, Zebek, isn't this the little guy who snatched your letter last time? Don Quixote da Flamingo, the Golden Emperor Tesalo. These two are both infamous pirates across the entire sea, yet they were defeated by a little guy. Roxy, Zebek, even such powerful figures have been defeated. You have no reason to feel wronged. You don't need to blame yourself anymore. The crew members were likewise exclaiming in astonishment. The demon, child Lynn, and Kaido es son. Shanks murmured, his eyes filled with complexity and suspicion. This name, this little brat. They could no longer ignore them. Chapter 39. The 7 Warlords in Danger. Lynn's request. To meet the other 4 emperors? On a deserted island. Dracul Mihawk sat alone in front of a simple wooden cabin, polishing his supreme sword, the knight. A newspaper lay carelessly discarded nearby, with a bold headline featuring the staggering bounty of 3 billion, alongside the name of the demon child Lynn, standing out prominently. In his deep, hawk-like eyes, there was no fear, but rather a glimmer of subtle sharpness, as if he had found a worthy opponent. Kaido's son, huh? Mihawk murmured to himself, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Interesting, to think he could push those 2 guys to such an extent. 3 billion. The Navy is quite generous. He took a swig from his bottle, his gaze drifting towards the horizon, as if anticipating something. On Amazon Lily, the daughter island. 3 billion. Empress Boa Hancock stared at the newspaper, her stunningly beautiful face revealing an expression of extreme shock for the first time. Unable to maintain her usual pride. Hey, a little brat in open crotch pants? The 9 snake warriors behind her were equally dumbfounded, discussing among themselves. To have defeated the combined forces of Don Quixote da Flamingo and Tesalo. How is this possible? Hancock abruptly stood up and left the palace. Where are you going? Snake Princess? To train. Clearly, Hancock was provoked by this little guy. If she didn't train, she might not even be able to defeat that brat in open crotch pants. At a certain secret base, the commander of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, was looking at the intelligence in his hands. Demon Child Lynn, 3 billion. His chief of staff, Sabo, couldn't help but exclaim, this little brat is too outrageous. A bounty of 3 billion at just over a year old? If it weren't confirmed, I'd think someone was playing a prank. Dragon's face showed no expression. Kaido's son, the Beast Pirates. He pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Crow, keep a close eye on Lynn's movements. Yes, Dragon. In a certain sea area, on a simple wooden raft. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard Teach was tearing into a cherry pie, crumbs flying everywhere, laughing boisterously. On the deck in front of him lay several copies of the latest newspapers. Is what they're saying true? Sniper Van Augur pushed his hat back, incredulous. He had just finished reading the article about Demon Child Lynn, the bounty of 3 billion, having defeated 2 of the 7 warlords together. It all seemed like a tall tale. Cough, cough. The sickly-looking Poison Q, riding his equally sickly horse, Zhuang Zhuang, spoke weakly. This kind of rumor is probably just the Navy trying to cough, intimidate pirates, deliberately exaggerating. Hee hee, that's the Navy's tactic as always. The helmsman Lafitte tapped his cane on the deck, letting out an eerie laugh. Only the fighting champion, Jesus Burgess, looked pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his body trembling uncontrollably. No, it's not fake. Burgess's voice was filled with intense fear, his teeth chattering that little monster is definitely real. Burgess, what's wrong with you today? Scared out of your wits? Van Augur frowned. Burgess, do you know that demon child Lynn? Know him? I not only know him. When I and the captain just escaped from Whitebeard's territory in the New World, it was him who almost killed me and the captain. What? Banawu Puizunku. And Lafitte's faces changed in unison. They looked at Teach, their eyes filled with suspicion. Teach's expression also turned a bit grim. He put down the cherry pie, his thick fingers stroking his mouth, which was missing a few teeth, letting out a forced laugh. Ha ha, that little brat does have some skills. A trace of unease flashed in Teach's eyes. If I hadn't run fast, I'm afraid. He didn't continue, but Van Augur and the others understood. Even the captain admitted he almost stumbled. That demon child Lynn is truly that terrifying. If he grows up, what will happen? But it doesn't matter. Blackbeard revealed a smug smile, dark mist swirling around his hands. Once my plan succeeds, let alone that demon child Lynn, even Kaido himself, Whitebeard, red-haired, all of them will be nothing. The others regain their confidence. Indeed, if Captain Blackbeard's plan is implemented, then they will all have the chance to become figures on par with the admirals. On Onigashima, inside Kaido's castle, Oro. Kaido's deafening laughter threatened to overturn the entire Onigashima. He held the latest newspaper in his hand, casually tossing aside his massive kanabo, the 8-headed dragon. 3 billion. My son. 3 billion berries. Kaido howled to the sky, his pride and excitement overflowing. And that bastard Tezelo. 100 billion berries. Not a single cent less. It's all come in. Oro. At the foot of the throne, countless massive boxes piled like mountains, golden berries almost spilling out, dazzling to the eyes. This is the compensation sent by the Golden Emperor Tezelo. Kaido had lived for so long and fought so many battles, but he had never been as happy as he was today. Striking gold. This son of mine, Lynn, is simply a divine child that fell from the heavens. No, even more impressive than a divine child. Lynn, my good son. Kaido scooped Lynn, who was yawning in midair, into his arms, rubbing his rough cheek against Lynn's delicate little face. Oro, tell me, what reward do you want? Anything I have, I will give you. Kaido was in high spirits, looking at Lynn with increasing fondness. On both sides of the Great Hall, the three disasters, King, Queen, Jack, and other high-ranking members of the Beast Pirates, were also beaming with smiles. Young Master Lynn has brought great honor to the Beast Pirates. Lynn felt a bit uncomfortable being rubbed by Kaido and frowned slightly. He reached out his chubby little hand and pushed Kaido's big face away. Then his dark eyes looked at Kaido, and he spoke in baby talk. Iya. He pointed at the vast sky outside. You want to go out and play? Kaido paused slightly. Lynn shook his head. Then he extended 4 little fingers and pointed. After that, he made a fist bump gesture. Iya. 4. Emperors? King was the first to react, surprise appearing on his masked face. Young Master Lynn means he wants to meet the other 4 emperors? Queen, with his plump body shaking, nearly dropped the cigar from his mouth. No, not just a meeting. Jack looked at the eager look in Lynn's eyes and the fist bump gesture, swallowing hard. Young Master Lynn, he seems to want to spar with the other 4 emperors. As soon as this was said, the entire hall fell into an eerie silence. The cadres of the Beast Pirates were all dumbfounded, their jaws almost dropping in shock. Spar with the other 4 emperors. Young Master Lynn is only a little over a year old. Although his strength is ridiculously abnormal, he is still one of the 4 emperors. Each one of them is a monster ruling the new world. Kaido was taken aback for a moment. Then his copper bell-like eyes burst forth with unprecedented brilliance. Oro. Another earth-shattering laugh. No wonder he's my son. What a guy. Kaido lifted Lynn high up and said, all right, since you want to see those old guys, I'll take you there. By the way, I've heard intel that red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard are going to meet in a few days. I'll personally take you to see just how big the gap is between the other 4 emperors and your father. Chapter 40. The Meeting of the 2 Emperors. Kaido brings the demon child. Lynn smiled. The reason he proactively proposed to attend the meeting between the red-haired and white-beard emperors was that all 3 of his tasks could be accomplished during this trip, right? Task 1. Observe the historic meeting between the 4 emperors, Whitebeard Edward Newgate and red-haired Shanks, from a close distance. He was just a little kid, although he was quite strong now. It was impossible not to be discovered during a close meeting. It was also impossible not to be targeted. But with Kaido providing protection, this task will be completed without any difficulty. Task 2. Engage in direct combat with a Navy Admiral level or above character and last for over 1 minute. Note, cannot evade combat passively. Must have effective offense and defense. Aren't the 4 Emperor's characters at the Admiral level or above? If he could actively face off against Whitebeard or Shanks for a minute, he could easily claim the reward for this task without any effort. Task 3. Defeat 4 characters at the level of the Warlords of the Sea or above. Note, previously defeated targets do not count towards the total. This one was even easier. Who among the vice-captains or subordinates of the four emperors wasn't above the level of the warlords? Whether it was the white-beard pirates or the red-haired pirates, as long as he could find a reason or opportunity to confront a few of their cadres. He could completely complete this task and unlock another ability from the multiverse. And with Kaido present, even if he exhausted too much stamina and haki, he wouldn't have to worry about losing his life. It was clear that as long as everything was handled properly, this trip would yield significant rewards. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Marshal's office. All the warships near Whitebeard and Shanks have been destroyed. Yes, Marshal. Not a single one left. I understand. Sengoku pondered. The meeting of those two monsters is itself a powder keg. I just hope they don't really ignite it. He hung up the din-din mushi with a snap. Kizaru, with his legs crossed, pushed up his sunglasses. Oh dear, it's really scary. Those two sea emperors meeting in private. I wonder what they're up to? Akainu, with a stern face and arms crossed. That guy Shanks has always been a dangerous element. No one can guess his intentions. Saru spoke in a deep voice. Shanks is so eager to meet Whitebeard. It's likely. Related to the defector Blackbeard. Zodenli, Anazadindin Mushi Hang Shapli. An emergency line from the G5 branch. The voice on the other end was panicked, eyes wide in horror. Sengoku grabbed the din-din mushi. What happened? And Marshal, urgent information from Onigashima. The Marine on the other end was stuttering. Just now, Kaido. He transformed into a dragon and flew away. Sengoku frowned. Kaido leaving Onigashima, ISNT exactly urgent news, is it? But Marshal, his flight direction, is exactly towards the location where Whitebeard and Shanks are expected to meet. The office fell silent instantly. The Marine then hurriedly added, and he is not alone. That demon child Lynn is on Kaido's dragon head. Sengoku felt a vein pop on his forehead. A migraine hit him. Kaido and the demon child Lynn? Carp, who had been silently munching on senbei, spat out his snack. Pooh. Wahaha. That bastard Kaido is bringing his son to the Four Emperors meeting? This is hilarious. But even his laughter carried a sense of gravity. Saru sighed. This is no longer a simple meeting. This is a blatant provocation. Kizaru whistled. Oh dear. Things are getting interesting. A three-emperor conference? And with a mini-emperor? Akainu's face was dark enough to drip water. They absolutely cannot succeed. The balance of the world. Balance. Sengoku slammed his fist on the table, documents flying everywhere. That balance is about to be kicked into the deep sea by this group of bastards. All Marines near Whitebeard and Shanks maintain the highest alert. Closely monitor the movements of the two emperors. No, the three emperors meeting. His head was buzzing. This was simply a nightmare. The meeting of four emperors was already enough to give a headache. And now Kaido was bringing his little monster son to stir up trouble. This would lead to chaos in the world. New World. The flagship of the Whitebeard pirates. The Moby Dick sailed like a moving island on the tumultuous sea. Not far away, the red-haired pirates' Red Force was cutting through the waves. As a small boat was lowered from the Red Force, carrying Shanks and a few core cadres, the atmosphere on the deck was tense to the extreme. Shanks, with his red hair and wearing a black cloak, rested one hand on the famous sword Griffin at his waist, stepping onto the deck of the Moby Dick. His expression was calm, but the invisible haki he exuded caused even the elite members of the Whitebeard pirates to fall or retreat one after another. Gururara. Whitebeard's signature laugh echoed from his enormous throne. He was a towering figure, connected to various medical devices, but his sharp, eagle-like eyes were fixed on Shanks. Red-haired brat, you really have the guts to step onto my ship. Upon seeing Shanks' face, the scars on his body began to throb. Whitebeard, Shanks said in a calm and steady voice. With a hint of respect, but not lacking in firmness, I'm here to talk to you about Ace and Blackbeard. I hope you can recall Ace. Delaying any longer might lead to a disaster. Whitebeard's grip on his naginata tightened suddenly, a killing intent filling the air. Red-haired brat, are you teaching me how to do things? The gazes of the four emperors collided in the air. The invisible haki clashed violently, making crackling sounds that caused the Moby Dick to groan. Whitebeard, you should have heard of the demon child Lynn from the Beast Pirates, right? At such a young age, with a bounty of 3 billion. Even Blackbeard has fallen at his hands before. In my judgment, Blackbeard must be in urgent need of getting stronger. And Ace will become his target. So, I hope you can revoke your order and let Ace come back. Whitebeard squinted. What if I say no? Clang. Shanks drew his sword. Then I'll have to reason with you. Facing such provocation, Whitebeard made a lightning-fast move, grabbing his Naginata. Just as both sides were about to erupt into an unprecedented clash, suddenly, "Hey, look at the sky!" A shout from the lookout broke the tense atmosphere. Everyone turned their heads to look up. Whitebeard and Shanks quickly glanced sideways. In the dim sky, a massive black shadow blocked out the sun. It was a dragon covered in azure scales, with eyes burning like flames, its gaping mouth large enough to swallow a warship. That is. Marco's pupils contracted sharply. A dragon? Jesus bougie this climate. It's Kaido of the Beast. Ben Beckman said with a serious tone. Why is he here? The blue giant dragon let out a deafening roar, the sound waves sweeping across the sea, creating towering waves. Kaido. Whitebeard roared like thunder, his Naginata pointing at the sky. You bastard! What are you doing here? Shanks also looked up, his brow furrowed. Wait, there's a figure on top of Kaido. The terrifying giant dragon circled in the sky, casting a suffocating shadow over both pirate ships with its massive figure. Then it slowly descended, hovering in midair between the two ships. Immediately, the pirates on both ships saw that figure. On top of Kaido's enormous and fierce dragon head stood a little figure wearing open crotch pants. He was exquisitely carved, with a pair of shiny black eyes rolling around. He was completely out of place with Kaido's style. That is. A member of the Whitebeard pirates pointed at Lynn on the dragon's head, his eyes wide open. The demon child. Luffy bit off a large chunk of roasted meat, excitedly exclaiming, 3 billion berries. It's really him, Jozu said in a deep voice. So that's the little brat who defeated Doflamingo and Tesoro? Smaller than I imagined. Shanks fixed a sharp gaze on Lynn atop the dragon's head. He had seen the reports and the bounty notice. But seeing this legendary demon child in person, riding on the head of the beast Kaido, was an overwhelming visual impact. Chapter 41. The clash is imminent. Susanoo blocks Red-Haired's blade. Kaido's massive dragon head lowered slightly, its fiery eyes first scanning Shanks, and then turned to Whitebeard. Oh ho 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 ho. The deafening laughter erupted like rolling thunder across the sea. Red-Hair brat. Old man Whitebeard. What's wrong? Not welcoming me? Kaido's voice was rough and domineering, filled with an arrogant pride. I'm bringing my son out to see the world. Let him see what the four emperors look like, and just how big the gap is between us. As Kaido spoke, his enormous dragon head deliberately shook, indicating the boy above him, Lynn. Lynn still wore his delicate, harmless appearance, his dark eyes curiously observing the two massive pirate ships below and everyone aboard them. As these words were spoken, whether it was the captains of the Whitebeard pirates or the officers of the Red-Hair pirates, one and all were left dumbfounded. Marco's mouth twitched. Ben Beckman, with a cigar in his mouth, wore a speechless expression. Jesus Burgess opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ended up letting out a low, absurd-sounding, what the hell? See the world? Bringing his son to see the world? What does he take this meeting of the four emperors for? A street circus performance? Or a day trip to the zoo? This reason is simply outrageous. Kaido. Whitebeard's aged but still imposing roar erupted like a volcanic eruption, shaking the entire Moby Dick. His massive body suddenly stood up from the throne. The medical devices connected to him emitted a piercing alarm, but he paid no mind. With eagle-like eyes, he fixed his gaze on Kaido, his fury nearly bursting forth. You bastard! This is my ship, and you, red-hair brat. Whitebeard turned to Shanks, his tone growing even angrier. What do you two think this place is? An amusement park? Now, right now, get the hell out of here! Or don't blame me for being rude. A terrifying pressure erupted from Whitebeard, like a tangible tsunami sweeping the area. The air thickened at that moment. Some weaker pirates, under this pressure, directly foamed at the mouth and fainted. Whitebeard's chest heaved violently, clearly enraged. 4 emperors had come uninvited, and tensions were rising on his ship, and now another uninvited guest. And it's that madman Kaido. This was nothing but a blatant provocation, an affront to the reputation of the world's strongest man. Oh ho ho, not polite. Kaido, hearing this, showed no fear, but rather became more excited. His huge dragon eyes ignited with a fierce battle intent. Whitebeard, do you think I'm afraid of you? Exactly. I haven't stretched my muscles in a long time. Today, let me show you whether I've regressed over the years. Kaido roared, his enormous dragon body twisting in the air, stirring the winds and clouds. The terrifying aura clashed violently with Whitebeard's pressure in midair. Crack, crack. In the air, it seemed as if countless invisible sparks were flickering, producing piercing explosions. The sea was boiling, creating towering waves. It's over. This time it's completely over. The two four emperors were about to erupt into an unprecedented great melee in this sea area. At this critical moment, suddenly, whoosh, a blade of red light, sharp and swift, cut through the air from Whitebeard's ship without warning. The target was directly aimed at Kaido's massive dragon head in midair. Who is it? Everyone focused their eyes in surprise. It was red-haired Shanks making his move. He actually broke the delicate balance first. This slash was somewhat restrained. He didn't unleash the full power of his supreme Haki or armed Haki. Instead, he deliberately restrained it to only 5 parts of his strength. He knew very well that this level of force wouldn't break through Kaido's defenses, but would serve as a sufficient warning. Red-haired, you want to challenge me too? Kaido's dragon eyes narrowed, clearly not expecting Shanks to suddenly attack him. As the devastating red blade was about to strike solidly against Kaido's dragon head, in a flash, a small figure unexpectedly appeared in the path of the blade's trajectory. It was the child Lynn. His small figure hovered in midair. Facing the terrifying slash that could make any strong warrior turn pale, he remained calm and composed. Only a strange crimson hue quietly emerged in his dark eyes. A blood-colored kaleidoscope slowly spun. In the next second, buzz! A massive blue skeleton, exuding a sinister aura, appeared, completely enveloping his small body. Susanoo! Boom! Red-haired Shanks' terrifying slash, capable of splitting mountains and seas, struck solidly against that blue skeleton. The violent explosion filled the entire sky and ocean. Sparks flew. The terrifying energy shockwave transformed into visible shockwaves, wildly spreading in all directions. The Moby Dick and the Red Force were violently shaken by this shockwave. As if they would capsize at any moment, the pirates aboard staggered and cried out in alarm. However, that blue skeletal arm, although it was riddled with spiderweb-like cracks and began to collapse and dissipate on the spot, ultimately held firm. It completely blocked red-haired Shanks' earth-shattering slash. What? It actually blocked the boss red-haired's blade? What kind of technique is this? What is that blue skeleton? What is going on? Did that blue skeleton's bones regenerate? What terrifying defense! Whether it was the members of the Whitebeard pirates, the officers of the Red Hair pirates, or even Whitebeard and Shanks themselves, including Kaido, everyone couldn't help but show expressions of shock. Indeed, the rumors are true. The bounty of 3 billion is real. With just this strange and terrifying defensive technique alone, Doflamingo and the Golden Emperor Tezelo have no chance against this little guy in open crotch pants. Yay, I will. Take action against my father. Bad guys, I want to challenge you all. Chapter 42, Jesus Burgess's Furious Strike, the magic penetrating light cannon debuts. Oh, did you hear that? My son is challenging you all. Kaido's triumphant laughter echoed in the sky. His massive dragon head rubbed against Lynn's small face, drooling almost dripping down. Lynn felt a bit itchy from the rough dragon scales and impatiently stretched out his little hand to push away Kaido's big face that was leaning in. Then, his pure black eyes swept over the tense Whitebeard pirates and red-haired pirates below. The small figure, hovering above Kaido's fierce dragon head, was completely out of place with the surrounding atmosphere of tension and hostility. His delicate little mouth opened slightly, and in a clear, babyish voice, it resonated in everyone's ears. "Yeah." Lynn pointed his chubby little finger at Whitebeard and then at red-haired Shanks. "You guys, and the people on your ship." He paused, tilting his small head as if pondering his words. "Except for you 2 old geezers. The others, just come out. Fight me. For chances. If I lose once, we'll leave." The captains of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco, Josu Vista, all had dark expressions. The officers of the red-haired pirates, Ben Beckman, Jesus Burgess, Lucky Roo, were gritting their teeth, arrogant, overbearing. just as imperious as Kaido. Kaido, Whitebeard's thunderous roar finally broke the eerie silence. Is this how you teach your son? Let him run wild on my ship. Do you really think I want to dare to take you down? Whitebeard was truly angry. His rage soared to the heavens. In his lifetime, what storms had he not seen? But to be challenged by a little brat in open crotch pants, pointed in the face, saying he wanted to challenge his entire crew, and even offering 4 chances? This was an absolute humiliation. Red-haired Shanks's expression also darkened, his hand gripping the hilt of his griffin sword, veins slightly bulging. Kaido, take your son and leave. This place does not welcome you. That was just a warning. If you continue this nonsense, I will show no mercy. Upon hearing this, Kaido not only did not back down, but became even more excited. Aro. Are you scared? Red-hair brat. Old man Whitebeard. What? You can't even accept a challenge from a little kid? Don't you trust your own subordinates? Can I not even deal with a little kid? Kaido's provocative words made Whitebeard and Shanks's expressions even darker. At that moment, Captain, let me teach this ignorant brat a lesson. A figure suddenly sprang out from the crowd of the red-hair pirates. It was Roxas, the one who had previously delivered a message to Whitebeard, only for Lynn to snatch the letter away, leaving him frustrated for a long time. Now, it was a good opportunity to prove himself. Roxas, come back. Ben Beckman's expression changed, and he shouted sternly. But it was too late. Roxas had already dashed to the center of the deck, pointing at Lynn floating in midair, roaring brat. Don't think that defeating 2 warlords makes you impressive. Today, I'll show you the power of the 4 emperors. Before he finished speaking, Lynn's black eyes calmly glanced at him. There was no anger, no disdain, as if he were looking at an insignificant ant by the roadside. The next second, Lynn's right eye suddenly narrowed. A blood-red kaleidoscope appeared, spinning rapidly. Amaterasu. A cluster of pitch-black flames appeared out of nowhere on Roxas's shoulder. Oh! A scream so piercing it didn't sound human echoed through the sky. Roxas rolled on the deck like a burning torch, wailing. The black flames, like maggots gnawing at bones, could not be extinguished no matter how he slapped or rubbed on the ground. Instead, they burned even more fiercely. Roxas. The members of the red-haired pirates were horrified and rushed forward. Water. Quickly bring water. No, this fire is strange. It can't be extinguished with water. Use Haki. Use armament Haki to cover it. It's useless. It's completely useless. What about Sea Prism Stone? Try the Sea Prism Stone. The Sea Prism Stone is useless too. How is this possible? What kind of ability is this? Jesus Burgess, Lucky Roo, and others were flustered, trying various methods. Buckets of water evaporated instantly. Using clothes to beat it, the clothes were burned to ashes. Some even attempted to use armament Haki to isolate it. But the black flames seemed to have a life of their own, directly piercing through the Haki defense, continuing to scorch Roxas's body. The air was filled with the stench of burnt flesh. Roxas's screams grew weaker and weaker, and he was on the brink of death. What kind of flame is this? Marco of the Whitebeard Pirates had a grave expression. As a user of the Phoenix Fruit, his control over flames was unparalleled. But he had never seen such a strange and domineering black flame. The other crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates were equally astonished. Get back. Ben Beckman groved, pushing everyone aside. His gaze was sharp as an eagle, fixated on the ominous black flames on Roxas. A powerful Conqueror's Haki descended like a solid object, pressing down on the black flames. Sizzle. The originally arrogant black flames began to shrink upon contact with Ben Beckman's Conqueror's Haki. It works. Jesus Burgess's eyes lit up. Soon, under the influence of the Conqueror's Haki, the black fire finally extinguished. Thud! Roxas, completely charred, smoking, collapsed on the deck like a pile of mud, barely alive. The deck fell into a dead silence once again. Everyone looked at the small figure suspended in midair, exquisitely carved, their eyes filled with indescribable dread and fear. Just one glance, just a single glance, almost killed a pirate with a bounty of nearly 100 million on the spot. This strange and powerful ability was simply unheard of. Lynn's small face still wore that calm expression. He turned his black eyes and spoke in a babyish voice. That doesn't count. It was a gift. Everyone. A gift? You call that a gift? You almost burned someone to death, and you tell me this is a bonus? In reality, it was just that Roxas was too weak. He didn't meet any of the system's task requirements, so it could only be chosen as a bonus. Upon hearing this, the members of the red-haired pirates turned ashen, especially Jesus Burgess. He looked at his brother's miserable state, and hearing Lynn's casual, even slightly disdainful words, the rage in his chest surged through his head. "You little brat," Jesus Burgess roared, his eyes, usually filled with a hint of mockery, now full of bloodshot fury. He raised a long-barreled flintlock in his hand, aiming directly at Lynn. "Are you looking for death? 100-shot silver bullet." Bang, 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 bang. A series of dense gunshots exploded like popping beans. In an instant, hundreds of specially made bullets, shining with the hues of armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki, tore through the air with a terrifying force that could rip apart anything, shooting towards Lynn like a torrential storm. Each bullet contained enough power to pierce through steel, as they lined up one after another, forming a continuous line of bullets. The destructive power generated was so exaggerated that even a Yonko-level powerhouse would not dare to underestimate it. Lynn, Kaido's enormous dragon eyes flashed with a hint of urgency. He could certainly see the horror of this move. Although Lynn had that eerie blue skeletal armor, the intensity of this attack from Jesus Burgess was clearly greater than the slash from red-haired Shanks earlier. The blue skeleton would probably not withstand it. However, facing this onslaught of bullets, Lynn's small figure still hovered in midair, not dodging or evading. Instead, he slowly extended a chubby index finger. The tip of the index finger glowed with a tiny, insignificant purple light. At first, the light was very weak like a firefly in night. But in the next moment, buzz, an indescribable, heart-pounding wave of terrifying energy suddenly erupted from Lynn's fingertip. The purple light point rapidly expanded, rotating and condensing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The spiral-shaped energy, carrying the aura of annihilation, was crazily compressed. Everyone felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. It was as if an invisible giant hand was gripping their throats, making it hard for them to breathe. Whether it was Whitebeard, Shanks, or their top executives on the ship, all of them changed their expressions dramatically at this moment. They felt a terrifying power from that tiny fingertip that could threaten their lives. Magic cannon. Light kill. Blast. A soft yet undeniable declaration was uttered from Lynn's small mouth. Chapter 43. One shot to defeat Jesus, shocking the entire venue. In the next moment, whoosh! A purple spiral beam, refined to perfection and exuding a destructive aura, suddenly erupted from Lynn's chubby fingertip. Its speed surpassed everyone's dynamic vision. The beam collided violently with the bullet stream shot by Jesus, composed of hundreds of specially made bullets intertwined with Conqueror's Haki and armament Haki. In midair, there was no earth-shattering roar. Not even a hint of a decent sound was produced. The bullet stream, capable of piercing steel and tearing apart huge ships, melted away silently, like snow in sunlight, at the moment it came into contact with the purple spiral beam, disintegrating and vanishing without a trace. It couldn't even put up the slightest resistance. An overwhelming crush. A complete domination. WH. What? The ferocity and rage on Jesus' face were instantly replaced by boundless horror. He watched helplessly as his proud ultimate skill became as fragile as paper in front of that strange purple beam. The purple death ray, after devouring all his bullets, continued its momentum and speed, shooting straight towards his face. The shadow of death instantly enveloped Jesus' entire body. Not good. Both red-haired Shanks and Ben Beckman changed their expressions drastically at the same time, wanting to intervene, but it was already too late. It was too fast. The speed of that beam was simply too fast. Jesus' pupils contracted to their limits, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. At the brink of life and death, he unleashed all his potential. Armament Haki, hardening. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, pushing armament Haki to its limit. The pitch-black Haki materializing like armor over his arms. He even pushed observation Haki to the extreme, trying to predict the beam's trajectory to evade it. However, it was useless. The purple spiral beam slammed into his arms with terrifying force, instantly sweeping over Jesus's entire body. Boom! Jesus felt as if he had been violently struck by an invisible locomotive. His body broke through the deck, penetrated into the ship's body, and was ultimately propelled into the sea. Gurgle, gurgle. A series of bubbles surfaced. Then, boom! A violent roar erupted beneath the sea. A massive water column shot up into the sky, reaching dozens of meters high. The seawater poured down like rain. The entire sea surface churned violently due to this explosion. Silence. The Moby Dick and the Red Force fell into a deathly silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone was petrified. They gaped, their eyes wide, their expressions filled with disbelief and profound horror. Whether it was the captains of the Whitebeard pirates or the officers of the Red Hair pirates, at this moment, they all felt like ducks whose necks were being squeezed, unable to make any sound. Even the two emperors of the New World, Whitebeard Edward Newgate and Red-Haired Shanks, had their pupils shaken, their faces filled with gravity and shock. They stared intently at the sea surface where the explosion had just occurred, then looked at Lynn, who was still suspended in midair, looking as harmless as ever. One move, just one move. The top sniper of the red-haired pirates, the notorious pirate Jesus, was defeated like this, and so thoroughly, so disgracefully. Oh ho ho ho. Kaido's massive dragon head also paused slightly, then burst into an even more triumphant and arrogant laughter. But deep within his fiery dragon eyes, there was also a flash of astonishment. This little brat has gotten stronger again. That move just now, he hadn't even seen before. It was a newly comprehended technique. This rate of growth far surpasses what he was at that time. Jesus, quick, save him. The members of the red-haired pirates were the first to react, each exclaiming as they rushed to the side of the ship. Soon, Jesus, soaked and with blackened arms, gasping for breath, was pulled up from the sea by Ricky Liu and Ben Beckman working together. Cough, cough, cough. Jesus coughed violently, spitting out a few mouthfuls of seawater mixed with blood, his face pale as paper. He immediately grabbed his weapon, struggling to stand up, but his whole body was in agony, and he couldn't muster any strength. I haven't lost yet. Jesus gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with unwillingness and anger, glaring fiercely at Lynn. You little brat. Come again. How could he, the sniper of the red-haired pirates, lose to a kid in open crotch pants? If this got out, where'd he put his face? Jesus, enough. Ben Beckman pressing down, his voice low and calm. He glanced at Lynn, his expression complicated. Taking a deep breath, he spoke to the suspended Lynn. We concede this battle. Hearing this, Jesus' eyes widened in disbelief. Beckman, you. Shut up. Ben Beckman snapped sharply, his gaze piercing. Losing means losing. There's no shame in admitting defeat. Jesus opened his mouth, but ultimately lowered his head in unwillingness. Utter humiliation. This was definitely the greatest shame of his life. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating a character with strength above the level of the 7 warlords of the sea, red-haired pirates officer. Jesus. Task 3. Defeat 4 characters with strength at the level of the 7 warlords of the sea or above. 1-4. The cold notification sound of the system echoed in Lynn's mind. He blinked his dark eyes. 3 more to go. Chapter 44. The wound from the magic-infused, light-killing cannon can't heal. Oh la 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 la. Kaido's triumphant laughter reverberated through the skies once again, sending ripples across the sea. His massive dragon head affectionately rubbed against Lynn.Lynn's delicate face, and his fiery dragon eyes were filled with unabashed pride and boastfulness. Did you see that? Red hair brat. Whitebeard. This is my son. Your commanders are no match in front of my son. Kaido's arrogant voice struck like a series of loud slaps across the faces of everyone in the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates. The stinging pain was unbearable. Whitebeard's weathered old face was now so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. The captains behind him, Marco, Jozu, Vista, and others, all wore grim expressions, their fists cracking ominously. This was a great humiliation. This was undoubtedly the biggest disgrace the Whitebeard pirates had suffered since their establishment. Shanks of the red-haired pirates also looked grim. Although he had a carefree personality, watching his comrades being so easily defeated and mocked by Kaido made his anger evident. Kaido, Don't get too cocky. At that moment, a voice that was somewhat lazy yet incredibly firm rose from the crowd of the white-beard pirates. Marco stepped forward, slowly making his way out. With his golden pineapple hair and half-closed, sleepy eyes, hands in his pockets, he appeared somewhat nonchalant. However, at this moment, there was an unprecedented sharpness gleaming in his usually weary eyes. Old man. Marco looked at Whitebeard, his tone calm. Let me handle this. Whitebeard looked at his most trusted son, a complex emotion flashing in his sharp, eagle-like eyes. He certainly knew Marco's strength. As the captain of the First Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Phoenix Marco was undoubtedly one of the top existences among the vice admirals. But the bizarre black flames Lynn.Lynn had just unleashed, along with that immensely powerful purple beam, left too deep an impression on him. Be careful, Marco. Whitebeard finally nodded, his voice low and cautionary. Don't worry, old man. Marco grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, his eyes brimming with confidence. He turned to look at Lynn.Lynn, who was floating above Kaido's dragon head, his sleepy eyes narrowing slightly. Brat, I have to admit, you are indeed strong. But if you think you can run wild on the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates, you are still a bit too young. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Whoosh! A brilliant blue flame suddenly erupted from Marco's body. This flame was not scorching. Instead, it carried a cool, healing aura. His arms instantly transformed into a pair of enormous blue flame wings. His feet also morphed into sharp bird claws. Phoenix form. Take this. Brat. Marcos Chautif. His wings flapping fiercely. His figure instantaneously vanished from spot. The next second, he appeared before Lynn.Lynn as if teleporting. Fast. So fast. Fast enough that many skilled fighters present could barely catch a glimpse of a blue afterimage. Incredible speed. The members of the red-haired pirates couldn't help but have their eyes widen. No wonder he is the captain of the First Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Just this speed alone is enough to look down on all. Marco's right foot, now transformed into a bird claw, wrapped in rich armament haki and blue regenerative flames, struck fiercely towards Lynn.Lynn's head with a terrifying wind that tore through the air. Phoenix Strike. This kick was immense and powerful. It could kick a small mountain apart. Even a marine admiral would be sent flying by this blow. Facing this thunderous strike, Lynn.Lynn remained calm and unruffled. Only a strange crimson hue resurfaced in his dark eyes. The kaleidoscope slowly rotated. Buzz! A massive blue skeleton reemerged, completely enveloping his small body. Susanoo. Bang! Marco's earth-shattering kick landed solidly on the blue skeleton's arm. The deafening crash echoed through the skies once more. A terrifying energy shockwave spread wildly in all directions. Crack! A crisp cracking sound suddenly rang out. On the indestructible blue skeleton arm, several clear cracks appeared. Cracks are appearing. No wonder he is the strongest subordinate under Whitebeard. The power of a single blow can rival that of red-haired Shanks. The cadres of the red-haired pirates all showed expressions of surprise. No wonder Captain Marco is so strong. It seems that the brat's defensive abilities are not as formidable as imagined. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates erupted in thunderous cheers. Kaido's enormous dragon eyes also narrowed slightly. This pineapple head indeed has some skills. After landing a successful hit, a sharp glint flashed in Marco's eyes. He flapped his wings again, skillfully flipping in midair. And with the other claw, wrapped in blue flames and armament haki, he kicked fiercely towards the crack in Susanoo. He aimed to follow up on his success. With one breath, he sought to completely shatter this tortoise shell. However, just as his attack was about to hit again, Lynn.Lynn's crimson Sharingan calmly glanced at him. Amaterasu. A cluster of pitch-black flames appeared out of nowhere on Marco's wing, engulfed in blue flames. This move again. Captain Marco, be careful. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates cried out in alarm. They had witnessed the tragic fate of Rox. Whitebeard's expression also tightened, as his Conqueror's Haki began to surge within him, ready to disperse that strange black flame at any moment. Everyone thought Marco would be in trouble this time, but facing that insidious black flame, Marco's face showed no sign of panic whatsoever. He didn't even glance at the black flames on his wings. Instead, he suddenly shook his wing, engulfed in blue flames. Sure. An astonishing scene unfolded. The part of the wing scorched by the black flame was physically severed off, just like a lizard shedding its tail. That small piece of flesh burning with black flames, accompanied by a wisp of blue smoke, fell from midair into the sea, hissing as it quickly extinguished. And at the sight of Marco's severed wing, blue regenerative flames blazed. Visible to the naked eye, new flesh rapidly grew back. In the blink of an eye, his wing was restored to its original state, intact, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. The black flames were ineffective. Captain Marco had countered the Brat's technique. Brat, have you seen the power of the Phoenix? This is the strength of the Whitebeard pirates. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were ecstatic. The people of the red-haired pirates were also left in a daze. It turns out that besides Conqueror's Haki, physical severance is also a way to evade the black flames. But the ability to grow back after being severed is something very few can achieve. This magic child Lynn.Lynn is quite unlucky. He just happened to encounter the immortal Phoenix Marco. This little brat is about to hit a wall. Lynn.Lynn raised his small brows slightly. This pineapple head indeed has some skills. Unexpectedly, he was able to resolve his amaterasu in this way. However, his dark eyes turned, and his small index finger slowly raised again. At the fingertip, a negligible amount of purple energy began to condense. Seeing the starting pose, Marco's lips curled into a slight arc. He showed no signs of retreat. As the Phoenix, what he feared the least were piercing attacks, let alone this fingertip cannon from the demon child Lynn. Even the laser from Admiral Kazuru does not intimidate him. This move is useless against Captain Marco. After all, he is a mythical beast, the Phoenix. Can't you see the difference yet, little brat? This kind of technique might work against Jesus Burgess, but dreaming of using it on Captain Marco is futile. Below, whether it was the Whitebeard pirates or the red-haired pirates, everyone remained calm. No one knew better than them how powerful Marco's regeneration ability was. Even if such a penetrating wound hit, so what? Unless there's SC Prism Stone to restrict him, it's not worth mentioning. Demon penetration, light kill, cannon. Lynn ignored them. The childish yet destructive proclamation rang out once more. Whoosh! A perfectly condensed purple spiral beam shot out fiercely from Lynn's fingertip. Almost at the same time, Marco kicked hard against the Susanoo. In the next moment, the Susanoo completely shattered. Marco's chest was also pierced by the demon penetration light kill cannon. Blood, mixed with blue flames, shot out from his back. Without any hesitation, Marco quickly activated the regeneration flames within him, trying to heal his wound. However, for the first time, an expression of extreme terror appeared on Marco's face, which usually held a hint of laziness. He was horrified to discover that the wound on his chest, pierced by the purple beam, actually could not heal. Chapter 45. Whitebeard concedes. Ben Beckman takes the initiative. The blue flames of regeneration danced futilely at the edges of the wound, as if they had encountered their nemesis. Unable to stop the flow of blood or repair the flesh that had been pierced, a strange, destructive energy lingered over the wound, continuously eroding his vitality. My flames. Why? Cold sweat beaded on Marco's forehead. He could clearly feel his life force rapidly draining away with the blood. He had never experienced such a sensation. The Phoenix's regenerative ability was his greatest reliance, the foundation that allowed him to navigate the new world and retreat unscathed from countless formidable foes. But now, that foundation had been pierced by that little brat's finger. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Marco attempted to activate his fruit's ability once more. The blue flames surged more fiercely. But the purple aura of destruction at the wound stubbornly persisted, rendering all his efforts futile. Below, the members of the Whitebeard pirates, who had been cheering for Captain Marco, suddenly had their smiles freeze. They sensed something was wrong. What happened to Captain Marco's injury? Why hasn't he healed yet? The blue flames seemed ineffective. Panic-stricken voices arose one after another. The cadre members of the red-haired pirates also wore expressions of shock. Even the Phoenix's regeneration is ineffective? What on earth is that brat's attack? Lucky Lou had forgotten to chew on the chicken leg in his mouth. Ben Beckman, with a cigar in his mouth, furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with seriousness. Jesus Burgess looked at the gaping blood hole in Marco's chest, then touched his own still painful arms, feeling a lingering fear. This is too sinister. The methods of that devil child Lynn have completely surpassed their understanding. Suddenly, Lynn's childish voice rang out again. His pure black eyes calmly gazed at Marco, who was pale and swaying in midair. Then, his chubby little finger slowly lifted once more. At his fingertip, the heart-stopping purple energy began to condense, rotate, and compress again. It was even more refined, even more dangerous. Still, coming again? Marco's pupils constricted. A chill surged from his soles to the top of his head. He instinctively wanted to dodge, to escape this area of death. However, the intense pain in his chest and the continuously draining vitality made his movements incredibly slow. Just then, that destructive purple beam was about to burst forth again. Stop! A thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the Moby Dick. It was Whitebeard. His towering body trembled slightly with anger and worry. His eagle-like eyes locked onto Lynn, filled with bloodshot intensity. Whitebeard stepped forward, his terrifying Conqueror's Haki swept out like a tsunami, attempting to disrupt Lynn. Whitebeard, do you want to back out? Kaido's Conqueror's Haki instantly surged forth, firmly protecting Lynn. The two sides clashed in midair. The terrifying shockwave generated by the Conqueror's Haki changed the color of the world. Old man, I can still fight. Marco gritted his teeth firmly. Whitebeard took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently. Whitebeard's voice was hoarse and deep, each word heavy as lead. We concede. The world shook when the words "we concede" were uttered by the world's strongest man. Whitebeard, the entire sea seemed to freeze. Tom stood still at that moment. Both the members of the Whitebeard pirates and the cadre of the red-haired pirates frowned. Old man. No, we won't concede. Old man, let me go. I'll teach that brat a lesson. I'll go, even if it costs my life. I want that brat to get what he deserves. The members of the Whitebeard pirates gritted their teeth, one by one. Josu's massive fist cracked as he clenched it. Roaring in anger, the captains like Vista also stepped forward to volunteer, conceding to a little brat in open crotch pants. That's even harder to bear than being killed. They were determined to fight on. Old man, Marco wanted to say something more, but Whitebeard raised his hand, stopping him. Face of my son's life. He would choose the latter. Whitebeard. Red-haired Shanks looked at Whitebeard, his expression complex. He could understand Whitebeard's decision. That brat's strength had indeed exceeded their expectations. Continuing to fight, Marco would be in grave danger. Whitebeard actually concedes. Jesus, Burgess muttered. The shock in his heart was immense, and the humiliation of losing to a little brat seemed to fade considerably. Ben Beckman took a deep drag from his cigar, slowly exhaling smoke rings, his gaze becoming even more profound. The purple energy at Lynn's fingertip slowly dissipated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating a character with the strength of a warlord of the sea, Captain Marco of the Whitebeard Pirates 1st Division. Task 3. Defeat 4 characters with the strength of a warlord of the sea or higher, 2-4. The cold notification from the system echoed in Lynn's mind again. Just 2 more. Orochi. Kaido's deafening, triumphant laughter finally broke the oppressive atmosphere to its peak. His massive dragon head crazily rubbed against Lynn's small face, saliva almost splattering onto Whitebeard's ship. Did you hear that? Old man Whitebeard, red hair brat, my son, unmatched in the world. Your proud vice captain is just a joke in front of my son. Orochi. Every word from Kaido was like a sharp knife, stabbing fiercely into the hearts of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard's face turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead, but he ultimately held back. Being outmatched, there's nothing to say. Kaido, have you had enough of your ruckus? Just as Kaido was reveling in his victory, ready to continue his taunts, a calm yet undeniably powerful voice came from the red-haired pirate's ship. Ben Beckman, with a cigar in his mouth, slowly stepped out from the crowd. He held a uniquely shaped rifle in his hand, which had somehow found its way into his grasp. The gun's muzzle drooped slightly, but the barely perceptible killing intent made everyone present's hearts tremble. This farce should come to an end. Ben Beckman's gaze calmly swept over Kaido, ultimately landing on Lynn's small figure. His eyes were sharp as knives, seemingly able to pierce through everything. when they saw Ben Beckman step forward and assume a combat stance. Both the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirate's own crew were greatly astonished. "Mr. Beckman, the vice captain is going to take action." "Oh my God, Mr. Beckman is actually going to act personally?" The cadre members of the red-haired pirates displayed extreme shock on their faces. They knew that their vice captain Ben Beckman, although he usually participated in battles, rarely took the initiative to step forward and specifically target someone, especially not against a little over 1-year-old brat. This was enough to demonstrate the level of threat that the devil child Lynn posed in Beckman's mind. The first mate of the red-haired pirates? Kaido's smile faded as he narrowed his eyes, assessing Ben Beckman. He was well aware that this man's strength was extraordinary. Marco, Jozu, and others from the Whitebeard pirates also perked up. They knew Ben Beckman's power well. He was definitely among the top-tier vice admirals. Some even said that his strength was infinitely close to that of the four emperors, on par with red-haired Shanks. If he took action, perhaps, he could really stop this little monster. Yay! Lynn was even more excited and elated. Ben Beckman's strength was not just above the level of the 7 warlords of the sea. He could even reach the standard of an admiral as defined by the system. In other words, both the second and third missions could be completed together. Chapter 46, Susanoo blown to bits. Cheating defense, infinite Susanoo. Ben Beckman, with a cigar in his mouth, was surrounded by swirling smoke. His deep-set eyes calmly watched the young Lynn hovering above Kaido's dragon head. "You go first," he said, his voice low but with an undeniable steadiness. "So no one can say I'm bullying you because of your age." At these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. "Mr. Beckman actually let that kid go first. Isn't he too confident?" But this is the vice captain of the red-haired pirates. The members of the red-haired pirates looked both surprised and unsurprised. On the Whitebeard pirates' side, Jozu and Vista also frowned. This Ben Beckman was more troublesome than they had imagined. Kaido's enormous dragon eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of amusement passing through them. "Oh ho ho! The red-haired kid's vice is quite bold." Lynn blinked his dark eyes, his small face showing no extra expression. He seemed unconcerned with the other's disdain, or rather, to him, it didn't even register as disdain. "Since you let me go first, I want to hold back." Lynn's right eye revealed a blood-red kaleidoscope that spun rapidly. Amaterasu, with a whoosh, a cluster of pitch-black flames, exuding an ominous aura, appeared out of thin air on Ben Beckman's shoulder. The speed was so fast, and the angle so tricky, that it was hard to defend against. "This black fire again. Mr. Beckman, be careful." A cry arose from the crowd of the red-haired pirates. The tragic fate of Rox was still fresh in their minds. However, facing the strange black flames, Ben Beckman's expression didn't even ripple. He didn't even look at the black flames on his shoulder. He merely raised his right hand, which held the rifle, slightly. An invisible, yet overwhelmingly powerful Conqueror as Haki suddenly erupted from him. The Haki was condensed like substance, precisely covering the black flames on his shoulder. Sizzle. A slight sound, like ice melting, rang out. The originally arrogant black flames, which even Marco's regenerative flames struggled to extinguish, quickly wilted and then completely extinguished in the face of Ben Beckman as Conqueror as Haki, as if they had encountered their nemesis. Not even a spark remained. The entire process was smooth and understated, as if he were simply dusting off his shoulder. This level of Conqueror as Haki. Indeed, only second to Shanks. Beckman had rarely made a move in the past, but the outside world had long rumored about how powerful he was. Today, seeing it for himself, it was truly well-deserved. With just this display of Conqueror as Haki, Beckman's strength was undoubtedly on par with any admiral or Yonko first mate. The Whitebeard pirates members focused intently, all witnessing the terrifying strength of this first mate. Kaido's giant dragon eyes also narrowed slightly. This Ben Beckman was indeed remarkable. Lynn's small brows raised barely perceptibly. As expected of the red-haired vice captain, he was a lot more troublesome than Marco. "Kid, your little tricks won't work on me." Ben Beckman's voice remained calm, but his eyes sharpened. He slowly raised a rifle in his hand, aiming it at Lynn. A bone-chilling killing intent emanated from the gun's muzzle. "Next, it's my turn." Before the words finished, bang! A deafening gunshot exploded. This shot was completely different from the previous one by Jesus Burgess. A specially made bullet, wrapped in pitch-black armament Haki and an eerie blue ghostly aura, tore through the air like a cannonball, shooting towards Lynn with devastating force. Wherever the bullet passed, the air let out a mournful cry from the pressure. The eerie blue, ghostly aura radiated a terrifying presence that sent shivers down the spine. Ghost Shadow, Yama's final echo. Ben Beckman's deep voice slowly sounded after the gunshot. This strike left no mercy. He came out swinging with all his might. Oh no! Kaido's dragon eyes widened. He could clearly feel that the power of this shot was definitely not to be underestimated. Lynn's dark eyes glowed crimson again. The kaleidoscope Sharingan spun rapidly. Buzz! A massive blue skeletal giant reappeared, tightly shielding Lynn's small body. Susanoo. Boom! The terrifying bullet, wrapped in armament Haki and ghostly aura, struck solidly against the blue skeletal arm. A thunderous sound echoed through the sky. The terrifying energy shockwave turned into visible ripples, rapidly spreading in all directions. The Moby Dick and the Red Force rocked violently under the onslaught of this shockwave, as if they would disintegrate at any moment. Crack! A crisp, ear-piercing sound of shattering suddenly rang out. In the horrified gazes of everyone, that seemingly indestructible blue Susanoo arm, which even Marco's full attack could only leave cracks on, was actually blasted out a massive hole by this one shot from Ben Beckman. Dense cracks spread like spider webs from the edges of the hole across the entire Susanoo. In the next second, bang! The entire Susanoo exploded into pieces, turning into countless blue light points, scattering into the air. Everyone was left agape at the scene before them. That incredibly hard blue skeleton was actually blown apart by a single shot. What a powerful attack. Josu's expression grew serious. He realized that his shining fruit might not withstand this shot. Beckman had actually become this strong. Marco's face turned grave. He knew very well that if that shot had been aimed at him, even if he could use the regeneration flames to repair his body, he would still be severely weakened. Red-haired Shanks looked at his vice-captain, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This is his right-hand man. Kaido, with his fiery dragon eyes, also flashed a look of astonishment. This Ben Beckman was hiding quite a bit. Lynn floated in midair, his small face finally showing a hint of surprise. He could feel that, in that shot just now, besides Conqueror as Haki and armament Haki, there was a third power, similar to Zoro and Barrett's ghostly aura. Clearly, the combined power of these three forces was highly damaging to Susanoo. This Beckman was indeed not an easy opponent. Kid, your shell is shattered. Ben Beckman's voice was devoid of emotion. He raised the rifle in his hand again, the gun's muzzle still locked onto Lynn. The cold killing intent was even more intense than before. Second shot. Bang! Another deafening gunshot. Again, it was a terrifying bullet with three types of power. Again, it bore a devastating force. It headed straight for Lynn's face. Just as it seemed Lynn was about to be directly hit by this shot, suddenly, buzz! The familiar yet despairing blue light ignited once more. A brand new, intact Susanoo once again enveloped Lynn's small body tightly. Boom! The bullet once again slammed into Susanoo's arm. The violent explosion echoed through the sky once more. The terrifying energy shockwave is raging once again. Crack! The arm of Susanoo has been blasted with another huge hole, covering cracks. But it still managed to block it. Although it is teetering on the brink of collapse, and its light is dim, it truly did block Ben Beckman's astonishing second shot. Again, it has appeared. It can recover so quickly. How is this possible? This defense is too shameless, right? It could be shattered and instantly reformed. How are we supposed to fight this? Whether it's the white-beard pirates or the red-haired pirates, everyone has a somewhat grim expression. This indestructible turtle shell is simply cheating. Chapter 47. Is Lynn going to lose? Mission complete. Consumption of 8 gates reduced by 50. Ben Beckman, with a cigar in his mouth, appeared calm and collected, as if he had anticipated this situation. The blue skeleton could shatter and be summoned instantly. but there would inevitably be a corresponding cost, such as the consumption of physical strength and mental energy. It couldn't last indefinitely. In that case, he just needed to fire a few more shots to easily wear this little guy out. In terms of endurance and stamina, he could keep going forever. Just as Ben Beckman was about to fire his third bullet, Lynn moved. His crimson kaleidoscope Sharingan locked onto Ben Beckman. His little index finger slowly raised. At his fingertip, that heart-stopping purple energy began to condense, spin, and compress once more. Magic cannon. Light kill. Cannon. Whoosh. A highly refined purple spiral beam shot out sharply from Lynn's fingertip. The target was directly aimed at Ben Beckman. Faced with this terrifying beam capable of penetrating everything, Ben Beckman revealed a meaningful smile. His body, like a ghost, left a faint afterimage in place. Meanwhile, his real body had already appeared several dozen meters away in another position. The speed was astonishing. That magic cannon light kill, which could instantaneously kill Jesus Burgess and severely injure Marco, had directly missed its target. It exploded in the air far away, producing a dull, booming sound. Wah! What? He dodged. Such speed. That little guy's attack actually missed? Everyone was once again left speechless in shock. They could see clearly that Ben Beckman didn't take it head-on. Instead, he had relied on his extraordinary observation Haki to predict Lynn's attack trajectory in advance and perfectly dodged it with incredible speed. So that's how it is. Marco's eyes narrowed, suddenly realizing that although that little guy's attack power was terrifying, his observation Haki seemed unable to keep up. That's right. Jaws also reacted. His attacks seemed more like targeted strikes, and once predicted in advance, they were easy to miss. In other words, as long as one possessed sufficiently powerful observation Haki and speed, they could counter him. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates had shining eyes, as if they had found a breakthrough against Lynn. On the red-haired pirate's side, the crew was even more invigorated. No one understood better than them how strong this vice-captain's observation Haki was. Not only could he predict the future, but even the extremely rare observation kill was also within his grasp. Ben Beckman stood steadily at the rail of the Red Force, aiming his rifle once again at Lynn. The cigar at the corner of his mouth curled upward, revealing a hint of a mocking smile. Little guy, your light cannon can't hit me. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, another shot was fired. The angle was tricky, targeting Lynn's flank. Bang! 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 The rifle in Ben Beckman's hand spat out deadly tongues of flame continuously, like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Each bullet contained a terrifying power fused from 3 sources. Each shot was incredibly precise, aimed directly at Lynn's vital points. Meanwhile, Lynn repeatedly summoned Susanoo. The blue skeletal giant continuously manifested under his will, only to shatter again and again under Ben Beckman's gunfire. Boom! Crack! Bang! The sounds of explosions and shattering echoed endlessly. Blue energy fragments burst in the air like fireworks, quickly dissipating. Susanoo shattered again. That little guy summoned it again. How many times had it been? 5 times? Or 6? Mr. Beckman's attacks were too sharp. That little guy's defense couldn't withstand much. The members of the red-haired pirates gradually lost their worried expressions, replaced by excitement and anticipation. They could see that Ben Beckman had completely gained the upper hand. On the Whitebeard pirate side, although they still looked serious, they also noticed some signs. That little guy seemed to be a bit strained. Vista said in a low voice. His speed of summoning Susanoo seems to have slowed down a bit. Marco also noticed. Just as they observed, a layer of fine sweat had already formed on Lynn's delicately carved face. Each time he summoned Susanoo, it required considerable mental and physical energy. Ben Beckman's attack frequency was too fast and powerful, forcing him to defend frequently. Magic cannon light kill. Lynn once again extended his little finger, condensing a purple spiral beam aimed at Ben Beckman. However, whoosh, Ben Beckman's figure transformed into an afterimage once more, effortlessly dodging this deadly strike. The purple beam missed again, exploding into a huge splash on the distant sea. Useless little guy. Ben Beckman's voice carried a hint of mockery. Your attack pattern, I have completely seen through it. Your observation Haki can't keep up with my speed, and your stamina as it rapidly depletes. Probably won't last much longer, right? Bang. Another shot. The blue Susanoo shattered again in response. Damn it. Kaido's massive dragon head, at this moment, also retracted its previous smugness, the dragon eyes flashing with urgency and worry. He could see that Lynn was in a bad situation. This Ben Beckman was too difficult to deal with. That observation Haki was simply like a cheat. The power within Kaido began to stir, and he was ready to intervene at any moment. He couldn't let his precious son suffer here. Red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard also had different expressions at this moment. Shanks wore a barely noticeable smile, clearly satisfied with his vice-captain. This farce would finally have a decent conclusion. Meanwhile, Whitebeard frowned, secretly calculating in his heart. This magical child Lynn, in terms of combat experience and the application of Haki, was still lacking compared to an old top-tier powerhouse like Ben Beckman. But this endless array of tactics still indicated that he was a rare prodigy. In the Beast Pirates camp, a formidable character was about to rise in the future. That little guy is going to lose. Great. Mr. Beckman is magnificent. Let him know that the officers of the Four Emperors Pirates are not so easy to challenge. The crew of the red-haired pirates cheered with excitement. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates, although silent, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, this little monster was about to be subdued. Just when everyone thought this battle was about to end with Ben Beckman's victory, Lynn, who was hovering in midair and slightly panting, suddenly raised his head. He revealed a smile that seemed to indicate a conspiracy had succeeded. It was merely a simple smile, yet it caused everyone present, including Whitebeard, Shanks, Marco, Ben Beckman, and even Kaido, to feel an inexplicable thud in their hearts. This little guy seemed to have something incredible about to unfold. Oh no, why do I have an ominous premonition? Jesus Burgess looked tense, subconsciously tightening his grip on the flintlock gun in his hand. I can't see the future for now, but that future might be astonishing. Red-haired Shanks also looked particularly serious. What does he want to do? Ben Beckman, who always wore a composed expression, now showed a hint of seriousness for the first time, and the alarm bells in his heart rang wildly at that moment. His intuition told him that something was wrong. Very wrong. Meanwhile, in Lynn's mind, a mechanical prompt was being broadcast. Ding. Host detected continuous confrontation with a general-level combatant, Ben Beckman, vice-captain of the Red-Hair Pirates, for over 1 minute. Task reward issued. Massive Conqueror's Haki. Permanent reduction of 50 in 8 gates energy consumption. Chapter 48. Opening the 8 gates, shattering Beckman's strongest attack with 1 strike, shocking the whole venue. Yeah. Lynn spoke softly. The voice was very light, yet it sent an inexplicable chill through everyone present. In the next moment, boom, an indescribable, utterly violent and terrifying aura erupted fiercely from Lynn's small body. That aura was domineering, brutal, filled with the will to destroy everything. The sky seemed to dim at that moment. The sea roared as if 100 million tons of explosives had been thrown into it, wildly surging and roaring. The Moby Dick and the Red Force shook violently under the impact of this terrifying wave, the hulls groaning under the unbearable strain. What is this? Such a terrifying aura. That little brat. Was he done? Everyone, including Whitebeard and Shanks, changed their expressions drastically. They felt an unprecedented, suffocating pressure emanating from Lynn. Surrounding Lynn's body was a crimson steam, like burning flames, completely enveloping his small figure. His skin turned blood red at a visible speed. The veins all over his body bulged like dragon veins. A wild, brutal, all-destroying aura surged madly from him. 8 gates dune armor. The childish yet undeniable declaration was uttered from Lynn's mouth. The crimson steam seemed almost tangible. The air around Lynn twisted under the influence of this terrifying energy. What was this ability? Ben Beckman's always calm face showed an extreme shock for the first time. 8th gate, Death Gate. Open. When the last word fell, boom! A destructive, blood-colored energy that surpassed everyone's imagination erupted completely from Lynn's body. The crimson steam transformed into a blood-colored energy storm, sweeping across heaven and earth. The clouds in the sky were ruthlessly torn apart. The sea roared madly. raising gigantic waves hundreds of meters high. Oh, Rolo. Kaido's huge dragon eyes widened in disbelief and ecstasy. He could feel that the power Lynn was unleashing at this moment was already vaguely surpassing his own. Buzz! Amidst this blood-colored energy storm, a completely new Susanoo, entirely different from before, slowly emerged. It was no longer the previous blue skeleton. Instead, it was a full-body blood-red, incredibly ferocious, blood-colored demon god. This blood-colored demon god was more solid and more massive than the previous blue Susanoo. Its eyes burned with blood-red flames, filled with desires for brutality and slaughter. Its body was covered with a layer of blood-colored armor, inscribed with strange runes. A terrifying pressure that made souls tremble emanated from this blood-colored demon god, enveloping the entire sea area. What kind of monster is this? The chicken leg in Lucky Lou's mouth dropped to the ground, yet he remained oblivious. Jesus Burges, Josu, Marco. All the vice-admiral level powerhouses felt their scalps tingle and their bodies turn cold. They felt a terrifying power from that blood-colored demon god that could crush them. Ben Beckman's pupils contracted to the extreme. Without hesitation, he raised the rifle in his hand, pouring all his domineering and ghostly energy into the chamber. World Reincarnation Extreme. He pulled the trigger fiercely. Bang! A bullet, more terrifying than any before, containing all his life as strength, tore through the void like a roaring black dragon, smashing towards the blood-colored demon god. This shot gathered all his power, and its might was so great that it could be said to be enough to shatter an island. However, when this world-destroying bullet struck the arm of the blood-colored demon god, boom! An astonishing burst of fire exploded. The deafening sound filled the heavens and the earth. However, upon closer inspection, the blood-colored skeleton only bore a small dent, far from the shattering effect of the previous shot. What? Ben Beckman was horrified. His most terrifying shot ever failed to break through the defense of this blood-colored demon god. How is that possible? The scene fell into silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Everyone stood frozen as if under a petrification spell, their expressions filled with boundless shock and fear. Whitebeard's massive body trembled slightly, his eagle-like eyes fixed intently on the blood-colored demon god, filled with unprecedented seriousness. Red-haired Shanks also wore an expression of disbelief, his hand resting on the handle of his griffin sword, ready to draw it at any moment. Demon child. Ben Beckman hoarsely uttered 2 words. He finally understood. He finally understood why this little brat was referred to as a demon child by the world. This blood-colored giant, exuding a terrifying demonic aura as if a hellish demon had descended. This is the true meaning of the demon child. Just then, Buzz, the massive, ferocious blood-colored demon god, suddenly flickered and then vanished into thin air. Lynn's small figure reappeared in midair. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his small chest obviously heaving, seemingly drained of energy. Huff, huff. The slight sound of his breathing was particularly clear on the silent sea surface. What is happening? The blood-colored monster disappeared? Could it be? That little brat can't maintain it. The members of the red-haired pirates were stunned for a moment. Then their faces lit up with ecstatic expressions. Great! I said it. How could such a powerful move last long? He must have exhausted his energy. Mr. Beckman, now's the time. Jesus Burges chote isitable. Seemingly finding an outlet for the fear he had just experienced under Lynn's domination. On Whitebeard's side, Marco and the others exchanged glances. Could it really have just been a bluff? Josu said in a deep voice. Whitebeard also showed a look of doubt. Such an earth-shattering change in momentum. Was it merely to put on a show? Lynn, Kaido's huge dragon eyes also flashed with concern. He knew the side effects of the 8 Gates dune armor, but he didn't expect Lynn to show signs of fatigue so quickly. Little brat, your tricks are over. Ben Beckman's eyes gleamed. He would not let this rare opportunity slip by. No matter why the blood-colored demon god disappeared, this little brat was definitely at his weakest now. He swiftly moved, instantly teleporting into mid-air, to the side below. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Ben Beckman raised his gun again. A bullet wrapped in armed color and ghostly energy shot towards Lynn with lightning speed. This shot aimed for Lynn's thigh. He didn't intend to kill directly, but he had to render this little brat completely unable to fight. The bullet tore through the air with a sharp whistle. It was about to hit Lynn's delicate little leg. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Just at that moment, Lynn's dark eyes calmly glanced down at the bullet shooting towards him. He gently clenched his small right fist. Then, he threw a punch towards the direction of the incoming bullet. A kick. A childish voice echoed again. The next second, boom! A solid, cylindrical shockwave erupted from the tip of Lynn's fist like a fired cannonball. The specially made bullet, capable of penetrating steel and containing Ben Beckman's immense power, shattered upon contact with this shockwave like fragile glass, exploding into countless tiny fragments that scattered everywhere. The remaining shockwave did not stop. It surged straight towards Beckman. Ben Buckman hoodie do it. Boom! He managed to evade it, but the ocean behind him was left with a massive cylindrical hole. The seawater was pushed outward, revealing the underwater rocks over 100 meters deep. Chapter 49. Lynn, prepare for defense. I'll show mercy with this kick. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. The sea breeze also ceased to blow. The expressions on everyone's faces were frozen. Whether it was the red-hair pirates, the white-beard pirates, or Kaido himself, all had their eyes wide open, mouths agape as if they could fit a sea king in. What just happened? A crew member from the red-hair pirates asked, his voice trembling. Ben Beckman's bullet was just blown apart like that. Jesus Burgess's eyes were nearly popping out. The ecstasy on his face instantly replaced by boundless horror. The sea has split apart. It hasn't healed yet. What kind of technique is this? The crew members from both Emperor crews let out near-screaming exclamations. This, Ben Beckman looked as if struck by lightning, his normally calm face now filled with disbelief. He saw it clearly. That little brat merely threw a punch casually, just a casual hit, and it blew apart the bullet he had fired with all his might. What kind of heaven-defying technique is this? That brat not only matched the speed of the bullet, but the destructive power is simply outrageous, right? Oh, ho, 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 ho. Well done, Lynn. Kaido was the first to react, his thunderous laughter breaking the eerie silence. He was no longer worried at all. That little brat was hiding too deep. The blood-colored demon had vanished just now, not due to exhaustion. It was intentional. He was fishing. No, more accurately, he no longer needed that defensive measure. Releasing it could actually reduce more stamina consumption. It was evident that this kid had accumulated quite a bit of combat experience after so many battles. Eek! Lynn seemed completely unconcerned about everyone's shock, blinking his dark eyes. His small right fist raised again. Then another punch. 2 feet. Boom! Another terrifying cylindrical shockwave was hurled towards Ben Beckman. The speed completely surpassed the limits of the naked eye. Not good. Ben Beckman's pupils constricted. A strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. Without thinking, he immediately activated his observation Haki to the extreme, his body darting to the side like a ghost. Boom! That shockwave grazed past his body, striking fiercely at the distant sea surface. In an instant, another hole was open in the sea. The expelled seawater caused both the Red Force and the Moby Dick to shake violently. Dodge! Dodged it! The red-haired pirates let out a collective sigh of relief. However, before they could celebrate, 3 feet, 4 feet, 5 feet, Lynn's small figure hovered in midair, his tiny fists raining down like raindrops. Boom! 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 3 consecutive condensed cylindrical shockwaves, like a torrential storm, wildly bombarded Ben Beckman. Each shockwave contained enough terrifying power to easily pierce through the sea. And each one was faster than the last. One was fiercer than the previous. He absolutely cannot be hit by any of these strikes otherwise. Ben Beckman felt panic in his heart, pushing his speed and observation Haki to the limit. His figure transformed into afterimages on the deck, narrowly dodging those lethal attacks. The sea surface boiled like boiling water, stirring up towering waves. The sea was directly opened up with 5 large wounds that couldn't heal for a long time. My God, is this still human? Each punch is comparable to a full power strike from an admiral. A little kid, an admiral, too. Too terrifying. Whether it was the white-beard pirates or the red-haired pirates, everyone was now feeling their scalps tingle, terrified. They finally understood that the blood-colored skeleton just now was not Lynn's limit at all. This little demon in split pants was the true monster. Red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard also looked extremely grave at this moment. They asked themselves if they could withstand such dense and terrifying attacks. Voof, voof. Sweat beads trickled down Ben Beckman's forehead, his breathing becoming somewhat hurried. Although he had dodged all the attacks, his spirit was highly tense, consuming a lot of energy. Just then, Lynn stopped his attack. His pure black eyes quietly gazed at Ben Beckman. Then his tiny mouth opened slightly, and in a babyish voice he said, "Eek, you. Prepare for defense. Prepare for defense." Upon hearing these 4 words, Ben Beckman's heart jolted. An unprecedented, extreme sense of crisis flooded over him like a tide. Without hesitation, he activated his armament Haki to the limit. The pitch-black armament Haki, like a solidified armor, covered his entire body. The next second, in the horrified gazes of everyone, Lynn's body erupted with crimson steam once again. The steam was even denser and more violent than when he had activated the 8 gates. He half squatted in the air as if preparing to sprint. At the same time, a wild, destructive, despair-inducing aura began to surge from his small body. "Night, the babyish yet undeniable declaration spilled from Lynn's mouth. His body, wrapped in crimson steam, began to undergo astonishing changes. Patterns emerged on his skin, radiating scalding red light. His eyes completely transformed into whirlpools burning with blood flames. A terrifying pressure that surpassed all previous forms swept across the entire sea area. What is this? Can he get stronger? This momentum is already more exaggerated than old Dad in his youth, right? Everyone was terrified by the momentum Lynn unleashed at this moment. Red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard's expressions changed dramatically. They sensed a terrifying power from Lynn that could threaten their lives. Lynn's small figure slightly hunched in midair, like a cheetah ready to pounce. The target was aimed directly at Ben Beckman, just as Lynn was about to launch his final blow at this critical moment. "Wait!" Ben Beckman suddenly shouted, then helplessly lowered his gun, silently raising both hands. "Little brat. Okay, I admit in this battle you won." Chapter 50. Red-haired Shanks joins the battle. Ian versus Shinjitsu. Ben Beckman, who said this, had an exceptionally calm expression. His deep-set eyes stared quietly at the blood-colored demon god floating in midair. His proud marksmanship, his full power strike that blended Haki and demonic energy, left not even a decent scratch on that blood-colored demon god. He was very clear about one thing. He could not withstand the next blow from the protagonist. Losing was only a matter of time. Rather than being beaten to the point of spitting blood, it was better to surrender and admit defeat willingly. Even Beckman has given up. It's not surprising. That little brat's momentum is too exaggerated. The outcome is already very clear. That little brat is truly terrifying. The crew of the red-haired pirates showed no signs of surprise or confusion. Instead, there was a heavy understanding on their faces. They had witnessed the terrifying power of that little brat firsthand, from the tragic state of Rockstars to the defeat of Jesus Burgess to Marco's injuries, and Beckman's all-out effort that still couldn't shake the defense. That was a monster beyond human capability to contend with. Beckman's choice was entirely reasonable. On the Whitebeard pirate side, the atmosphere was equally tense. Even Beckman, Josu's massive fists slightly relaxed, his eyes filled with complexity. That little brat's strength was indeed unfathomable. Vista's brows were tightly knitted. Marco clutched his chest, looking at the blood-colored giant in midair, emanating overwhelming demonic energy, then at the calm-faced Ben Beckman, and felt no more resentment in his heart. It seemed that losing to such a monster was not a disgrace. However, this made everyone furrow their brows even tighter. Jesus, Burgess, Marco, Beckman, all had been consecutively defeated. Who else could possibly fight this little brat? Or a ho. Kaido's explosive laughter echoed through the skies once again, louder and more piercing than ever before. His massive dragon head excitedly rubbed against Lynn's blood-colored Susanoo. Saliva is spraying everywhere, almost drenching the red-haired pirate ship below. Did you all see that? Red hair brat. White-beard old man. This is the true strength of my son, Kaido. Who else? Who else is not convinced? Come up and give it a try. Kaido's arrogance seemed ready to break through the sky. His smug demeanor made the executives of the White-beard pirates and the red-haired pirates turn pale, itching to rush up and fight Kaido. But they glanced at the blood-colored demon god in midair and ultimately swallowed back their unwillingness. They couldn't win. They really couldn't win. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating a general-level powerhouse, Vice Captain of the Red-Haired Pirates, Ben Beckman. Task 3. Defeat 4 characters of Warlord level or above, 3-4. In Lynn's mind, the system's cold notification sounded one after another. Only one left. But at this moment, transformed into the blood-colored demon child, Lynn couldn't help but slightly furrow his brow. It's boring, he murmured in a childlike voice. He had thought he could find a suitable opponent to test the power of his strongest strike after unlocking all 8 gates. Ben Beckman was definitely a general-level powerhouse. If he wouldn't play with him, who else could there be? His voice was not loud, but the people present were of a high caliber. Their observation, haki, and hearing were at an absolutely top level. How could they not hear it? Each one gritted their teeth at Lynn, yet felt helpless. Just as Lynn was about to release his Ian form, suddenly, Demon Child Lynn, since you think it's boring. A calm, yet undeniably authoritative voice came from the Red Force. Red-haired Shanks, hand resting on the hilt of his famous sword griffin, slowly stepped forward. The smile on his face had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and fighting spirit, his deep-set eyes fixed intently on Lynn within the blood-colored Susanoo. How about I be your opponent? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue was stunned. Captain, Red Hair Boss, Jesus Burgess, Lucky Roo, and others looked at Shanks in disbelief. Red-haired, even the members of the White-beard pirates were astonished. Whitebeard looked at Shanks in confusion. This red-haired, is he really going to take action himself? Red-haired, are you losing your face? Kaido's massive dragon head suddenly turned towards Shanks, his fiery dragon eyes filled with anger and disdain. You can't beat the little one, so you want to personally bully my son? You've embarrassed the 4 emperors. And didn't you say it before? You and Whitebeard were not allowed to take action. Are you going back on your word now? Hearing this, Shanks merely cast a faint glance at Kaido. Kaido, you can't say that. Your son started by bullying a group of my crew. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the miserable rocksters, the resentful Jesus Burgess, and the calm Ben Beckman. My crew has 2 seriously injured and 1 admitted defeat. As captain, if I don't stand up now, wouldn't he that make our red-hair pirates a laughingstock? Shanks's voice was calm, but carried an undeniable oppressive force. He looked back at Lynn, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting, forming a provocative arc. What's wrong, little brat? Didn't you just find it boring? Now, do you dare to compete with the real 4 emperors? The provocational tactic. A blatant provocation. Everyone could hear it. Kaido was furious, shouting, red-haired brat. Stop showing off. If you have the guts, come at me. However, within the blood-colored Susanoo, Lynn's scarlet eyes only calmly gazed at Shanks. There was no anger, no disdain. Just that deep in his eyes, the previously fading crazy fighting spirit seemed to be reignited. Buzz, the blood-colored steam, which was about to dissipate due to Ben Beckman's surrender, suddenly erupted with a more brilliant and ominous blood-colored glow at this moment. The overwhelming momentum swept across the world once again. That suffocating sense of oppression surged back. Lynn. Kaido saw this and understood Lynn's choice, knowing he couldn't stop it any longer. Be careful. This red-haired guy is not an easy opponent. The smile on Shanks's face grew stronger. Very good. At this moment, the momentum around him began to soar wildly. Boom! An unparalleled, terrifying Conqueror's Haki erupted from Shanks' body, erupting like a volcano. That Haki condensed into a tangible form, turning into visible black lightning that rampaged around him. The sky changed color. The sea roared. Is this the true power of red-haired? Much scarier than Old Man Whitebeard. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates showed expressions of surprise. Whitebeard himself also narrowed his pupils, his eagle-like eyes intently staring at Shanks. This red-haired brat has grown significantly stronger in these years. The blood-colored steam trembled slightly under the impact of Shanks' terrifying Conqueror's Haki. But inside, Lynn's small body remained completely still. The blood-colored steam surrounding him grew increasingly intense, almost completely swallowing his small figure. The will to destroy everything sent waves of heart-pounding fear through everyone present. Night! Lynn.Lynn's babyish voice emerged from the blood-colored steam, carrying an undeniable determination. His tiny body crouched down slightly once more. The blood-colored energy frantically gathered towards his right leg. The surrounding air was compressed to its limit by this force. In the next moment, Lynn's figure was completely enveloped by the blood-colored energy, transforming into a massive blood-colored meteor that tore through space, rushing towards the red-haired Shanks at a speed that exceeded visual limits. One kick, the strongest kick that condensed all the power of the 8 Gates Death Gate. Wherever this kick passed, fine black cracks appeared in space. The ocean was forcefully pressed down, creating a massive depression under this unmatched might. Terrifying, unparalleled. Here it comes. Facing this earth-shattering blow, Shanks advanced instead of retreating. His deep-set eyes burned with fierce battle intent. The famous sword griffin in his hand emitted an excited hum. God avoid! The griffin in his hand, wrapped in pitch-black armed Haki and bursting with the color of Conqueror's Haki like black thunder, swung forward fiercely. A thick, terrifying black slash capable of severing islands, carrying an aura of destruction, met that blood-colored meteor head-on. Boom! The blood-colored energy solidified, right leg collided with the black god avoid in midair with a resounding crash. Chapter 51. A kick that sends red-haired Shanks flying. The 4 Emperors. Truly not to be underestimated. In an instant, the world fell silent. Everything lost its color. An indescribable and terrifying energy storm, centered around the point of collision between the two, surged wildly in all directions. The seawater was instantly evaporated. The sky was torn apart with gaping wounds. The Moby Dick and the Red Force, under the impact of this energy storm, spun violently like 2 leaves in a storm. The pirates on board were thrown about in panic, desperately clinging to the ship's railings to avoid being flung off. Hold on! Whitebeard roared, his fists clenched. A terrifying shockwave erupted from him, trying to stabilize the Moby Dick. Kaido let out a dragon's roar, and his massive body was also lifted a considerable distance. However, in just half a second, crack! A crisp, ear-piercing sound of shattering came from that black god-slaying strike. In the horrified gaze of everyone, red-haired Shanks' powerful god-slaying strike, capable of looking down upon the seas, was actually shattered by that blood-colored energy condensed right leg. The blood-colored energy condensed right leg, with no loss of momentum, still carried earth-shattering power, kicked fiercely towards Shanks' body. This little brat is really something. Shanks' eyes were sharp. He didn't expect that his full-powered god-slaying strike would last less than half a second. This kid's power had exceeded his imagination. In the blink of an eye, Shanks had no time to evade. He could only cross the griffin in front of his chest, pouring all his Haki into the blade, trying to withstand this fatal blow. Clang! The blood-colored energy condensed right leg kicked solidly against the blade of the griffin. A terrifying force erupted instantly. Shanks felt an irresistible massive force coming from the blade, as if he had been struck hard by a meteorite. Even though he had exhausted all his strength to resist, his body still couldn't avoid being sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Boom! Shanks' body smashed into the distant sea. It stirred up towering waves hundreds of meters high. The entire sea surface roiled and roared violently due to this terrifying impact. Whether it was the Whitebeard pirates or the red-haired pirates, everyone was petrified, staring blankly at the surging sea, their faces filled with disbelief and deep-rooted horror. Red-haired, Shanks, one of the 4 emperors reigning over the New World, actually being kicked away by that little brat in open crotch pants. No wonder Ben Beckman chose to concede. With such power, anyone would have to give up, or they would be finished. Oh, oh, ro, 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 ro. Aro, 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 aro. Kaido's massive dragon head first paused slightly, then erupted with a laugh louder, more rampant, and more triumphant than any before. His laughter shook the sea. Red-haired captain, cannot lose. That little brat was just lucky. The crew of the red-haired pirates, although shocked, still refused to believe the reality before them. At that moment, splash, a figure suddenly shot up from a churning sea. It was red-haired Shanks. He was drenched, hair disheveled, his face somewhat pale, with traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. But his deep-set eyes remained bright, still filled with indomitable fighting spirit. Cough, cough. Shanks coughed twice, spitting out a mouthful of seawater mixed with blood. He glanced at Lynn, who was floating in midair, his aura noticeably weakened. Kid, you are indeed strong. Shanks' voice was a bit hoarse, but filled with strength. That kick just now, if I hadn't managed to block it with my sword in time, I would probably be meeting Captain Roger right now. He paused, his gaze sharpening. However, that explosive move of yours must have consumed a huge amount of stamina, right? How much strength do you have left now? Upon hearing this, the eyes of the red-haired pirates brightened. That's right. Although that little brat's previous move was powerful enough to destroy the heavens and the earth, it certainly couldn't be used without limit. He must be at his limits now. Kaido's laughter also came to an abrupt halt, worry flashing in his dragon eyes. He could sense that Lynn's aura was indeed much weaker than before. Lynn's small brows furrowed slightly. This red-haired guy is indeed something. He took my knight in and only coughed up a bit of blood, yet he remained so composed. He even noticed the huge issue of my stamina depletion. The 8th gate of death combined with extreme burst certainly consumes an unprecedented amount. If it weren't for the 50 reduction reward I just received, I probably wouldn't even be able to use my void dance now. Lynn responded in a childlike voice, seemingly not denying it. Upon hearing this, Shank's smile grew even wider. He took a deep breath, and his aura began to rise again. More condensed, more dangerous. The grip in his hand buzzed again, craving battle. Since that's the case, Shank's voice grew deep and authoritative. Then let's do it again. As his words fell, he raised the griffin high. The tip of the blade pointed to the sky, an indescribable, terrifying sword intent. As if to tear apart heaven and earth, erupted violently from him. The sky darkened and clouds surged. The sea roared with furious waves. Countless black lightning bolts circled around him, crackling with explosive sounds. God fall. In an instant, thousands of terrifying sword energies, intertwined with Conqueror's Haki and armament Haki, fell from the sky like a torrential storm. Each sword energy was enough to easily cut through mountains when they gathered together, forming an impenetrable prison of swords. The destructive power produced was enough to completely obliterate this sea area. This was red-haired Shank's true peak strike. Whether it was the white-beard pirates or the red-haired pirates, everyone was stunned by the scene before them, their scalps tingling and their bodies chilled. Is this really the true strength of red-haired captain? So terrifying. Who can withstand this move? The crew of the red-haired pirates erupted in thunderous cheers. They seemed to have already seen the dawn of victory. Even Whitebeard, at this moment, had his pupils shaken, his weathered face filled with seriousness and astonishment. This red-haired brat actually hides such terrifying strength. Kaido's massive dragon eyes also widened in disbelief. This red-haired is stronger than he imagined. Facing this overwhelming, seemingly all-consuming prison of swords, Lynn's dark eyes once again sparked with crazy, fighting spirit. His small body crouched slightly. The remaining blood-colored energy gathered again towards his right leg. Night! A childlike roar, wrapped in blood-colored energy. Lynn transformed once more into a blood-colored meteor, streaking across the sky, charging towards that devastating prison of swords. Boom! An even more terrifying and earth-shattering collision erupted again. This time, his blood-colored energy solidified right leg was actually evenly matched with that endless sword prison. Sword chi and blood flames intertwined crazily, annihilating each other. The terrifying energy aftermath surged like a world-ending tsunami, wildly spreading in all directions. A serious expression appeared on Lynn's small face for the first time. This red-haired Shanks was more troublesome than he had imagined. The four emperors, indeed. None of them are easy opponents. Chapter 52. Is Lynn about to be defeated? The appearance of Peach Rabbit and T-Pig. The energy storm slowly subsides. Red-haired Shanks gasps for breath, his hand trembling slightly as he grips Griffin. He has several deep, visible bone-deep wounds on his body, inflicted by the aftermath of Lynn's night in. Meanwhile, Lynn, with his small frame, shows a significant dimming of the blood-colored steam surrounding him. The blood-colored energy that once enveloped him has thinned out considerably. Ha! Ha! Lynn breathes heavily, his rosy little face flushed from exhaustion. He can feel the power within him rapidly draining away. The state of the 8 gates of Duanjia, Deathgate, can still be maintained temporarily due to the system's reward for reduced consumption. However, the earth-shattering night in just now has almost drained him of all his strength. Want to make another move? Not possible. Kid, you've reached your limit. Haven to you? Shanks grins, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. But his gaze grows sharper. That kind of move you just used, you can't use it again. He can see clearly that this kid is running on fumes. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates and the Red-Hair Pirates have also noticed the signs. That kid seems really unable to continue. No matter how powerful the magic-penetrating light-killing cannon is, if it can't hit red-haired Shanks, it's pointless. Boss, take him down. The crew of the red-haired pirates erupts in a roar like a tsunami. Kaido's enormous dragon head also swings restlessly, his dragon eyes filled with worry. Lynn doesn't respond to Shanks, just his dark eyes turn slightly. His tiny index finger slowly rises again. At the fingertip, a bit of purple energy begins to gather with great difficulty. The same heart-pounding fluctuation, but this time, the speed of gathering is noticeably slower. Still want to use that fingertip cannon? Seeing this, Shanks' gaze sharpens. Is he going to activate the fingertip cannon in this blood-colored state? The power must be terrifying, magic-penetrating, light-killing. Cannon. Lynn's childish voice, tinged with weakness, still carries a breath of destruction. Whoosh! A purple spiral beam, more condensed and thicker than any before, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction, suddenly bursts forth from Lynn's fingertip. The beam is even wrapped with strands of blood-red Deathgate steam. The sheer power sends a shiver down the spines of everyone present. Even Whitebeard's pupils constrict. If this hit, even he might be gravely injured. However, facing this earth-shattering strike, Shanks' figure vanishes like a ghost, leaving only a faint afterimage in place. His true self has already appeared dozens of meters away in another direction. The speed is even faster than before. Boom! The purple beam, capable of piercing through everything, strikes empty again. It crashes violently into the distant sea surface, creating a terrifying water column hundreds of meters high. Damn it! Lynn's tiny fist clenches in frustration. Red-haired Shanks is the owner of Observation Haki. Whether it's Conqueror's Haki or Observation Haki, both have reached unprecedented peaks. To hit him head-on is nearly impossible. Useless kid. Shanks' voice is calm. Your fingertip cannon is powerful, and even I don't think I could completely block it. But no matter how strong the attack, if it doesn't hit, it's meaningless. Again, whoosh. Another magic-penetrating light-killing cannon, wrapped in blood-red steam. Missed. Whoosh. Again. Still missed. Several powerful magic-penetrating light-killing cannons are easily dodged by Shanks. Each time, it's just a hair's breadth away. This feeling frustrates Lynn to the extreme. Having earth-shattering power, but unable to hit the enemy, is worse than being defeated outright. Red Hair Brat, is dodging all you can do? Kaido can't help but roar. Kaido battles R&T about who can shout louder. Shanks glances at Kaido, then locks his gaze back on Lynn. Kid, you've run out of tricks. Next, it's my turn. As soon as the words leave his mouth, Shanks' figure instantly disappears from his spot. The next second, he appears before Lynn as if teleporting. Griffin in his hand, wrapped in pitch-black Haki and ferocious Conqueror's Haki, strikes fiercely towards Lynn's head with a terrifying gust of wind. Too fast. Lynn can't react at all. He can only watch helplessly as the deadly blade rapidly enlarges in his pupils. Susanoo, at the critical moment. Virum, the blood-colored Susanoo materializes once more. But this time, the size of Susanoo is clearly smaller than before. Obviously, Lyn's stamina is no longer enough to support the full form of the Deathgate Susanoo. Clang! Griffin strikes hard against the blood-colored Susanoo's arm. The deafening sound of metal clashing reverberates through the sky. Crack! A crisp cracking sound follows. A distinct crack appears on the blood-colored Susanoo's arm, and it continues to widen. The defense of this eerie blood-colored skeleton is clearly not as strong as when it faced Beckman. Just as expected, Shank's gaze sharpens, his heart settling. This kid is really at his limit. Again, Shank shouts, swinging Griffin like a storm, madly slashing at the blood-colored Susanoo. Clang! 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 The dense sounds of metal clashing continue incessantly. Each slash leaves a new crack on the blood-colored Susanoo. In just a few breaths, the blood-colored Susanoo shatters and dissipates on the spot. But Lynn quickly summons the blood-colored Susanoo again. However, compared to the last one, the light of the blood-colored Susanoo has dimmed significantly. In response, red-haired Shanks doesn't stop. He continues the assault. His goal is simple: to wear Lynn down, to exhaust him to the point of conceding defeat. Only then can the red-haired pirates regain their dignity completely. Ugh! Lyn's little face is as pale as paper, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. He grits his teeth, desperately maintaining Susanoo. But he can feel that at most in 3 minutes, he won't be able to hold on any longer. This fight he is probably going to lose. That kid is going to lose. Great. Boss Shanks is mighty. Take him down. Take down this little monster. The crew of the red-haired pirates erupts in deafening cheers. They seem to already see the dawn of victory. Even Ben Beckman has a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, holding a cigar, nodding slightly. The outcome is decided. On the Whitebeard pirate side, there's also a silence. Marco, Jaws, and others look at the struggling Lynn with complex expressions. Although this kid made them lose face before, they have to admit that his strength is indeed terrifying. If it weren't for his exhaustion, the outcome of this battle might not be certain. He has a good seed. It's just a pity. Whitebeard glances at the anxious Kaido, an unprecedented jealousy flickering in his eyes. The Navy. It's the Navy. A warship is coming. Someone shouted in surprise. Everyone present, including the fiercely battling Shanks and the struggling Lynn, couldn't help but glance over. In the distant horizon where the sea meets the sky, a Navy ship emblazoned with the naval insignia was rapidly sailing towards them, cutting through the waves. On the deck of the warship stood 2 figures. When the members of the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates recognized who they were, their brows slightly furrowed. It was Admiral candidates Momonosuke and Chabro. They were not to be underestimated. Why were they here? The 4 Emperor commanders present were naturally familiar with these 2 candidates for Admiral at the Navy headquarters. However, they did not care. 2 mere Admiral candidates were not enough to make them wary. However, when Lynn saw that warship, along with Momonosuke and Chabro on board, his dark eyes, which had appeared somewhat dim due to exhaustion, suddenly lit up. It was the kind of gaze a hungry wolf has when it spots its prey. Eek! Lynn suddenly let out an unintelligible shout. The next second, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, his small figure transformed into a streak of crimson light, charging toward the Navy ship at an incredible speed. Chapter 53. One shot to defeat the T-Pig. New reward. Ultimate freedom technique. What is that kid trying to do? Has he gone mad? He actually charged at the Navy? Both the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates were utterly confused by Lynn's sudden action. Even Kaido was momentarily stunned. What is going on? What is Lynn trying to do with the Navy? Shanks was also slightly taken aback, his grip on the Griffin instinctively pausing. What is this kid up to? Meanwhile, on the Navy warship, Tao Rabbit and T-Pig were observing the distant battlefield with binoculars, their expressions serious. They were sent by Admiral Sengoku to scout the movements of the Beast Pirates and the Red-Hair Pirates from a distance. They never expected to witness such a shocking battle here. What was even more unbelievable to them was that the one fighting evenly with the Yonko red-haired was actually just a little kid who looked no older than a year. What kind of monster is that kid? T-Pig put down the binoculars, cold sweat covering his forehead, his voice trembling. To be able to fight Shanks to this extent. Tao Rabbit's face was also filled with shock and confusion. However, she seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Tao Rabbit keenly sensed Lyn's current state, exhausted at his limit. It seems this battle is about to end soon. Tao Rabbit picked up the transponder snail, preparing to report to Admiral Sengoku. Just then, what? What happened? Tao Rabbit immediately asked. T-Pig pointed ahead, his expression somewhat panicked. That kid. He is flying towards us? T-Pig's voice changed pitch due to extreme shock. His finger pointed firmly at the small figure, resembling a blood-red comet, hurtling towards their solitary Navy warship at an almost untraceable speed. Tao Rabbit's strikingly handsome face was now filled with disbelief. What the hell? This little monster, who was clashing with the Yonko red-haired, suddenly turned his guns towards a Navy. Everyone, prepare for battle. T-Pig's expression became sharp, gripping the sword at his waist tightly, shouting fiercely. Tao Rabbit's expression also turned serious, the Conqueror sword already drawn, vigilantly staring at the small figure suspended in midair. Shocked or not, as a reserve admiral, they were not the kind of soft persimmons to be easily squished. In the sky, Lynn was gasping for breath, his little face flushed, sweat soaking his bangs. It could be said that Lynn had reached a point of desperation. However, his dark eyes remained astonishingly bright, like the brightest star in the night. His gaze was firmly locked on a T-Pig below. It's you. Ja. Lynn let out an unintelligible low roar. He forced out the last bit of power within him, his chubby little finger once again struggling to rise. At his fingertip, that familiar, heart-pounding purple energy began to gather, rotate, and compress at a speed several times slower than before, yet still steadfast. He wants to use that move. Against the Navy? In the distance, red-haired Shank's expression hardened. What is he trying to do? It's that move. Is this guy serious? Does he want to kill a reserve admiral? This is serious. The crew members of the red-haired pirates collectively changed their expressions. Old man, what does that kid want to do? Even Shanks doesn't dare to face it. Is he going to kill the Navy? The captains, including Marco, Jozu, and Vista, looked at each other in disbelief. Whitebeard's weathered face was also heavy with concern. He couldn't understand Lynn's actions either, but a bad premonition told him that something terrifying was about to happen. Theapik. Be careful. Tao Rabbit also sensed the terrifying energy contained in the purple beam, her beautiful face paling as she hurriedly warned, as if T-Pig needed her to remind him. The moment Lynn's fingertip began to gather the purple energy, he was already covered in cold sweat. A profound sense of crisis engulfing him instantly. Damn kid, don't underestimate me. T-Pig roared, unleashing his Haki without reservation. He gripped his sword with both hands and suddenly slashed forward. One sword style, Pig River, a gigantic azure sword light, infused with dense armament Haki, roared like a dragon towards Lynn. This slash was his ultimate technique, powerful enough to split a small island. This was the highest tribute to the notorious monster Lynn with a bounty of 3 billion. He dared not hold back. Demon, piercing, light, kill, cannon, whoosh, a purple spiral beam, thicker and more condensed than any before, radiating a terrifying aura that made souls tremble, suddenly shot out from Lynn's fingertip. The beam even swirled with strands of blood-red Deathgate steam. Its power was several times stronger than any previous shot. Boom! The purple spiral beam collided with the enormous azure sword light in midair. There was not a hint of stalemate, not a shred of suspense. T-Pig's proud sword technique, capable of splitting mountains and rocks, was as fragile as paper against Lynn's demon-piercing light kill cannon infused with the power of the Deathgate. In just one exchange, crack! The azure sword light shattered instantly, like glass thrown into a shredder, exploding into countless light particles. Meanwhile, the purple spiral beam, undiminished in might, still carrying the aura of annihilation, it rushed towards T-Pig below and the Navy warship behind him with a fierce strike. What? T-Pig's eyes almost popped out. He never dreamed that his proud, full-power strike would not even be able to withstand a single attack from the opponent. Armament, flower riot. Tao Rabbit flashed in. Countless pink slashes, entwined with armament Haki, surged towards the purple beam of destruction like blooming cherry blossoms. However, all of this was in vain. Bang, 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 bang. The pink slashes burst into foam the moment they touched the purple beam. They couldn't block it in the slightest. There's no other choice. Armament hardening. Iron block. The two decisively raised their swords. The blades hardened into black with armament Haki, their bodies enveloped in darkness. The two reserve admirals took their strongest defensive stance. Boom! The terrifying purple beam ultimately struck them solidly. In an instant, the sturdy Navy warship, under this destructive power, shattered like a cookie being gnawed by a giant beast, instantly splintering into pieces. Wood chips flew, steel twisted. The terrifying energy shockwave turned into visible ripples, spreading wildly in all directions. The sea was forcibly pressed down, creating a massive depression. The surrounding seawater was instantaneously evaporated, turning into a sky filled with steam. Gulp! Members of the red-haired pirates and the white-beard pirates in the distance watched the terrifying scene before them, as if the apocalypse had arrived, and all instinctively swallowed hard. Their faces were filled with boundless horror. It was too terrifying. This demon child Lynn.Lynn was simply an undeniable monster. With a single blow, he had obliterated a naval warship along with 2 vice admirals. Lynn.Lynn, what exactly do you want to do? Kaido's enormous dragon eyes were filled with confusion. Lynn.Lynn hovered in midair, his small body swaying slightly, his face pale without a trace of blood. He felt his eyelids growing heavier, and his consciousness began to blur. That shot infused with the power of the Death Gate had almost completely drained the last bit of strength from his body. Now, it was even a struggle for him to maintain flight. The blood-colored steam completely dissipated. The state of the 8 gates of Duinja, Death Gate, could no longer be sustained. The magnificent blood-colored Susanoo had long since vanished without a trace. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating a character with the strength of a warlord of the sea, Vice Admiral T-Pig. Task 3. Defeat 4 characters with the strength of warlord of the sea or above, 4-4. Task completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the task reward. Zizai Ji Gong. Zizai Ji Gong. A supreme realm that can evade any attack, allowing various parts of the body to move in a reflexive manner based on their own judgment and feeling, without the need for brain command. Activation requires the consumption of Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 54. Launching the free extreme intent, easily dodging the attacks of the 4 emperors. A series of cold system notification sounds rang in Lynn's mind. Just as Lynn was about to lose consciousness, hearing these notifications caused his spirit to surge. The free extreme intent skill, and it consumes Conqueror's Haki. Lynn was overjoyed. Although his stamina was completely exhausted, he still had a considerable amount of Conqueror's Haki stored up from the rewards he received for completing tasks during this time. This was like a timely help in a snowstorm. Yay! Lynn exclaimed excitedly, his small face revealing a childlike, innocent smile. Without any hesitation, Lynn focused his mind and activated the newly acquired free extreme intent. Buzz! An indescribable and marvelous wave of energy quietly spread out from the center of Lynn's small body. It was not the destructive and violent aura that erupted when the 8 gates were opened, nor was it the suffocating pressure that came when blood-red steam rose. At this moment, Lynn appeared, even somewhat calm. His small face, which had turned red from exhaustion, gradually regained some color, but still showed obvious signs of fatigue. The fine beads of sweat on his forehead remained, and his breathing was still somewhat rapid. However, in this seemingly weak state, an indescribable aura emanated from him. His originally black hair began to change color inch by inch, transforming into a dazzling silver, flowing with a faint silver halo on his small head like moonlight. His dark eyes also became exceptionally clear, with silver-white glimmers flickering deep within the pupils, as profound as the stars. There were no unnecessary movements around him, no explosive airflow. Yet it gave people a feeling of ethereality, lightness, and unobstructed harmony. It was as if he had merged with the surrounding heavens and earth, the howling sea breeze and the surging waves. His small body still floated in midair, but the feeling was no longer one of forcibly relying on brute strength to support himself. Instead, it was as if a feather was gently lifted by the wind, leaving no trace. What is happening? That little brat. What's wrong with him? His hair. Change color? Members of the white-beard pirates and the red-haired pirates, watching from a distance, widened their eyes in disbelief. They could clearly sense that Lynn's aura had undergone some essential change. But what specific change it was, they couldn't quite say. It just felt very strange. Extremely strange. Huh? Kaido's massive dragon head tilted slightly, his dragon eyes filled with confusion and a hint of anticipation. He could feel that Lynn's internal strength hadn't recovered much. But this suddenly emerging new aura was very unusual. That little brat. Red-haired Shanks furrowed his brow, his keen observation Haki clearly capturing every subtle change in Lynn. His stamina was still lacking, but that aura that seemed to exist independently of the world, yet harmonized with all things, set off alarm bells in his mind. He had never seen such a technique before. Whitebeard's deep gaze fixed on Lynn, his weathered face displaying an unprecedented focus and curiosity. This little brat always managed to surprise him. Just as everyone was filled with uncertainty, red-haired Shanks moved. He could no longer wait. This little brat was too eerie. The endless stream of bizarre abilities made him feel a twinge of apprehension. He had to finish this quickly, completely end this farce. Little brat, no matter what tricks you're playing, this ends here. Shanks unleashed his Conqueror's Haki once again without reservation. The famous sword griffin was raised high. The tip of the sword pointed towards the sky. Black lightning coiled around it, crackling with explosive sounds. Divine descent. Another divine descent. More violent, more ferocious than before. Thousands of terrifying sword chi, infused with ultimate Conqueror's Haki and armament Haki, descended like a judgment day from the heavens. Transforming into an impenetrable prison of swords, it descended upon Lynn, who seemed to have already exhausted all his strength. This strike was no less powerful than the previous clash with Lynn. In fact, because of Shanks' determination to end the battle with one decisive blow, it appeared even more fierce and merciless. It's over. That little brat is doomed. In this state, how could he possibly withstand the captain's divine descent? To the crew of the red-haired pirates, Lynn at this moment was merely a spent force, posturing for show. With the strike, defeat was inevitable. Even Kaido's massive dragon eyes were filled with anxiety and worry again. He was just about to rush in recklessly to save him. However, the next second, facing the overwhelming and destructive sword prison that could annihilate islands, Lynn, who was suspended in midair and appeared to be on the verge of collapse, moved. He did not unleash an earth-shattering aura, nor did he summon that terrifying Susanoo. He simply tilted his small body slightly. Yes, just so effortlessly, he tilted slightly, as if he had merely adjusted his stance unintentionally. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Those thousands of terrifying sword chi, capable of tearing steel and cutting mountains, actually brushed past him perilously without touching him. Not a single one, not even the slightest bit of sword chi could graze the hem of his clothes. His figure danced through the storm of swords, twisting and turning. He was like a leaf amidst tumultuous waves, rising and falling with the tide, yet never being swept away. Like a butterfly fluttering in a storm, every slight flap of its wings could precisely evade all raindrops. That feeling was indescribable. All one could say was, it was miraculous, unbelievable. Wow, what? Red-haired Shanks' face, usually composed and confident, was now filled with disbelief. His pupils contracted to the extreme. His proud, peak sword technique, divine descent, was actually evaded in such a playful manner. How could this be possible? Oh. Kaido's massive dragon head froze in midair. His previously anxious dragon eyes were now wider than copper bells, filled with confusion, shock, and a hint of unperceived joy. Grrr. This. Whitebeard's massive body leaned forward abruptly. His eagle-like eyes were fixed on Lyn's small figure, filled with an unprecedented shock. This kind of movement, this kind of realm, neither Rox nor Roger, who once competed with him and ultimately became the Pirate King, had ever possessed. He had traversed the seas for decades. Today, he was unexpectedly enlightened by a little brat just over a year old. Chapter 55, Perfect Evasion, shocking the audience The Navy High Command left dumbfounded. Lynn, I underestimated you. From now on, I will take you more seriously. Get ready. Shanks grinned, a smile emerging on his previously surprised face. Excitement flashing in his eyes. He pressed down on Griffin, his figure like lightning, instantly appearing in front of Lynn. The famous sword Griffin was no longer used for wide-range attacks, but had transformed into a series of cunning probes. Quick, precise, ruthless. Each slash was wrapped in dark armament color and explosive Conqueror's Haki, pushing towards Lynn. However, he chose to precisely avoid all vital areas. The blade tore through the air, emitting a deafening shriek. Yet, facing the storm-like onslaught, Lynn still did not move. Or rather, his brain did not issue any commands. His body, however, moved on its own, his head tilted slightly. The blade grazed his cheek, the gust of wind blowing his bangs. His body leaned back slightly. The horizontal slash narrowly missed his chest. With a light push of his small foot, he floated back half an inch like a feather, dodging the tricky upward thrust. Dodge! 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 Every strike was skillfully and precisely avoided. This. Am I seeing things? Captain. The captain's attacks. All missed. The crew of the red-haired pirates were dumbfounded, their jaws almost dropping to the deck. The scene before them had completely overturned their understanding. That was their captain, the Yonko reigning over the new world. At this moment, his onslaught was like a tide, yet always falling short, leaving them in awe of Lynn's bizarre dodging. On the Whitebeard pirate's side, there was also a dead silence. Marco, Jaws, and others all widened their eyes. Mouths agape, unable to utter a word. Beckman, this. Lucky struggled to swallow, glancing at the first mate beside him. Ben Beckman, with a cigar in his mouth, stared intently at Lynn through his glasses. His brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Something's wrong. Too wrong. This kid, when he previously opened the 8 gates. Although he was fierce and unmatched in power, each eruption clearly showed a significant drain on his stamina. Especially the last few kicks of Night Kai and the combined power of the Dead Gate's magic cannon, which nearly exhausted him. But now, Ben Beckman keenly noticed that Lynn's breathing, although still a bit rapid, was visibly stabilizing at an observable speed. His previously flushed face from exhaustion was now regaining some color. The beads of sweat on his forehead seemed to have decreased. Most importantly, this kid's current miraculous evasion state seemed to be not consuming any stamina at all. A terrifying thought arose in Ben Beckman's mind. This is bad. Beckman spoke, his voice hoarse. That kid's stamina, no, the aura on him, is not only not depleting, but is actually gradually recovering. What? As soon as these words were spoken, Jesus Burgess and the others shuddered, looking at Beckman in disbelief. How is this possible? That's right. Beckman's expression was extremely grave. Each breath he took became more stable and prolonged than before. The fatigue on his face was fading. This means his current state is not consuming stamina at all. Our strategy of trying to outlast him is useless now. This one sentence made all the officers of the red-haired pirates feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Their scalps tingled. Splash. On the distant sea, on a massive shipwreck, Tosaka Cheyenne was drenched in a sorry state, with obvious blood stains at the corner of her mouth, indicating she was seriously injured. She was holding the unconscious Chafun Kaki with one hand and tightly gripping a piece of floating wood with the other. Looking up, her strikingly beautiful face was now filled with boundless shock. What did she see? The Yonko Shanks, the man standing at the pinnacle of the world, was now seriously attacking a little kid wearing open crotch pants. And that little kid was effortlessly dodging every single strike from Shanks. Are you kidding me? This was even more unbelievable than being instantly defeated by a single move from her and Chafun. Just then, the phone bug in her arms suddenly rang. It was the emergency line for the Navy headquarters. Cheyenne took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and answered the phone bug. Click. On the other end, the voice of Admiral Sengoku came through, authoritative and anxious. Cheyenne, is it you? Report the situation immediately. Your warship's signal has disappeared. What happened? Admiral Sengoku. The warship was sunk. Kaki is severely injured and has fallen unconscious. The other end of the phone bug fell into dead silence. A few seconds later, Sengoku's voice, suppressing an overwhelming rage, rang out again. These bastards. Who did it? Was it Kaido? Or Shanks? Or Whitebeard? No. Admiral. Cheyenne bit her lip, struggling to spit out a few words. It wasn't them. The ones who attacked us were the beast pirates. Demon Child Lynn. The other end of the phone bug fell into a dead silence once more. Navy headquarters, Admiral's office. Sengoku, Garp, Tsuru, and the three admirals Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, the entire highest command of the Navy, were all frozen in place, their faces displaying a uniform disbelief. Kaido's spawn. Akainu Sakazuki's fists cracked with tension, a wisp of hot smoke seeping from between his fingers, his gaze dark enough to drip water. Oh my. This kid probably thinks he can ignore him now. Akiji Kazan straightened up from his chair. Demon Child Lynn, why did he attack the Navy? Sengoku, while incredulous, was also perplexed, and also Yuan Chafun, both are colonels of the headquarters, still a vice admiral candidate. His strength is indeed formidable, but how could he reach such a level? It's true, Admiral. Cheyenne's voice was filled with bitterness and shame. He only used one move. That move was extremely bizarre, clearly just a finger gun similar to Admiral Kizaru's, but its actual power was incredibly astonishing. The two of us together couldn't block it. Everyone's pupils involuntarily dilated. One move, repelling two vice admiral candidates, and even causing one vice admiral candidate to faint on the spot, equivalent to an instant kill. What kind of nonsense is this? Oh, Kizaru Borsellino slowly extended a finger, light gathering at its tip, exaggerating his tone. Does it look similar to my laser? This is really terrifying. Where is that demon child Lynn now? Admiral Tsuru calmly asked. Is he still pursuing you? Cheyenne glanced at the incredible battlefield in the distance, her voice dry as she replied. No. He is currently fighting with red-haired Shanks. Hiss. Garp let out an exaggerated gasp. Others were equally astonished. Even Akainu, who usually had a gloomy and angry expression, couldn't help but change his face dramatically at this moment. Fighting against Shanks. That's one of the four emperors. Moreover, he's recognized as someone whose strength is unfathomable, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with Whitebeard. It's true that Lynn.Lynn is strong, but how could he possibly compare to Shanks? Furthermore, it seems like Shanks can't even touch him. Jiyuan's words were shocking. As soon as he said this, the high-ranking Navy officials felt their scalps go numb. What kind of joke is this? Akainu couldn't help but question. Shanks can't touch him? Jiyuan, are you seeing this clearly? That's the four Emperor Shanks. Admiral Sakazuki is really... Taodu's tone carried a deep sense of helplessness. Shanks' attacks, whether sword techniques or martial arts, were all perfectly dodged by that little brat. Not a single one hit. Chapter 56. The Demon Child becomes a prodigy. Red-haired Shanks surrenders voluntarily. Silence. A silence so dead that one could hear a pin drop. On the other end of the phone bug, every word from Jiyuan was like a heavy hammer, smashing down on the hearts of the highest echelons of the Navy. Not a single hit. The voice of Fleet Admiral Sengoku was incredibly strained, each word dripping with disbelief. He unconsciously glanced at Karp beside him. Karp, whose face usually wore a mischievous smile, was now completely frozen, his mouth slightly agape, his expression serious and heavy. Jiyuan, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Vice Admiral Crane's wise eyes were now filled with tumultuous waves of shock. This was too revolutionary. The four Emperor's red-haired Shanks, a monster that could go toe-to-toe with Roger and Whitebeard. His attacks couldn't even touch a little kid barely over a year old. Absolutely true. Jiyuan's voice trembled slightly, but was exceptionally firm. Moreover, the current demon child Lynn.Lynn had undergone significant changes in appearance. He had clearly looked bloody before, but now a silvery halo surrounded him, and even his hair had turned silver. He seemed no longer a demon child, but rather a prodigy, a divine being. On the other end of the phone bug, Jiyuan's voice continued to come through clearly. A silvery halo? Silver hair? What tricks is this demon child Lynn.Lynn playing now? Yellow Monkey Borsellino adjusted his sunglasses, his usually lewd smile now considerably subdued, his tone unusually serious. Oh my, this is truly remarkable intelligence. An evasion ability that can render even red-haired Shanks helpless. This demon child Lynn.Lynn can no longer simply be described as a monster. Akiji Kuzan crossed his arms, his gaze flickering. It seems our previous assessment of him was still too low. Not just low. Sengoku's face was so heavy it could almost drip water. A little brat, just over a year old. First, he instantly defeated 2 vice admiral candidates, severely injuring one. Now, he was effortlessly dodging the fierce attacks of the 4 Emperor's red-haired Shanks. What kind of freak is this? Immediately, upgrade all intelligence regarding Demon Child Lynn.Lynn to the highest level. Sengoku took a deep breath, his tone leaving no room for doubt. His threat level is probably no less than Kaido's. Even more dangerous. Carp nodded silently, his eyes complex. This little brat is growing too fast. So fast. It's frightening. Vice Admiral Crane said solemnly. This matter must be reported to the Gora CI immediately. The existence of this demon child Lynn.Lynn is enough to shake the foundations of the world. The world is likely to change drastically. On the battlefield, red-haired Shanks' offensive was getting faster and fiercer. The griffin turned into a deadly glimmer, each swing carrying the terrifying power to tear everything apart. Black Conqueror's Haki lightning raged around him, churning the surrounding seawater into chaos. However, Lynn.Lynn still maintained his calm demeanor. His body seemed to have no bones, executing unimaginable twists and bends. Shanks' blade narrowly grazed his body with each attack, the gusts of wind sending his bangs flying in disarray. But it just couldn't hit. Not even once. How could he still not be hit? What should we do now? Is even red-haired Shanks going to lose? Is this little brat even human? The crew of the red-haired pirates clutched their hair, their expressions falling apart, as if mourning a loss. The Whitebeard pirates' crew was no better off, their faces equally grim. Even red-haired. In Whitebeard's hawk-like eyes, aside from astonishment, there was a heavy seriousness that couldn't be dispelled. As a strong warrior, he would consider how he would react and what his chances of winning would be if he were to fight. Based solely on the situation Whitebeard observed, his conclusion was, the chances of winning were unclear. Kaido's massive dragon head had also quieted down. His lantern-like dragon eyes were fixed intently on Lynn.Lynn. From initial worry to later shock, and now to ecstatic joy, an indescribable euphoria. His son, his precious son, could actually reach this level against red-haired Shanks. No, this was no longer just reaching this level. This was him completely toying with red-haired Shanks. Red-hair brat, can you even do it? You can't even touch a hair on my son, and you call yourself one of the 4 emperors. You're killing me with laughter. Kaido's mockery pierced like a sword into the hearts of the red-haired pirates. This made them grit their teeth, yet they were helpless. Ugh. And at this moment, Lynn.Lynn's small brows slightly furrowed. The Zazai G skill, while effective, consumed his Conqueror's Haki too quickly. Just now, the 8 Gates Death Gate state had nearly exhausted his stamina. Now, this Zazai G skill was burning through his Conqueror's Haki like crazy. Although he had a decent reserve of Conqueror's Haki at this rate, he could last a few more minutes at most before he would be done for. It seemed his current strength still had a gap compared to a true 4 Emperor. He couldn't afford to be reckless anymore. If he continued to be reckless and exhausted his Conqueror's Haki with little stamina recovered, and then got severely injured by red-haired Shanksblade, that would be a huge loss. With this thought in mind, Lynn.Lynn made up his mind. He would give red-haired some face and voluntarily surrender. After all, he was a user of the face fruit, and anyway, the mission was accomplished, and he had mastered the Zazai G skill. It wasn't a loss. Just as Lynn.Lynn was about to announce his surrender, whoosh, red-haired Shanks suddenly leaped back, increasing the distance between him and Lynn.Lynn. The griffin in his hand also drooped. He was panting heavily, beads of sweat covering his forehead, looking at Lynn.Lynn with a complex expression. I'm not going to continue fighting. Shanks suddenly spoke. Lynn.Lynn was taken aback. What is going on? This red-haired uncle isn't playing by the rules. I was ready to say my lines to surrender. Captain, boss. The members of the red-haired pirates were equally bewildered. Ben Beckman raised an eyebrow, seemingly understanding something. Not being able to take you down immediately has led to this little brat having to compete with me in stamina and consumption. relying on such means to achieve victory. Shanks self-deprecatingly chuckled, shaking his head. Such a victory wasn't worth having. This round, even if I lose. Chapter 57. The five elders are shaken. The bounty on the demon child Lynn.Lynn rises to 5 billion. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted in disbelief. Everyone stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. Red-haired Shanks, actually, admitted defeat? Defeated by a little brat, just over a year old? What kind of magical plot is this? O-R-O-R-O-R-O. Red-hair brat, this is what you said. Kaido's massive dragon had suddenly leaned in, his dragon eyes filled with disbelief. Whitebeard, however, was not surprised at all, not to mention Shanks. Even he would have a hard time dealing with such a little kid, not to mention relying on decades of endurance and stamina to compete in attrition. Winning would not be glorious. Captain, we can't admit defeat. We haven't lost yet. The crew of the red-haired pirates immediately grew anxious and began to advise him. Shanks waved his hand to stop them. He looked at Lynn.Lynn, his eyes filled with a hint of admiration, a hint of helplessness, and a hint of expectation. Kid, you're strong. Much stronger than I imagined. Next time we meet, I want to hold back. Upon hearing this, Lynn.Lynn pouted. No way. I don't want you to let me win. He spoke in a babyish voice. It's a tie. Next time, I will defeat you head-on. Although his voice was tender, the undeniable dominance in it made everyone present's hearts tremble. Shanks, upon hearing this, was first taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Good. Ambitious. I'm looking forward to it. After saying this, he turned to Kaido. Kaido, your goal has been achieved, right? Take your son and scram. I can't believe you also have such dodging skills. This is my final warning. Upon hearing this, Kaido not only wasn't he angry, but instead let out a proud howl. Oh, stubborn red-haired brat. No matter how you argue, you still lost. My son is the strongest. His massive dragon head rubbed against Lynn.Lynn's small face, spraying saliva everywhere. Let's go. So, let's go home and drink. I need to ask you about those moves just now. So damn cool. Lynn.Lynn rolled his eyes, feeling his eyelids grow heavier. The exhaustion from using Conqueror's Haki felt worse than physical fatigue. He could no longer hold on, and with a blur before his eyes, he fell into a deep sleep. Oro, Kaido, seeing this, was slightly taken aback, then carefully cradled Lynn.Lynn's small body with his dragon claw, looking at Lynn.Lynn's delicate yet tired sleeping face. Kaido grinned. Sleep well, my good son. The grand battle between his father and son is coming soon. Oro. Kaido took Lynn.Lynn and proudly flew towards the beast pirate ship. The members of the red-haired pirates watched Kaido's arrogant figure, their teeth grinding in anger, yet they felt helpless. Who told their captain to admit defeat? Shanks watched the direction Kaido left, his smile gradually fading, and his gaze becoming deep. Whitebeard, have you considered my words? Whitebeard was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Ace, I will send someone to bring him back. Upon hearing this, Shanks nodded. That's good. Farewell. After saying this, he took the crew of the red-haired pirates and set sail. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard looked at the distant silhouette of the red-haired pirates. His expression complex. After a long time, he finally spoke in a deep voice. Marco, Pops, send someone to recall Ace. There will be many hard battles to fight ahead. Yes, Pops, at Mary Geos between powers. The five elders dressed in black suits, representing the highest authority of the world government, were gathered around a huge round table. The atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. You all heard the report from Sengoku just now, right? According to the urgent report just transmitted from the Navy headquarters, this child has fought with Marco of the Whitebeard Pirates and Jesus Burgess and Beckman of the Red-Haired Pirates, and finally faced Red-Haired Shanks. The final outcome was that Red-Haired Shanks admitted defeat. Not only that, during the confrontation, he destroyed the warship that Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit and T-Pig were on with a single blow, resulting in T-Pig being severely injured and unconscious. Every word made the expressions of the other four elders darken. The demon child Lynn.Lynn, Kaido's son, the elder with a mustache and a scar on his forehead, spoke in a hoarse voice, lightly tapping the table with his fingers. Red-haired, actually admitted defeat. The elder with glasses, tall and thin, spoke with disbelief. That red-haired, although young, is undoubtedly powerful, and he is also the son of Garling. I never expected even he would. The key point is that according to Guillaume's description, that little brat finally displayed an astonishing evasion ability, making red-haired's attacks completely unable to touch him. The bald elder holding the first-generation sword, his eyes sharp as knives. Silver hair, silver aura. What kind of devil fruit ability is this? Unclear. The mustached elder shook his head. Not just that. The news also mentioned that this little brat previously used some blood-colored steam, blue skeletons, and purple fingertip cannons. Even we have never heard of any of these abilities. It's simply bizarre. What kind of people are the elders? Each one is over 100 years old. They have seen countless miraculous things and heard many strange events. Yet even they couldn't determine what kind of devil fruit Lynn.Lynn's various abilities belonged to. Even obscure moves that were not famous among the public, they had never even heard of. Isn't this a bit too niche? With Kaido's bloodline, combined with the unknown bizarre methods and that terrifying rate of power growth, this little brat has become a more unstable factor than Kaido himself. Silence. A long silence. The air in the room became so heavy that it was hard to breathe. We can't let this go on any longer. Finally, the elder with a long white beard, wearing a flat hat, slowly opened his eyes. His voice was old and authoritative. This demon child Lynn.Lynn must be crushed in the cradle. His existence is the greatest provocation to the rule of the world government. It is a blatant trampling on the dignity of the celestial dragons. The other four elders' expressions changed upon hearing this. I agree. The bald elder spoke decisively. The bounty will be directly raised from 3 billion to a staggering 5 billion berries. Chapter 58. Mingu and the Golden Emperor are stunned. Is this demon child Lynn.Lynn even human? 50 billion. Even the other elders of the sea, when they heard this number, couldn't help but frown, their tone revealing a hint of astonishment. This is a bounty on par with the 4 emperors. A little brat just over a year old with a bounty of 50 billion. Yes, worth that price. The bald elder snorted. To be able to repel red-haired and severely injure 2 vice admirals from the headquarters, such achievements are enough to match this bounty. More importantly, the entire world must see that our world government will not allow such threats to continue to exist. The mustached elder pondered for a moment and nodded. Fine. 50 billion. Is 50 billion. At the same time, send out the orders. The Navy headquarters, CP organization, all forces will now focus on the beast pirates. The primary target is demon child Lynn.Lynn. At all costs, we must capture him or eliminate him. A chilling atmosphere spread from the power centers throughout the holy land of Mariewa. The world will be stirred by a little brat named Lynn.Lynn. In a new world, in a certain sea area, a giant ship, extravagantly decorated and entirely golden, is slowly sailing. On the deck by the pool, Don Quixote da Flamingo is lounging with his legs crossed, wearing his signature wicked smile, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand. Opposite him is the Golden Emperor Guild Tesoro. Tesoro is reclining in a lounge chair, holding a cigar between his fingers, with an arrogant expression. Da Flamingo, I'm very satisfied with this arms deal. Next time you have good goods, remember to notify me right away. Da Flamingo took a sip of red wine, his lips curling into a confident arc. Naturally, Tesoro, you could trust my channels. Of course, I trust your channels, but what about that demon child Lynn.Lynn from the Beast Pirates? Are you planning to swallow your anger? Tesoro's tone shifted, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. Last time he made us suffer such a huge loss. We can't just let this account go. Mentioning Lynn.Lynn, Da Flamingo's smile faded slightly, a deep-seated hatred flashing in his eyes. Last time in Dressrosa, that little brat kicked him away in front of the whole world and stole a devil fruit worth tens of billions. This is the greatest humiliation in the life of Don Quixote da Flamingo. How could I possibly forget this? Da Flamingo put on a smile again, but it was cold and piercing. However, revenge cannot be rushed. Without sufficient strength, any thoughts are just empty talk, regardless of whether it's empty talk or not. As long as that guy falls into my hands one day, I will use gold to cast him into a statue, kneeling forever at the entrance of my golden city. Tesoro was boasting. Just then, blurp, 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 blurp. Doflamingo took out a transponder snail from his pocket, took a glance, and saw it was Virgo's exclusive line. He did not answer immediately, but stood up, intending to leave. Hey, Doflamingo, we're such close allies. Is this how you treat your allies? The Golden Emperor Tesoro's tone was clearly displeased. Doflamingo hesitated for a few seconds. He ultimately chose to sit back down and connected the transponder snail. Virgo, do you have new information? On the other end of the transponder snail, Virgo's urgent and clearly terrified voice came through. Young master, something big has happened. Doflamingo raised an eyebrow. Oh, if it makes you so flustered. It seems the matter is not small. It's about that demon child Lynn.Lynn, that little brat. What happened to him? Has he been captured by the Navy? Doflamingo directly voiced his most desired thought. Tesoro also showed an interested expression. No. Virgo took a deep breath, seemingly trying to calm his emotions. That demon child Lynn.Lynn. He single-handedly challenged the remnants of the red-haired pirates and the white-beard pirates. What? Doflamingo and Tesoro's smiles froze instantly. What did you say? Virgo, you must be mistaken. Doflamingo's voice suddenly rose. Absolutely true, young master. Virgo's voice was heavy. Just not long ago, Kaido brought demon child Lynn in to officially meet with the red-haired pirates and the white-beard pirates. And then that demon child Lynn.Lynn fought with the members of the two Yonko crews. What was the result? Doflamingo and Tesoro asked in unison, their hearts racing. The result is Marco, the vice-captain of Whitebeard, Beckman, the vice-captain of Red-Haired, and Sniper Jesus Burgess, all surrendered. Even Red-Haired Shanks also surrendered voluntarily. Toof. Doflamingo spat out a mouthful of red wine. His signature flamingo sunglasses nearly slipped off his nose. Tesoro shot up from his lounge chair, the cigar in his hand dropping to the ground, scorching the expensive carpet, and he was completely oblivious. No, it's impossible, Doflamingo screamed. His expression twisted beyond recognition. Red-haired Shanks. That Emperor red-haired. He would lose to a little brat, just over a year old. Virgo, have you been drinking? Young master. Absolutely true, Virgo urged. Not only that, before fighting with red-haired, that little brat sank the Navy's Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit and T-Pig's warship with just one move. T-Pig was severely injured and unconscious on the spot. Doflamingo and Tesoro were completely petrified. Their minds went blank. In their heads, only Virgo's terrified voice kept echoing. One move, sank a warship. Severely injured a vice admiral. Single-handedly faced the Emperor red-haired, forcing him to surrender. Is he even human? And Virgo's voice continued. The world government has just issued the latest bounty for Demon Child Lynn.Lynn. The bounty amount, 50 billion berries. Boom! Doflamingo and Tesoro felt as if something exploded in their heads. 50 billion. A bounty on par with Kaido. Big M.O.M. red-haired Whitebeard. That little brat who made them flee in embarrassment and stole their treasure is now a pirate with a bounty of 50 billion. Doflamingo opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found his throat extremely dry, unable to utter a word. The muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably. Tesoro was trembling all over, his eyes filled with boundless fear and despair. Revenge? What the hell can he use to take revenge on a monster with a bounty of 50 billion? That guy could crush them with just a finger. Chapter 59. The world in turmoil. The 7 warlords stunned. At this moment, the entire world was thrown into an uproar because of a newspaper. Morgan's bird-like face was filled with unprecedented excitement. His publication, The World Economic News, announced an unprecedented breaking news on its front page in large font, proclaiming a mind-blowing message to the world. Extra, shocking the world. The meeting of the 3 emperors, a dramatic change in the new world order. Kaido, the demon child Lynn.Lynn, single-handedly fought against the red-haired pirates and the white-beard pirates. For Emperor Shanks actually admitted defeat. The enormous headline, accompanied by a few blurry yet intense battle photos, instantly ignited every sea. What? Is this a joke? That little brat Lynn.Lynn again? He single-handedly challenged 2 major pirate crews. This can't be true. Red-haired Shanks. Admitted defeat? Is this a fairy tale? Countless people rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they saw. In tea houses, taverns, pirate ships, and navy bases, gasps, doubts, and sounds of disbelief echoed endlessly. It was as if the whole world had been thrown into a deep water bomb. And when they saw the other, even more eye-catching news on the newspaper, everyone's brains completely crashed. World government's latest bounty, Demon Child Lynn.Lynn. Bounty amount 5 billion berries. 5 billion. 5 billion. This number, as if possessing magical power, violently impacted everyone's nerves. 5 billion. A tavern owner dropped his wine glass with a crash, shattering it to pieces. I didn't misread it, did I? The same level of bounty as the 4 emperors. That little brat in open crotch pants. 5 billion. The whole world fell silent. After a brief moment of dead silence, a more terrifying uproar ensued. Crazy. This world has completely gone mad. What kind of monster is this demon child Lynn? One against 2 4 emperors. Who can stop the beast pirates now? It's over. It's all over. In the Grand Line, a certain eerie and strange island, the terrifying 3-masted sailing ship of Moria. 5 billion berries. Red-haired Shanks. Admitted defeat? Moria's eyes bulged, and the scissors in his hand clattered to the ground. What a joke. Moria slumped on the throne, cold sweat pouring down. Where did Kaido find such a monstrous being? He had been thinking of making a comeback one day to challenge Kaido again. Now it seems this was nothing but a pipe dream. The position of the 7 warlords. I'm afraid I can no longer continue sitting here. Even being one of the 7 warlords makes Moria feel extremely dangerous. On Amazon Lily, Daughter Island, the Empress Boa Hancock, who had just finished her serious training, strolled back to her palace. Upon arrival, she saw her stunned sister guards, staring at the newspaper in shock. Everyone's faces were filled with astonishment and disbelief. What happened on the sea again? But no matter how big the issue, there is no need to panic. My strength has been rising rapidly, and I can fight even against a marine admiral. This period of serious training has greatly enhanced her strength, giving her the confidence to look down upon the world once more. Hancock, you look. When Hancock took the newspaper, just one glance made her face change dramatically, her pupils shaking. What? Demon Child Lynn.Lynn. Bounty of 5 billion? Hancock was shocked, her face pale. How long has it been since his last bounty of 3 billion? It actually rose to 5 billion. But looking at his achievements, single-handedly fighting against 2 emperor crews, defeating many core members of both the red-haired pirates and the white-beard pirates. Even red-haired Shanks admitted defeat. Red-haired admitted defeat? Hancock was dumbfounded. If she could still catch up to this little brat through training before, now it's such an outrageous record. How could she catch up? On Kuraiko Island, in a damp and cold castle, Dracula Mihawk put down the newspaper in his hand. His sharp, eagle-like eyes were calm and undisturbed. However, the veins in his right hand, gripping the sword, bulged slightly. He stood up and walked toward the door. He needed to ask Shanks, what on earth happened? Just how strong has that little brat become? To make this man, whom he acknowledged, voluntarily admit defeat. In a certain secret base, Revolutionary Army officer Bartholomew Kuma sat in the corner with his gigantic figure. The officers were shouting in a frenzy. No need to panic. The appearance of Demon Child Lynn.Lynn may not be a bad thing for our Revolutionary Army. Dragon also held a newspaper, his eyes flickering. His current brilliance has surpassed all 4 emperors, and the world's government will certainly turn its attention towards Demon Child Lynn.Lynn. This is a good opportunity for us to continue developing. Upon hearing this, the officer's eyes lit up. Yes, this way they would have the chance to liberate more countries. In a new world, on a deserted island, the Blackbeard pirates were all dumbfounded. Ha ha, Captain, this newspaper, I sent you wrong, right? Poison Q adjusted his glasses, his voice a bit shaky. 5 billion. Red-haired admitted defeat. Van Augur wiped the sweat from his forehead, his grip on the sniper rifle trembling. Champion Sheree Sabashes gaped, unable to close his mouth for a long time. What the hell? How can we catch up now? I was still thinking of getting revenge on him. This little brat has directly risen to the top. Even Blackbeard Teach had shock and confusion written all over his face. One person against the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates, and heavily injuring the cadres of both Emperor crews? Red-haired admitted defeat. Teach felt that he recognized every word, but together they seemed incredibly absurd. No one understood the value of the two Emperor crews better than him. No one understood the terrifying strength of red-haired better than him. Even with the dark fruit, he had to avoid the white-beard pirates. This little brat not only openly challenged them, but also won. Escaped unscathed? What a joke. Just then, Teach, it seems you've run into something incredible. A lazy voice tinged with mockery rang out. Teach raised an eyebrow and looked at the newcomer. The other officers quickly became alert. Ace, how did you find this place? Did you come here specifically for me? Ace's eyes gradually turned cold. Do you think so? Teach, Ace said coldly, killing comrades, stealing fruits. Do you think you could be forgiven? Upon hearing this, Teach laughed instead of getting angry. Ha ha ha. Captain Ace, you are mistaken. What is a traitor? Good birds choose good trees to perch on. Wise ministers choose the right lord to serve. Isn't that normal? He pointed at Ace and then at the sky. Look at the world now. Lynn.Lynn, a little brat, just over a year old, with a bounty of 5 billion. Even red-haired Shanks has fallen under him. What does this signify? It signifies that the times have changed. Ace, the Whitebeard pirates? Long outdated. Even Whitebeard himself is old. If he can't suppress the rise of a little brat, what future does he have? Teach's voice was filled with seduction. Join me, Ace, with your strength and my dark fruit. Together we can create a brand new era. At that time, whatever magic child Lynn.Lynn, whatever the four emperors, will all become our stepping stones. Ace, upon hearing this, laughed in anger. Shut up, Teach, you despicable and shameless little man. How dare you mention my father's name? How dare you mention Lynn.Lynn? I will never sink to your level. Teach. Fire fist. A massive flaming fist slammed towards Teach. Ha ha. You're just in time. My plan can be implemented even more perfectly. A hint of malice flashed in Teach's eyes. Dark water. Dense darkness surged from Teach's hands, meeting Ace's flames. Boom! On Bonero Island, a fateful showdown began. On the other side, on Onigashima, Lynn.Lynn, who had been asleep for several days, slowly awakened. His eyelids felt as heavy as if filled with lead, and he struggled to open them, revealing a giant dragon face grinning from ear to ear. Ora-ho-ho-ho! Kaido's iconic maniacal laughter exploded in Lynn.Lynn's ears like thunder. Lynn.Lynn, you finally woke up? Come and take a look at your bounty poster, 50 billion. A full 50 billion, higher than mine. Ha ha. Chapter 60. New system task. More perverse than the last. 50 billion. Lynn was a bit confused. A freshly printed bounty notice was suddenly shoved into Lynn's face. The bounty notice depicted him with 8 gates opened, surrounded by a blood-red aura, looking like a demonic god. Incredibly domineering, and the string of zeros below made one dizzy. 50 billion berries. La 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 la. 50 billion. My son, 50 billion. Kaido was laughing so hard that saliva was flying everywhere, his massive dragon head shaking excitedly. Lord Lynn is awesome. 50 billion. Just over a year old. And already 50 billion, surpassing Roger is just a matter of time, right? Roger? What does that even count for? What 4 emperors, what world government? All of it is nonsense. The Beast Pirates are #1 in the world. Jin, Queen, and Jack, the 3 major figures, along with countless gifted ones around them, were all blushing, shouting loudly, their eyes filled with fervor and admiration as they looked at Lynn. The entire Onigashima was completely hyped up because of this bounty notice. The world government must be eyeing me for real. Lynn blinked, still a bit dazed. Just then, a cold and familiar notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully observing the friendly meeting between the red-haired Shanks of the 4 emperors and Kaido of the Beast Pirates, and deeply participating in it. Task: witness the dual Emperor Storm. 1-1. Completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the task reward. Massive stamina points. A warm current instantly spread throughout his body. The extreme fatigue from continuously opening the Death Gate, using Night Kai, and the final magic cannon that drained everything, melted away rapidly like snow under the sun. Every cell was filled with vitality again. Lynn felt like he could take on 10, no, 2 Beckmans in one breath. Congratulations to the host for receiving the task reward. Susanoo, beginner, upgraded to Susanoo, intermediate. Susanoo, intermediate bone structure and meridian density significantly increased. Energy armor defense greatly enhanced. Body size control improved. Energy consumption slightly reduced. With a thought, a heavier and denser feeling surged from the depths of his soul. The defense of the intermediate Susanoo must be stronger than before by at least one tier. No longer would he have to worry about Beckman cracking him with a few shots. Kaido was still there drooling as he boasted about his son's great achievements, describing the red-haired pirates as utterly weak, even claiming that Shanks had willingly bowed down. Lynn silently rolled his eyes. However, before he could fully enjoy the comfort of his stamina recovery and the joy of Susanoo's upgrade, the system's voice rang out again. Ding! Detected a qualitative leap in host strength. The world influence has soared unprecedentedly. A new series of epic challenge tasks have been unlocked. Lynn's heart skipped a beat. Here it comes, that familiar feeling. Every time after an upgrade, the dog system wouldn't let him rest. Series Challenge Task 1. Emperor's Litmus Test. Task requirements. In a one-on-one situation, defeat a Marine Admiral level or above combatant head-on, 0-1. Task reward. Massive stamina points. Intermediate Susanoo will directly upgrade to Advanced Susanoo. Lynn. One-on-one. Defeat a character above Admiral level head-on. That would be the 4 Emperors, and Akainu, Kizaru, Akiji, those ruthless people. The difficulty is off the charts. This isn't just a contest or sparring. It's about defeating. To knock someone like Akainu or Kizaru out of combat completely. Even Kaido might not be able to do it. The difficulty is unimaginable. However, now that he could contend with Shanks, defeating an admiral might not be impossible. Moreover, the advanced Susanoo. That defense, just thinking about it, makes him drool. His small fists unconsciously clenched. Let's do it. Series Challenge Task 2. Hellish 7-Day Tour. Task requirements. Actively get captured by the Navy and ensure that you are successfully imprisoned in the 6th level of Impel Down, Infinite Hell. After this, the host must survive safely for at least 7 natural days in Infinite Hell, 7 days. Task reward. Massive Conqueror's Haki reserves. The consumption of the magic cannon skill, stamina, and Haki will be permanently reduced by 50. Lynn almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What the hell? Actively getting captured and being sent to the 6th level of Impel Down. Stay for 7 days. Dog system, are you crazy? What kind of place is Infinite Hell? It's where the legendary great pirates are imprisoned. A hell on earth. And stay for 7 days. For 7 days. He must be fixed on the 6th level and can't move. This means the 3 Marine Admirals, Garp, Sengoku, and even the Gorosei can surround him and bombard him without any scruples. After all, he now has a bounty of 50 billion. Neither the world government nor the Navy could allow him to live. With this arrangement, would his life even be safe? Lynn's small face instantly fell. Although the reward was tempting, the massive Conqueror's Haki was secondary. The key was the 50 reduction in the consumption of the magic cannon. It's known that his current magic cannon is powerful, but the consumption is equally terrifying, especially the kind that merges with the power of the Death Gate. After a few shots, he would be out of commission. If the consumption could be halved, his sustained combat ability would definitely skyrocket. Series Challenge Task 3. Victory Escape. Task requirements. Based on the successful completion of the Hellish 7-Day Tour task, the host must use their own strength to escape successfully from the 6th level of Impel Down, Infinite Hell, and completely shake off the Navy's pursuit, safely leaving the waters of Impel Down. Task reward. The host's physical quality will receive an epic enhancement. The stamina consumption of the 8 Gates of Death will be permanently reduced by 50. Lynn's mouth twitched. This system is truly insane. Making him sit in prison for 7 days and then escape? Does he think the 6th level of Impel Down is a public restroom? Come and go as he pleases? If he were just an ordinary small pirate, maybe it wouldn't be a problem. But he now has a bounty of 50 billion. The Navy and the world government would definitely set up the most stringent and exaggerated guard arrangements for him. In this situation, the difficulty of this task is 100 times higher than just being caught for 7 days. However, this reward indeed made Lynn a bit tempted. Epic enhancement of physical quality. A further 50 reduction in the consumption of the 8 gates of death. What does this mean? It means that in the future, opening the death gate might be used as a regular state. Continuous night, Kai, is not a dream. Dog system, you are forcing me to risk my life. Series Challenge Task 4, Helmsman of Destiny. What the hell? There's a 4th task? Task requirements. In the near future, during the upcoming top war that will affect the entire world pattern, the host must forcibly intervene with their own will and successfully mediate this war. Prevent the full-scale war between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy headquarters and the 7 warlords of the sea from escalating further, significantly reducing casualties on both sides. Task reward. A brand new, mysterious ability. Lynn was completely speechless. The top war? Mediation? And significantly reduce casualties? What is he now? A little kid, just over a year old. Although he has a bounty of 50 billion and can fight Shanks evenly. But what kind of scene is the top war? The elite of the Whitebeard crew. The Navy headquarters pouring out in full force. Plus a group of scheming warlords. It's like God's fighting. A little kid going to mediate? He would probably just be treated as a target. Lynn's little face scrunched up. These 4 tasks are all more twisted than the last. Each one more outrageous than the other. It's like writing the words, seeking death on his face. Chapter 61. News of Victory. Lynn's single strike defeats Yamato. Blackbeard wants a trade ace. Report. Report to Governor Kaido. Lord Lynn's fame shocks the seas. Lord Jin's first team has just conquered the Kingdom of Odyssey in the North Sea. Those self-proclaimed noble royals and knights, who used to stubbornly resist, immediately knelt in submission when they heard Lord Lynn would come personally if they did not surrender, willing to tribute to the beast pirates every year. The Kingdom of Odyssey surrendered without a fight. Report. Wherever Lord Queen's 6th team goes, no one dares to stop them. In the West Seas Flower Country, those once arrogant mafia alliances, upon learning that the beast pirates flag bore a 5 billion bounty for Lord Lynn and that he might come in person, immediately expressed their willingness to submit and offered all their wealth, just begging Lord Lynn not to show up. They even threw their weapons on the ground, not daring to resist at all. Report. Lord Jack's 17th team is sweeping through the South Sea. The Navy is terrified. Previously, they were a tough nut to crack, but now their morale is shattered, and they lack fighting spirit. Without much engagement, 3 main battleships were directly sunk. Even the vice admiral from the Navy headquarters was so scared that he retreated. In just a few days, news of victory keeps coming. Each report fuels the morale of the beast pirates, causing those already celebrating with pride over Lynn's 5 billion bounty to erupt in even louder cheers. Kaido is grinning from ear to ear since taking Lynn as his adopted son. His smiles over the past few days could almost match all the joy of his first half of life. He grabs the huge wine gourd beside him and takes a big swig, the liquor flowing down the corner of his mouth. Did you see that? This is the power of my son's 5 billion bounty. The name of the demon child Lynn is now even more intimidating than mine. Kaido. As a father, seeing my son achieve greater success than I have, that sense of comfort, satisfaction, and pride, it's indescribably exhilarating. Even more thrilling than Kaido himself going into a fight. Congratulations, Governor Kaido. Long live young Master Lynn. Everyone's gaze towards Lynn is filled with fervor. However, Lynn himself feels quite indifferent. While Maria feeds him grapes, he enjoys Fuzz giving him a calf massage, feeling incredibly comfortable. It's just that the system task has him a bit worried about how to complete it. Just then, an untimely voice abruptly rang out. Stop it, Father. A tall figure holding a spiked club, wearing a demon mask, rushed into the great hall. Yamato. The previously lively atmosphere suddenly cooled down significantly. The boisterous laughter and cheers were suppressed as if by an invisible hand. Everyone's attention focused on Yamato, filled with confusion and a hint of impatience. But no one dared to openly express their anger. Young Master Lynn is a son. This Yamato is also a son. They couldn't offend either. You have caused too much slaughter, invaded too many countries. This glory gained through plunder and fear is fundamentally wrong. Yamato pointed at the reveling crowd, her voice filled with anger and disappointment, sounding particularly jarring amidst the clamor. Kaido's expression instantly shifted from joy to rage, his huge dragon eyes spitting out terrifying fury. And the Conqueror's Haki, surrounding him, made the air feel heavy. You unfilial child. What foolishness are you spouting again? What do you understand? This is the world of pirates. The weak are prey to the strong. The strong are honored. Kaido suddenly stood up, raising the 8 precepts in his hand high. With a sound of breaking air, the terrifying momentum instantly enveloped the entire Great Hall, causing some weaker users to shiver involuntarily. Today, I will beat some sense into you. You self-proclaimed Kazuki Oden, just as the terrifying Spike Club was about to come down. Father, a tender voice gently echoed. Lynn, beside the throne, merely lifted his eyelids, his small body not even moving. Kaido's mountain-cracking motion abruptly halted in midair, the 8 precepts hovering above Yamato's head, the gust blowing her hair wildly. He turned to look at Lynn, his rage subsiding a bit, replaced by a puzzled expression, as if asking, Lynn, what's wrong? Everyone held their breath, unsure of what Lynn was going to do. Could it be Lynn is also going to advise Governor Kaido like this unfilial daughter? Yamato saw Kaido stop, and hope ignited in her eyes. She looked at Lynn, her tone excited, as if she saw a savior. Lynn, you also think father is wrong. Right, let's persuade him together. Let him stop this endless fighting. We just want to live peacefully in Wano. She thought she had found her only ally. However, Lynn merely tilted his small head, his dark eyes calmly looking at her. Sister, you defend. His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable sense of command. What? Yamato was taken aback, not understanding the meaning of this statement. The next second, Lynn's chubby little finger gently lifted. At his fingertip, a heart-pounding purple energy instantly condensed, carrying a destructive aura, emitting a low hum in the air. Whoosh! A small purple spiral beam shot out with lightning speed. It tore through the air with a sharp shriek, heading straight for Yamato's body. Yamato's pupils constricted, an extreme sense of crisis enveloping her. Instinctively, she crossed the spike club in front of her chest, covering her entire body with armament Haki, dark as ink. Boom! The purple beam struck solidly against the spike club. There was no violent explosion, only a dull thud. Yamato felt an unimaginable, terrifying force penetrate through the spiked club, instantly coursing through her entire being. She tasted blood in her throat, as if struck by a speeding sea king, and was sent flying. A mouthful of hot blood spurted from her mouth, trailing a line of blood in the air. She slammed heavily against the distant wall, creating spiderweb-like cracks in the hard surface before sliding down to the ground, the spike club slipping from her hand with a clang. The hall fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed at this scene. Fear, confusion, and a hint of frenzied excitement. Lynn retracted his finger, his dark eyes calm and unruffled. His childish yet chilling voice echoed in the great hall, every word clear and audible. Strength comes before empty words. Kazuki Oden is just a waste, concise and to the point, yet every word struck at the heart. After a brief silence, Kaido erupted into a more thunderous laugh than ever before. Ora ho ho ho. Well said, son. So well said. Kaido excitedly danced around, his massive dragon head leaning close to Lynn, rubbing against his small face. Did you hear that? Kazuki Oden is a waste. Lord Lynn is right. Waste Kazuki Oden. Long live Lord Lynn. The members of the Beast Pirates erupted in cheers like a tsunami again, their eyes towards Lynn filled with admiration, respect, and devotion. Young Master Lynn not only demonstrated vision, but also showcased absolute strength capable of severely injuring young Master Yamato with just a casual move. Yamato struggled to stand, clutching her chest, coughing violently. She looked at Lynn, her eyes filled with shock, confusion, and a deep sense of helplessness. Could it be? Am I really wrong? In the past, Yamato would have been steadfast. But now, even a little kid who has only been in the Beast Pirates for a short time, just over a year old, finds her thoughts ridiculous. This inevitably causes her to waver slightly. At this moment, a careful informant approached. He glanced at the fallen Yamato, then at the celebrating crowd, and finally focused his gaze on Kaido. Governor Kaido, Lord Lynn, here is the recent confidential intelligence regarding the Navy. He handed over a stack of documents. Akainu, Akiji, Garp. Kizaru. Secret mobilization. Banero Island? After Kaido skimmed through it and found nothing of interest, he casually tossed the intelligence aside, his tone clearly impatient. Boring. However, the speaker was indifferent while the listener was attentive. Lynn's dark eyes instantly lit up. Banero Island? Isn't that where Blackbeard defeated Ace? If Kizaru is going there can only be one possibility, trading Fire Fist Ace with Blackbeard. Thinking of this, Lynn couldn't help but feel delighted, because he thought of a system task. Series Challenge Task 1, Imperial Touchstone. Task requirement: defeat a Navy Headquarters Admiral level or above character in a one-on-one situation. 0-1. Alone Kizaru. Isn't this a perfect delivered to him task target? Chapter 62. Blackbeard wants to sell a secret. Lynn. I know. Father. Immediately, Lynn tugged at Kaido's pant leg, raising his chubby little face. It's stuffy here. I want to go out and play. The tender voice was clearly audible in the Great Hall. Kaido, who had just been laughing uncontrollably at Lynn teaching Yamato a lesson, froze for a moment. He lowered his massive dragon head, lantern-like dragon eyes looking at Lynn, filled with indulgence. Go on, play. Oh ha ho ho ho. Of course you can. Kaido showed no hesitation, waving his hand grandly. My son, Kaido, can go wherever he wants. The Navy? The world government? Oh ho ho ho. They'd be so scared when they see your bounty that they'd wet their pants. Kaido gently lifted Lynn and placed him on his shoulder. Go ahead, son. Go turn the sea upside down. Let those self-proclaimed righteous fools witness the might of our beast pirates. Kaido had absolute confidence in Lynn's strength. Being able to hold his own against Shanks, there were very few in this sea who could threaten his son. The mere Navy wanting to deal with Lynn was just a delusion. New World, Banero Island. The originally picturesque town was now in ruins. Broken walls, charred land, the air filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood, all telling of the fierce battle that had just taken place here. In the center of the island, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach was grinning widely, showing off his signature crooked teeth, emitting an extremely uncomfortable laugh. Heh. Captain Ace, don't look at me with that kind of gaze. In front of him, Fire Fist Ace, covered in injuries and tightly bound by sea stone chains, was glaring at him with fiery eyes. Teach, you traitor. Scum. Ace gritted his teeth, each word squeezed out like it was through clenched teeth. Dad will never let you go. Heh. Dad? Teach laughed, even more joyfully, walking up to Ace and patting his cheek with his fat hand. Times have changed, Ace. The era of Whitebeard has long since ended, and I will be the one to usher in the new era. Heh. Just then, oh, you're Blackbeard Teach. A lazy voice, dragging out the last syllable, came from a distance. Everyone sensed a powerful aura approaching. They quickly turned their heads. A flash of golden light appeared. The Marine Headquarters Admiral, Kizaru Borsellino, stood before them. With his hands in his pockets and a trademark lewd smile on his face, he pushed up his tinted sunglasses. This is quite the big catch. The 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Kizaru's gaze swept over the bound Ace, exaggerating his tone. Heh. Of course. Blackbeard laughed proudly. Your Shichibukai position has already been approved by the world government. In just a few days, it will be announced to the world. This is your warlord ID. Kizaru casually tossed a black pass into Blackbeard's hand. Great. Also, Admiral Kizaru. Blackbeard's tone shifted, his eyes glinting with greed. I have a secret here. A earth-shattering secret that will shock the entire world. He rubbed his fingers together, making an internationally recognized gesture. This secret, I'm only selling for 1 billion berries. How about it? Definitely worth more than that for you Marines. Oh, Kizaru raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What secret? Since it's a secret, of course. I can't just say it directly. Otherwise, how could it be a secret? But I can guarantee with my life that once you know it, you'll be so shocked you won't be able to close your mouth. Seeing Blackbeard's mysterious demeanor, Kizaru stopped rambling. He took out a golden din mushi and slowly dialed. Click. Moshi Moshi, Admiral Sengoku. At the Marine Headquarters, in the Admiral's office. Sengoku frowned upon hearing Kizaru's distinctive voice. Borsellino, how's the situation? Oh yes, very smoothly. Kizaru elongated his tone. Blackbeard has already captured Fire Fist Ace, but he also wants to make an extra deal with us. He wants to exchange a secret for 1 billion berries. What? Sengoku suddenly stood up, and Carp and Tsuru in the office also turned to look. 1 billion berries? Had they gone mad? Sengoku exclaimed angrily. A secret? What makes it worth 1 billion? Sengoku. Carp's expression turned serious. A strong sense of unease rising in his heart. That bastard. 1 billion is 1 billion. Sengoku, seeing Carp's reaction, felt a sinking feeling in his heart as well, but still spoke into the Den Mushi. Ask him, what exactly is the secret, if he's lying to us? Don't be polite to him. Kizaru pointed the Den Mushi at Blackbeard. Heh, Admiral Sengoku, you can rest assured that I am a person of great integrity. Blackbeard cleared his throat, excitement and pride bubbling on his face. He knew that once this secret was revealed, not to mention 1 billion, the entire world would be at his mercy. He was about to speak. Just at that critical moment, a tender yet crystal clear voice, with a peculiar penetrating quality, suddenly resonated throughout Banero Island. No need to ask. I know. Everyone present, including the marine high-ups on the other end of the Den Mushi, froze. Who is speaking? Blackbeard's arrogant smile froze on his face. Kizaru's lazy expression also vanished, his eyes instantly sharpening. The bound ace suddenly looked up, his face filled with shock. Everyone turned towards the voice. They saw a little kid wearing split-crotch pants, with a pacifier in his mouth, standing there in midair, having appeared there out of nowhere. His dark eyes calmly scanned everyone present. Finally, they landed on Kizaru. He was the one he was most interested in. Chapter 63. 1 billion berries in hand, Lynn. Kizaru, stay here and play with me. Kizaru's pupils instantly narrowed to the extreme. His gaze, no longer the usual nonchalance, was filled with unprecedented caution and wariness. He adjusted his sunglasses, and the seemingly lewd expression on his face now revealed an unfathomable seriousness. Oh. His usually exaggerated tone was now filled with incredulous shock. You're the demon child. Lynn. Kizaru assessed Lynn, the 50 billion berry bounty criminal who had recently stirred the winds and waves of the sea. Clearly just a little kid. He showed no hint of intimidation. Yet he made Kizaru dare not underestimate him. Naval Headquarters, Marshal's office. On the other end of the Den Mushi, Sengoku and Garp felt their hearts stop when they heard that name. Is it him? That monster with a bounty of 50 billion. How could he be here? Demon Child Lynn, how did you get here? Blackbeard was terrified, instinctively retreating several steps to stand with his crew. Despite his efforts to suppress his anxiety and remain calm, his slightly trembling large hands betrayed his current emotions. After all, the shadow of being kicked away by Lynn last time was still fresh in his mind. The officers of the Blackbeard Pirates, including Poison Q, Van Augur, and Shirash's basis, all had their pupils constricted, alarm bells ringing in their hearts. They quickly raised their weapons, taking a combat stance, their expressions extremely serious and showing undeniable vigilance and deep apprehension. This little kid is a monster who could even force back the red-haired. Just one move would be enough to make them drink a pot of trouble. Ace also recognized the newcomer. He assessed this so-called demon child Lynn, who was supposedly the son of Kaido. A small body, a tender face, still sucking on a pacifier. However, this seemingly harmless little brat had recently stirred up a storm. He had heard that this little brat had beaten Don Quixote da Flamingo to the ground in Dressrosa. He also heard that this little brat had forced back the red-haired and heavily injured a marine admiral candidate with a bounty of 50 billion. Ace's heart trembled. He couldn't understand how a child just over a year old could possess such terrifying power. He stared at Lynn with a complicated expression, unsure if this little brat's appearance was a blessing or a curse. However, Lynn completely ignored Blackbeard. He just looked at Ace and, in a babyish voice, enunciated a world-shattering statement. Fire Fist Ace. No, it's Gold Ace, the son of the Pirate King, Gold Roger. Boom! At that moment, it was as if the entire world had been muted. The sinister smile on Blackbeard's face froze completely, replaced by boundless shock and rage. His eyes bulged, staring intently at Lynn as if he wanted to devour him whole. This opportunity, which he had worked hard to obtain, even betraying others for, was so casually revealed to the public by a pacifier-sucking brat. Kizaru's sunglasses almost slipped off his face. His narrow eyes were now wide open, filled with extreme shock and disbelief. Ace was struck by lightning, his mind blank, and his body stiff. He suddenly looked up, fixing an intense gaze on Lynn, filled with anger, confusion, and despair. Naval Headquarters. The Lynn.Lynn Mushi perfectly mimicked Sengoku's face, which was twisted in extreme shock. Snap! The Sunbae in Garp's hand fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. His face, always wearing an unserious smile, was now ashen. This. Sengoku's furious face turned pale in an instant. He suddenly turned his head, his eyes like two swords, fixed on Garp. Garp! Sengoku let out a beast-like roar, the anger in his voice nearly lifting the ceiling of the entire office. Is what this little brat said true? Ace is not your grandson. He is Roger's son? Answer me. Garp did not respond. He merely sighed silently, as if he had exhausted all his strength. But that already said it all. Bastard. Sengoku gritted his teeth. No wonder you suddenly had a grandson back then. I thought it was real. Garp, you bastard. You deceived us all. Do you know? What a good thing you have done. Garp remained silent. The air in the office was suffocating. Sengoku took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his churning emotions. He spoke to the Lynn.Lynn Mushi in an unquestionable commanding tone, growling. Borsellino, listen, 1 billion berries, give it to him. Then, at all costs, no matter what method, you must bring Gold Ace back alive. This is a death order. Banero Island. The atmosphere had frozen to a breaking point. Clearly, this matter was known only to those who had been on the ship for at least 10 years. How did this little brat know about it? Blackbeard Teach's twisted face had muscles twitching wildly. While confused, he was also filled with rage. Furious. Extremely furious. His heart felt like it was going to ignite and explode with anger. That was his bargaining chip, the biggest trump card he had to negotiate with the world government, and soar to the skies. Now it was casually exposed by this little brat. He wanted to kill. He wanted to tear this little kid in open-crotch pants to pieces. But he didn't dare. He didn't even have the courage to move a finger. The shadow of the 50 billion bounty hung over him like the sword of Damocles. He could only watch helplessly as his greatest achievement, his biggest opportunity, was forcefully taken away by someone else. Money. Lynn stretched out his chubby little hand, tilting his head toward Kizaru. Mine. The two words were said in a babyish tone, but carried an air of undeniable dominance. Upon hearing those two words, Blackbeard let out a suppressed roar from his throat, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood, as if stealing his achievements wasn't enough. Now he wanted to steal his money too. This is outrageous. Simply outrageous. Poison Q, Van Augur, and others also had ashen faces, daring to be angry but not able to speak. Oh dear. Kizaru adjusted his sunglasses, a lazy smile returning to his lewd face. Of course, since this earth-shattering secret came from your mouth, the money must be paid to you. However, I don't have that much on me. I'll have to wait for my warship to arrive. Is that okay, Lord Lynn? Lynn nodded in agreement. Kizaru took out a Lynn.Lynn Mushi to call for the warship to come over. But when the warship approached, the Navy on board discovered the situation here. When they saw the infamous demon child Lynn on the scene, the entire warship erupted in chaos. Demon child Lynn. Why is he here? The Navy stood on high alert. But before the warship could dock, Kizaru flashed over, grabbed a box, and flashed back. Lord Lynn, this is for you. The box arced through the air and landed steadily in Lynn's hands. Lynn opened it, took a glance, and nodded in satisfaction. The Navy personnel all looked at each other, unsure of what was happening. How did Admiral Kizaru end up making a deal with the kid, Lynn? Seeing this, Kizaru didn't hesitate any longer, turning to leave with Ace in tow. The deal was done, and we in the Navy should take our important prisoner back. Blackbeard noticed and hurriedly followed. Take us with you. I'm a warlord now. We're allies. The officers of the Blackbeard pirates also followed closely. No one wanted to stay behind. The intimidation from the kid Lynn made them not dare to step out of the Admiral's range for even a second, fearing that the next moment, this little brat might suddenly attack and take them all out. Oh, that's fine. I still need you to provide some details about Fire Fist Ace. Blackbeard and the others felt as if they had been granted amnesty and quickly followed along. However, at that moment, wait a minute. Lynn's voice rang out again. Kizaru's figure suddenly paused. Blackbeard and the others froze as well. He slowly turned around, and for the first time his eyes behind the glasses revealed a sharp glint. Oh, Lynn, is there something else? Kizaru's tone remained lazy, but the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became tense. Blackbeard and the others felt a tightening in their hearts. What's going on? Does this kid want to take Ace too? That would mean a full-blown war with the Navy. Ace was also stunned, looking at the small figure with a puzzled expression. But Lynn's next words left everyone present, including the Navy high-ups on the other end of the transponder snail, in shock. You can take him. Lynn pointed at Ace. Hearing this, Kizaru visibly relaxed. But Lynn's next sentence completely froze the expression on his face. However, Lynn's little finger pointed at Kizaru. Excitement flickered in his dark eyes. You have to play with me. Chapter 64. Kizaru cuts off his own arm? Even office workers have their limits. Accompany him for some fun? The smile on Kizaru's face, for the first time, truly froze. His eyes, which were always half closed, widened slightly, and the gaze behind the lenses was sharp enough to pierce the heart. Oh, Kizaru's tone remained lazy and infuriating, but anyone could hear the hidden danger and a hint of astonishment within it. This joke is not funny at all. Let's put an end to today's events for the good of both parties. This is a refusal. It's also a warning. The air around seemed to be sucked out in that instant. On the ruins of Bonero Island, there was a deathly silence. Blackbeard Teach and his crew dared not breathe. Their eyes wide open, cold sweat trickling down their temples. Play around? Playing around with an admiral? What kind of twisted logic does this kid have? Doesn't he know that this seemingly lecherous man in front of him is one of the highest combat powers of the world government? Borsellino, in the transponder snail. Sengoku's furious roar suddenly erupted. Don't waste time with him. Evacuate with GOLD. Ace immediately. Don't provoke that demon child Lynn. Sengoku's heart was almost jumping out of his throat. One red-haired Shanks was already enough of a headache. Now, this demon child Lynn is an unpredictable madman. Who knows what earth-shattering thing he might do next? Lynn Kizaru took a deep breath, and his smile turned somewhat cynical again. I have a very important task at hand. I'm afraid I can't play with you anymore. He tried to decline in a polite tone. However, is that so? Lynn tilted his little head, his dark eyes showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. That's really a pity. In the next moment, Lynn's gaze landed on Kizaru's right shoulder. No words, no movements. His dark eyes suddenly turned into a strange blood red, and a peculiar kaleidoscope pattern appeared. Buzz! A cluster of pitch-black flames suddenly ignited on Kizaru's right shoulder without warning. Kizaru raised an eyebrow. He felt a heat, but did not immediately show pain. The black flames, like maggots, frantically devoured his light particles, emitting a sizzling, eerie sound. Kizaru's body was made of light elements, and flames shouldn't have such an effect on him. But at this moment, that black fire clung to his right shoulder like a living thing. And no matter how he twisted, he could not shake it off. His signature lecherous smile faded a bit, replaced by an unprecedented scrutiny and seriousness. Oh dear, Kizaru elongated his tone. What is this? Strange flame? Does it also have the effect of Haki? Immediately, he raised his large palm, covered in armament Haki. He slapped down directly, trying to extinguish the black fire. However, after he raised his hand, the black fire was completely unaffected. What surprised Kizaru even more was that his palm, which was covered in armament Haki, was also tainted by that eerie black flame. What kind of sorcery is this? Damn it, what kind of monster is that little brat? Is this the worth of a 5 billion bounty? Truly terrifying. The cadres of the Blackbeard pirates turned pale, their eyes wide with fear. They didn't even see how Lynn made his move. Just a glance. An admiral was actually set on fire out of nowhere. Moreover, the flames were black. The flames could even burn an elemental Kizaru. Not only that, but the admiral couldn't extinguish the black flames directly, and other places were also infected because of contact with the black flames. Even though they were all strong individuals, none of them had seen such a horrifyingly bizarre technique. Captain, it's that black fire again. Basis was terrified. Shut up. I know that for sure. Blackbeard Teach's arrogant smile had completely vanished. He stared fixedly at Lynn, his large palm trembling uncontrollably. The shadow that had been burned before made him feel a lingering pain. That bone-chilling burning pain, he didn't want to experience it a second time. Admiral Kizaru, hurry. Use Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki can dispel this black fire. Blackbeard Teach seemed to think of something and shouted urgently. However, Kizaru's expression became even uglier. Conqueror's Haki? I don't have that. There's no other way. Kizaru made a decisive decision, a ruthless look flashing in his eyes. He suddenly raised his left hand, transforming it into a light sword, and slashed fiercely at his burning right shoulder. Swish! A flash of golden light passed. His right arm, engulfed in black flames, was forcibly severed by himself. The severed arm turned into dots of light particles in midair, but the black flames still burned on those light particles, relentless. Not yet finished. He used his other hand to neatly cut off the ignited wrist as well. Kizaru's figure instantly retreated dozens of meters, the severed arm flashing with light as a new arm and wrist quickly materialized. Looking at the severed arm and wrist on the ground, as the light particles disappeared, the black flames finally dissipated reluctantly. Borsalino, are you okay? In the transponder snail, Sengoku's voice was filled with anxiety and disbelief. What did that little brat do to you? Oh dear, Kizaru gasped, looking at the still expressionless little brat in the distance, his eyes filled with wariness. Truly, a terrifying ability. Just a glance can leave one utterly defenseless. This kind of flame, probably not many people in the entire sea could deal with it. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood his meaning. If it weren't for his elementalization ability, he would have had to pay the price of at least one arm and one wrist. While Demon Child Lynn had only looked at him, at the Navy headquarters in the Marshal's office, Sengoku and Garp's expressions were beyond description. Salt, horror, and a deep sense of powerlessness. Is this the monster with a 5 billion bounty? Even an admiral, and a formidable one like Kizaru, was so helpless in front of him? Little brat. Kizaru's voice, for the first time, carried a hint of true anger. His face, which was always adorned with a lazy smile, was now dark enough to drip water. Even if I'm an office worker, I have my own temper, not to mention, as an admiral, being forced to cut off my own arm by you. This humiliation, I fear, cannot be easily settled today. Before he finished speaking, whoosh, Kizaru's figure suddenly transformed into a dazzling golden light, instantly disappearing from his spot. In the next second, he had appeared behind Lynn, fast to the extreme, surpassing the limits of human dynamic vision. Lightspeed kick, Kizaru's right leg, shining with golden light, kicked towards Lynn's head with a terrifying whistle that could tear through the air. This kick was enough to kick apart a small mountain. He wants this ignorant little brat to pay a price as severe as his severed arm. However, just as Kizaru's toes were about to touch Lynn's small body, a huge purple skeleton made entirely of pure energy erupted from within Lynn, completely enveloping his tiny frame. The skeleton wielded a long knife, its ribcage fierce and exuding a demonic aura. Susanoo, boom! Kizaru's lightspeed kick, capable of destroying everything, struck solidly against the purple energy ribcage. A terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions. The ground around them was instantly cracked with gaping chasms. The members of the Blackbeard pirates were blown about, struggling to maintain their footing. However, the deep purple skeletal frame only swayed slightly. A fine crack appeared at the point where Kizaru's lightspeed kick hit. That was all. Lynn stood at the center of Susanoo, his small face still calm, not even blinking an eye. Chapter 65. Did the demon cannon nearly kill the admiral? Kizaru unleashes his ultimate move. WH. What? Kizaru's pupils once again shrank violently. Looking at the gigantic skeleton enveloping Lynn, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Although his lightspeed kick wasn't a particularly terrifying move, it shouldn't have been so easily blocked, right? Moreover, it only caused a trivial crack. What astonishing defensive power is this? WH. What kind of monster ability is this? Blackbeard Teach and his cadre were completely dumbfounded at this moment. Their mouths were agape, and their eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. To block the full force strike of Marine Admiral Kizaru. Actually, so effortlessly. This demon child Lynn. Is he even human? Lynn remained standing in the center of Susanoo, his small face calm and unruffled. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, merely turning his dark eyes towards Kizaru. Your turn. After you finish. Then his chubby little fingers slowly rose. A heart-pounding purple energy began to wildly condense at his fingertip. The spiraling energy emitted a low humming sound, as if some terrifying existence was about to awaken. Not good. Kizaru's heart raced with alarm. The energy fluctuation made every cell in his body scream danger. He had no doubt that this strike could seriously injure him. This momentum. What is going on? Blackbeard Teach's voice trembled slightly. The others behind him, such as Poison Q and Van Oka, were so frightened that they instinctively looked for a place to hide. Ace also widened his eyes, clearly sensing the destructive power contained in that purple energy. Whoosh! A meticulously condensed purple spiral beam suddenly shot out from Lynn's fingertip. Demon Cannon. The speed of the beam exceeded the limit of the naked eye. The air was instantly torn apart, emitting a piercing shriek. Kizaru's pupils contracted sharply. Without thinking, his body instantly transformed into countless light points. Dodging to the side at maximum speed, he couldn't take the risk. His pride in light speed seemed somewhat inadequate at this moment. The purple beam grazed the spot where Kizaru had just stood, flashing past and shooting straight towards the distant sea. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed. The distant sea surface erupted as if a super bomb had been dropped, sending giant waves hundreds of meters high soaring into the sky. Damn! What kind of attack is this? How many trump cards does he have? Blackbeard Teach gulped hard, cold sweat pouring down his forehead like a waterfall. His heart filled with terror. The other cadres were also dumbfounded, too scared to even speak. At this moment, they finally understood how extraordinary a 5 billion bounty really was. Tontado was wrong. How can my fingertip cannon compare to this? If hit, I might lose half my life. Lord Lynn, since you are serious now, I can't let you down either. Kizaru took a deep breath, bringing his hands together. Shaku Kg. Buzz. Blinding golden light erupted from Kizaru's body. In the next second, hundreds and thousands of dazzling light points rained down from him, instantly filling the entire sky. Each light point quickly condensed into a Kizaru clone, dense and overwhelming. Each clone exuded a dangerous aura. Clearly, Kizaru was no longer taking this lightly. He was using his ultimate move right away. Is this the full power of an admiral? 2 monsters, neither of them we can provoke. Van Oka, Poison Q, and the others dared not slack off for a moment and quickly withdrew from the battlefield. Little brat, I won't show mercy next. Thousands of Kizaru clones spoke simultaneously. They all raised their fingers, pointing at Lynn below. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, countless golden lasers rained down like a storm. The spectacle was even more spectacular than a meteor shower, and even deadlier, so densely packed that there was no room to dodge. Hey, we are still here. Blackbeard Teach's face changed drastically upon seeing this scene. He hurriedly led his cadres to retreat. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying sound of explosions continued endlessly. The entire Bonero Island was shrouded in destructive light and dust. The area where Lynn stood was especially targeted. Countless lasers accurately bombarded the purple Susanoo. Crack, crack, crack. The indestructible Susanoo began to emit unbearable sounds under such terrifying saturation attacks. Cracks spread rapidly like a spider web. Hit! The members of the Blackbeard pirates, hiding in the distance, focused their eyes. Can it take down the demon child Lynn? Uncertain. This power is enough to sink the entire island. Truly the highest combat power of the Navy. Boom! With a loud bang, Lynn's gigantic purple Susanoo finally shattered completely under the endless laser bombardment, transforming into countless energy light points. Dust filled the air, obscuring everything. Oh, it shattered. Kizaru pulled his hands apart. Biyama no Murakumo no Tsurugi appeared. Time to end this farce. However, before Kizaru could make a move, everyone widened their eyes in shock. What a joke. They saw that the little brat in the split crotch pants had once again manifested a brand new, even more solid and imposing purple skeletal battle armor, reforming once more. The eye sockets of the skeleton burned with 2 eerie purple flames, radiating an overwhelming, terrifying pressure. This, isn't this cheating? Blackbeard Teach almost choked and fainted. It shattered, and it grew back again. And it looks even stronger. How are we supposed to fight this? Kizaru's expression had completely frozen. He looked at the little brat who had donned the shell again. No wonder the white-beard pirates and the red-haired pirates couldn't take down this little brat. This guy is even more troublesome than Kaido. Just then, wait, look at that little brat's hair. Poison Q trembled, pointing to Lynn in midair, his voice filled with incredulous horror. Hearing this, everyone instinctively looked over. They saw Lynn's originally dark short hair gradually turning into a dazzling silver white. Every strand seemed to shimmer with an unusual luster, standing out prominently amidst the swirling dust. The silver hair gently swayed in the wind, matched with a still youthful but expressionless face and the skeletal battle armor burning with purple flames. An indescribable sense of weirdness and power washed over them. That's right. After realizing it was difficult to hit Kizaru, Lynn decisively unleashed the freestyle ultimate technique without any hesitation. Chapter 66. The Unhittable Demon Child Lynn.Lynn. Kizaru raised his hands in surrender. Silver white hair. Kizaru's expression was serious. He recalled what the Tontata had reported not long ago, that Lynn.Lynn, when facing red-haired Shanks, used a silver white form. No need to ask. It was exactly this one. In this silver white form, even red-haired Shanks couldn't land a hit on him. This was becoming tricky. Kizaru's face still bore that signature lewd smile, but his eyes showed an unprecedented seriousness. Speed is weight, Kizaru murmured softly. Buzz! Kizaru's figure instantly transformed into a stream of golden particles, disappearing from his original spot. The next second, he had already appeared behind Lynn.Lynn. Fast, extremely fast, surpassing the limits of human nerve reactions. His right leg, wrapped in armament Haki, gathered terrifying power capable of kicking through islands, turning into a golden light axe, and struck fiercely at the back of Lynn.Lynn's head. He was absolutely confident in this kick. Even if he couldn't shatter that strange purple armor, it would be enough to kick this little brat and his shell straight into the seabed. However, just as his toes were about to touch the purple skull helmet, Lynn.Lynn moved. No, he didn't even move. He just slightly tilted his head. Such a casual and almost negligible action. Whoosh! Kizaru's lightning-fast kick brushed past the edge of the purple skull and missed entirely. The fierce wind didn't even ruffle a single strand of Lynn.Lynn's silver hair. Huh. A flicker of surprise crossed Kizaru's eyes. Just like that, he dodged. Before he could think more, a terrifying sense of crisis stemming from biological instinct instantly enveloped his entire body. Without a moment's hesitation, his body transformed into light particles again, flashing to another spot in the air 100 meters away. Captain, that little brat, dodged. In the distance, Blackbeard's crew, Van Augur's voice was filled with disbelief. He rubbed his eyes and pinched the arm of the nearby Doc Q hard. Hiss! Doc Q gasped in pain. It's real. Blackbeard Teach's voice changed pitch. The Admiral's attack. He dodged it? Captain, it's not that simple. Lafitte adjusted his top hat, his voice dry. Did you see clearly? That little brat. Didn't he even turn around? He just tilted his head a bit. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Blackbeard pirates fell into dead silence. Everyone felt a chill rushing from their souls straight to the top of their heads. Facing the Admiral's attack, without even turning his head, just slightly tilting his head, he perfectly evaded a lightspeed kick. What kind of terrifying observation Haki does this require? No, this is beyond the realm of observation Haki. This is precognition. No, it's even more absurd. It's as if his body moves on its own. Truly a formidable monster. Kizaru transformed into golden light again, flashing wildly around Lynn.Lynn. From the left, from the right, from above, from below. Every appearance was accompanied by a deadly attack capable of destroying mountains. Lightspeed kick, flashing accelerated kick, laser, flashing torrential laser. Even later, Kizaru used a Yada no Kagami. Light clones, making every clone wield the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi, launching close-range slashes at Lynn.Lynn. For a moment, The entire sky was filled with alternating golden rays and terrifying slashes. The frenzied attacks made Blackbeard and the others below feel their hearts race and their scalps tingle. This level of offense, if it were any one of them, they would have long been finished. However, no matter how fast Kizaru's attacks were, no matter how tricky his angles, Lynn remained standing still, unmoving. He only occasionally raised a hand, or tilted his body, or even just tilted his head. All attacks, without exception, missed completely. The feeling was bizarre to the extreme. It was as if Lynn.Lynn's body simply did not exist in this space. Or rather, all of Kizaru's attacks seemed to have been programmed to actively avoid Lynn.Lynn's body. What is this thing? Lafitte looked at the small figure avoiding the sky, full of attacks, as if strolling in a garden, and felt a shiver from his soul. Too absurd, too subversive to cognition. That is an admiral of the Navy, one of the top monsters on the sea. Yet at this moment, he looked like a clown who couldn't touch his opponent no matter what he tried. This state of the demon, child Lynn.Lynn, was indeed difficult to handle. After a round of frantic attacks, Kizaru's figure reassembled in the distance. He looked at the silver-haired brat, who still had an expressionless face, with not a single change in breath, and a flicker of surprise passed deep in his eyes. June didn't lie. Red-haired Shanks really couldn't touch him. It's my turn. Finally, Lynn.Lynn spoke. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Still that tender childlike voice. But at this moment, it carried a cold indifference that could freeze the soul. He slowly raised his right hand, with his index and middle fingers together, pointing at the distant Kizaru. A familiar posture, a familiar starting move. Is it that move again? Kizaru's eyes narrowed. Demon Cannon. The power is indeed terrifying, but the trajectory is too obvious. And the speed is not top-notch. As long as he predicts in advance, with his own light speed, he can completely buzz. A spiral of energy crazily gathered at Lynn.Lynn's fingertips. Gold and purple arcs of electricity crackled. Go, Lynn.Lynn said indifferently. Whoosh! A destructive golden-purple energy beam, trailing a spiral tail flame, tore through the sky and shot toward Kizaru. How terrifying! Kizaru still half-jokingly said his catchphrase, his body instantly transformed into light, instinctively performing a flash move. He calculated that as long as he dodged this shot, he could instantly circle to Lynn.Lynn's blind spot and launch a strong attack. However, just as his body was reconstituting from photons and about to take form, his pupils suddenly dilated to the limit. He saw it. He saw another identical demon cannon, which had quietly appeared at the coordinate point where he was about to materialize. Two energy beams. One was a feint, forcing him to evade. The other was a lethal strike, accurately predicting all possible escape routes. This is bad. In Kizaru's mind, this one thought flashed by. He wanted to elementalize again, but he found that the speed of the demon cannon was so fast that he didn't even have time to elementalize. He didn't have time to think more. Armament Haki instantly covered his entire body, pushing his defense to the limit. The next moment, boom! Kizaru felt as if he was hit by a terrifying power that couldn't be described in words. It sent him uncontrollably flying backwards. The demon cannon slammed into Kizaru's body, plummeting straight down. Below, Bonero Island, in the face of the shockwave, was like a cookie hit by a hammer. The ground cracked in layers. The entire island shook violently, howling, as if in the next second, it would completely collapse and sink into the sea. Splash! Splash! Members of the Blackbeard pirates collapsed to the ground, their legs trembling. They looked up in shock at the catastrophic scene in the sky, their minds blank. The smoke slowly dissipated. The sky regained its clarity. That silver-haired petite figure still quietly floated in midair. He slowly lowered his hands, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the scene below. And Kizaru, the once invincible top combat power of the Navy, was now half-squatting in a massive pit, his justice coat tattered. He looked utterly disheveled, propping himself up with the Amatsukami sword to avoid falling. Despite Kizaru's efforts to hold back, he ultimately couldn't restrain himself, and a mouthful of hot blood spurted from his mouth, landing on the ground, particularly eye-catching. Gulp! Blackbeard and his officers all struggled to swallow, feeling their throats burning with dryness. Heavy injury. One strike. Just one strike had reduced a Marine admiral to such a pitiful state, and even made him spit blood. He lifted his head to look at Lynn in the sky, a weight of unprecedented heaviness appearing on his face. It was terrifying. This little brat was simply a monster, a complete and utter monster. At that moment, Kizaru saw the silver-haired boy in the sky slowly raise his hand again. Kizaru's expression changed slightly. If another blast came, he would be finished today. He took a deep breath, his eyes filled with complexity. He knew that if this continued, the chances of winning were slim. In the end, Kizaru had no choice but to put away the Amatsukumi's sword and raise his hands high. Hey. All right, Lynn, let's stop here. You've won this round. I admit defeat. Chapter 67. No system prompt? Then keep fighting. Kizaru, goodbye. Kizaru has admitted defeat? Just 5 simple words. Each word like thunder crashing down from the heavens, resonating in the ears of the Blackbeard pirates. Their minds buzzed. A Navy admiral, the highest combat power of the world government. A monster that suppressed an era, making countless pirates tremble in fear. And yet, in front of a kid, he surrendered, overturned, a complete and utter overturn. Their understanding of the power structure of this world, built over decades, was shattered in this moment by Lynn with a single shot from the Star Destroyer cannon, along with Kizaru's dignity, reduced to rubble. At this moment, a furious roar erupted from a transponder snail at Kizaru's waist. Borsellino, what nonsense are you talking about? Admit defeat. Who are you admitting defeat to? Do you know what you represent? The face of the Navy, the majesty of the world government. It's Sengoku, Fleet Admiral Buddha Sengoku. His voice was filled with incredulous rage, nearly shattering the transponder snail. Clearly, over at Marineford, they were also observing this absurd battle through the transponder snail. They heard the earth-shattering sound of Kizaru being blasted away. However, they didn't pay much attention. After all, it was Kizaru, but they never expected to hear Kizaru's declaration of surrender now. Yet, Kizaru merely bitterly tugged at the corner of his mouth, not even turning his head. He still held up his hands, his voice hoarse as he spoke to the transponder snail. Sorry, Sengoku. This time I'm not joking. I'm serious. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unprecedented weariness and fear. If this continued, he would really die. He was no match for him. Not at all. Continuing to fight might not yield a better result for him, but the fact of his defeat could not be changed. The other end of the transponder snail fell into a deathly silence. After a long time, Sengoku's voice, filled with extreme shock, finally sounded again. Borsellino, you. He wanted to say something, but found his throat similarly blocked. He knew Kizaru's strength better than anyone. This man, who usually appeared laid back and indifferent, adhering to ambiguous justice while clocking in everywhere, was known to the Navy's high command. Kizaru's true strength was definitely monstrous. He could even stand toe-to-toe with that magma madman. Akainu. In his youth, he also had the title of a monster. Even when facing a Yonko, even against the top-tier Conqueror Haki user, Shanks, Kizaru could never be beaten this badly, nor would he say that continuing would lead to his death. But now, in Sengoku's office, Tsuru's expression was serious to the extreme. She pushed up her glasses and said solemnly, "That kid's strength has increased again. How long has it been since he caused a scene at the meeting of the 2 emperors? This rate of progress is terrifying. He is simply, no, he is a monster that defies reason." Lynn listened to the conversation on the transponder snail clearly, but he didn't care. He was just a little curious. Tilting his head slightly, his silver eyes watched Kizaru below, who was holding up his hands, and his brow furrowed imperceptibly. What's going on? Lynn silently questioned in his heart. System, no prompt. He remembered very clearly that when the cadres of the Red and White Emperors admitted defeat at the meeting, the system prompt sounded immediately. Even others helping to admit defeat counted. But now, Kizaru also admitted defeat. His attitude was even more sincere than those cadres, holding up his hands in surrender. Why did the system have no reaction at all? Could it be that the posture of surrender wasn't standard enough? Or could it be that Kizaru wasn't really admitting defeat? Lynn didn't understand. But since he didn't understand, he didn't want to think about it. Since surrendering was useless, then he would keep fighting until it was useful. His indifferent gaze showed no signs of wavering. His body, suspended in midair, slowly raised a hand, not lowering it due to Kizaru's surrender. At his fingertips, a destructive light began to gather again. That terrifying energy fluctuation, which made space tremble, descended once more. At this moment, everyone's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints. Blackbeard, Van Augur, and Q. Their expressions went from dazed to extreme terror in an instant. Hey, he wants to continue. What does he want to do? The Navy Admiral has already surrendered. Is he still not willing to stop? Is this guy a devil? Is he really going to kill a Navy Admiral here? Crazy. Too crazy. This is beyond boldness. This is going to break the heavens. And below, Kizaru, who was holding up his hands, felt the terrifying energy gathering above him, capable of completely evaporating him, and he froze. He suddenly looked up, and for the first time, a look of near collapse appeared on his usually lecherous face. Hey, kid, I've already said I admit defeat. I surrendered. What else do you want? Leave a way out for a person, and we can meet again in the future. There is no need to go for a complete extermination, right? Kizaru's voice carried an urgency and anger for the first time. He was genuinely afraid. He had personally experienced the power of that shot. It was truly something that could take his life. One more shot, and he'd be turned to ashes. However, high up in the sky, Lynn merely glanced at him with a look of disdain. His cold voice slowly drifted down. Surrender? I don't believe it. Continue. Just 3 simple sentences. But they hit everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. Everyone was stunned. Blackbeard was stunned. Sengoku on the other end of the transponder snail was also stunned. Even Kizaru himself was stunned. What the hell? You don't believe my surrender? You won. I admitted defeat. You put on a show. And then everyone goes home to their mothers. Isn't that the standard process? Why aren't you playing by the rules? You want to continue. How do we continue? A surge of anger shot straight from Kizaru's heart to the top of his head. Kid, don't go too far. Kizaru suddenly stood up from the ground, golden light radiating from his body. The dazzling light made everyone instinctively squint. Blackbeard and the others felt a tightening in their hearts. Is he going to counterattack? As expected of a Navy Admiral. Even if he dies, he wants to defend his dignity, right? They all thought that Kizaru was cornered and about to unleash his last card, fighting Lynn to the death. Even Lynn became slightly more serious, preparing to face Kizaru's last-ditch effort. However, the next second, what happened nearly made everyone's eyes pop out. The dazzling golden light did not charge towards Lynn in the sky. Instead, whoosh, transformed into a stream of golden light. At a speed that surpassed the limits of human vision, it rushed towards the direction away from Banero Island. In an instant, it was gone. Run. It ran. The Admiral of the Navy headquarters, the user of the Pika Pika, no me, Borsellino, after dropping a harsh remark, he just ran away. That speed was extreme. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared at the horizon's end, leaving only a faint golden trail to prove he had once existed. The entire broken island fell into a dead silence. A pin drop could be heard. Blackbeard Teach stood with his mouth agape, wearing a shocked expression, completely stunned. Everyone was dumbfounded. They looked towards the direction where Kizaru had vanished, then glanced at the silver-haired figure in the sky, equally surprised. Their brains had completely crashed. Even the instigator, Lynn, was taken aback. He watched the direction Kizaru fled, and on his jade-like face, there was also a hint of astonishment. Is it really possible to do it this way? Chapter 68. Open the 8 gates for acceleration. The Admiral is being chased by a kid, a scene to be recorded in history. Ran away? Just like that. The Navy Admiral made a fierce remark, then transformed into a beam of light and disappeared. On Banero Island, there was a deathly silence. All the officers of the Blackbeard Pirates, including their ambitious Captain Marshal D. Teach, were like ducks with their necks pinched, mouths agape, and eyes wide, unable to utter a word. Their worldview had been repeatedly crushed, restructured, and crushed again in just a few minutes. Captain, Poison Q trembled as he spoke, his voice hoarse like a worn-out bellows. Admiral Kizaru. Shut up. Blackbeard looked at the horizon where Kizaru had vanished, then glanced up at the silver-haired kid floating in the sky, feeling a chill run from his tailbone to the top of his head. If you can't win, surrender. But if the opponent won't accept the surrender, then just make a fierce remark and run away. Admiral Kizaru. You know how it work? However, Lynn clearly did not understand. He looked in the direction Kizaru had escaped, a hint of childish curiosity flashing in his silver eyes as he tilted his head slightly. It can be done this way? The system still hasn't given any prompts. It seems I must completely defeat him. There's no other way. With this thought, Buzz, without any hesitation, Lynn's figure instantly transformed into a silver-white stream of light, tearing through the sky, and fiercely pursued Kizaru at a similarly extreme speed. Chasing. Caught up. Van Oka's eyes nearly bulged out at this absurd scene. Crazy. That kid is definitely insane. Basis held his head, letting out a desperate wail. Chasing an admiral? Who would believe that? It's useless to chase. He can't catch up to Kizaru. Blackbeard clearly saw this. Although the kid's speed was terrifying, it was still a bit lacking compared to Kizaru's true light speed. The distance between the two streams of light was slowly but surely widening. At this rate, he would eventually be shaken off, just as Blackbeard breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking this farce was finally coming to an end, the expression on his face completely froze the next second. He saw that the silver-white stream of light ahead suddenly stopped. Immediately after, a terrifying momentum that could not be described in any language, enough to make even gods and demons tremble, erupted explosively. Boom! Blood. It was blood-colored energy. Like a volcanic eruption, it shot up into the sky from Lynn's small body. Red steam coiled around his limbs, casting his silver hair in a bizarre and enchanting light. The surrounding air was instantly ignited by this energy, emitting crackling explosions. Below Bonero Island, under the pressure of this momentum, saw the already crumbling ground break apart again, with countless fragments being shaken into the air. What is happening? Such a terrifying momentum. Captain, it's this method again. Last time it was blue, this time it's red. I certainly know. Before the members of the Blackbeard Pirates could clearly see, they were violently blown away by this terrifying wave of energy. They felt like a broken leaf in a storm, small and powerless. Among them, the weakest Poison Q even rolled his eyes and was knocked unconscious by this unmatched momentum. He still has moves he hasn't used. Where did this kid come from? Kaido? Old man? Red-haired? Big mom? Compared to this Lynn, they don't even deserve to be called monsters. Blackbeard scrambled to stabilize himself, using all his strength just to stay standing and not kneel on the ground. He looked up in horror at the small figure wrapped in blood-colored steam in the sky. That was no longer human. That was a demon wearing human skin, a disaster walking among humans. The eighth gate, Death Gate. Lynn's childish voice rang out amidst the blood-colored steam, carrying a hoarseness not typical for his age. Open. The moment his voice fell, whoosh. Lynn's figure completely vanished. No, not vanished. His speed had surpassed the dynamic visual limits of everyone present, including Blackbeard. A blood-colored comet, trailing a long tail flame, violently tore through the boundary between sky and sea in a way that defied the laws of physics. Who? Ahead, Kizaru, escaping at the speed of light, let out a slight sigh of relief. Finally shaken off that little monster. I'm just a worker, and this isn't even my task. How can I put my life on the line? Such a tricky matter should be left to Sakazuki, Kazan, or Mr. Carp to handle. Kizaru had a very relaxed mindset. If he can't win, then just run. What face is there to keep? If the opponent were a Yonko or a major criminal, then it would be unreasonable to run. But the opponent is just a little kid. Whether he wins or loses, there's no benefit for him. Since that's the case, it's better to just run away. Suddenly, Kizaru sensed a huge change in momentum behind him. Instinctively, he turned to take a look. However, just that glance made the color drain from his face, which usually wore a lewd smile. What did he see? A red light, more dazzling than the sun, was rapidly approaching at a speed even faster than his. The terrifying aura that could be felt from a long distance made his body's hair stand on end. Hey, this can't be real. Kizaru's signature elongated tone was now filled with extreme horror and disbelief. This can actually catch up. Kizaru had always been polite, but he wanted to curse. He really wanted to curse. I've already run away. I've already backed down. Why are you still chasing me? A worker just wants to clock out. I don't want to risk my life. Does this demon child Lynn have some deep-seated grudge against him? Without daring to waste a moment, he accelerated. Accelerate again. Kizaru used all his strength, pushing the power of the glint-glint fruit to the limit, almost merging with light, shooting straight ahead. But it was useless. That blood-colored stream of light was like a parasite, biting tightly onto his back, and the distance was rapidly closing. 5,000 meters. 3,000 meters. 1,000 meters. Kid, if you keep chasing, I really want T-hole back. Kizaru let out a furious roar in desperation. Responding to him was Lyn's raised index and middle fingers, which were brought together. At the fingertips, spiral-shaped, golden-purple energy gathered once more. This move again. Can't you use a new one? No. What if the new one is even more terrifying? Then I'd be finished. Kizaru's head ached. Whoosh! A beam of destructive light, capable of piercing through islands, trailed a spiral-shaped tail flame as it shot towards the back of Kizaru's heart. Demon-piercing light cannon. Flashlight diffuse reflection light clone. Without a second thought, Kizaru's body transformed into multiple beams of light, rushing towards the ocean below from various bizarre angles. He had previously experienced Lyn's predictive abilities. The best way to counteract predictions was, of course, to move unpredictably. The diffuse reflection of light. Even he himself does not know where it will refract, naturally able to avoid the opponent's predictions. Multiple rays of light reveal the figure of the yellow ape. Boom! The purple beam directly pierces through these yellow apes, causing them to disintegrate on the spot. The beam continues its momentum, striking the distant sea surface. The sea level is instantly penetrated down the middle, followed by a violent explosion that creates a terrifying water column over 100 meters high. Unable to predict, Lynn furrows his small brows. Looking at the numerous irregularly reflecting rays of light and the continuously emerging yellow apes, he is momentarily unclear about which one to attack. At this moment, among the rays of light, one direction is completely opposite and the farthest from Lynn, the true form of the yellow ape appears. There! Lynn doesn't even need to make a judgment. The Zizai Ji Igong directly tells him the answer. Without any hesitation, Lynn raises his hand to attack again. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two more magic-piercing light cannons shoot out at angles that completely cut off his escape route. Can they really lock onto me? The yellow ape has to once again release his diffuse reflection light clone to evade in an unpredictable manner. Because of this, he can no longer escape in a straight line like before. Instead, he soon turns back to the sky above Banana Island. Even so, Lyn's pursuit does not stop. The magic-piercing light cannons follow closely. Wherever his true form appears, it is inevitably accompanied by the arrival of purple beams. This little brat, when will he ever relent? The yellow ape is completely frantic. He is like a rabbit being chased by hunting dogs, relying on the unpredictable diffuse reflection of light to madly jump back and forth between the sea and the islands along the way, awkwardly dodging those deadly beams of light. For a moment, in this sea area of the New World, a scene appeared that was so outrageous it could be recorded in history. A golden stream of light is crazily fleeing in front. A blood-colored comet is relentlessly chasing from behind. Occasionally, purple golden beams of destruction shoot out from the blood-colored comet, creating towering waves in the sea and turning the islands into debris. On the distant Banana Island, the surviving Blackbeard pirates look up, dumbfounded, at the unprecedented chase in the sky. What am I seeing? A Marine admiral being chased by a 1-year-old kid with nowhere to run? This is the first time since the Great Pirate Era, right? Just as everyone is shocked into silence, a major change occurs on the battlefield again. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the golden stream of light can no longer evade the terrifying purple golden beam, which hits it head-on, sending him straight into the sea. Chapter 69, The Admiral's Defeat. The Demon Suppression Order is activated. The entire Navy is coming. Puff! The yellow monkey suddenly paused in midair, and a mouthful of scalding blood mixed with shattered internal organs spewed out. Immediately after, he resembled a struck golf ball, transforming into a golden parabola, violently crashing down towards the boundless sea below. Boom! The sea was smashed into a terrifying, bottomless pit. An unimaginable shockwave turned into visible white airwaves, wildly sweeping in all directions. The surface of the sea was violently torn apart, raising towering waves hundreds of meters high, like a tsunami heralding the apocalypse, mercilessly crashing towards the surrounding islands. The entire world trembled and wailed under this earth-shattering blow. On Bonero Island, the members of the Blackbeard pirates were blown off balance by the force of the airwave, desperately clinging to the ground. Using all their strength to avoid being swept into the raging sea, they raised their heads, their faces filled with extreme horror, staring dumbfounded at the sea area that had been completely transformed. Time stretched infinitely at that moment. After an unknown period, the roaring and churning sea gradually regained its calm. On the surface of the water, only a massive whirlpool, still slowly rotating, remained, proving that what had just happened was not an illusion. Dead? The admiral. Could he really have been killed just like that? This absurd thought popped up in everyone's minds. Gulp. Blackbeard Teach swallowed hard, feeling as if his throat was so dry it might catch fire. Just then, a slender figure in a yellow outfit slowly emerged from beneath the water. It was the yellow monkey. His marine justice coat had become tattered, resembling a rag picked up from a garbage dump. The iconic brown sunglasses were missing one lens, making him look both disheveled and comical. His eyes rolled back, his breath was extremely weak, and he floated on the sea like a pile of mud, seemingly devoid of the strength to even move a finger. He had completely lost his fighting ability. The admiral, who was supposed to be invincible, had really been defeated, and by a little kid wearing a diaper and sucking on a pacifier. He really did it. He defeated the Marine Admiral. The voice of Shichibukai Bartholomew Kuma was filled with terror and endless fear. This kid is a true devil. Suddenly, Captain, look, Van Oka, with the keenest eyesight, trembled as he raised his finger, pointing at the yellow monkey floating on the sea. In his arms, that golden snail was moving. Everyone immediately focused their attention. They saw a completely golden, uniquely shaped snail moving incessantly within the tattered collar of the yellow monkey's coat. Its eyes were wide open, making soft clicking sounds. In the sky, Lynn also noticed the snail. He tilted his head slightly, and a hint of confusion appeared in his blood-steamed silver eyes. This snail looked a bit familiar. That one is. Blackbeard Teach stared intently at the golden snail, his pupils suddenly contracting to the extreme. He remembered. He had seen records about this snail. Damn it. That is the Demon Suppression Order. Blackbeard let out a heart-wrenching scream, his voice filled with unbelievable fear. It's the golden snail that activates the Demon Suppression Order. The yellow monkey pressed the button just before he was hit. Meanwhile, at Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Woo, woo, woo. The piercing alarm sounded without warning, reverberating throughout the entire Marine fortress. Countless Navy soldiers who were training, patrolling, or working all changed their expressions dramatically. What is happening? This alarm is the highest level emergency alert. The Demon Suppression Order. An admiral has activated the Demon Suppression Order. In the admiral's office, Sengoku suddenly stood up, his face draining of color in an instant. Carp beside him also looked unusually serious. Admiral Tsuru adjusted her glasses, her voice dry. Borsellino, he has been defeated. Activating the Demon Suppression Order without any warning or command means that the frontline leader has judged that they are facing a threat capable of destroying a nation, and that they are powerless to turn the tide. The outcome was already self-evident. Damn it. Sengoku clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, veins bulging on his forehead. He grabbed the snail in front of him and roared like a beast into the other end. Gather all available forces from headquarters. Also, immediately connect me to Akainu and Akiji. Soon, the snail was connected. One voice was filled with a lava-like violent aura, while the other was lazy, carrying an ice-cold chill. What is the matter, Admiral Sengoku? Sengoku-san, why are you in such a hurry? Has something big happened? Borsellino has been defeated on Bonero Island. Sengoku's voice was hoarse and heavy. On both ends of the snail, there was an immediate dead silence. Borsellino has been defeated? Akainu's stern face twitched abruptly. His mind buzzed. Although this old friend usually acted carelessly and was lazy, he was undeniably one of the highest combat powers in Marine headquarters. In terms of attack power, second only to him. In defense, he was not weak either. As for escape, no one could compare. Even if he couldn't win, he would never be defeated, because no one could catch him. No one could hold him. After a few seconds, Akainu's voice, suppressing his anger, rang out. Who did it? Didn't Borsellino go to trade with Blackbeard? Does Blackbeard have that kind of power? Akiji's lazy tone was tinged with genuine seriousness for the first time. There aren't many who could defeat that guy. Moreover, even if Borsellino couldn't win, he could still run away. It's the demon child. Sengoku gritted his teeth, articulating the name that sent shivers through the entire Marine headquarters. Lynn. Boom. A loud crash like a rock shattering echoed from a snail. Akainu's voice dripped with darkness. That little brat. Why did he target Borsellino? Akiji was perplexed, and he was able to force that guy into a corner. I want to know the answer too. Sengoku gritted his teeth. This little brat suddenly appeared and relentlessly pursued Borsellino, and now he has completely lost contact, and the demon suppression order was activated without any warning. The command was given by Borsellino. Even the demon suppression order was activated. At this moment, even if Akainu and Akiji were reluctant to believe it, they had to accept it. I'm going there right now. Akainu roared, the demon child Lynn. I must kill him. Akiji sighed deeply and stood up. It seems there's no way to continue slacking off. As the call ended, red and green, two fleets from different places in the New World all turned their directions at the same moment, heading straight for Bonero Island. Chapter 70. Mission accomplished. Bewildered, faced with the naval gathering, Lynn actually raised his hand to surrender. In the sky, that blood-red comet slowly came to a halt. The blood-colored steam that wrapped around Lynn's body, capable of distorting space, hissed and dissipated like a receding tide. His dazzling silver hair also lost its color, returning to its original dark hue. Lynn's small body reappeared, quietly suspended in midair. His indifferent silver eyes transformed back into the clear black typical of a child. Ding! Detected that the host successfully defeated the Marine Admiral Borsellino. Mission completion, S-Class. Reward granted, massive stamina. Reward granted, Susanoo form advanced to high level. In his mind, the cold system notification rang out continuously. Lynn could clearly feel an overwhelming life energy flooding his limbs and bones in an instant. The enormous consumption and physical strain from activating the 8 gates just now were completely smoothed out and vanished without a trace at this moment. His condition was better than ever. Not only that, Buzz, with a thought, a purple skeletal battle armor, more solid and imposing than any before, roared into form around him. This Susanoo was no longer just a simple skeleton. It was adorned with a heavy and magnificent energy exterior, holding a massive purple energy weapon tightly in its hands. This sense of oppression, an unparalleled sense of oppression, just floating there made it hard for the members of the Blackbeard pirates below on Bonero Island to breathe. Has he gotten stronger again? Blackbeard Teach looked at the brand new purple battle armor exuding an ominous aura, his eyelids twitching, his heart skipping a beat. This little monster. Does he have no limits? Captain, we should leave quickly. The demon-slaying order. The main naval forces are about to arrive. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Poison Q, Basis, and the others scrambled to their feet, their faces filled with terror. That old cunning Kizaru pressed the demon-slaying order before being defeated, clearly intending to drag everyone down with him. If they don't run now, when the main forces of the Navy arrive, they would all be done for. Blackbeard certainly understood this reasoning. He glanced at the distant sea where Kizaru floated, completely unconscious, then warily looked at the small figure in the sky. Quick, we must take Ace with us. Let us go. Blackbeard decisively lowered his voice and shouted at his crew. Now was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The demon child Lynn had just gone through a fierce battle. He must be exhausted. As long as they acted quickly and took Ace, this important bargaining chip, they could slip away unnoticed. Van Oka and Sheesa's Basis exchanged glances, immediately understanding, and their figures flashed as they rushed towards where Ace lay unconscious. However, before they could reach Ace, a childish voice, yet chillingly cold, echoed down from the sky. Wait. Swish. The entire Blackbeard pirates froze in place. They stiffly raised their heads inch by inch. They saw the little boy in the open-crotch pants in the sky, tilting his head, curiously looking at them with his pure black eyes. Gulp. Blackbeard swallowed hard, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. Lord.Lynn, do you have any orders? The crew behind him was sweating profusely, not daring to breathe. They feared that if this little demon was unhappy, he would blast them into the sea like Kizaru. Lynn patted his flat little belly. Then, under the terrified gazes of everyone, he extended his chubby little finger and pointed at his mouth. Belly. Hungry. The two words clearly reached everyone's ears. Blackbeard. Poison question? Vonoko. The entire Blackbeard Pirates was dumbfounded. What the heck? We are here in a life-and-death situation, and you're shouting that you're hungry? Big brother, the demon-slaying order. The naval fleet is about to surround this place. You still have a mood to eat. What is this little brat thinking? Still standing there? Blackbeard was the first to react. He suddenly turned around and roared at his crew. Didn't you hear Lord.Lynn say he is hungry? Hurry, find food, cook, quick. He didn't dare to have any more delusions. This little demon was clearly a wild card. Forget the demon-slaying order. Even if the King Uranus descended right now, he would probably want to eat first. Yes, Captain, Poison Q, Basis, and the others, as if granted amnesty, scrambled to search through the ruins. Soon, they dug out some jerky and rum from the wreckage of their broken ship, hurriedly starting a fire to roast the meat. Meanwhile, Lynn floated in midair, controlling his imposing and fierce high-level Susanoo, watching with great interest as this group of pirates clumsily prepared food for him. The scene was bizarre to the extreme. While Blackbeard and the others roasted the meat, they were anxious and restless. They didn't understand what this little monster was thinking. Did he really not fear death? That was the demon-slaying order. At least 10 warships, 5 vice admirals, plus tens of thousands of elite marines. Not to mention that the one defeated was a marine admiral. The Navy headquarters would definitely send even more terrifying forces. He.S. not running away. Does he want to confront the entire Navy headquarters by himself? Soon, the fragrant roasted meat was tremblingly presented to Lynn. Lynn was not polite. He grabbed a piece of meat larger than his head and started eating. After filling his belly and burping, Lynn nodded in satisfaction. He looked down at Blackbeard and the others, who were sitting on pins and needles, and spoke in a childish voice. Give me a message. Tell my father, Kaido. I'm temporarily not going back. By the way, send the money back. Upon hearing this, Blackbeard and the others were first stunned, then ecstatic. Not going back. Does this mean we're being let go? Yes, Lord.Lynn. We will definitely deliver your orders. Blackbeard nodded vigorously, a flattering smile plastered on his face. As for the money or whatever, right now, life was more important. He and his crew turned around, ready to make a run for it. However, they had barely taken a few steps when Kacha, an extreme chill suddenly surged from beneath their feet. Ice, pure white ice rapidly spread from the coastline at a visible speed, instantly freezing much of Banero Island. This is Akiji's Ice Age. Blackbeard's expression changed dramatically. Before he could react, whoosh, the sky suddenly darkened. A heat wave hot enough to melt steel descended. Everyone looked up in horror. They saw dozens of massive, fiery lava fists like a meteor shower, trailing long tails of flame, crashing down hard onto Banero Island. Big fire? It's a Kaido. Blackbeard let out a desperate roar. Boom! 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 Lynn simply swayed his body and easily dodged all the attacks. He raised his head and looked toward the distant horizon. There, dozens of menacing warships like steel behemoths had completely sealed off this sea area. On the deck of the flagship, Marine Admiral Sengoku, Marine Hero Garp, and dozens of vice admirals and rear admirals from the Marine headquarters all stood there. Their gazes were firmly locked onto the island. When they saw the yellow monkey floating on the sea, gasping for breath with eyes rolled back, everyone's faces were filled with uncontrollable rage and apprehension. Akainu took the lead, his lower body transforming into magma, rushing out to quickly rescue the dazed yellow monkey back to the warship. Monster Lynn. Sengoku looked at the small figure in the sky, his eyes nearly bursting with fire. He pointed at Lynn, his voice like rolling thunder, resonating through the sky. You have severely injured a Marine admiral, a crime that cannot be forgiven. Today, the Marines will not rest until one of us is dead. The atmosphere of slaughter instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Everyone thought that a shocking battle was inevitable. However, in the sky, that little kid who had just eaten his fill yawned. Then, under the extremely shocked and astonished gazes of the Marines, the Blackbeard pirates, and everyone present, including Sengoku and Garp, Lynn slowly raised his chubby little hands and made a gesture of surrender. I surrender. The entire place fell silent. Everyone's brains collectively crashed at that moment. Chapter 71. Lynn actually surrendered? It's going too smoothly. On the deck of the flagship, the Navy Admiral Sengoku, his face twisted with rage, was instantly petrified. His finger pointed at Lynn, frozen in midair, trembling slightly. The declaration of war, which he had just prepared, representing the highest will of the Navy in a fight to the death, was stuck in his throat, neither up nor down, turning his face a shade of liver color. What the hell? What did he just say? Surrender? Even the fierce and ready-for-action Carp was momentarily dumbfounded upon hearing the word surrender. Akainu's resolute face, marked with lava-like patterns, twitched violently. The searing heat radiating from him, capable of melting steel, became momentarily chaotic due to this sudden turn of events. Don't believe him. Akainu let out a beast-like growl. This must be that brat's scheme. Don't be deceived. Immediately execute the highest level attack order. Kill him on the spot. Hey, Sakazuki, don't be so excited. Akiji lazily leaned against the ship's railing, hands in pockets, looking at Lynn in the sky, confusion flickering in his eyes behind his glasses. This is really completely incomprehensible. Meanwhile, the Blackbeard pirates, who had just recovered from the fear instilled by the demon suppression order, once again went completely dumbfounded. Their brains had utterly given up on thinking. Teach opened his iconic big mouth, his eyes bulging, turning into a weathered statue. His subordinates, Van Augur, Poison Q, Lafitte, all of them, maintained the same posture and expression, that is extreme confusion. They defeated a Marine admiral, faced the highest combat power of the Marine headquarters, and then raised their hands to surrender? What kind of operation is this? What kind of thought process is this? Lynn floated in midair, his silver hair swaying gently in the wind. He raised both small hands, his little face calm without a trace of fluctuation. He did this, of course, because of the system task, how to stay and impel down for 7 days. ISNT, this the perfect opportunity. Just in time for Susanoo to upgrade from intermediate to advanced combined with a significant increase in stamina. He was absolutely confident that he could protect himself adequately under the Navy's wrath. Moreover, the Navy has always treated major criminals with imprisonment rather than execution. With his personal safety assured, surrendering to complete a system task was just right. Thus, Lynn wiggled his small hand, indicating his sincerity. The demon child Lynn, Sengoku finally reacted from his petrified state, took a deep breath to suppress the absurd feeling in his heart, and let out a thunderous roar towards the sky. What trick are you playing? Sengoku suddenly turned around to look at his aide, Tsuru. Tsuru's face was also unusually serious. She pushed up her glasses, her calm voice tinged with a hint of dryness. Don't act rashly. Send a team over and use the highest grade sea stone chains to bind him. Remember, if he makes any unusual movements, open fire immediately. Carp, Kazan, Sakazuki, you all keep a close watch and be ready to act at any moment. Yes, several vice admirals responded in unison, but every face was filled with a solemn determination to face death. Are you kidding? That is a monster that single-handedly took down Admiral Kazuru. Approaching him? What is the difference from voluntarily sticking your head into a beast's mouth? Even with the Admiral backing them up, they still felt uneasy, especially among them, the spider demon. They vividly remembered the tragic fate of Doberman. Now, this little guy was even stronger. Not only did he repel Shanks, but he also defeated Admiral Kazuru, who hadn't faced a direct defeat in decades. This made him gulp hard. But as a soldier, his mission compelled him to lead several top-tier vice admirals, stealing himself, carrying dozens of sea stone chains thicker than a person, carefully approaching Lynn. The entire sea area fell into a deathly silence once again. All the Navy on the warships aimed their weapons at that small figure. Countless fingers rested on the triggers. Cold sweat dripped down their foreheads, one by one. As long as that little demon moved slightly, what awaited him would be enough to wipe the entire island off the map. Devastating firepower. The spider demon and others felt their hearts nearly leap out of their throats. The closer they got, the more their hearts trembled with fear. Finally, they stood in front of Lynn. Lynn still held up his hands, tilting his small head, curiously looking at them and the peculiar shining chains in their hands. Act. The spider demon firmly issued the order. Crack. The first sea stone chain successfully wrapped around Lynn's small body. There was no resistance. Crack. Crack. The second. Third, the vice admirals were flustered, moving as fast as possible, like trying to bind an enraged dragon. Layer upon layer. Soon, Lynn was tied up tightly with sea stone chains, looking like a well-wrapped rice dumpling, with only his little head exposed. Throughout the process, he showed no signs of resistance, not even a frown. Huff, seeing the scene, Sengoku on the flagship, along with all the Navy, let out a long sigh of relief. The tension that had been taut to the extreme finally relaxed. It seems he really surrendered, a rear admiral said with lingering fear. He must have realized he was completely surrounded, with no possibility of escape, which is why he chose to surrender. That's right. No matter how strong he is, he can't take on the entire Marine headquarters by himself. The Navy discussed among themselves, their faces once again showing the pride of victors. Sengoku looked at Lynn, who was tightly bound, and the anger in his heart had subsided significantly, replaced by a sense of relief after a calamity. He caught the demon child Lynn. The Navy's face has been saved. However, Tsuru, watching the little kid who was tied up yet still expressionless, even slightly bored in his eyes, furrowed her brows slightly. Something's off. It feels like something isn't quite right. Too smooth. So smooth it makes one uneasy. Admiral Sengoku. At this moment, Blackbeard, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally dared to speak after seeing Lynn finally bound. Ace is here. Let us continue the transaction. Kizaru was defeated, and the transaction was forced to end. Now that the Navy has arrived, he reignited hope in his heart. In response, Sengoku merely waved his hand casually, letting others handle the negotiation. His gaze was fixed firmly on Lynn, who was being escorted onto the warship, not daring to let his guard down. Carp, Akiji Akainu, and others felt the same. They followed closely behind Lynn and boarded the same warship, fearing that if they were careless, it would lead to unimaginable trouble. Once everything was ready, set sail, Sengoku decisively waved his hand, ordering the return to headquarters. Blackbeard and the others did not follow, but stayed on Bonero Island, watching the fleet gradually drift away. Captain, we hit the jackpot. Shichibukai Basis rubbed his hands in excitement, his face full of greed. That little brat was caught. The 10 billion berries he gave to Kizaru will belong to us, right? Ha ha ha. Shut up. Blackbeard suddenly slapped his hand, directly sending Basis flying. He looked gloomily at Lynn, who was being escorted by the Navy in the distance, his eyes filled with deep wariness and fear. That sum of money must not be touched. Immediately send someone to deliver it intact to Wano country and hand it over to Kaido. Captain? Why? Poison Q asked in confusion. Blackbeard did not answer. He simply stared intently in Lynn's direction. That little brat, that monster, his appearance of voluntarily surrendering was deeply imprinted in Blackbeard's mind. It was not the despair of a defeated foe, nor the fear of a prisoner. It was a kind of eerily calmness that sent chills down one's spine. Blackbeard had a strong premonition. If he dared to covet that sum of money, that little brat would definitely come back to settle the score. Today's matter was far from over. Holy Land, Mariewa. Among the powers, 5 elderly men with white hair, who held the highest power in the world, were listening to reports coming from a Den Mushi. When they heard that Kizaru had been defeated and severely injured to the brink of death, all 5 showed varying degrees of shock. The usually lazy-looking Kizaru, whose strength could not be underestimated, actually lost. But on the other end of the Den Mushi, Sengoku's voice suddenly grew excited. We succeeded. We captured that heinous demon child Lynn. What? The atmosphere among the powers instantly changed. The shock faded from the faces of the Gorosei, replaced by barely concealed joy. Captured? Well done, Sengoku. This is a tremendous achievement. It must be announced to the world to demonstrate the authority of the world government. The significance of capturing Demon Child Lynn is no less than that of capturing and executing Pirate King Roger back in the day. It might even surpass it. However, one of the Gorosei, bald and holding the cursed sword Shodai Kitetsu, suddenly interjected, interrupting everyone's joy. Wait. His voice was cold and sharp. Sengoku, how did you capture him? A monster capable of defeating Kizaru, even if surrounded by you, could not be so easily captured. He must have 1,000 ways to escape. This statement also awakened the other Gorosei. Indeed, if Demon Child Lynn were that easy to capture, it would have happened long ago. On the other end of the Den Mushi, Sengoku was silent for a moment. He voluntarily surrendered. That one sentence plunged the entire power circle into a dead silence. The Gorosei, who had just been filled with joy, now had their smiles completely frozen. Surprise vanished without a trace. What replaced it was a level of suspicion and unease 100 times greater than when they heard about Kizaru's defeat. Voluntarily surrendered? The five exchanged glances, seeing deep confusion and gravity in each other's eyes. That little brat, that monster. What on earth does he want to do? Chapter 72. Such a large escort for a little kid? Lynn casually unleashed his terrifying Conqueror's Haki. Surrender voluntarily? The five elders, with long white beards and dressed in white robes, were filled with confusion. Sengoku, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Absolutely certain. On the other end of the Den Mushi, Sengoku's voice was full of fatigue and confusion. He offered no resistance and even cooperated when we bound him with sea-stone chains. The five of them exchanged glances. Their expressions shifted from shock to seriousness and then to a deep-seated suspicion. A monster capable of directly defeating a marine admiral and coming out unscathed from a meeting with the two emperors. Faced with the encirclement of the highest combat power of the marine headquarters, instead of thinking about how to break out or escape, he chose to surrender. Is that reasonable? What is he plotting? The blonde-haired elder furrowed his brows, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the table. Impel down? Does he want to go to Impel down? Impossible. Another tall elder immediately denied it, saying that Impel down is the most secure prison in the world. Once you're in, you can never come out. What could he possibly want to do in Impel down? Is there anyone worth saving there? What could a little kid be thinking? Could it be that this little brat just wants to play with us? I'm afraid. That might very well be a possibility. A monster child's thought process is something we can't easily understand. The five elders couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. They had faced countless opponents, yet they had never encountered a little kid just over a year old as an opponent. They couldn't even grasp the motives behind his series of actions. If you ask me, since he wants to come in, let him in. The bald elder spoke up. What? Are you crazy? The other four looked at him in disbelief. The corner of the bald elder's mouth curled into a chilling arc. A tiger that enters a cage is no longer a tiger. Send the order to Sengoku. Take the Demon Child Lynn directly to the underwater prison. Impel down. Lock him in the deepest 6th level, the infinite hell. He paused, a fierce killing intent flashing in his eyes. Then find a suitable opportunity for a secret execution. Completely erase this unstable factor from this world. As for Kaido, once we make the news public, it will be too late. His anger will be of no use. A dead monster is far safer than a living, uncontrollable monster. The other four elders had no more objections upon hearing this. A trace of killing intent appeared in their eyes. That's right. No matter what this little brat's true purpose is, as long as we kill him, everything will vanish. As for Kaido's beast pirates, if we can eliminate the Demon Child Lynn, offending the four emperors is a small price to pay. Underwater prison, Impel down. On the surface, dozens of huge warships, like moving fortresses forged from steel, slowly approached, completely sealing off the area. In front of the prison gate, the director of Impel down, Magellan, stood solemnly with Vice Director Hannibal and Chief Warden Domino, waiting. Magellan's expression was dark enough to drip water. He exuded ominous purple poison gas, distorting the air around him. Director, is this for real? Hannibal beside him was secretly wiping cold sweat, his voice trembling. That 50 billion bounty demon was really captured, and it was after Admiral Kazuru was defeated that Admiral Sengoku personally led the capture? Shut up, Hannibal. Magellan shot him a cold glance. Do your job. Hannibal immediately shrank his neck, not daring to say more. But deep within his eyes sparkled with barely concealed excitement and ambition. This is a massive achievement. If I can manage this legendary demon child well, wouldn't my position as director be within reach? Soon, the flagship docked. Sengoku, Garp, Akainu Akiji, the highest combat power of the Marine Corps, almost all came out. When they escorted a little kid bound in sea stone chains down from the warship, everyone in Impel Down held their breath. This is the demon child Lynn, who single-handedly turned the world upside down. The monster that defeated Admiral Kazuru? He looks like just an ordinary, even somewhat cute little kid. Since everyone's focus was solely on Lynn, they completely failed to notice the presence of Fire Fist Ace, who was being escorted along with him. At this moment, in terms of identity, status, strength, and influence, Fire Fist Ace was completely overshadowed by Lynn. Lynn was being escorted, his little head curiously looking around, checking this and that. His clear eyes showed no awareness of being a prisoner. His relaxed demeanor resembled that of a tourist. Magellan. Sengoku's voice resounded like a bell, filled with undeniable authority. These two are in your charge. According to the highest orders from the five elders, both of them are to be imprisoned in the infinite hell. Additionally, due to the special nature of the demon child Lynn, two people, Akainu and Akiji, have been specially assigned to accompany the escort and guard. Remember, use the highest level of alert. They cannot leave his side for 24 hours. If he makes any move, kill him on the spot. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. Magellan nodded solemnly, stepping forward to take the chains binding Lynn from the Marines. Akainu and Akiji closely follow behind. Garp gave Fire Fist Ace a deep look, his expression complex. Garp, what are you still dawdling for? Come back with me. Sengoku's tone was displeased, clearly still angry about Garp hiding Ace's identity. After the handover was complete, Lynn was strictly escorted into the underwater prison known as the Impregnable Fortress. First level, Red Lotus Hell. Second level, Beast Hell. Third level, Hunger Hell. As they went down, wherever Lynn went, all the prisoners were terrified into silence by the terrifying escort, each shrinking into the corners of their cells, trembling. Finally, they arrived at the fourth level. Heat Hell. The temperature here was enough to melt steel. The air was filled with the scent of sulfur and sin. The prisoners locked up here were all vicious pirates with bounties over 100 million. Upon seeing Magellan and the group of fierce guards behind him, they were first stunned. Hey, what is going on? Such a big deal? Which unlucky guy got captured? Not only is Magellan personally escorting him, but Akainu and Akiji are following too. It must be a big shot. The prisoners discussed among themselves, stretching their necks, curiously peering. Then they saw Fire Fist Ace and the little kid Lynn being escorted in the middle. A little kid wearing open crotch pants and looking quite fierce. Heat Hell instantly fell into a strange silence. A few seconds later, puffed. Ha. What a joke. A little kid. Is there no one left in the Marines? They made such a big fuss over catching a baby. Hey, little brat. Who stole candy from whose house and got caught? The deafening laughter echoed recklessly throughout the entire fourth floor. The prisoners laughed so hard that they were nearly in tears. However, Lynn, the one being mocked, still had little expression on his face. He just felt a bit noisy. Then his dark eyes slightly cooled. You all quiet down. Buzz. An invisible yet terrifying pressure, enough to change the color of the heavens and the earth, erupted explosively from him. The Conqueror's Haki. In that instant, all sounds in the scorching hell ceased abruptly. The expressions of all the mocking prisoners froze instantly. Their pupils dilated suddenly, filled with extreme fear. Immediately after, thud, like wheat being cut down, groups of prisoners fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth, their eyes rolling back, collapsing unconscious. The entire fourth floor instantly turned into a dead zone. The demon boy Lynn, Akainu and Akiji were just about to move to suppress Lynn, but they found that this Conqueror's Haki was incredibly precise. It did not affect any of the guards escorting them, but rather bypassed the guards and accurately radiated to all the prisoners who had been mocking. Even so, The escorting guard were still weak in the legs, cold sweat instantly soaking their backs, almost unable to hold their weapons. Hannibal's legs went weak, nearly kneeling down. Ace was equally shocked. This Conqueror's Haki is even stronger than Dad's. Even Magellan, who was known for his coldness, had his pupils suddenly constrict, his face filled with horror. This is the true power of the demon boy Lynn, clearly not directed at them, yet was terrifying to this extent. Akainu and Akiji's faces were filled with astonishment. No wonder Kizaru was defeated so badly. This Conqueror's Haki has surpassed any emperor currently at sea. Lynn's potential for growth is simply unimaginable. Meanwhile, at the deepest part of Impel Down, the 6th level, Infinite Hell, here, the legendary criminals are imprisoned. Each one possesses the power to overturn a country. In a dimly lit cell, a man wrapped in bandages, resembling a mummified corpse, slowly opened his eyes. This aura, such astonishing strength. Which reckless guy has been sent in again? Crocodile, holding a cigar, slowly exhaled a smoke ring, his eyes turning playful. In another cell, the bored Rain D. Boyne, leaning against the wall, suddenly froze. He raised his head, revealing a bloodthirsty grin. Oh, a fascinating guy has arrived. The quality of this Conqueror's Haki is truly exciting. In the deepest darkness, a man bound by massive chains, resembling a demon, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Douglas Bullet, the qualifications of a king. He felt that fleeting yet overwhelmingly domineering aura and grinned. Interesting. So interesting. This boring prison is finally going to liven up. And in another corner, an old man with white hair and beard was also awakened from his slumber. The Red Count, Barilic-led field. A glimmer of unprecedented brilliance flashed in his murky eyes. Such powerful Conqueror's Haki. Has another remarkable monster come to the 6th level? Chapter 73, Swimming in Magma. Breaking into the cell of Shiryu of the Rain. The scorching air of hell twisted because of the enormous boiling pot. The bubbling blood water rolled violently, emitting a terrifying temperature capable of melting souls. This is the tradition of Impel Down. All new prisoners must undergo baptism here, boiling away all the bacteria and filth they brought from the outside world. At the same time, it serves as punishment and discipline for the prisoners. According to the rules, throw them in, a guard ordered loudly. However, wait. A cold, emotionless voice interrupted him. Akainu, Sakazuki, slowly stepped forward. His stern face was covered with lava-like patterns, his eyes filled with uncontainable rage and killing intent. He looked down at Lynn, tightly bound by sea prism stone, and a cruel smile crept across his lips. Just boiling water is too lenient for this brat. As the words fell, his right arm suddenly transformed into scalding, searing magma capable of incinerating everything. Taste this. Boom. Without hesitation, Akainu slammed that magma fist directly into the boiling pot below. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The entire pot of blood water was instantly ignited. The boiling water, mixed with magma, turned into a true hellish furnace. The surrounding temperature skyrocketed several times. Even the air crackled as if it were being scorched. Sakazuki, Akiji's expression changed. Nothing to be surprised about, just helping the prison disinfect. Akainu retracted his arm, coldly stating, but his gaze was fixated on Lynn, filled with undisguised malice. He wanted this brat to wail in endless pain. He wanted him to pay the most painful price for severely injuring his old friend Kizaru and provoking the Navy's authority. Throw him in, Akainu commanded. Two trembling guards stepped forward and lifted Lynn's small body. Fire Fist, Ace's pupils suddenly constricted, but the boiling water mixed with magma. Just getting close made him feel like his skin was going to melt. This stuff, even steel thrown in, would instantly turn to molten iron. However, at that moment, just as Lynn's body was about to be thrown into the furnace, a purple, grotesque ribcage made purely of energy burst forth from within him, enveloping his entire small body. Susanoo, what ability is this? Magellan and Hannibal, who had never seen this move, were shocked. Akainu and Akiji also showed surprised expressions. Previously, many reports about the protagonist frequently mentioned the purple skeleton, which was said to have resisted even attacks from Shanks and Beckman. Thud! Lynn was thrown into the magma furnace. There were no expected screams, No sizzling sounds of flesh being burned, not even a hint of struggle. The entire scorching hell fell into dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened, staring fixedly at the boiling pot of magma. The next second, under the ghostly gazes of everyone, a small figure wrapped in the purple energy ribcage slowly floated up from the magma. He stretched his arms and kicked his legs, leisurely swimming in the boiling water capable of melting everything. It felt just like swimming in a warm water pool in his own backyard. So comfortable. Akainu's cruel smile completely froze. The muscles in his eyes twitched madly, the veins on his forehead bulging, almost bursting through his skin. How is this possible? This can't be. That's his magma. Why? Why is it ineffective? Poison Dragon. Beside him, Magellan was also stimulated by this scene that overturned his understanding. He frowned. A large amount of purple venom surged from his body, forming 3 heads of a ferocious giant dragon, roaring as it charged into the boiling pot. Poison. Deadly poison. Blood-clotting poison. However, the venom, capable of corroding steel and melting rock, upon touching that layer of purple energy ribcage, emitted a hissing sound and was directly evaporated, leaving not a single trace. Still, ineffective, more and more. Comfortable listening to Lynn's leisurely words and the expression of enjoyment on his face. All the onlookers showed incredulous expressions. Akainu, unable to contain his anger, suddenly turned around and grabbed a prisoner waiting for baptism beside a guard. Admiral Sakazuki. Magellan wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Akainu, without any explanation, directly threw that prisoner into the boiling magma furnace. A piercingly tragic scream lasted less than half a second. The prisoner's body carbonized and dissolved at a visible speed the moment it touched the magma. In less than a second, only a charred skeleton remained, floating in the magma, soon turning to ash and disappearing without a trace. Hiss! The surrounding guards collectively gasped. They looked at the prisoner who had completely vanished, and then at Lynn, who was still leisurely swimming in the magma, feeling a chill rush from their souls to the tops of their heads. A bounty of 5 billion. Now, they finally understood. This number had no exaggeration at all. It should be Fire Fist Ace. One guard spoke with a trembling voice. Throw him in. I want to see if the son of the Pirate King has bones as hard. Unable to deal with Lynn, Akainu could only vent his anger on Ace. Although Ace felt terrified of the magma poison water, he still resolutely jumped in. If I die, I die. But 2 seconds later, Ace crashed onto a hard surface. He opened his eyes and found that the magma poison water had now been covered by a thick layer of ice, and Lynn was frozen in place. However, because he was wrapped in Susanoo, he was only slightly restricted in his movement area, nothing more. Kazan, what do you want to do? Akainu shouted angrily. Come on, Sakazuki, no need to be so agitated, right? Akiji, Kazan, slowly stepped forward. He looked at the pot of boiling magma water, and then at the tightly bound, pale-faced Ace. Fire Fist Ace is an important pawn. If something happens, it won't be easy for us to explain. Yes, Admiral Sakazuki. Magellan also stepped in to persuade. The Celestial Dragon's order was imprisonment, not execution. We should continue. Continue? How to continue? Akainu's teeth ground together. He wished he could use all his strength immediately to wipe out the entire impelled down along with this brat with a single meteor volcano. But he couldn't. In the end, Akainu could only squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. Lead the way to the 6th level, Infinite Hell, the lowest level of impel down. Here there is no scorching heat, no biting cold, only eternal darkness and silence. Those imprisoned here are legendary criminals whose existence has been erased from history by the world government. Each one possesses terrifying power capable of overturning the world order. As the heavy gate, so thick it felt hopeless, slowly opened, pairs of eyes in the darkness all turned to look. Oh, finally here? Who is that astonishing Conqueror as Haki? What kind of deity is this? Magellan? Akainu? Akiji? How many years has it been since I've seen such a convoy? It seems like a remarkable character has really arrived. In the prison, various whispers filled with intrigue, anticipation, or bloodlust echoed. Soon, with Magellan, Akainu, and Akiji escorting 2 figures, They appeared in the corridor of the 6th floor. The eyes of the prisoners immediately locked onto the tall, determined young man. Fire Fist Ace. Is it him? In one cell, Crocodile was slowly exhaling a smoke ring while holding a cigar, his gaze filled with scrutiny. So he really has such strong Conqueror's Haki? Oof. With such strong Haki, his body is pitifully weak. In the deepest cell, Douglas Bullet, bound by chains like a demon, grinned disdainfully. They naturally attributed the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki that had shaken the entire Impel down to Fire Fist Ace. As for the little kid beside Ace, who was wrapped up like a rice dumpling, they elegantly ignored him. "Hey, Magellan!" A voice filled with bloodthirsty intent rang out. Shiryu of the Rain, the former chief warden, was leisurely wiping his beloved sword, Rain. He didn't even look up, just grinned maliciously and said, "The quality of the prisoners this time is quite good. To have the 3 of you top fighters personally escorting them, should I give him a try?" Akainu and Akiji ignored him. Magellan had a cold expression and directly ordered, "Put them in the empty cell at the back." Just as the guards were about to act, a childish voice suddenly piped up, "Wait a minute." Everyone froze. They turned to look. The little kid they had regarded as an afterthought was now tilting his head, his dark eyes curiously surveying the surrounding cells. "Hey, little brat." An unknown prisoner in the darkness chuckled. "What did you do to get locked up? Peeking at the neighbor lady taking a shower?" "Ha ha ha." Lynn ignored the laughter. He stretched out his small hand bound by sea stone, with chubby fingers pointing accurately at the cell where Shiryu was. "I want to stay there. The view is nice." The entire 6th floor fell silent for a second. Puffed. "Ha ha 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 ha. This little brat. Do you think this is an amusement park? Don't go over there. Come here. Uncle promises to take good care of you." The notorious criminals laughed heartily. However, in a shadowy corner of a cell, the Count of Red, who had been hidden, frowned unconsciously. His hawk-like eyes were fixed on Lynn, who was being mocked. This kid's presence seems off. The Count's special observation Haki made him feel an inexplicable sense of danger. "Want my cell?" Shiryu suddenly stood up, staring intently at Lynn with a deathly gaze through the cell bars. "Kid, are you sure?" A terrifying killing intent exploded from Shiryu, pressing down on Lynn like a tangible force. However, Lynn merely glanced at him indifferently and then looked back at Magellan, repeating, "I want that one." All eyes focused on Magellan. They all wanted to see how this famously cold-hearted warden of Impel Down would handle this ignorant little brat. However, the next scene caused all the legendary criminals to nearly pop their eyes out. Magellan's face flashed with an extremely complex expression. He glanced at Akainu and Akiji beside him. Akainu's face was as dark as a pot bottom, and he said nothing. Akiji lazily shrugged, looking as if to say, "Do as you see fit." In the end, Magellan took a deep breath and surprisingly nodded. He shouted at the guards behind him in an extremely suppressed and unwilling tone, "Do as he says. Move Shiryu to the cell across." Chapter 74. Akiji. "Shiryu, you can't win against him." Akainu. "His bounty is 5 billion. At this moment, the entire 6th level, Infinite Hell, fell into a deathly silence. All sounds, all whispers, all breaths seemed to be violently severed by an invisible hand. In the darkness of the prison cells, pairs of eyes representing the pinnacle of evil in this era widened in disbelief. "Do as he says." Magellan, the absolute ruler of the underwater prison known for his cold-bloodedness and iron-fisted control. He actually nodded in agreement to a kid's request. Sir Crocodile furrowed his brow. For the first time, his face, always bearing pride and disdain, showed an expression of deep confusion. "Uh-huh. Let Rain Shiryu give a kid some space. Staying in this hellish place too long has made everything absurd. Ha 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 ha." In the deepest cage, the legendary golden lion Shiki, having been sent back to the 6th level by the Straw Hat Kid with a kick, lay on the ground, laughing wildly. "Now I'm missing 2 legs." Magellan. Rain Shiryu's deep voice sliced through the silence of the 6th level like a sharp blade. He slowly stood up from the ground, leaning against the cell door, his eyes hidden in the shadow of his hat, coldly staring at Magellan's back, brewing a killing intent that could freeze everything. "What are you doing?" His tone was calm, but carried a chilling pressure. "You want me to give a space in the cell to a wet behind-the-ears kid? You seem To have forgotten who I am, Director Magellan. The terrifying killing intent surged forth like a tsunami. However, the advancing Director Magellan simply turned his back to him, silent. The poisonous gas enveloping him deepened in silence. The oppressive killing intent heavy as the deep sea, yet he firmly kept it under control. Very well. Rain Shiryu's voice dropped lower, laced with a playful cruelty. It seemed you were unwilling to speak. His gaze suddenly turned to the two Marine admirals beside him. Akainu Akiji, you, too, the highest combat power of the Navy, intend to watch this farce? Or has the Navy now fallen to the point of bowing to a kid who hasn't even weaned? Akainu's dark face twitched with rage, the magma on him beginning to swirl uncontrollably, yet he said not a word. The atmosphere became oppressive to the extreme. What the hell is going on? The tyrant King Avaro Pizarro's massive body trembled slightly in the cell, his face filled with disbelief. The Marine Admiral personally escorting, and for this kid, humiliating his old colleague? Gulp. The drunken barrel bass Choate could barely hold his jug, spilling liquor everywhere. His fat face was left with nothing but disbelief. Has the Navy gone mad? The hunter of the crescent moon, Katerina Devon, had her fox-like face frozen in an eerie smile. She licked her lips, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. Interesting. I really can't understand it anymore. The Red Count Barolomeo Redfield had a glint of light flash in his murky eyes. He said nothing, just quietly watched, seemingly waiting for something. Just when everyone thought this confrontation would end in silence, a lazy, seemingly half-asleep voice rang out. Well. Akiji Kazan, hands in his pockets, lazily glanced at Rain Shiryu. I say, Shiryu, why don't you say a little less? It's just a cell change. It shouldn't be a loss for you, right? Oh. Rain Shiryu's voice was like a cold stone, striking each person's heart. No loss. Kazan, are you teaching me how to do things? Do you think I can't tear him apart? Upon hearing this, Akiji sighed deeply, his face showing a look of genuine trouble. He raised his head, and for the first time, the weariness behind his glasses was replaced with unprecedented seriousness. He looked at the calm but dangerous Rain Shiryu and said word by word something that silenced the entire infinite hell. You can't beat him. Swish. The prisoners on the 6th level were also stunned. Can't beat him? What kind of joke is that? That's Rain Shiryu, one of the 2 trump cards of Impel Down, on par with Magellan, a monster who is a master of swordsmanship, slashing through people like cutting wheat. He can't beat a 1-year-old kid. Ha 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 ha. After a brief silence, Rain Shiryu let out a deep, chilling laugh. Kazan, has your brain frozen too? I can't beat him. A kid. However, Akiji ignored his maniacal laughter. He simply stated the facts in a tone so calm, it was almost cruel, dropping a second bombshell capable of detonating the entire ocean. Borsellino was defeated. He was defeated by this kid. A crushing defeat. The laughter came to an abrupt halt. Rain Shiryu's cold smile was frozen on his face like a paused movie frame. Borsellino, Kizaru, the Marine Admiral, was defeated, and it was a crushing defeat. Boom! This news detonated like 10,000 tons of explosives in the minds of all legendary criminals. The Golden Lion Shiki's wild laughter froze. His mouth slightly opened, unable to close for a long time. Sir Crocodile's pupils shrank to pinpoints. The 6th level, infinite hell. For the first time, it fell into a true, hear-a-pin-drop silence. Every prisoner's face was filled with the utmost shock and disbelief that could overturn their worldviews. You said, what? A deep, oppressive voice came from the deepest darkness. Douglas Barrett, the man known as the Devil's Heir, slowly stood up from the shadows. His demon-like body was tightly bound by sea-stone chains, but his eyes burned like 2 blazing stars, locking onto the tiny figure bound like a rice dumpling. The Marine Admiral. Lost to this kid? His tone was filled with doubt, but more so, a frenzied excitement of finding a kindred spirit. No one answered him, because everyone was still immersed in the earth-shattering news they had just heard. Hey! Barrett's voice rang out again, this time directly asking the trembling guards. What is that kid's bounty? This question echoed the thoughts of everyone. A monster capable of defeating a Marine Admiral. What would his danger level and bounty amount to? The usually silent Akainu spoke up, his tone filled with strong resistance and dissatisfaction, yet helpless. 50 billion. Berries. Silence. A deathly silence. If the news of Kizaru's defeat was a bomb, then the number 50 billion was a nuclear bomb capable of destroying a planet. 5. 50 billion? As high as that Roger guy. The Golden Lion's body trembled slightly, not sure if it was from shock or excitement. And Rain Shiryu, the former warden who had just threatened coldly a moment ago, now stood there in a daze. As for Douglas Barrett, all expressions had vanished from his face, which was once filled with disdain and combativeness. In its place was an unprecedented mix of fervor and excitement. 50 billion. Finally, was there a new challenge for him to pursue? Chapter 75. Lynn, if you don't give me good food, I'll start burning people. In the 6th level, under the dead eyes of all legendary criminals, reigned Shiryu, the executioner who once terrified countless great pirates. Silently packed his things and walked into the empty cell across from him. He relinquished his position. Throughout the process, there wasn't a single word wasted. A silent understanding quietly formed among these vicious criminals. This little brat. They can't afford to mess with him. The guards, as if granted amnesty, quickly opened Rain Shiryu's original cell door and carefully escorted Lynn inside. Click. The heavy cell door slowly closed. Lynn officially became a part of the infinite hell. He curiously wandered around the cell, touching this and that, and finally plopped down on the cold stone bed. His demeanor was far from that of a prisoner. It was more like he had checked into some fascinating hotel, filled with curiosity about everything in the room. Just when everyone thought this turmoil would settle down, Lynn patted his flat little belly. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, he lifted his little head and, in a babyish voice, spoke to Magellan and Akainu outside the cell. Belly. Hungry. Magellan. Akainu. The guards, even the notorious criminals in the cell, who had just been shocked beyond measure, were collectively dumbfounded. What the hell? We're still digesting your terrifying bounty of 5 billion and your defeat of an admiral. And you're here saying you're hungry? Is this brain circuit a bit too peculiar? A guard timidly brought over a bowl of the standard meal from Impel down, a mushy substance that was unidentifiable and emitted a foul odor. Lynn merely glanced at it, and his little brows furrowed. He pointed his chubby finger at the bowl, then at his mouth, shaking his head vigorously. No, want meat, want fruit. As soon as these words came out, the dead silence of the 6th level, just under the pressure of 5 billion, was instantly shattered. Puffed. Ha 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 ha. I can't hold it in, it's too funny. Want meat? Want fruit? Do you think this is Mariewa? I'm starting to doubt if that 5 billion was a mistake by the Navy. The notorious criminals could no longer hold back. Laughing so hard they were nearly rolling on the floor, tears almost streaming down their faces. The contrast was just too strong. Shut up. Akainu suddenly turned around and roared at Lynn like a beast. The veins on his forehead bulged, and the magma on his body churned violently due to extreme anger. He felt his patience had reached its limit. However, Lynn just tilted his little head and calmly looked at him with his pure black eyes. If you don't give me good food, I'll cause trouble. He said the most threatening words in the most babyish tone. Cause trouble? Ha ha ha. You're killing me. Little brat. Do you not understand the situation? You're already in a cage. What else do you want to do? Do you want to pee on us? Ha ha. The laughter grew louder, gradually fading the fear of hearing about the defeat of the admiral and the 5 billion bounty. Especially from the farthest cell, a muscular man with a face full of flesh was laughing the hardest. It was clear he was the little boss in that cell, and not someone to be trifled with. On the open sea, he would be a ruthless character with a bounty of several hundred million. He leaned against the cell door, looking at Lynn with the eyes of someone watching an idiot. However, Lynn stopped talking. He quietly turned his head and looked at the most raucous, laughing, muscular man. His black eyes suddenly changed, and a bizarre kaleidoscope pattern appeared. The next second, Buzz, without any warning, without any sound, just as the muscular man was still laughing madly, a cluster of pitch-black flames appeared out of nowhere on his body. Huh? The muscular man's laughter abruptly stopped. He blankly looked down at the strange black flames on his chest, confusion written all over his face. What is this? He instinctively reached out his hand to try to extinguish the flames. However, a scream so piercing it didn't seem human tore through the air of the entire infinite hell. The black flames seemed to possess a life of their own, wildly spreading along his arm. In an instant, it devoured his entire arm. Suddenly, the laughter throughout the sixth level came to an abrupt halt. What is going on? Where did the black flames come from? Is this a devil fruit ability? How is it possible to use a devil fruit ability here? How did that little brat do it? Countless people looked in horror at that cell, their faces filled with disbelief and terror. Even Barrett, Crocodile, and Red Count all crowded closer to the cage, watching more intently. Rain Shiryu had an extremely complex expression. This ability, this method, was simply unheard of. Help! Help me! The muscular man let out a desperate wail, rolling around in the cell, trying to extinguish the relentless flames. Quick! Help him! The prisoner in the neighboring cell was so terrified by this horrific scene that he instinctively took off his clothes and rushed towards the black flames. But it was useless. The black flames instantly ignited the clothes. The fire only grew larger. The prisoner who had stripped was also touched by a bit of the black sparks. The next second, that spark, like a wildfire, instantly ignited his entire body. Two figures engulfed in black flames screamed heartbreakingly in their cells, frantically crashing against the walls and cell doors. This terrifying and bizarre scene made the entire sixth level exceptionally quiet. Every person's face was filled with extreme horror and fear. Akainu, Akiji, Magellan. Everyone as pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. Is this the ability mentioned in the intel that can ignite from a distance? This little brat. He was clearly restrained by Sea Prism Stone. How could he still activate his ability? They watched helplessly as those two notorious pirates, with bounties over 100 million, were gradually burned and devoured by the black flames, from flesh to bone, piece by piece. Not even ashes remained. In less than 10 seconds, the screams stopped. The two cells became empty. Only the air still carried a strange smell of burnt protein. The whole place was silent. You could hear a pin drop. Lynn slowly withdrew his gaze, as if he had just done something insignificant. He turned his little head and looked back at Akainu, Akiji, and Magellan, who had turned to stone. Then he extended his chubby little finger, pointed at his mouth, and repeated, "I'm hungry." Chapter 76. Prison? No, he's here on vacation. The beast's shock. Kizaru has been defeated by Lynn.Lynn. Cold sweat had formed a small stream on Magellan's forehead, sliding down his twisted cheeks. He was scared. He was not afraid of the prisoners, but of the fact that this little brat might really go crazy and blow the entire impel down to pieces. Those two prisoners who had been burned to ashes were the best warning. What are you still dawdling for? In the end, it was Magellan who couldn't hold back first. He suddenly turned around and let out a hysterical roar at the group of terrified guards behind him. Didn't you hear? Go prepare food. Big fish and meat. Sea king legs. The best aged rum. Hurry up. You just want to serve this little ancestor well and get him to settle down. Yes, director. The guards felt as if they had been granted a reprieve and scrambled out. The legendary criminals in the cell all had their eyes nearly popping out. Ha ha, am I dreaming? The golden lion, Shiki, lay on the ground, laughter filled with absurdity, sitting in prison, and still able to order food? Douglas Barrett, with a physique like a demon, stared intensely at Lynn.Lynn, his eyes filled with curiosity. He wanted to know what tricks this little brat was playing. Soon, a rich aroma of meat, mixed with the richness of liquor, wafted through the dark and damp sixth level of the prison. The smell was so unfamiliar, yet so enticing. It penetrated the cold iron bars and drilled into every prisoner's nostrils, fiercely stimulating their already numb taste buds. How long had it been since they smelled this scent? 10 years? 20 years? Or even longer? A group of guards cautiously pushed a food cart, which was filled with various delicacies. Huge roasted sea king legs emitted an enticing charred aroma, the juices sizzling and dripping into the tray below. A mountain of exotic fruits, colorful and exuding a fresh sweetness, and barrels upon barrels of top-notch rum, the mere smell intoxicating, glistening under the dim light, reflecting an alluring sheen. The fragrance spread throughout the infinite hell, fiercely stimulating every prisoner's taste buds. They looked at the slop in their own cells, then at the feast in front of Lynn.Lynn, and their eyes turned red. Hunger, jealousy, anger, and various emotions churned within their chests. All they could do was watch and swallow hard. After all, no one wanted to become the next unfortunate soul turned to charcoal by black flames. But Lynn didn't care about any of that. He simply sat there quietly, grabbing a roasted leg taller than himself, and devoured it. His little mouth took a big bite of meat, cheeks bulging as he chewed nonstop. He ate with great enjoyment, as if all the commotion around him had nothing to do with him. His cheeks were puffed up, and his little belly was round. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he let out a satisfied burp. He patted his round little belly and spoke again. Bath. The two words, light as a feather, felt like two heavy hammers, smashing down on Magellan and Akainu's hearts. Boom! Akainu could no longer suppress himself. His right arm suddenly transformed into scorching magma, a terrifying heat wave instantly sweeping through the entire corridor. You damned little brat. Don't get too carried away. The scorching air wave caused the surrounding iron bars to begin to slightly deform, creaking ominously. Magellan's face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. He stared fiercely at Lynn.Lynn, venom swirling around him, wishing he could poison this little brat directly. However, his magma hadn't exploded yet. Crack! A cold hand rested on his shoulder. Akiji, calm down, Sakazuki, Akiji said lazily, but the seriousness in his gaze beneath the glasses was unmistakable. Let him take a bath. It's better than him tearing this place apart, right? These demands were somewhat acceptable. What if he made even more outrageous demands? That would be real trouble. The magma on Akainu's body churned violently, but eventually, it slowly extinguished. He wasn't afraid. He was bound by that damned order. Magellan ground his back teeth, squeezing out a few words through clenched jaws. Prepare a bath for him. The cleanest, the most comfortable. The guards once again scrambled out in a panic. The prisoners on the 6th level went crazy again. They watched the high-ranking Navy officers, watched the arrogant guards. And couldn't he believe they were really going to prepare bathwater for a little brat, their hearts filled with endless absurdity. Are they sure they are in the same cell? Soon, a huge bathtub made of precious wood was carefully pushed in. The bathtub was filled with clear water, shimmering and sprinkled with flower petals, exuding a fresh fragrance. Soft towels and various bathing supplies were placed beside it. This was not a prison. It was clearly a luxurious hotel suite. Lynn.Lynn was unfastened from some of the sea stone chains, but was still under close surveillance. His small body soaked in the warm water, comfortably squinting his eyes. The steam rose, dampening his silver hair. He stretched his little arms and kicked his little legs, splashing water everywhere. Comfortable. He let out a contented sigh, and that sound echoed particularly clearly in the dead silence of the 6th level prison. All the prisoners fell silent again. They watched this little brat playing happily in the bathtub, their hearts left with nothing but numbness. After the bath, Lynn.Lynn comfortably lay on the soft bed the guards had temporarily moved in, covered with a soft silk blanket. He patted the bed beside him and sweetly said, "Massage." This time, Akainu fell silent. He just stood there, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot, radiating a terrifying aura that warned others to stay away, lest they die. Magellan felt like he was going insane. He waved his hand, signaling the guards to comply. Two unfortunate guards tremblingly approached, using all their knowledge to carefully massage Lynn.Lynn. They didn't even dare to use too much strength, fearing they might hurt this little ancestor. The scene was bizarre to the extreme. A little brat bound by sea stone, enjoying a professional massage from two Navy guards, with an admiral and the prison warden supervising. This was simply ludicrous. Boring. Enjoying the massage, Lynn.Lynn yawned and sweetly said, "I want to read comics." On the entire 6th level, all the prisoners looked at the little brat with a face full of enjoyment, their worldviews shattered and then rebuilt in that moment. This is really... Are they sure he's here for prison? This is clearly a vacation, right? Hey, Magellan. Finally, a prisoner with not much sense left could no longer hold back. He was a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million, burly and full of muscle. He grabbed the prison bars and shouted madly, his voice filled with resentment and disdain. "I want the same treatment. I want to eat meat. I want a massage." Why does he get to? Before he could finish his words. Boom. A surge of scorching magma instantly pierced through his chest. The prisoner didn't even have time to scream. His body rapidly carbonizing in the searing magma, ultimately turning into a pile of charcoal, lying on the ground, dead or alive, unknown. It was Akainu. He let out a breath. It felt like a good venting of the anger that had nowhere to go just now. Unable to deal with the demon child Lynn.Lynn. How could one deal with a trash prisoner like you? All the roars, all the mockery, all the dissatisfaction were completely extinguished at this moment by Akainu's terrifying decisiveness in killing. No one dared to say another word. Meanwhile, in Wano country, Onigashima, various joyous news kept coming in. Almost every day there were good tidings. Every day there were considerable gains. And most of this was derived from the reputation of the two emperors of the beast pirates. Ha ha! Kaido took a big gulp of alcohol and let out a deafening laugh, feeling exhilarated. Exhilarated, below the main hall, high-ranking officials like Queen Jack and the Flying Six all had joyful expressions on their faces. At that moment, Mr. Kaido, Jin, flew in. Behind him was a tall, slender man holding a cane and wearing a top hat. It was Lafitte, the navigator of the Blackbeard pirates. Kaido's drunken eyes instantly sharpened. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Lafitte elegantly bowed, wearing a strange smile. "Mr. Kaido, my captain is Blackbeard. His name may not be loud, but I am here on the orders of our captain and Lord Lynn.Lynn to deliver money." He snapped his fingers, and several pirates behind him immediately carried up heavy large boxes. The boxes opened, revealing glimmering berries that dazzled everyone's eyes. 1 billion berries, Lafitte said with a smile. Kaido frowned, looking at him in confusion. "Lynn.Lynn sent you to deliver money? Where did Lynn.Lynn get the money? Did he rob your country?" This did not align with his perception of his unruly son. Lafitte's smile grew even wider. "No, this is the wealth that Lord Lynn.Lynn obtained from the Navy. After Lord Lynn.Lynn defeated Admiral Kazuru, he was unable to return for a time. He specifically instructed us to ensure this money is delivered back intact." Inside the hall, all sounds came to an abrupt halt. Jin's pupils constricted. Queen's cigar fell from his mouth. Jack dropped the meat in his hand. Kaido slowly set down the huge wine gourd in his hand, his oppressive eyes locking tightly onto Lafitte. "You, what did you just say?" Lafitte, neither humble nor arrogant, slightly bowed and stated a fact in a calm tone that was enough to shake the entire New World. "Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Kizar Borsellino, on Bonero Island, was defeated head-on by Lord Lynn.Lynn. I, along with my captain and companions, witnessed it with our own eyes." Chapter 77, Kaido's Fury. Personally going to the Navy headquarters. Doflamingo shocked, he defeated Kizaru. After a brief silence, a thunderous laughter erupted from Kaido's throat, transforming into a terrifying sound wave that nearly toppled the roof of Onigashima. He slammed his fist on the ground, causing the entire hall to tremble. "Well done, well done, my son." Kaido's face was filled with unprecedented joy and pride. "Ha ha ha, defeated an admiral. Ha ha ha, this is exhilarating, absolutely exhilarating. Minions, continue the banquet. We want tea stop until we're drunk." Oh, below the hall, all members of the Beast Pirates, after a moment of shock, erupted in cheers like a tsunami. The entire Onigashima instantly turned into a sea of joy. However, amidst this fervent atmosphere, Lafitte spoke again, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears. But before losing consciousness, Kizuru activated the demon-slaying order. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Hero Carp, Admiral Akainu, and Akiji, leading the highest combat power of the headquarters, have sealed off the entire Bonero Island. Kaido's laughter abruptly ceased. The cheers in the hall also vanished in an instant. A chilling coldness quickly replaced the earlier fervor. Everyone's gaze refocused on Lafitte. Kaido's ecstatic expression gradually darkened, his eyes becoming incredibly terrifying. And then, the smile on Lafitte's face seemed particularly glaring at that moment. And then, under the heavy encirclement of the Navy, young Master Lynn, he voluntarily surrendered. He has now been escorted away by the Navy. Boom! Kaido suddenly stood up, a terrifying aura soaring to the sky. The sky above darkening and thunder rumbling. The kanabo in his hand slammed down hard onto the ground. The hard ground instantly cracked with countless grotesque fissures. "You, say what?" Each word was squeezed out like it came from between clenched teeth, filled with endless fury that could freeze souls. "Navy, dare to arrest my son. These damn Navy bastards. I will never let them off the hook." Roar. A thunderous dragon roar resounded through the heavens. Kaido transformed into a massive azure dragon, crashing through the roof of Onigashima, soaring at breakneck speed towards the Navy headquarters without any hesitation. Mr. Kaido, we're going to rescue young Master Lynn too. That's right. Kill all those Navy scum. Quinn and Jack's eyes turned blood red as they roared and prepared to charge out. Stop. A calm voice halted them. It was Jin. He stood in front of the two, his black wings slightly spread, and calmly said, Since young Master Lynn has done this, he must have his reasons. Do you think a person who could defeat an admiral can be confined in some small Navy prison? If we rush over now, we will only disrupt young Master Lynn's plan. Dressrosa, Smile Factory. A pungent chemical smell mixed with a sickly sweet fruit fragrance formed a nauseating odor. Doflamingo sat in a high-backed chair with his legs crossed, gently swirling a glass of red wine with his slender fingers. Fu-fu-fu-fu. He let out his signature creepy laugh, looking at the busy workers below, his face filled with pride. Trouble, did you see that? If we replace it with this cheap catalyst, our cost can be reduced by at least 30%. Hey, Doflamingo, you're a genius. The snot-nosed treble flattered. Those muscle-headed beasts from the Beast Pirates would never notice the difference. Exactly, at most just a slightly higher failure rate. Who would care? Doflamingo took a sip of red wine, his eyes filled with disdain for Kaido and his crew. Just then, Buraburu, Buraburu. The transponder snail on the table rang urgently. It was Virgo. Doflamingo lazily picked up the phone. It's me, Virgo, what's the matter? Did that fool Kaido get drunk again? From the other end of the transponder snail came Virgo's calm, yet serious voice. Young master, there's an emergency. The demon child Lynn, he defeated Kizuru. What? Doflamingo suddenly stood up, his chair sliding back due to inertia with a screeching sound. His eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, widened to the point of almost breaking them. The wine glass slipped from his hand and shattered on the ground, splattering red wine everywhere. Treble, Diamante, Pica, and other executives were collectively petrified, their mouths agape, eyes bulging like copper bells, their minds blank, completely unable to process this shocking news. Kizaru was defeated by that little brat. How is that possible? He is one of the Navy's top combat powers. And then, Doflamingo's voice was filled with extreme suppression. Then, before his defeat, Kizaru activated the demon-slaying order, but that little monster actually voluntarily surrendered. Virgo's voice carried an unmasked confusion. He has now been imprisoned and impelled down. Voluntarily surrender? Diamante and the others exchanged glances, their faces filled with confusion. Is this fear from the demon-slaying order? No, he definitely didn't surrender. A chill suddenly ran down Doflamingo's back. Surrender? A monster capable of defeating an admiral. This is definitely not out of fear. This is a conspiracy. A terrifying conspiracy that he couldn't see through at all. What does that little brat want? Doflamingo dared not think further. He abruptly turned around and issued orders to the executives behind him. Stop. Replace all the cheap materials immediately. All defective fruits that have been produced must be sold off separately. I won't allow any defective fruit to flow into Wano country. Not even one. He was scared. He didn't dare to gamble. Didn't dare to bet that the strangely minded little monster would come looking for trouble over a small fruit. Navy headquarters, Marineford. Admiral's office. Sengoku rubbed his aching temples, looking at the report in front of him, feeling overwhelmed. Akainu stood in front of him, radiating an uncontrollable rage. That little brat in impelled down is acting like a tyrant. He demands meat, wants to take baths, asks for massages, and even wants to read comics. If his demands are not met, he uses that eerie black flame to incinerate prisoners from afar. Magellan is almost driven mad by him. Kazan can't do anything about him either. Akainu's fists cracked as he clenched them. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I request to go to impelled down right now and kill him on the spot. Enough, Sakazuki. Sengoku wearily waved his hand. He picked up another document on the table, a determined look flashing in his eyes. The order has already been issued. Soon, a secret execution will be carried out on the demon child Lynn. Once he is dead, we will immediately announce the public execution date of Fire Fist Ace. The Navy's lost dignity will be fully recovered. In the corner, Carp, who had been quietly eating senbei, paused and let out a heavy sigh. At that moment, woo-woo, the highest level alarm sounded throughout Marineford. A Navy soldier rushed in, his face filled with apocalyptic fear. Viva admiral! And no, it's bad. Sengoku suddenly slammed the table, roaring, "What are you panicking about? Speak clearly." The soldier's lips trembled, and with all his strength, he shouted the name that froze the entire office. It's Kaido. Beast Kaido. He's coming. Charging towards Marineford all by himself. Chapter 78. Is Lynn stronger than Kaido? Lynn. Ah, father, you are here too. Kaido. Sengoku's pupils shook violently, a chill rushing from his spine to the top of his head. That madman is back. Previously, he came only out of boredom, wanting to commit suicide. But this time he is clear. He must have come for the demon child Lynn. Boom! Before he could think it through, the entire Marineford began to shake violently. The sky outside the window was suddenly covered by endless dark clouds, turning day into night in an instant. Thick purple lightning danced wildly within the clouds, tearing apart the sky. An overwhelming pressure, terrifying enough to make all things submit, descended from the heavens, weighing heavily on the hearts of every Marine. All personnel on alert, highest level of battle readiness. The piercing alarm and the officers' desperate shouts echoed throughout the Marine headquarters. Countless Marine soldiers rushed to the square, raising their weapons towards the dark sky, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Sengoku and Akainu burst out of the office, looking up. They saw a dragon head so massive that it was beyond description, slowly emerging from the rolling clouds. The green scales glistened with a cold metallic sheen under the lightning. Those beastly eyes, burning like molten lava, were filled with endless brutality and fury. Locking onto the Marine headquarters below, Beast Kaido, he really has come. Sengoku. A roar like that of a god erupted from the clouds, transforming into a terrifying sound wave that swept across Marineford. Hand over my son. The voice carried an unabashed intent to annihilate everything. Akainu's fist cracked as he clenched it tightly. He was already seething with anger from the humiliation he suffered and impelled down. And Kaido's arrival provided him with an outlet for his fury. A Yonko dares to invade the Marine headquarters alone. Truly, arrogant enough to seek death. Sengoku's expression darkened. Taking a step forward, he roared at the giant dragon in the sky. Kaido, this is Marineford, not a place for you to run wild. Get the hell back now. Get back. A sinister smile twisted on Kaido's massive dragon face. If you don't hand over my son today, I will flatten your Marine headquarters. As soon as he finished speaking, his enormous dragon mouth suddenly opened wide. Terrifying energy surged wildly in his throat. Breathe of heat. Boom! A destructive beam of light capable of instantly vaporizing an island tore through the atmosphere, carrying a terrifying heat that would incinerate everything, shooting straight down toward the square of Marineford. Damn it! Akainu roared. Great eruption. He launched himself into the sky, his right arm transforming into an enormous lava fist, fearlessly meeting the incoming beam of destruction. Boom! Lava and dragon breath collided in midair with a thunderous crash. An indescribably terrifying explosion occurred instantly. The violent shockwave spread like a hurricane, crazily expanding in all directions. Marineford shook violently under this force. Countless buildings collapsed instantly, turning into ruins. The sea below was lifted, creating towering waves over 100 meters high. If only I had Kaido's courage. In a corner, Garp sighed helplessly. But the next second, the laziness on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. For the sake of justice, he had no choice. He suddenly stomped the ground, launching himself into the sky like a cannonball, his fists covered in Haki, smashing down toward Kaido's dragon head. Since you're here, don't leave. Kaido, Garp. Kaido's dragon pupils narrowed, swinging his massive dragon tail to meet Garp's iron fist. Another earth-shattering bang. In the sky, the three figures representing the pinnacle of this world's combat power engaged in a fierce battle. Just then, a flash of golden light appeared. Kizaru, Borsalino, wrapped in bandages, lazily appeared beside Sengoku. "Oh my, this is really scary, coming in so fiercely. Borsalino, is your injury better?" Sengoku immediately inquired about Kizaru's condition. "Don't worry, Admiral. I'm not that fragile. It's just that hearing the name Demon Child Lynn still gives me a headache." Kizaru had been resting well. Even with Yonko Kaido invading and a bunch of high-ranking Marines stationed, he didn't need to step in personally. But as soon as he heard Kaido call Lynn's name, he couldn't help but shiver. It was evident how deep the shadow Lynn cast over him. So, he simply came to take a look. Sengoku asked in a deep voice, "Borsalino, who do you think is more difficult to deal with, Kaido or that little brat? In terms of pure strength, they're about equal. If I were hit directly by Kaido's strongest two blows, I probably wouldn't survive. In terms of defense and resilience, they are both the type that can't be killed, but that little brat's methods are more bizarre, making it harder to grasp." Kizaru paused, his tone turning extremely serious. "However, when it comes to evasion and speed, that little brat is way ahead of Kaido. Even I can't escape." Sengoku's heart sank heavily. Kizaru took a deep breath and gave his final conclusion. "Overall, that little brat is stronger and more dangerous than Kaido." The surrounding vice admirals gasped at this conclusion, their faces filled with shock. A monster stronger than Kaido? Is this world going crazy? Just then, Kaido roared in the sky, suppressed by Garp and Akainu's combined efforts. His Kanabo was wrapped with purple-black Conqueror's Haki and lightning. A terrifying aura capable of erasing Marine Ford from the map began to gather wildly. Not good. Sengoku's pupils shrank sharply. He could not wait any longer. This bastard. Does he want to destroy this place? Sengoku suddenly tore off his admiral's coat. Golden Buddhist light erupted explosively from his body. Human fruit, mythical type, Buddha form. A towering golden Buddha appeared in Marineford. "Kaido, no one to stop." The golden Buddha, transformed by Sengoku, struck out with a palm, carrying a world-destroying shockwave. Fiercely joining the battle, boom, 3 against 1. The Marine Admiral, Marine Hero, and Marine General, 3 figures representing the highest combat power of the Marines, joined forces to besiege a Sea Emperor. The battle turned the sky dark and the earth dim. Although Kaido was formidable under the siege of the 3, he gradually began to fall into a disadvantage. His wounds multiplied, and his breathing grew heavier. Ultimately, under Sengoku's world-destroying shockwave, Kaido's massive dragon body could no longer hold up, crashing down from the sky and creating a massive pit in the ground. As the dust settled, Kaido returned to his human form, covered in blood, bound tightly by sea stone chains, yet still glaring at Sengoku with eyes full of murderous intent. "Put him in impel down." Sengoku panted heavily, issuing the final order. Underwater prison, impel down. When Magellan and Akainu escorted the legendary strongest creature in the world, Kaido, to the 6th level of infinite hell, all the prisoners held their breath. Kaido was dragged by chains, and with each step, the ground trembled. He glanced at the expressionless Akainu and Magellan, a bloodthirsty curve forming at the corner of his mouth. "Let me tell you, if you dare to harm a single hair on Lynn, I will crawl out of hell and make sure you won't get away with it." Akainu and Magellan remained silent. Finally, they arrived in front of Cell. The heavy gate slowly opened. Kaido lifted his head, ready to see what kind of torture his unfortunate son had undergone since being captured. However, the scene inside instantly washed away the blood and fatigue from his face, replaced by an extreme, incomprehensible confusion. It was not the damp, dark, blood-stained cell he had expected, but a quite cozy single room. In the center stood a huge wooden tub, steaming, with a few vibrant flower petals floating on the water surface. Little Lynn was fully submerged in the warm water, with only his small head visible, contentedly humming an unknown tune. On the small table beside him, there was a pile of fresh fruits, bright red watermelons, purple grapes, and golden bananas, everything one could wish for. His chubby little hands were grasping a piece of watermelon, biting into it and letting the juice flow, with a satisfied expression on his face. Kaido was stunned. He even doubted whether he was hallucinating. Is this impel down? He had never received such treatment during his previous captures. Chewing on the watermelon, Lynn looked at Kaido at the door, momentarily stunned. Then his dark eyes lit up instantly. and he happily waved his chubby little hand. His voice was soft and childish, yet it sounded like thunder in Kaido's ears. Yay, father, you got captured too? Chapter 79. Akainu's fury strikes, yet unscathed. Kaido enjoys the same treatment as the demon child. What's going on? Kaido's face was filled with 1,000 questions. Oh, Lynn took a bite of watermelon and mumbled. I told them that if it didn't treat me well, I'd cause trouble. So they did. Really? Kaido suddenly glared at Akainu and Magellan beside him. He saw Magellan's face, dark as a pot bottom, and Akainu surrounded by surging magma, desperately suppressing his anger, along with Akiji's expression of helpless resignation. The faces of these top naval powers, the absolute controllers of the prison, looked worse than if they had eaten shit. After a brief moment of confusion, an uncontrollable roar of laughter erupted from his chest. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Kaido laughed so hard he doubled over, his reckless laughter echoing throughout the 6th level, even causing the chains on him to shake violently, making a clattering sound. Navy, you bunch of useless trash. He suddenly turned his head, sweeping a scornful and disdainful gaze over the dark-faced Akainu and Magellan. Scared like this by a little brat? Ha ha ha. This is killing me with laughter. Is this the justice you pride yourselves on? A bunch of cowards. Akainu's fists cracked as he clenched them, the magma on his body rolling violently from extreme anger, almost igniting the surrounding air. Just then, Lynn clapped his little hands and sweetly said, Director Magellan, now that my father is here, prepare a portion for him as well. He needs a bath, meat, and a massage. As soon as this was said, the air in the entire 6th level instantly froze. Magellan's face twitched wildly, feeling his sanity on the brink of collapse. Demon Child Lynn, don't push your luck too far. Hey, little guy, that's enough. Akiji also rarely put away his lazy expression, his tone carrying a hint of warning. However, boom. Akainu could no longer hold back. All reason, all commands at that moment were ignited by Kaido's laughter and Lynn's demands, transforming into a raging fury that burned everything. Die, you damn little brat. He let out a beast-like roar, his whole being turning into a red flash, instantly charging toward Lynn's cell. Hellhound, that magma fist capable of melting islands, struck with lethal intent, showing no mercy, and slammed down on the little figure still soaking in the bathtub. Sakazuki, so fast enough that Akiji and Magellan couldn't stop it in time. Fast enough that Kaido's smile was still frozen on his face. Boom! A deafening explosion. A terrifying blast erupted on the 6th level. The entire cell was instantly engulfed in magma, turning into a sea of flames. The violent shockwave, mixed with scalding steam, swept through the entire corridor. All the legendary criminals on the 6th level involuntarily stepped forward, pressing against the bars, their eyes bursting with brilliance. Akainu is serious now. He even used one of his strongest killing moves, Hellhound. What will happen to that little brat? As the smoke and steam slowly dissipated, Akainu stood in place, magma swirling around him, his stern face showing no extra expression, only a hint of cold seriousness. He stared intently at the center of the explosion. However, the next second, the certainty in his eyes shattered completely. Everyone's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints at that moment. In the midst of the ruins, a purple, grotesque skeletal frame made purely of energy stood quietly. Inside the frame, Lynn was still soaking in the water, even lazily stretching. The chains linked to him, made from the highest purity sea prism stone, which had been covered by Susanoo, actually had a crack, showing just how immense the impact had been. But what was shocking was that the purple skeleton protecting Lynn, not only did it have no cracks, but it also showed no signs of damage whatsoever. The entire place fell silent. Kaido, Golden Lion, Barret Crocodile, Rain Shuri, all the legendary monsters couldn't help but open their mouths wide and stare in disbelief. Their faces were left with only one emotion. That was an extreme shock that overturned their worldview. Wearing sea prism shackles, enduring a vice admiral's lethal blow, unscathed. Is this possible? You. Lynn slowly raised his head from the bathtub, His dark eyes no longer held the previous purity and curiosity. Only coldness remained, a coldness that could freeze the soul. "You're a bad guy." He looked at Akainu and said coldly. His eyes suddenly turned a bizarre blood red, a kaleidoscope appearing. Buzz. Without any warning, a cluster of pitch-black flames appeared out of nowhere on Akainu's arm that was still emitting magma. Amaterasu. Akainu's brow twitched as he glanced down at the black flames. A hint of confusion flashed in his eyes, quickly replaced by a fierce expression. It brought a tinge of pain. It was nothing to worry about, just a minor trick. He suddenly urged the magma. More tremendous lava surged from his body, trying to cover and devour the black flames. But soon, the fierceness on his face turned into unbelievable stiffness. The black flames not only did not extinguish, but seemed to find the most delicious fuel, instantly becoming even more ferocious. It was neither covered nor extinguished. It was burning the magma. Ice Age. Akiji's face changed drastically, and he immediately took action. Terrifying cold air surged toward Akainu's arm. Crack! A thick layer of ice covered the black flames. The result was still useless. The ice layer evaporated the moment it came into contact with the black flames, leaving not a single drop of moisture. A low grunt escaped from Akainu's throat. The pain began to intensify. He could clearly feel that his arm, his elemental embodiment, was being devoured little by that strange flame. Burned. That was a flame that couldn't be extinguished, frozen, or even covered by magma. It directly acted on his essence, devouring his existence. Sakazuki, Akiji, and Magellan's faces were filled with horror. They had taken the previous prisoners seriously, but now, even they couldn't handle it. This was no joke. They had seen firsthand how terrible the outcome was when one kept burning. Akainu's gaze turned extremely serious at that moment. He looked at the black flames that were constantly spreading, seemingly ready to engulf his entire body. And a glimmer of extreme determination flashed in his eyes. He abruptly raised his other unharmed hand, transforming it into a blade of magma, and without hesitation, he fiercely slashed down at his right arm engulfed in black flames. Splat! A muffled sound. A complete magma arm was forcibly severed from his shoulder, falling to the ground. Everyone watched, eyes wide open. They watched as that arm, composed of scorching magma and representing one of the Navy's highest powers, was gradually burned away in the black flames, leaving no ashes, leaving no trace. It just disappeared into thin air. Hiss! A chorus of gasps filled the entire 6th level. Everyone stared intently at the small, blood-red-eyed figure in the cell. The Marine admiral, to escape from his flames, actually severed his own arm, and even magma can be burned to nothingness. Akainu stood still, magma swirling at the sight of his severed arm, quickly regenerating a new one. His resolute face was tense, his gaze deep and cold. He stared at Lynn as if looking into an incomprehensible abyss. What kind of monster is this little brat? Enough, Sakazuki. Magellan, seeing Akainu about to strike again, quickly spoke up, gritting his teeth. Bring drinks and meat for Kaido. Chapter 80. Has Lynn become addicted to prison? The Navy's secret execution is coming. The rich aroma of meat and the strong smell of wine spread like invisible demons, ravaging every corner of the 6th level of this infinite hell. It penetrated the nostrils of every legendary criminal, mercilessly whipping their already numbed taste buds and exhausted souls. In the cell, Kaido held a whole roasted sea king leg, larger than anyone else's, tearing off a big chunk of oily meat and stuffing it in his mouth, chewing heartily. Delicious. Lynn, eat more. Once we're full, we'll tear this place down. In the adjacent cell, Lynn's small body sat amid a pile of rare fruits, holding a giant wine bottle and gulping it down. His little face flushed red as he contentedly burped. The father and son were indulging in a feast, turning their cell into a luxurious private room. This absurd scene sharply stimulated the nerves of the legendary criminals in the nearby cells. They looked at the bowl of foul-smelling slop in front of them, then at the lavish banquet before Kaido and his son, their eyes turning red with envy. Damn it! Is this really a prison? The tyrant Alvaro Pizarro cursed quietly, driven nearly mad by hunger. Gurgle. The large booze barrel, Busker Jot stared intently at the barrel in Kaido's hands, his atoms apple bobbing as drool nearly dripped down. Crocodile, with a cigar in his mouth, wore a gloomy expression. Douglas Barrett crossed his arms, muscles taut, his eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. Other major criminals dared not voice any dissent. After all, no one wanted to be the next unfortunate soul turned to nothingness by that strange black flame. Throughout the 6th level, aside from Kaido's boisterous eating and drinking sounds, only the heavy breaths and swallowing of saliva from the prisoners could be heard. At Navy headquarters, Marineford, in the marshal's office, the atmosphere was stifling. Sengoku sat behind his desk, hands crossed, brows tightly knitted. In the corner, Garp stopped munching on senbei, his expression serious. Beside him, Vice Admiral Tsuru calmly wiped her sword. The telephone bug on the desk mimicked Akiji's lazy demeanor. Here's how it is. Sakazuki's Hellhound was blocked head-on and scathed. The black flames, capable of burning magma, forced Sakazuki to sever his own arm to escape. Now, to stabilize that brat, Magellan has agreed to Kaido's request for special treatment. Each word from the telephone bug struck like a hammer, heavily weighing on the hearts of the 3 highest-ranking Navy officials in the office. Garp's brows furrowed tighter. With Haki, he could withstand one of the Admiral's strongest moves without a scratch? What level of defense is that? Sengoku said solemnly. Is he really shackled tightly with sea stone? That's right, came Akiji's helpless voice from the phone bug. I've personally checked the highest purity sea stone. There's no problem. Truly a monster. Tsuru slowly spoke, her tone grave. His abilities seem unaffected by sea stone. That's the most troublesome part. Wow. How terrifying, said Kizuru, who had been wrapped in bandages and silent, now speaking lazily, but with an uncontainable tremor in his voice. That brat. Probably improved again. My previous attacks could still inflict some damage on that purple skeleton. But this time, even Sakazuki's Hellhound couldn't leave a mark. This clearly indicated that the brat's methods and strength were on the rise. Everyone felt a chill. Even Kizaru said so. The growth rate of that brat had completely surpassed everyone's comprehension. Let them be arrogant for a couple more days. A fierce killing intent flashed in Sengoku's eyes. Orders had already been issued from above. In 2 days, the secret execution of the demon child Lynn will be carried out. Everyone's expressions turned grave. Kizaru seemed worried. But Kaido is right there on the 6th level. Is it really okay to execute him in front of him? I've asked the higher-ups about this, Sengoku replied sternly. Whether in front of him or behind his back, once the demon child Lynn is dead, Kaido won't spare the world government. Therefore, after resolving the demon child Lynn, we will fully focus on Kaido. We must eliminate all these unstable factors in the cradle. 2 days later, Infinite Hell. Kaido stretched, his bones cracking loudly. After 2 days of rest and a diet of rich food, his injuries had completely healed, and he was back at his peak condition. Huh. He looked at Akiji, who was bored outside the cell, and grinned. Hey, Navy kid, I'm tired of being here. He turned to Lynn, who was still focused on reading comics. So, let's go. We're breaking out. A terrifying aura erupted from him, shaking the entire 6th level. Akiji sighed, standing up from his chair, cold air surrounding him. Now, Mr. Kaido. Don't make it difficult for me. I'm still here. However, to everyone's surprise, Lynn didn't even look up, simply turning a page of his comic and childishly saying no. Huh? Kaido was stunned. Akiji was stunned. All the prisoners who had perked up to watch the show were also stunned. No. What are you talking about? Son, what did you say? Kaido rubbed his ears, thinking he misheard. I said let's break out. It's nice here. Lynn pointed at the comic in his hand, then at the mountains of fruits beside him. There's meat to eat, comics to read, and I don't have to bathe myself. I don't want to leave. Kaido's expression froze. The entire 6th level fell into a strange silence. Addicted to prison. But thinking about it, it made sense. Daily feasting on fish and meat, massages, baths, and comic books. Who wouldn't get addicted? You. Kaido was so angry he nearly choked. You little brat. Is your brain broken? Just then, rumble. The heavy, despair-inducing gate of infinite hell was slowly pushed open from the outside. A chilling, murderous aura swept in. Everyone instinctively looked over. There stood Marine Admiral Sengoku, clad in a justice cape, his expression as cold as water, leading the way. Behind him was the ice-cold, murderous Sakazuki. There was Kizaru, wrapped in bandages, looking relaxed, and Garp, the Navy hero, with his hands in his pockets and a solemn expression. Further back were a large group of Marine Headquarters Vice Admirals, including Momonosuke, Chibuta, and Jaijin. This was nearly the highest combat strength of the Navy headquarters. Behind them, a team of elite Marines pushed several enormous carts. The carts were covered with thick black cloth, but from the outlines, it was clear they contained various terrifying and grotesque torture devices. The massive guillotine gleamed with a cold light. The spiked mace, larger than Kaido's kanabo, was filled with spikes. There were barrels emitting strange odors filled with unknown liquids, and various large knives, guns, swords, and halberds forged specifically for executions. At that moment, the air in infinite hell seemed to freeze. Kaido looked at the massive procession, gazing at the dazzling array of torture instruments, and instead of feeling fear, he let out a reckless, wild laugh. Ha ha ha. Sengoku, Garp, you old geezers, finally thought about executing me, huh? Putting on such a grand show? Good, very good. Come on, let me see if your navy really has what it takes to kill me. He thought this spectacle was prepared for him. However, Sengoku merely shot him a cold glance, his voice devoid of any emotion. Kaido, today is not your day to die. He raised his hand and pointed to the small figure in the cell. The one we are going to execute is him. Kaido's laughter abruptly stopped. His arrogant face instantly darkened. A killing intent, far more terrifying than before, erupted from him, transforming into a tangible Conqueror's Haki that fiercely crashed into the Navy's ranks. Uis. What? He stared fixedly at Sengoku, speaking slowly, his voice sounding as if it came from the depths of hell. You want to touch my son? Sengoku, just try it. If he loses even a hair today, I'll bury the entire impel down with your navy. However, just at that tense moment, a childish voice suddenly rang out. Father, I'd like to give it a try. Kaido was about to speak, but suddenly froze. The Navy personnel present also narrowed their eyes, feeling the tension. All the major criminals were terrified, looking as if they had seen a ghost. They saw Lynn and put down the comic book in his hands, his small body, shackled in sea prism, stone handcuffs, and leg cuffs, slowly floating into the air. He curiously looked at the chilling torture instruments, filled with an excited eagerness to try them out. Chapter 81. Lynn is executed, but it's the prisoners of the 6th level who suffer. At this moment, the 6th level of infinite hell fell into an eerie silence. That small body, shackled with the purest sea prism stone, defied the laws of physics and the nemesis of devil fruits, floating lightly in midair. This scene, which overturned all understanding, caused the brains of everyone present to momentarily crash. Floating up, wearing sea prism stone, flying up? What kind of trick is this? The Navy's moonwalk? It doesn't seem like it. The previous purple skeleton could barely be considered a special type of Haki. But what is this flying? Is there such a thing as floating Haki in the world? The criminals in their cells pressed their faces against the bars, their eyes bulging as if they were about to pop out. Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Kizaru. The faces of all the top Navy powers were filled with incomprehensible seriousness. Meanwhile, in Mariewa, the Holy Land, among the power players, the 5 highest authorities of the world government were silently watching everything happening in the 6th level of Impel Down through a giant den mushi. The sea prism stone is of the highest purity, right? An old man with a handlebar mustache, dressed in a white robe, spoke in a hoarse voice. Confirmed. The bald old man wearing a flat cap and holding the original Kitetsu had eyes sharp as blades, forged personally by the highest level craftsman of CP, with no flaws whatsoever. Then why is he still able to use his abilities? No, perhaps. It's not the ability of a devil fruit. This little brat is full of mysteries. In the realm of power, a long silence fell. In the image, Kaido looked at his excited son, and the towering rage on his face slowly calmed down. What replaced? It was a reckless laughter mixed with pride and fervor. Ha ha ha. Good. He truly is my son. He no longer tried to dissuade him, just grinned widely, looking at the Navy with eyes full of anticipation. Let me see what you Navy are really capable of. Sengoku's face was so dark it could drip water. He took a deep breath, suppressing his suspicions, and issued orders to the guards. Open the cell door. Crack. The heavy cell door slowly opened. Lynn swayed out, as if a child who just got a new toy, curiously flying around those gruesome torture instruments. Sengoku stepped forward, looking down at him, trying to suppress this uncontrollable monster with the majesty of an admiral. Demon Child Lynn, do you have any last words? Lynn tilted his little head and thought for a moment, then shook it. No, come on. The corner of Sengoku's eye twitched violently. He suddenly waved his hand. Execute. The first item, the guillotine. Two giant marine generals worked together to push a massive guillotine that glimmered with a chilling cold light to the center of the arena. The blade was several meters wide and incredibly heavy. The blade itself sparkled with the unique dull luster of sea prism stone. To ensure absolute certainty, the Navy even forged the blade from a whole piece of massive sea prism stone. I'll do it myself. Lynn did not wait for the Navy to act. He proactively flew over and obediently placed his little head on the cold guillotine. This comical yet bizarre scene made everyone's breath hitch. Sengoku's eyes flashed with determination as he roared, "Chop! Boom!" The giant marine generals released the rope, and the heavy guillotine, a mix of sea prism stone and top-grade steel, fell with a sound that ripped through the air. Everyone stared intently, not daring to miss a second. However, a gigantic, menacing skeletal hand made of pure purple energy suddenly emerged from Lynn's body without warning. That hand precisely grabbed the falling guillotine. Cracked. A clear, ear-piercing sound of shattering. The guillotine, forged from steel and sea prism stone, as hard as it was crushed into pieces like a fragile cookie by that purple skeletal hand. The entire sixth level fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared in shock as the purple hand slowly retracted back into Lynn's body. That thing not only can defend, but can also attack. Sengoku and Garp exchanged glances, both seeing extreme seriousness in each other's eyes. Second item, swords, guns, axes. All majors attacked together. Yes. Dozens of battle-hardened Navy majors roared as they swung their massive weapons from all directions, striking fiercely at Lynn. Buzz. This time, it was no longer a hand. Instead, it was a complete upper body of a purple skeleton. The menacing skeleton perfectly enveloped Lynn, facing the attacks capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks. The purple skeleton merely waved its arm casually. Bang, 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 bang. Just like swatting flies, those several Navy majors, along with their weapons, were all sent flying with a single slap, crashing heavily against the distant wall and losing consciousness. Not fun. Lynn yawned, his face full of boredom. Sengoku's face was so dark it could drip water. Change to the electric chair. Soon, a metal chair, shaped menacingly and covered in wires, was pushed up. Lynn curiously looked at this new toy and proactively flew over, sitting down with a plop. Turn the voltage up to the max. Sengoku ordered. ZZZZ. Dazzling electric light erupted instantly. The entire sixth level was illuminated as bright as day by this blinding electric light. Tens of thousands of electric currents surged toward Lynn's body like frenzied silver snakes. However, those terrifying electric currents that even admirals dared not confront were completely absorbed the moment they came into contact with that layer of purple skeleton. The color of the purple skeleton deepened and became even more eerie under the massive influx of electric current. Lynn, who was in the middle of it, not only suffered no harm, but looked at the flickering electric scene with eyes full of novelty. This is fun. The next second, that purple skeleton, which had absorbed a massive electric current, suddenly shook violently. Boom! An electric current, hundreds of times more violent than before, was released indiscriminately in all directions. Centered around Lynn, the Navy's faces changed drastically. Fortunately, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji quickly reacted, standing in front of everyone, raising their hands and activating their Haki to the utmost, blocking all the electric currents. The Navy was unharmed, but the prisoners on the sixth level suffered. Hi, help! I'm going to be electrocuted. The entire sixth level instantly turned into a hell on earth. Large numbers of prisoners were convulsing in this terrifying electric current, frothing at the mouth, their hair standing on end. Only a few legendary prisoners like Baron Tamago could easily withstand this massive electric current unscathed. Many prisoners were left in tears. The one being executed was that little brat. Why were they the ones suffering instead of him? Why? Chapter 82. The Navy's True Killing Move. The Advanced Complete Body Susanoo makes its official debut. Ha 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 ha. Kaido, bathed in lightning, let out an exhilarating laugh. Sengoku, are you giving him a massage? Sengoku's gaze was heavy. He knew that conventional torture devices had completely lost their meaning against this monster. He took a deep breath, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. Bring out the final item. Two guards, with an extreme sense of reverence, carefully brought out a box made of sea prism stone. The box opened. Everyone's gaze was instantly drawn to the contents inside. It was not torture devices. Instead, there were two fruits, emitting a strange aura covered in spiral patterns. Devil fruit. Kaido's smile froze at the sight of the two fruits. The legendary criminals in the cell also put away their expressions of watching a show, their eyes becoming extremely serious. They all understood what it meant to eat two devil fruits. Exploding to death. What a vicious tactic. Barrett's voice was low and hoarse, carrying a sense of scrutiny. The other old-era powerhouses exchanged cold glances. The Navy's actions were indeed as cruel as ever. Sengoku, a wave of killing intent, more terrifying than ever before, erupted from Kaido. His beast-like roar shook the entire impel down. You dare. The Navy had tried this method on him before. But how resilient was his body? Even if he consumed the devil fruits, he would only feel some pain and would quickly recover, completely unaffected. But Kaido knew that he could withstand it because his body was tough enough. There were hardly a few people in the world whose physical strength could surpass his, regardless of white-beard or red-haired. But Lynn.Lynn relied on that unknown special defensive method. If it came to physical strength, he probably couldn't even compare to any of the minor ability users under his command. Therefore, Kaido would never let Lynn.Lynn take this risk. However, before his threat could finish, Lynn.Lynn had already appeared in front of the box like a flash of lightning. He reached out his small hand, picked up the two devil fruits, and examined them closely. Lynn.Lynn. Kaido realized what Lynn.Lynn was about to do and hurriedly tried to shout a warning. Unfortunately, it was too late. Under the widened eyes of everyone, Lynn opened his small mouth, took a bite of one of the fruits, then another bite of the other. He chewed for a moment, his small brows furrowing. Yuck, yuck, yuck. So disgusting. He casually tossed the remaining fruit aside, his face full of disdain. After doing all this, he patted his small belly, flew back into the air, and curiously looked at the group of people who were now completely petrified. Also, are there any other torture devices? 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. A full half-minute passed. The anticipated scene of his body exploding did not occur at all. Lynn.Lynn remained safe and sound, even yawning. How? How is this possible? He actually ate two devil fruits. He didn't explode. This must be a trick. It has to be a scam. Countless prisoners exclaimed in disbelief. The curse that had been legendary for hundreds of years, enough to make anyone explode, was completely ineffective against him. Even someone as strong as Kaido would at least feel some pain. This little brat actually had no issues at all. Even Kaido's eyes widened. Could it be that this kid's physique is even stronger than his? Is this kid even human? The sand crocodile frowned. The iron rule of the devil fruits could actually be broken. It seems the rumors are not to be trusted. The Red Count's eyes flickered with a strange light. Could this fragile little body actually accommodate two devil souls? The Golden Lion's face was filled with surprise, and a calculating smile appeared. If this little guy is fine, maybe he could try in the future. Oh, what a headache. The yellow ape lazily raised his hand, yawned, but his eyes behind the glasses showed no sign of relaxation. Admiral Sengoku had long said that these toys were useless to him. Slowly, he began to unwrap the bandages wrapped around him, revealing a body that, although still bearing scars, had fully recovered. Still, let's use the most direct method. As the words fell, whoosh, 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 Akainu Akiji, Garp. The three top forces of the Navy simultaneously removed their justice capes and tossed them to the ground. a kind who flexed his newly grown magma arm, the joints popping like explosions. Akiji exhaled a breath of cold air, his eyes sharpening. Garp clenched his fists, his weathered iron fists. Merely tightening caused the surrounding air to groan under the unbearable pressure. Following that, Momonosuke, Tashigi, Guild Tesoro, and others. All the Navy vice admirals present drew their swords, their blades pointed straight at the little figure. At that moment, the atmosphere changed completely. If the previous execution still carried a hint of probing and procedure, now, what permeated the entire infinite hell was nothing but unabashed, bone-chilling, killing intent. This was the true execution. A kill move executed personally by the Navy's highest combat power. What are you doing? Bullying the few with many, huh? Navy, you bunch of bastards. If you have the guts, come at me. Kaido's eyes were filled with rage, letting out a thunderous roar. His voice, filled with unwillingness and fury, shook the entire prison. The legendary criminals in the surrounding cells also understood at this moment. So that's how it is. The so-called torture devices were never meant to kill that little brat. They were meant to wear him down, to test the limits of his abilities. From the very beginning, the Navy never expected those things to work. Their real killing move was to gather all the top combat powers of the Navy headquarters for a complete encirclement. Do you all want to play with me? Suddenly, Lynn spoke. Even facing such a terrifying top lineup, he remained completely unflustered. Instead, he seemed calm and playful. He had anticipated this scene long ago. All right then, let's have some fun. The next second, boom, an indescribable, terrifying energy erupted from Lynn.Lynn's small body like an ancient giant beast awakening. A purple light shot up into the sky, instantly enveloping the entire cell. A massive, heavily armored, and fierce war god made entirely of pure energy rose from the purple light. It stood over 10 meters tall, with 2 horns on its head, clad in battle armor, wielding a giant energy longsword. Susanoo, advanced complete body. This purple war god, just standing there, exuded a pressure capable of crushing everything. Its hollow eyes calmly looked down at everyone present. This was Lynn.Lynn's greatest confidence in daring to be reckless on the 6th level. So the true form of that purple skeleton was actually this huge. Admiral Sengoku's decision was right. With the methods of the demon child Lynn.Lynn, it was almost impossible to take him down without mobilizing so many people. A bounty of 5 billion is no joke. All the Navy, including Sengoku, Garp, the 3 admirals, and all the vice admirals, felt a chill in their hearts. They sensed that pure and extreme destructive power. It was a force that transcended the devil fruits, transcended Haki. Divine power. Everyone, take action. Sengoku shouted angrily and issued the order. Chapter 83. The Dead Gate and the Ultimate Freedom opened simultaneously. The origin of the demon child's name. I'm really sorry, little guy. Huang Yuan was the first to speak, breaking the heavy silence. He lazily raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together. I absolutely hate overtime. So, please finish it quickly. Buzz. Golden light particles frantically gathered at his fingertips, coalescing into a dazzling sword of light. Tiankong, Yunjan, Tianfa. No testing. No holding back. The moment he struck, Huang Yuan unleashed a terrifying move that combined speed and power to the extreme. A golden slash tore through space. So fast that even time couldn't catch up, instantly cutting into the chest of the purple war god. However, the purple war god simply raised its massive energy left arm slowly, blocking the attack. Clang! The golden heavenly punishment slash struck solidly against the purple arm, erupting with a deafening sound of metal clashing. The violent energy impact caused the entire 6th layer to shake violently. Yet that purple arm remained unmoved. Not even a white mark was left behind. A raised hand blocked the general's attack. What a joke. The eyes of all the major criminals were about to pop out. The progress is just too fast. The laziness on Huang Yuan's face completely disappeared for the first time, replaced by an unmistakable seriousness. In another 2 years, I really might not be able to keep my position as a general. Humph. A cold snort erupted like a volcanic eruption. Akaina moved. Stop talking nonsense there, Borisolino. His regrown right arm expanded dozens of times in an instant, transforming into a terrifying molten claw. It was covered in boiling magma, emanating a terrifying heat capable of melting steel. Red Lotus, Hellfire. Boom! The molten claw, with the will to burn everything to ashes, struck fiercely at the purple war god's right shoulder. This time, the purple war god raised its other hand to block the attack. Crack! A clear sound of shattering echoed in everyone's ears. A fine crack appeared on the indestructible right arm of the purple war god. Sigh! Akiji sighed helplessly, cold air swirling around him. He had no choice but to make a move. Ice block, 100-thorn spear. Terrifying cold air transformed into countless sharp ice spears, bombarding the purple war god's chest like a torrential rain. Crack, crack, crack. More cracks spread across the purple war god's chest. Yet, even so, it still stood firm. The legendary criminals in the cell all held their breath. Their faces were filled with shock that overturned their understanding. The three admirals, attacking together, couldn't even break through its defense? Keek. The laughter of the golden lion Shiki was filled with absurdity and disbelief. This little brat's defense is simply more exaggerated than Captain Rock's. Douglas Barrett also rarely showed a look of shock. He stared intently at the purple war god. His eyes filled not only with shock, but also with a fervent battle intent, as if he had met his match. If it were any one of them, facing such a combined attack from the three admirals, it would be impossible to remain so relaxed. And that little brat only caused cracks in his defense? All the vice admirals attacked together. Sengoku roared. Yes, Momonosuke, Chavip, Oni Spider, Firemount. Dozens of the top vice admirals of the Navy headquarters activated their armed color Haki to the extreme and simultaneously unleashed their strongest slashes. Countless sword energies capable of splitting mountains and rocks fell heavily on the purple war god's body at the same time. Boom! The cracks spread rapidly across the entire body of the purple war god like a spider web. However, the purple war god still stood tall. This shocked all the Navy personnel. The three admirals, all the vice admirals of the headquarters, had all exerted their full power, yet they still couldn't shatter this purple thing. The strength of its defense is simply outrageous. This is the end. A calm voice rang out. It was Carp. He suddenly stomped the ground, and his whole body shot up like a cannonball. His weathered iron fist at that moment was enveloped in a thick, pitch-black armed color Haki that could be seen with the naked eye. That Haki even affected the weather, conjuring black lightning out of nowhere. Iron Fist, Falling Star. This punch had no flashy effects, only the purest destructive power. It struck fiercely against the chest of the purple war god, which was covered in cracks. Boom! With a huge sound, the towering purple war god could no longer hold on. Under Carp's world-destroying punch, it shattered with a loud bang. The purple energy fragments scattered like fireworks in all directions. At this moment, Lynn's small figure was completely exposed to everyone's view. It's over. This time, it's really going to end. The lineup on the opposite side is too exaggerated, and it's simply not something one person can contend with. The major criminals all felt a chill in their hearts. Kaido felt anxious, although he believed in Lynn's strength, and Lynn had proven his power multiple times. The lineup on the opposite side was simply too outrageous. Even dealing with the Yonko crew would be more than enough. Yet now, Lynn had to face such a lineup alone. The outcome was truly uncertain. No mercy. Sengoku seized the opportunity and issued the final command without hesitation. Akainu, Akiji, Huang Yuan. The three admirals showed no hesitation and once again unleashed their strongest powers. Great Fire, Ice Age, Yada no Kagami. Three terrifying attacks representing lava, extreme ice, and light surged from three directions, leaving no blind spots and slammed toward the small figure in the center. Just at this critical moment, an indescribable, terrifying aura, as if from ancient times, erupted violently from within Lynn's body. Everyone present, whether Navy or prisoners, was taken aback. They saw Lynn's body suddenly erupt with two completely different energies. One was a blood-red steam, as if burning his life. The other was a holy and ethereal silver flame. Red and white, the two energies intertwined, twisted, and fused wildly. Lynn's dark eyes instantly turned silver, hollow and devoid of emotion, as if looking down on all beings like a god. His hair stood on end, defying the wind, each strand turning into a red and white color. 8 Gates of Duinjia, Dead Gate. Ultimate freedom technique. At this moment, all the legendary criminals in the cell simultaneously recalled that title they had once looked down upon. Demon Child. They finally understood now why this little brat was called the Demon Child. Chapter 84. Did the 3 admirals' attacks all miss? Kizaru's light, Akainu's lava, Akiji's ice. 3 forces representing the highest destructive power of the world government came from 3 directions, sealing off all escape routes, and ruthlessly slammed towards a figure wrapped in a sacred and ominous aura. However, the expected world-destroying explosion did not occur. Just as the 3 energies were about to touch Lynn's body, he moved. Without warning, without sound, not even a whisper of wind. His body tilted back slightly in a manner that transcended physical laws, defying the limits of visual perception, in a minuscule yet precisely calculated motion. The punch of lava grazed past the tip of his nose. The ice spear flew past his cheek. The brilliant light bullet passed through his hair. The combined attack of the 3 admirals, powerful enough to destroy an island, fell into empty space, crashing into one another, erupting into a deafening roar and a violent energy storm. The entire 6th level shook violently. Yet all eyes were fixed on the center of the storm. Lynn's figure slowly emerged from the chaotic energy. He remained suspended in place, as if he had never moved an inch. His red and white hair was not a single strand out of place. Those silver eyes calmly gazed at the 3 men representing the Navy's highest combat power. Hollow and indifferent. Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru's movements froze for the first time. Their battle-hardened bodies felt an instinctive shiver in that moment. What has happened? They couldn't see clearly. Even their observation Haki only captured a blur of afterimages. It was as if their attacks were destined to miss from the very beginning. You all saw it, right? This kid's evasion is simply despairing, Kizaru said, his tone heavy and filled with helplessness. At this moment, Akiji and Akainu finally understood where Kizaru had suffered his earlier defeat. If their combined attack could be evaded, then Kizaru's attack would be even less effective. He probably wouldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. In this situation, it would be strange if Kizaru didn't lose, since he can evade such a wide range. Then let's shrink the range, not giving him any space to dodge. Akainu moved again. This time, Akainu no longer covered a wide area, but instead, his massive lava body instantly expanded, transforming into a burning magma that charged towards Lynn with an unstoppable momentum. So strong that I don't need to hold back anymore. Akiji's cold aura instantly crystallized into countless sharp ice blades, sweeping in from all directions like a torrential rain, sealing off all possible escape routes for Lynn, attempting to slice him into pieces. Let's see this little guy. I don't believe he can keep dodging. Kizaru transformed into a series of golden afterimages, moving around Lynn at a speed that surpassed the limits of the naked eye, each afterimage trailing a brilliant beam of light, forming an airtight cage of light that trapped Lynn within. The 3 admirals abandoned long-range attrition and chose the most direct, most violent close-quarters assault. They aimed to force Lynn into a corner, leaving no gaps for him to evade. Facing such a net, all the legendary criminals in the cell instinctively held their breath. That small figure moved again. He did not retreat, did not dodge, and did not block. He simply took a step forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Leisurely walking, his body flowed between the glacier and lava. Each movement was as smooth as flowing water. Every sidestep was exquisitely precise. A massive lava fist almost engulfed him. Yet he merely tilted his head slightly, allowing the searing energy to whistle past his ear. Countless sharp ice spears sealed off all his forward routes. But he simply lifted his foot slightly and glided through the only gap that could hardly be called a seam. The airtight rain of light bullets in his eyes seemed to transform into slowly moving raindrops. He didn't even look. Every part of his body, every muscle, every nerve acted autonomously, performing the most perfect evasive movements. That was not dodging. That was an absolute domain that transcended the attack. This is impossible. The barrel-like Buscaire Choate dropped his wine jug with a bang, spilling the liquor everywhere, yet he remained oblivious. His body was moving on its own. Douglas Barrett's eyes, filled with battle intent, were now left with nothing but an overwhelming shock, his tense muscles trembling slightly from the excessive astonishment. This was not observation Haki. Observation Haki is about prediction, about perception, but he was instinct. The legendary solitary Redfield, a figure on par with Roger and Whitebeard from the old era, spoke with an unmistakable astonishment in his voice. This was a realm they could never hope to reach in their lifetime. Ha 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 ha. Kaido's worries instantly transformed into overwhelming joy and pride as he punched the cell door, creating a deafening sound. Did you see that? Navy, you worthless fools. This is my son. Amidst this shocking overturn of understanding, even Sengoku, Tsuru, and all the vice admirals were left dumbfounded. They actually all missed. Sengoku couldn't believe it. No wonder even Shanks conceded. Kizaru's loss was not unjust. Tsuru's tone was unusually somber. This little guy, everyone, take action. The Navy vice admirals were surprised, but they did not forget their most important mission. They couldn't let him go so easily. Everyone, use Moonwalk. Get close and entangle him. Taudu shouted, holding the famous sword Kinpyra, and was the first to charge out. Chafeng, Giacomo, Fire Mountain, dozens of the Navy headquarters mainstays simultaneously stepped on Moonwalk, attacking that figure strolling through the barrage from various angles. They aimed to use their bodies to restrict the movements of that monster. You all fought for so long. It's my turn now. A ripple finally appeared in Lin's hollow silver eyes. He stopped. Slowly, he raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, pressing them against his forehead. A terrifying energy, more fearsome and heart-pounding than ever before, began to gather wildly at his fingertips. The red and white flames entwined around him seemed to find an outlet, transforming into two spiraling streams of energy that surged towards his fingertips. An indescribable, extreme sense of danger that could freeze the soul instantly enveloped the entire 6th level. Everyone's movements froze at that moment. Whether it was the 3 admirals who were attacking, the dozens of vice admirals charging forward, or the legendary monsters in the cell. Everyone's hearts felt as if they were gripped tightly by an invisible hand. It's that. Retreat. Taudu and Chafeng, 2 vice admirals who had personally experienced this move during the meeting of the 2 emperors, turned pale, their pupils bursting with extreme fear. But alas, it was too late. Dead door, demon-piercing light cannon. Lin's cold voice sounded like the pronouncement of death. A slender energy shockwave, entwined with red and white electric light, shot out from his fingertips. The target was directly aimed at the leading figures, Peach Rabbit, T-Pig, and all the vice admirals behind them. Just at this critical moment, little demon, don't be too arrogant. A commanding roar echoed like thunder on a clear day. Navy hero Garp had appeared in front of the shockwave without anyone noticing. His bronze skin was covered with a layer of black as ink, even deeper than the night itself, showcasing his Haki. The Haki was so intense that it even summoned black lightning around him. Natural disaster Haki. Iron block. In that instant, he pushed his proud body and Haki to the pinnacle of his life. He stretched out his arms, crossing them in front of his chest, forming the strongest shield capable of withstanding all calamities. Then, the demon conquering light cannon collided with his iron fists. Boom! There was no stalemate as imagined, no counterbalance as expected. The slender shockwave, upon contact with Garp's arms, which were known for being the strongest defense in the world, unleashed an unparalleled penetrating power. Crack! A crisp sound that sent chills down everyone's spine. Garp's Haki, which could shatter mountains, shattered like fragile glass. What? Garp's face changed dramatically. Following that, an unprecedented force lifted him off the ground. He was sent flying like a cannonball, knocking over Peach Rabbit, T-Pig, and a group of Navy vice admirals, crashing violently into the solid wall of the 6th level. Dust filled the air, and Garp's body trembled slightly against the wall, finally stabilizing. But his crossed arms were now charred black, flesh torn and shocking to behold. on the entire 6th level. Everyone watched in disbelief at the man-shaped pit emitting green smoke. They looked at the vice admirals who were struggling to get up, and then at the small figure slowly lowering his finger, with wisps of white smoke still lingering at its tip. They gaped, unable to close their mouths for a long time. That was Garp, the hero of the Navy, the man who had pushed Pirate King Roger to the brink several times. A living legend of this world. How could he be nearly one-shot, defeated? Chapter 85. The Indiscriminate Magic Beam Cannon. Even the 5 elders dare not descend. Holy Land, Mariehua, in the realm of power. The 5 highest authorities of the world silently observed everything happening on the 6th level of Impel down through a gigantic imaging snail. After a long time, the bald old man wearing a kimono and holding the original Go Slash, Izambaron V. Nasu Shrew, reflected the light and shadows on the screen in his sharp, knife-like eyes. That strike had already surpassed the realm of Conqueror's Haki. His voice, hoarse and cold, was like a blade scraping against rock. Sitting across from him was Shepherd X. Peter, a tall man with a huge head of white curly hair, who crossed his arms over his chest and said solemnly, Kapu's natural disaster armament is one of the top defensive techniques in this world, yet was directly shattered. Marcus Mass, dressed in a green robe with a star-shaped birthmark on his forehead, looked gloomy. The issue is not the shattering. The problem is that the kid hasn't been touched by any attack from the 3 admirals from beginning to end. Jagor Lucius Satan, wearing a flat cap and a white robe with a handlebar mustache, finally spoke, his voice carrying a scholarly scrutiny and cold exploration. A state that allows one to autonomously evade all attacks, combined with a means to shatter top-tier Busashoku. These 2 abilities should not appear in a single individual. Lastly, Topman Vachali, who had a long white beard and seemed to hold the highest status, made the final conclusion with his heavy voice like a mountain. This demon child is no longer an unstable factor. He himself is a walking disaster capable of overturning the world. At that moment, the smoke in the image slowly dissipated. Kapu grimaced as he emerged from the hole in the wall. His arms, which had been hit directly by the magic beam cannon, charred and bloodied. Yet his bones were unbroken, still exuding a fierce vitality. He shook his arms, spat out a mouthful of blood, and the seriousness in his eyes was unprecedented. Without any hesitation, black lightning erupted from Kapu once again, and he decisively charged forward. Alongside him were the 3 admirals and all the vice admirals. Seeing this scene, the atmosphere among the powers eased slightly. It seemed that it hadn't reached the worst point yet. Shepherd X, Peter said, the Navy's face cannot be further lost. Satan slowly stood up from the sofa, his scholarly demeanor hiding an intimidating pressure. This abnormal specimen is worth personally retrieving and studying. I will go down for a while. As soon as he said this, the other 4 exchanged glances. Very well, Vachali agreed in a deep voice. Eliminate this erroneous existence. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a sudden change occurred. The image in the imaging snail was suddenly filled with countless beams of red and white lightning. The small figure seemed to be addicted, or perhaps aimed to clear all obstacles at once. He raised both hands, 10 fingers pointing in all directions. Magic beam cannon. The cold voice rang out again, but it was no longer just one. Instead, it was multiple dozens of them. Buzz, 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 buzz. The slender yet piercing death beams poured down like a torrential rain, indiscriminately onto the entire battlefield. Not good. Sengoku roared, unable to stand by any longer. Human fruit. Mythical beast type, great Buddha form. A golden Buddha light erupted, and a towering golden Buddha rose from the ground, its enormous golden hand opened to form an indestructible shield, blocking in front of most of the vice admirals. Shockwave. Boom! Ugh. The golden shockwave collided violently with dozens of magic beam cannons, producing a deafening roar. Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru also pushed their powers to the limit simultaneously. Lava, ice, and light transformed into 3 massive streams of energy, heading towards the beams from another direction. Pucci. However, this time, the number of magic beam cannons was too great and too dense. Several stray beams instantly pierced through their defenses. A beam grazed Akanu's shoulder, evaporating the scalding lava and leaving a gaping hole. Aokai's ice blade was shattered in an instant, and a beam pierced through his calf, blood mixed with cold air gushing out. Kizaru was even more embarrassed, although he avoided most of the attacks by photonization. A beam still struck his side, erupting in a dazzling spray of golden light and blood. Even Kapu, who had just steadied himself, had to roar again. Using his injured arms to collide with two beams head-on, his body shaken back repeatedly by the immense force, his wounds splitting open, blood flowing even more fiercely. The Navy vice admirals were in a terrible state. Even with Sengoku and Kapu's protection, many were injured by the shockwave, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. In just a moment of eruption, the Navy's highest combat force group was all injured. In contrast, the instigator, Lynn, remained suspended in mid-air, his silver eyes as calm as a deep well, as if the earth-shattering attack just now was merely ash he flicked off casually. Not a hair was harmed. Between the powers, once again fell into a deathly silence. Satan, who had just stood up, froze in place. The other four elders' calmness and authority were for the first time replaced by an emotion called horror. That attack seemed to be not just physical destruction. Once hit, the consequences were unimaginable. Satan, Vachali's voice became extremely dry. Your descent is temporarily halted. An attack of this magnitude, even if we are immortal bodies, may not withstand. This little guy's attack methods are too strange, neither like abilities nor like Haki, yet possessing power surpassing both. It cannot be judged by common sense. We cannot take risks. The other five elders also felt heavy, feeling the pressure. For the first time in hundreds of years, a shadow loomed over the hearts of these five world kings. This monster, could it really be unmanageable? In this near-desperate silence, the previously silent Nasu, Shuru, suddenly focused his knife-like gaze. He stared intently at the face of the small figure in the imaging snail. Wait. His voice attracted everyone's attention. Look at his forehead. Everyone followed his gaze. They saw a single crystalline bead of sweat slowly sliding down Lynn's smooth temple beneath his red and white hair. Sweat. This trivial droplet of sweat, at this moment, illuminated the elders' somber faces like the only light in the night. He is consuming. Marcus's voice carried a hint of uncontrollable excitement. Shepard reacted as well. Exactly. That kind of powerful state, that kind of incredible strength, cannot come without cost. Satan returned to the sofa, the horror in his eyes fading, replaced by cold calculation and analysis. His physical strength, his spirit, his Haki, are all burning at a terrifying speed. He is not a god. Vachali's murky eyes reignited with a flame of control as he looked at the still overwhelmingly powerful figure on the screen, his voice regaining its usual steadiness and authority. He is just a mortal who has prematurely overdrawn everything. Wait a little longer. Let the warring states drag it out at all costs. Use lives to fill it. Use time to wear it down. I want to see how long this so-called demon child can burn. Chapter 86. Lynn is about to collapse. Unable to defeat the Navy. Unable to break free from your cage. The 6th level, infinite hell, has turned into a boiling furnace. The battle did not pause for a moment. Akainu, Aokiji Kizaru, relentlessly launched attacks on that small figure. Sengoku and Garp spared no effort. Every attack was delivered without holding back. However, all attacks missed. Lynn's figure weaved through the impenetrable network of attacks, like a ghost, like a phantom. He didn't even actively attack, just by dodging. He made the top combat force of the Navy headquarters appear so flustered, so powerless. The legendary criminals in the cell were left utterly speechless. Hey, is this real? The tyrant King Avaro Pizarro leaned over the railing, his cat-like eyes wide open, watching those famous Navy high-ranking officials return empty-handed, his face filled with absurdity. That ass, Garp, Sengoku, the three admirals. The giant barrel Baschote just stared blankly, his mouth half open, letting drool flow down. Hee, what a grand performance. The Crescent Moon Hunter Katarina Devon let out a chilling laugh, watching the Navy's embarrassment and futility, her eyes gleaming with a sickly excitement. Crocodile's face darkened to the extreme, his cigar crushed unconsciously, tobacco scattered everywhere. A power that transcends Haki, surpassing the abilities of devil fruits. Really? As a former Shichibukai, he considered himself clever, but the scene before him had completely surpassed his understanding. Can one person really stand against the whole world? In the deepest cell, Ranji Lu leaned against the wall, the gravity in his eyes unprecedented. Ha ha, a monster, a real monster. The laughter of the golden lion Shiki was filled with the absurdity and fervor of witnessing a miracle. So strong. Douglas Barrett, the man who regards power as the only truth, felt his muscles slightly tremble with extreme excitement. His eyes, filled with the will to fight, locked onto Lynn. He could see that it was neither Haki nor a devil fruit. It was a purer, more primal power that transcended everything. His body craved a collision with such power. The legendary Lone Red, Raidfield, though silent, could not hide his astonishment on his face. Lynn's performance had greatly exceeded his expectations. The Navy's offensive remained fierce, but everyone's face was filled with anxiety and horror. Bastard! Fire Mountain roared, swinging a long sword engulfed in flames, slashing out a massive flame sword aura. But that sword aura, capable of splitting a warship in half, was easily dodged by Lynn before it even touched him, not even grazing his clothes. Useless. Our attacks can't even touch him. Rear Admiral Doberman watched one colleague after another's attacks miss, his voice filled with deep helplessness. They were the elite of the Navy, strong protectors of their territories, instilling fear in countless pirates. Yet today, here, their lifetime of learning, risking their lives and honor in attacks, felt like a childish, fragile joke in front of that small figure. This feeling was more despairing than being killed outright. Look closely. Navy Chief of Staff Crane, who had been standing outside the battle circle, her wise eyes acted like the most precise instrument, capturing every detail of Lynn. He is sweating. Her voice was not loud, but it pierced through the tightly stretched nerves of all Navy personnel like a needle. Sengoku, Garp, and the three admirals, who were attacking madly, instinctively looked at Lynn's face. Sure enough, on that smooth forehead, a drop of crystal-clear sweat was slowly sliding down. No, not just one drop. There were already several drops. So that's it. The brutal fire in Akaino's eyes burned even more fiercely. He not only didn't stop, but instead summoned even more powerful magma. A state he couldn't maintain for long. Then he can't be allowed to rest. Kizaru's light at his fingertips gathered faster and denser. He is not a god. He can get tired. He has limits. Rear Admiral Crane's judgment instantly spread throughout the Navy camp. Despair faded, replaced by even more madness and reckless determination. They saw the dawn of victory. Navy, you bastards! Kaido in the cell also sensed the subtle change in Lynn's state. He let out a deafening roar, using all his strength to bang against the cell door. Whoever dares to touch him again, I swear when I get out, I will completely erase you Navy from this world. However, the re-energized Navy ignored his threats. In their eyes, there was only that one target that must be erased. The offensive was fiercer than ever before. Lynn continued his extreme dodging while slightly furrowing his brow. The combination of 8 gates and the ultimate freedom technique placed a burden on his body far beyond his imagination. He could clearly feel the energy within him flowing away like a bursting dam. The lineup is too fierce. At this rate, the consumption is too great. At most, I can't last more than 10 minutes. Lynn calculated calmly in his mind, still not strong enough. If anyone outside heard this, they would probably be furious enough to spit blood. One person is more than enough to take on the entire Navy. Still not strong enough? But Lynn knew very well that while he seemed to be handling it with ease, he was actually walking on a tightrope. Should I give up on the 7-day mission? Lynn's thoughts turned rapidly. His goal, which began as a test, became a clear escape. His hollow silver eyes quickly scanned the entire battlefield during the dodging intervals, searching for a way to break the deadlock. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the cages surrounding the legendary criminals. Crocodile, Jinbei, and Kaido. Those cells, crafted with the highest craftsmanship and indestructible, were now covered in fine cracks. That was damage caused by the energy aftermath from when he unleashed the light cannon. In an instant, a bold and nearly mad plan formed in his mind. Lynn's lips subtly curled into a slight arc. Just as Garp's iron fist swung in and Kizaru's laser shot toward him, Lin's figure vanished like teleportation, reappearing at the edge of the battle circle. Slowly raising his right hand, his index and middle fingers came together. That heart-pounding energy, intertwined with red and white lightning, gathered once again at his fingertips. Aimed at Akainu. Want to try this move again? Akainu roared, while simultaneously summoning magma to form a massive barrier, disdainfully scoffing. Light cannon. Lin's cold voice rang out. A slender energy beam shot out. However, Akainu simply sidestepped dismissively, easily dodging it, while his other hand transformed into a massive magma fist, crashing toward Lynn. His mockery erupted almost simultaneously with a magma fist. Oomph. Are you so weak that you can't even aim straight? Kid. Boom. A crisp and thunderous explosion echoed. But now, the tremendous noise filled the entire sixth floor, and no one paid attention. However, Lieutenant Crane, who witnessed this scene, suddenly changed her expression. Before she could speak, a voice powerful enough to shake the entire impel down emerged. He didn't miss, Navy kid. It was Kaido's voice. All the Navy, including the attacking Akainu, suddenly turned their gazes toward the source of the sound while continuing their assault. They saw that the seemingly misfired demon destruction beam hit precisely against one of the sea prism stone bars of Kaido's cell. That specially made bar, already covered in cracks and capable of containing the strongest creature in the world, shattered upon this blow. At that moment, all the Navy widened their eyes, their pupils suddenly constricting. This is bad. Chapter 87. The Fanatical Criminals. The five elders were stunned and quickly released this disaster. Boom! That specially made fence, crafted from the highest quality materials and sea prism stone, shattered with a loud bang. The crisp explosion, like thunder, erupted amidst the noisy battlefield, strangely bringing about a moment of absolute silence. In an instant, the entire sixth level of Infinite Hell, with its boiling battle situation, seemed to be paused by an invisible hand. All the movements of the Navy froze at this moment. Sengoku's massive golden Buddha body trembled violently, his Buddha eyes, which looked down upon all beings, fixed intensely on the gaping hole, filled with unprecedented horror. Akainu's gigantic arm, still spewing lava, froze in midair. His brutal and fierce expression solidified, and for the first time, a hint of panic emerged. Akiji's cold aura also momentarily stagnated as he looked at the hole. Then at the slowly standing figure in the cell, a massive silhouette like a mountain, mumbling unconsciously. Hey, this must be a joke. The silence only lasted a second. Waha! Kaido's unrestrained laughter rang out like the most jarring alarm bell, striking hard at the hearts of every Navy member. Good job, son. He slowly stood up, his hands shackled with sea prism stone suddenly gripping two cracked bars. Roar! A roar that didn't sound human erupted. His knotted muscles bulged wildly, veins writhing beneath his skin like earth dragons. Creak, creak! The sound of twisting metal echoed. The already cracked sea prism stone fence was forcibly torn apart by his brute strength. Crack! Accompanied by a deafening breaking sound. A gaping, twisted hole sufficient for his massive body to pass through his brutally ripped open. He stepped out from a hole. As his foot landed on the ground outside the cell, an unparalleled, domineering presence, like a tangible shockwave, swept across the entire sixth level. The world's strongest creature has escaped. This is bad. Kaido has been released. Quick, stop him. Vice admirals, such as Peach Rabbit and T-Pig, turned pale, instinctively redirecting to surround the newly freed Emperor of the Sea. Forget Kaido. Sengoku's roar, filled with endless rage, echoed throughout the arena. First deal with that little brat. He is the source. Sengoku's judgment was crystal clear. Although Kaido was terrifying, he was still within their expectations. As long as they gathered Carp, the three admirals, and himself, they could still suppress Kaido again, albeit at a cost. But that little brat, that monster who was unaffected by sea prism stone and possessed unfathomable power, even capable of precisely destroying the sea prism stone prison. He was the root of this disaster. Understood. Carp roared, his injured arms once again enveloped in dark Haki. disregarding his wounds as he charged towards Lynn. The three admirals also understood. Magma, ice, and light once again intertwined into a net, sealing off all of Lynn's space. They thought releasing Kaido was Lynn's ultimate goal. They thought the next move would be them besieging Lynn while Kaido supported from the sidelines, a two-pronged attack on the Navy. However, they were still wrong. Grossly mistaken. Just as all Navy attacks were about to descend again, Lynn's figure vanished once more. He did not go to Kaido's side, nor did he confront the Navy's attack. He appeared in front of another cell. It was a cell holding an exceptionally tall man, his muscles knotted, exuding an aura of solitude and ferocity. Douglas Barrett. Bastard. What else do you want to do? Akainu's eyes nearly burst with anger as he vaguely guessed Lynn's intention. A sense of ominous dread wildly growing in his heart. Lynn did not answer. He merely calmly raised his right hand. His index and middle fingers once again came together. The energy, entwined with red and white lightning that sent shivers down the soul, gathered at his fingertips once more. Stop him. Sengoku let out a heart-wrenching roar. But it was all too late. Demon Beam. The cold voice once again pronounced judgment. Buzz. A slender, yet capable of piercing through everything, Death Beam shot out once more. The target was not any Navy member, but rather another Sea Prism stone bar in Douglas Barrett's cell. Boom! Another crisp explosion. The indestructible cage was once again torn open. Douglas Barrett slowly stood up from the darkness. He stretched his muscles, producing a series of cracking sounds. He looked at the group of Navy members who were completely stunned, then gazed at the small figure floating in midair, grinning widely with a smile filled with fervent battle intent. Little brat, your choice is very correct. The entire arena fell into dead silence. If releasing Kaido was still within the Navy's tolerable range, then releasing another who was on par with Rayleigh and possessed power rivaling the four emperors. This was no longer just trouble. This was a disaster. What? What do you want to do? Sengoku's golden Buddha eyes stared fiercely at Lynn, his voice trembling slightly from extreme anger and shock. He couldn't understand. What was this little brat thinking? Did he really think he could single-handedly release all the legendary criminals in Infinite Hell? Did he know what that meant? That would be enough to overturn the entire world and plunge the seas into chaos worse than the Rocks era, a true apocalypse. Facing Sengoku's question, Lynn merely tilted his small head, and in his hollow silver eyes, a hint of pure confusion finally surfaced. He pointed at the large mass of dark navy behind Sengoku, then pointed at himself. In a childish yet incredibly clear voice, he said, "You have many people. I also look for help." This simple yet almost naive, yet brutally honest statement left the Navy members completely stunned. In stark contrast to the deathly silence of the Navy was the explosive fervor erupting from all the cells on the 6th level like a tsunami. Demon Boy, well done. Let us all out. I will help you deal with the Navy. Quick, let those Navy members truly feel what despair is. Demon Lord, I am willing to follow you. Release me. From now on, I will be your most loyal subordinate. The infamous criminals were exuberant and ecstatic, their faces filled with the longing and hope for freedom. Miyawaha, well done, little brat. Quick, I'm next. I want to make those Navy members' heads roll on the ground. The sharp and mad laughter of the tyrant Alvaro Pizarro echoed. Ugh, booze, let me out. I want to drink. Drink the blood of the Navy. The big barrel Baskerville Jot was so excited that his flesh trembled, drool dripping from the corners of his mouth. Heh. One impressive little guy. Let me out too, and I will take care of you. The Crescent Hunter Katarina Devon licked her lips, her eyes revealing unmasked desire and cruelty. Let me out. A dull, thunderous sound, like the friction of tectonic plates, echoed from the depths of the massive prison cell, shaking the entire 6th level. It's too small. The colossal battleship St. Juan Wolf. Its massive body moved slightly, causing the entire cell to groan under the strain. Ha, little brat. Don't forget about me. Let me out. I'll help you sink the Navy headquarters. The Golden Lion Shiki frantically pounded on the bars, laughing maniacally. For a moment, the entire 6th level was in chaos. These monsters forgotten by the world, these legendary pirates, all saw a glimmer of hope for freedom at that moment. They looked at the small figure, as if they were looking at their savior. "Hey, little brother." Amidst the noise, a slightly weak yet exceptionally determined voice came from an inconspicuous corner. Fire Fist Ace. He gripped the bars, and in his father's eyes burned a flame like never before. "If you can really do it, please, let me out too." At that moment, the hearts of the Navy sank to the bottom. It's over. Completely over. If before it was just a loss of control, now it was an irretrievable, apocalyptic end. Any one of these monsters released would be enough to stir up a storm in the New World. If they were all released. No, I dare not think. Just imagining that scene was enough to make any Navy soldier tremble with dread and despair from the depths of their soul. Ha ha ha. Kaido watched the impassioned scene, laughing more freely and arrogantly than ever before. He punched his chest, the dull sound echoing like war drums. Now, this is more like it. This is the war I want. So, well done. Release them all. Today. Right here. Let the Navy and the world government witness what the hell true hell looks like. Holy land, Mariehua. Between powers. Dead silence. A deathly quiet. The 5 highest powers of the world stared blankly at the image transmitted by the Denden Mushi. They watched the small figure fervently worshipped by countless monsters. They saw the Navy completely engulfed in despair and stupor. They observed the 2 legendary monsters that had broken free, exuding an aura of destruction. For the first time, fine cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. Just as Saint Satan was about to rise and personally intervene, he stiffly sat back down on the sofa, his scholarly face marred by an unmistakable shock that overturned his worldview. After a long while, Saint Nasudru, holding the first-generation Kitetsu, slowly spoke in a dreamlike voice. "It seems we made a mistake." No one contradicted him. They had indeed made a mistake. A fatal error that could shake the foundation of the world government's 800-year rule. They should not have provoked that little brat. Even more so, they should not have locked him up in that place. That wasn't a prison. It was an arsenal. And that little brat was the spark that could ignite the entire arsenal. Now, what to do? The tall Saint Shepherd 10 Peter's voice trembled slightly. A tremor he was unaware of. What to do? Should we intervene? All 5 of us. But even if we intervene, what then? Can they withstand the combined forces of Kaido and Barrett? Perhaps they could. But what about the Golden Lion Shiki? What about the solitary red-legged field? What about those countless legendary monsters hidden in history? They can't hold them back. No amount of power from the world government could stop them. Once those monsters are all freed, it would be a true world-spanning rampage, a terror 100 times worse than the God Valley incident. The only choice seems to be one. The choice they had never considered and would never want to consider. Satan, the highest-ranking Vachali Saint, slowly closed his eyes. His heavy voice filled with unprecedented fatigue and humiliation. Contact Sengoku. Halt the execution. Let them retreat. Let that menace leave. Chapter 88. Naval Compromise. Lynn refuses to leave, making the 3 admirals serve him tea. The Navy is terrified at this moment. Kaido and Douglas Barrett, 2 living legends, stand among the highest combat power of the Navy. Even though they did nothing and are shackled with sea prism stone cuffs, just their presence, their overwhelming aura, makes the Navy feel suffocated. However, the instigator of all this chaos, that small figure, seems oblivious to the turmoil before him. His hollow silver eyes slowly turn amidst the smoke and chaotic energy, ultimately landing on the man whose head is adorned with a ship's wheel, laughing maniacally. Kiki keki kiki kek. It's my turn now. The Golden Lion Shiki, a legend who once fought Roger and Whitebeard and even stormed the Navy headquarters alone, fixes his wild eyes on Lynn. "Let me out. I'll help you turn Marineford upside down again." "Stop." Sengoku roars with a heart-wrenching shout, realizing Lynn's intent. His massive Buddha form shakes violently, trying to intervene, but it's too late. Lynn slowly raises his hand. The familiar energy, entwined with red and white lightning, gathers at his fingertips once more. Buzz! A slender yet deadly beam of light shoots out, capable of piercing through everything. Crack! A crisp sound echoes, causing all Navy personnel's hearts to stop. The cracked cage, resembling a fragile ice sculpture, crumbles before the light beam. Kiki keki kiki kek. Sengoku. Carp. I'm back. The Golden Lion, dragging his empty legs, pushes himself out of the cage, and quickly picks up two scattered weapons from the ground, embedding them into his new legs. He laughs wildly. 3 legends. 3 monsters capable of overturning the era now stand against the Navy. At that moment, the faces of all Navy personnel turn ashen. Just one Kaido, one Barrett, has already thrown the situation into chaos. Adding a golden lion? That's no longer a disaster. It's the end of the world. However, this is not the end. Under the horrified gaze of all the Navy, Lynn.'s figure disappears as if teleporting. He appears in front of another, deeper and quieter cell. Inside, there is a man draped in a red coat, exuding an aloof aura, sitting there as if he doesn't belong to the world. The aloof red, Raidfield, another monster from the same era as Roger and Whitebeard. The deadly energy that freezes the soul once again takes shape at Lynn's fingertips. It's over. Completely over. In this apocalyptic silence, Sengoku's massive golden Buddha form can no longer hold, transforming back into the admiral cloaked in justice in a flash of light. He stands there, this man who stands at the pinnacle of the era, now appearing somewhat helpless. He glares at that small figure with all his might, making a humiliating declaration that puts the entire Navy's face on the line. I announce, the execution of Devil Child Lynn is hereby terminated. Everyone, cease all attacks immediately. At the same time, Devil Child Lynn, you are released. You can leave Impel down now. In an instant, the crowd erupts in an uproar. Released? From infinite hell? This place, known for imprisoning countless heinous criminals, a fortress of iron walls with no way in or out. And one day, the admiral would personally order the release of a prisoner, unheard of for centuries. Admiral Sengoku, we cannot just. Several vice admirals couldn't help but speak up, their faces filled with unwillingness and humiliation. Shut up. An old and calm voice interrupts them. Vice Admiral Tsuru steps forward. Her eyes, which have seen through the world, calmly scan the agitated colleagues. This is the only choice. Her words douse the last flicker of unwillingness in the hearts of all Navy personnel like a bucket of cold water. Yes, the only choice. If this continues, if Devil Child Lynn isn't dealt with, those ruthless figures from the old era will surely be released. At this point, the Navy side seems to have lost all its spirit. Akainu's bubbling magma dims. Akiji's chill quietly dissipates. Kizaru's light also gradually retracts. The vice admirals reluctantly sheathe their weapons. Not only them, even Lynn.'s finger, which was about to fire, slowly lowers. The terrifying energy at his fingertips also dissipates. The red and white flames that seemed to burn his life dim slightly. However, the legendary criminals who had just been immersed in the fantasy of freedom suddenly exploded. Hey, kid, what is going on? Don't listen to Sengoku. Keep going. Let us all out. We were so close. We can definitely help you wipe out all the Navy. Hurry. The big criminals are impatient. They are just one step away from freedom. Kiki keki kiki kek. Lynn, don't trust the Navy. Let everyone out. Let us teach these guys a lesson today. Kaido's roar shakes the entire 6th floor. In his eyes, there is an endless desire for battle. Kaido, Vice Admiral Tsuru, turns her head, calmly looking at this sea emperor. Take a closer look at Lynn. If you continue using that power, how long do you think he can hold on? Is it really a good thing for him if everything falls apart? Once he can't hold on anymore, can you guarantee that those released, vicious criminals will be grateful to him? Kaido's violent killing intent suddenly halts. His beast-like eyes fixate on Lynn. He sees it. He sees the beads of sweat sliding down his forehead. He sees the small body trembling slightly beneath the red and white flames, almost imperceptibly. The fighting spirit in Kaido's eyes clashes violently with a hidden concern for his son. In the end, he lets out a reluctant grunt, the momentum that could overturn the sea gradually receding. TCH. Kid, you decide. In an instant, all eyes in infinite hell, both Navy and criminals, focus on that small figure. Lynn tilts his head slightly, and his hollow silver eyes seem to regain a glimmer of spirit. All right, no more fighting. A clear and audible sigh of relief comes from the Navy's ranks. The big criminals, on the other hand, wail in despair. What? We were so close. Why choose to stop now? But despite their unwillingness and defiance, they don't dare utter a word against Lynn, a character capable of standing against the entire Navy. Who would dare provoke him? They would either be burned to ashes by the strange black fire or blasted to bits by the terrifying beam. Yet, Lynn's childish voice once again clearly spreads throughout the venue. A 1T leave. Just let my father go. The hearts of the Navy, which had just relaxed, suddenly rise to their throats. The three admirals, Carp, and others frown. Not leaving? Have you gotten addicted? Kaido's arrogant face was also filled with confusion. Lynn ignored the reactions of the crowd and calmly looked at Sengoku. However, I still have a few conditions. As long as your conditions are not excessive. I can agree. Sengoku stared intently at Lynn. He had no right to refuse. First, Lynn extended a small finger, pointing at Kizaru. I want to see the latest issue of the manga. You go and get it for me. The lazy expression on Marine Headquarters Admiral Kizaru, Borsellino's face, froze completely for the first time. He pointed at his own nose. Me? The end of his tone dragged on, filled with disbelief. Ah, but I'm a Marine Admiral. Getting a manga. Borsellino. Sengoku roared. Yes, yes. Kizaru helplessly raised both hands, and in a burst of dazzling golden light, he instantly disappeared. Second, Lynn extended another finger, looking at his already messy cell. I just finished a fight and need a shower. The water is too cold. His gaze fell on the man who was still steaming and had a displeased expression on his face. You, go heat the water. Marine Headquarters Admiral Akainu. Sakazuki's magma-like, brutal face instantly turned the color of pig liver. The magma on him began to boil uncontrollably, the terrifying high temperature distorting the surrounding air. You little brat. How dare you? Order me. Sakazuki. Sengoku's voice, like thunder from the heavens, crashed down on Akainu's head. Akainu's body stiffened. He glared fiercely at Lynn, his eyes as if they wanted to burn him to ashes. In the end, he clenched his teeth and let out a beast-like growl, turning around and striding toward the cell. Each step left a charred footprint on the hard ground. Moments later, a rich, almost tangible white steam erupted from the cell. Lynn completely ignored Akainu's murderous gaze and leisurely lay down inside. He comfortably closed his eyes, his small face full of contentment. Third, Lynn didn't even open his eyes. I'm thirsty. I want to drink iced juice. Marine Headquarters Admiral Akiji, Kazan, sighed helplessly, and the breath he exhaled instantly crystallized in front of him. Alala. Really? He ruffled his messy curly hair and, amidst a cold breeze, quickly brought a glass of freshly squeezed juice with a straw, handing it to Lynn. Finally, Lynn held the juice, took a nice sip, and then burped in satisfaction. I'm tired. I want a massage. He opened his eyes, scanning the remaining petrified Marine admirals. Finally, his gaze landed on the graceful woman holding the famous sword Conqueror. She will come. He pointed at Toki Gion. You're talking nonsense. The T-Pig, Haki, who had been standing next to Toki, instantly exploded. He pointed at Lynn and cursed loudly. You little brat, don't push your luck. Let Miss Gion serve you. His words were not finished when Vice Admiral Crane's cold gaze forced him to swallow them back. Kaki's face turned red, both from anger and urgency. He looked at Lynn, then at the expressionless Toki, and finally could only lower his head unwillingly. Toki's face showed no signs of joy or anger. This candidate for admiral calmly unsheathed her sword and handed it to her colleague nearby, then adjusted her attire. With steady steps, amidst a mixed gaze of sympathy and absurdity from the Marines, she slowly walked into the room and began to massage Lynn. Chapter 89. The three top criminals challenge the Navy. Can't handle Lynn, can't handle you? This scene was completely frozen, becoming an eternal image on the 6th level of Impel Down. The Navy admirals, the world's highest combat power. One was running errands, another was boiling water, and the third was mixing drinks. The admiral candidates, the future pillars of the Navy, were giving a 5-year-old brat a shoulder massage and leg rub. The legendary criminals in the cell had their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Hey, am I dreaming? Having an admiral as a servant. Does this really happen in this world? I never expected to see such an outrageous scene in my lifetime. Even the sand crocodile, Ace, the Rain Shiryu, and other major criminals were all shocked and speechless. Those stunned were not just them. Holy Land, Mariewa. Between powers. Crack. The teacup in the hand of a Zambalon V. Nashiru was unconsciously crushed into powder. Scalding tea flowed down through his fingers, but he was completely unaware. Shepherd X. Peter Saint's always somewhat elegant face was twitching uncontrollably. Marcus Maz Saint's gaze was so gloomy it seemed like it could drip water. Jagarusha Satan Saint's lenses reflected an icy killing intent, almost tangible. Humiliation. Topman Vachali Saint, the highest ruler of the world, squeezed out 2 words through his teeth. This is the greatest humiliation for the world government in 800 years. The Navy's face is the world government's face. And now, this face is being pressed to the ground and trampled repeatedly by a 5-year-old brat. They could even imagine that once today's incident spreads, the world government's prestige would suffer a heavy blow. Brat. It impelled down, a low, hoarse voice full of metallic resonance broke the absurd silence. It was Douglas Barrett. He stood there like a silent iron mountain, his eyes filled with fervent battle intent, locked onto Lynn. Unshackle my handcuffs as well. His voice carried no emotion, as if stating a fact. Consider it a favor owed to you. He moved his restrained shoulders, bones cracking painfully. I want to see what level the current Navy's highest combat power is at. His words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up layers of waves. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Count me in. The Golden Lion Shiki slammed his dual swords on the ground, bursting into mad laughter. I also want to see how much strength those old guys, Garp and Sengoku, have left after all these years. Hee. Kaido, who had just calmed his battle intent, was instantly ignited by these 2 sentences, and the destructive, furious energy erupted from him once again. Did you hear that, son? Kaido's voice was filled with unabashed anticipation and encouragement. Since we're playing, let us play to our heart's content. Lynn, who was being pressed down by the soft hands of Peach Rabbit and was about to doze off, lazily opened one eye upon hearing this. He glanced at the fervent Barrett, then at the excited Golden Lion, and finally his gaze landed on the eager Kaido. All right, father. He slowly raised a finger. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Numerous slender strands of energy, entwined with red and white electric light, shot out from his fingertips almost simultaneously. With impeccable precision, they aimed at the specially made sea stone handcuffs and leg shackles on Kaido, Barrett, and Golden Lion. Crack, crack, crack. Multiple crisp explosions sounded at the same time. The last shackles binding the 3 legends snapped. Roar. Ha ha ha. Come on. At the moment of liberation, 3 distinctly different but equally terrifying Conqueror-esque Haki erupted, enough to make the sea tremble. The entire infinite hell shook violently under the impact of these 3 Haki, as if it would collapse at any moment. Not good. Sengoku-esque expression changed drastically, and he could no longer care about anything else, shouting, "Everyone, prepare to face the enemy." Flame breath. Kaido opened his massive mouth, and a scorching dragon breath capable of destroying towns erupted without warning, instantly scattering the Navy's formation into disarray. Lion's thousand cuts. The Golden Lion Shiki swung his dual swords, and 2 massive golden slashes, like crossing guillotines, tore through the ground and struck fiercely at Garp and Sengoku. Fusion. Douglas Barrett let out a low roar, and his body merged with the surrounding scattered metal debris, transforming into a terrifying steel giant over 10 meters tall. Supreme impact. A massive steel fist, entwined with dense armament Haki, smashed down toward the location of the 3 admirals like a meteor. Boom! The battle instantly entered a white-hot phase. The entire 6th level transformed into a battlefield of divine beings clashing. Lava, ice, flashes, shockwaves, slashes, dragon breaths. Various attacks capable of easily destroying islands collided, intertwined, and erupted into an energy storm that could annihilate the world. The criminals in the cells watched in a daze, blood boiling. This is the legendary battle. So strong, whether it's Kaido, the Golden Lion, or Barrett. Each possesses monstrous power. The Navy is the same. Garp, Sengoku, the 3 admirals. They actually can withstand the siege of 3 legendary monsters. The aftermath of the battle left the entire Impel down wailing. However, as they watched, some perceptive criminals gradually detected a hint of something off. Strange. Shiryu of the Rain leaned against the wall, frowning tightly. This battle, while seemingly earth-shattering, still felt different from the fight with that little brat earlier. That's right. Crocodile also noticed the problem, and he said solemnly, Kaido and their attacks, while powerful, are still within rules. You can see them clearly and evade them. Even if you can't dodge, you can think of ways to defend against them. He paused, recalling the despairing scene from earlier, his voice tinged with a hint of fear. But that little brat, his attacks and evasions are beyond rules. You have no idea how he will move, nor do you know where his attacks will come from. It's an absolute crushing that makes you feel powerless from the depths of your heart. As these words were spoken, the surrounding criminals fell into silence. They finally understood where that sense of discomfort came from. Kaido, Barrett, and the Golden Lion were strong, but that little brat was unsolvable. The entire 6th level had turned into a real meat grinder. Time flowed drop by drop in the deafening roar. 1 hour, 3 hours, 5 hours. A whole half a day passed. The entire infinite hell could no longer find a complete piece of ground. Only those places mixed with sea, stone, barely survived. On the Navy's side, everyone was injured. The breaths of the 3 admirals had become heavy. Sengoku's golden Buddha form was covered in cracks, and Garp's iron fists were drenched in blood. And across from them, the 3 legendary figures had finally reached their limit. Boom! A loud noise pulled everyone's thoughts back to the battlefield. Kapu's iron fist, entwined with black lightning, shattered the Gold Lion's slash and relentlessly struck his chest. The Gold Lion spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body flew back like a cannonball. On the other side, Akainu and Akiji, one on the left and one on the right, used their elemental abilities to tightly entangle the steel monster transformed from Barrett. Finally, Kizaru transformed into a beam of light and appeared above the steel monster. The Yada no Kagami, countless light bullets, like a torrential rain, completely submerged the steel monster. Accompanied by a piercing metallic wail, Barrett's massive combined form collapsed with a crash, reverting back to his original state, heavily crashing to the ground and gasping for breath. Thunderous 8 trigrams. In the center of the battlefield, Kaido swung his Kanabo, violently colliding with Sengoku's golden shockwave. The raging Conqueror's Haki tore through the atmosphere, but ultimately, Kaido's strength was still slightly inferior, causing him to stagger back repeatedly. They were defeated. The 3 legendary pirates were defeated while teaming up against the highest combat power of the Navy. Defeated, although the Navy side was filled with injuries. With Garp and Sengoku panting heavily and the 3 admirals heavily exhausted, they were still the ones standing. With the defeat of the 3 of them as a comparison, all the major criminals and all the Navy personnel became more acutely aware of just how terrifying that little brat, who was leisurely sipping ice juice and enjoying a massage from a female major, truly was. Chapter 90 Execution of Fire Fist Ace. Is Whitebeard stronger than Lynn? Blackbeard's crew is stunned on the battlefield. Chaos reigned. The 3 legendary pirates, Kaido, Gold Lion, and Barrett, lay among the ruins, gasping for breath. Opposite them, the Navy's top combat forces were similarly injured and greatly exhausted. There were no true winners in this battle. The only exception was the small figure leisurely lying in the cell, enjoying a massage from the female Major General. Sengoku took a deep breath, suppressing the boiling blood in his chest. His sharp eyes swept across the scene, his voice hoarse yet undeniable. Rearrest Barrett and Shiki. Yes, several remaining vice admirals, dragging their weary bodies, stepped forward with specially made sea stone handcuffs, slowly approaching the 2 fallen legends. Gold Lion and Barrett made no resistance. They had exhausted their last ounce of strength and could only watch helplessly as the cold handcuffs once again locked their hands and feet. The gazes of the Navy finally fell on Kaido. This world's strongest creature could barely sit up at this moment, looking at Lynn. Kid, aren't you leaving? Kaido asked in a deep, rumbling voice. Lynn opened his eyes, yawned, and replied in a babyish tone, It's pretty comfortable here. I can leave any time I want. You go outside first, Dad, the air is better out there. Kaido was silent for a moment before bursting into a thunderous laugh. Ha ha ha. All right, I'll wait for you outside. He stood up, his massive body exuding an unparalleled sense of oppression as he walked step by step toward the exit of the 6th level. As he passed by Sengoku, he stopped, grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Sengoku, tell those old geezers in the world government, if my son loses even a single hair, I'll lead the beast pirates to flatten Mariewa. After saying this, he did not linger and left laughing. Only when his terrifying aura completely disappeared did all the Navy present feel the massive weight pressing on their hearts lift by half. The remaining half lay not far away in the cell, sipping iced juice. Sengoku wearily waved his hand. Immediately rebuild the 6th level. All cells must be made with the highest specifications, double the strength. His gaze finally landed on Lynn, filled with caution and helplessness. As for him, any request he has will be met. Yes, the Navy responded in unison, their voices carrying a sense of soul-deep exhaustion and fear. Holy Land, Mariewa, between powers. The atmosphere was as oppressive as a block of solid lead. The 5 highest powers of the world silently watched the absurd scene in the image-transmitting snail. After a long time, Izambaravi, Nisujo, the Holy, slowly wiped the first-generation blade in his hand, his voice icy. The Navy's sharpness has been dulled by me alone. Temporarily halt his execution. Topman Vachali, the Holy, closed his eyes and made the final decision with a voice as heavy as a mountain. Change to another location. Absolutely foolproof location. But the Navy now, Shepherd X, Peter, the Holy, frowned. Kapu and Sengoku are greatly exhausted, and all 3 admirals are injured. They need time to recover. Then we wait. Vachali's voice carried no emotion. Before that, the dark-eyed Maka's Maz, the Holy, spoke with a gloomy expression. First, deal with the other one. Fire Fist, Ace. The world needs to see the government's authority. That brat's 50 billion bounty has made us lose face. Executing the bloodline of Roger is the best choice. Jitaru, Sata, the Holy, pushed up his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses filled with a scholarly scrutiny. Whitebeard will come. As soon as these words were spoken, the air between the powers seemed to grow even heavier. However, Vachali only slowly opened his eyes, and in his murky gaze was an unprecedented indifference. So what if he does? No matter how strong Whitebeard is, can he be more outrageous than that monster? This single sentence left the other 4 in silence. Indeed, that kid named Lynn had completely reshaped their understanding of the term monster. Compared to